Upon realizing that the female protagonist intended to bring about her demise, Wei Xiaoxi hastily sought to reclaim her own fortune in order to ensure her survival, eliminating the aggressive fishlings that supported the protagonist, ultimately sending her to the afterlife. In the process, she also ensnared the unattainable figure, Jiang Qianshu, who was the beloved of the female lead. Today, as Wei Xiaoxi prepared for her competition, she anticipated a significant event. "Hurry, let's secure the front row," she urged. I'm late. I must see it. I'll find a spot halfway up the mountain where the view is excellent. Will you join me? Of course, Jiang Qianshu replied. Xiaoxi, try to keep a low profile. Stirring up trouble too often may attract lightning. Wei Xiaoxi felt wronged. I wish to remain low-key, but trouble seems to find me. What can I do? With a sigh, Jiang Qianshu conceded. Fine, if the sky falls, I will support you. By the way, do you need a blade? Chapter 1. Oh dear, my apologies. Wonderful. Xiaoxi, you have finally awakened. I was so worried about you. How did you fall down the slope? You were so careless. A delicate girl of around 6 or 7, adorned in pink, peered in with concern, though her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Wei Xiaoxi regarded her with a shiver of dread. How did I fall? It was you who pushed me. The audacity of a murderer inquiring about her feelings. How brazen. Yet, the original host had been pushed from behind, and this child should not be aware of that fact. Indeed, Wei Xiaoxi had traversed into a novel, one she had read before. The girl outside was named Li Xiangming, the reincarnated female protagonist. According to the narrative, she arrived with memories intact and, at the age of 6, would push the original host down the slope while gathering grass for pigs, embarking on a path to seize the original host's fortune. Li Xiangming consumed a rare spirit plant, awakening an ice-type spiritual root within her dantian, which caught the attention of the esteemed Jianju Dao, the foremost sword cultivator of the Wandao Sect, who took her in as a direct disciple. The original host possessed 5 spiritual roots, with her bestwood root only having a purity of 60. Had she joined the Wandao Sect, she would merely be a peripheral disciple. Her parents, driven by greed, forced her into a second-rate sect to procure more resources for her younger brother. Thus, the original host and the female lead followed parallel paths. Li Xiangming intended to exploit her advantage of past memories to reverse her fortunes. However, she soon discovered that despite the original host's inferior aptitude, her luck was exceedingly abundant, often bestowing her with great opportunities, allowing her to progress in cultivation at a comparable speed. Unable to tolerate this, Li Xiangming secretly plotted the downfall of the original host's second-rate sect while beseeching her mentor, Jianju Dao, to accept the original host into the Wandao Sect. With nowhere else to turn, the original host joined her desired sect, the Wandao Sect, feeling immense gratitude towards Li Xiangming, oblivious to the latter's feigned sisterhood, which masked her intention to seize the original host's fortunes. Eventually, the original host faded into insignificance while Li Xiangming ascended, becoming a dazzling genius within the sect, and even gaining admission to the premier sect of the First Continent. As the victor, Li Xiangming felt a sense of superiority over the original host, who had been sold out, yet continued to count her blessings, and she had no intention of eliminating her. Regrettably, her beloved was enamored with the original host, inciting Li Xiangming's ire, which led her to devise a cruel fate for the original host. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, Wei Xiaoxi was likely to meet a fate akin to the original host, perishing under Li Xiangming's torment and the narrative's machinations. When she read the book, she had regarded Li Xiangming as a formidable character. Now, Wei Xiaoxi chuckled softly, providing the answer the protagonist desired. I don't know who pushed me. Li Xiangming, being the heroine of the story, was shielded by her halo. Wei Xiaoxi wished to avoid inciting her suspicion at this juncture, which could lead to dire consequences. The girl outside finally revealed a smile befitting her age. Do you like my new dress? As she spoke, Li Xiangming proudly twirled in her skirt, resembling a beautiful azure butterfly dancing in the air. Just days prior, Jianju Dao had publicly accepted her as a direct disciple in front of the entire village, elevating Li Xiangming and her family to enviable status among the neighboring towns. Villagers came bearing gifts to pay their respects, and even local gentry sought to establish connections with them. Her parents and 7 older brothers, who already doted on her, now lavished her with whatever she desired, including beautiful clothing and jewelry. As for Wei Xiaoxi, she cast a derisive glance at the figure within the window, clad in a patchwork of tattered garments, with a sallow face and hair resembling dry straw, her forehead wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. She resembled a pitiful little beggar. How delightful it was to see a lovely azure butterfly alight upon the dry grass. Wei Xiaoxi was well aware of the sense of superiority that radiated from the female protagonist. She was no mere child, and would not be swayed by such superficial comparisons among young girls. Her concern lay in the fact that Li Xiangming would continue to siphon her fortune, You believe you possess an advantage with your memories, but I stand in the position of the divine, armed with more information than you can comprehend. You are in the light, while I dwell in the shadows. Let us see who ultimately emerges victorious. What fate, what narrative deity, none possess the authority to dictate the course of my life. Wei Xiaoxi glanced at the ominous clouds rolling in from the horizon and waved dismissively at the female protagonist. Step aside. I need to close the window. Li Xiangming's smile faltered. In the past, merely showcasing her new attire or fine flowers would elicit envy and self-doubt in Wei Xiaoxi. Now, Li Xiangming remained reluctant to concede, wanting to say more, but Wei Xiaoxi forcefully pulled the dilapidated window frame, shutting it with a loud bang. Li Xiangming barely managed to retreat in time, narrowly escaping having her head caught in the half-closed window, her face paling in shock. Behind her, two boys, around 8 or 9 years old, rushed over, lifting her protectively while berating Wei Xiaoxi. What on earth are you doing, Wei Xiaoxi? Can't you see my sister is still standing here? You hurt my sister. Can you afford to pay for that? Watch out, or the immortals from the Wandao Sect will come to destroy your family. The two boys glared fiercely at Wei Xiaoxi. She feigned innocence, apologizing. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. I underestimated my strength and thought it would close slowly. Xiaoxi, do you dislike me? Li Xiangming clung to her brother's neck, gazing at Wei Xiaoxi with tearful eyes that we never played together before. Wei Xiaoxi reminded her, tugging at the other half of the window frame to continue shooing them away. I have things to attend to. You all should leave. Dai was as if she were dismissing refuse. Brother. Li Xiangming's distress deepened as she clung to him, her voice filled with sorrow. The little boy's anger was tinged with concern. She's just jealous of you. We won't play with her. Yes, sister, she's ugly and dirty. Don't go near her. In a few days, when the immortal is done with their business, they will take you to the sect for cultivation. By then, she won't have a chance to curry favor. With a loud slam, the window was forcefully shut, causing dust to cascade down from the wall's crevices. Outside, there was a moment of silence before the boys' angry shouts and comforting words faded into the distance. Wei Xiaoxi let out a sardonic laugh, returning to her seat. Her spirits lifted as she ground the medicinal powder for a while longer before retrieving a small copper mirror from her drawer. The mirror was tarnished, its surface uneven, barely reflecting the original host's features. Her delicate features were overshadowed by her dull, yellowish skin. The bandage on her forehead was grimy and seeping blood, a sight most distressing. The bandage had been applied by the village's barefoot doctor days ago and had yet to be removed. The original host's parents, stingy with money, had refused to purchase more bandages and medicinal powder. Having just awakened, she pondered that continuing to wear the contaminated bandage could very well lead to infection and death. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously unwrapped the bandage and applied some medicinal powder to her head. The herbs had been procured by the original host's sister, who had taken time away from her parents to assist the barefoot doctor, pleading until she finally secured them. The medicinal application reached its halfway point. Wei Xiaoxi abruptly rose, turning and hastily exiting. That a particular detail from a book abruptly resurfaced in her mind. Beneath the earth where the spirit grass thrived, there lay a jade tablet. This jade tablet served as a key to a secret realm, wherein one could obtain the inheritance of master-level formations through a series of assessments. The formation diagrams were categorized into 6 levels: apprentice, junior, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. Xianxia Island is a remote outpost, far removed from the first continent. Artifacts or diagrams related to formations, even at the intermediate level, are exceedingly rare, typically found only within major sects or esteemed families. Relying on this grandmaster-level formation inheritance, Li Xiangming navigated Xianxia Island with remarkable ease, transitioning from narrow paths to wide thoroughfares in her cultivation journey. Such a precious item would never fall into the protagonist's hands. The jade tablet was discovered by the protagonist's master upon returning to their village after completing a task, inadvertently sensing it in the back mountain. Upon returning to the sect, Jiang Qianshu found that only individuals under 30 could utilize it and thus bestowed it upon the protagonist. In her previous life, Wei Xiaoxi possessed an extraordinary photographic memory. She recalled vividly that the protagonist's master left Xiao village to take the protagonist away. Just before a torrential downpour, the sky grew increasingly dark. It must be today. As she reminisced, she retrieved a shovel from the woodshed, avoiding the nearby Li family, suppressing the throbbing pain in her head, and hastily sprinted toward the back mountain. The location of the jade tablet was where she typically gathered pig fodder. The path was not difficult, but would take nearly 2/4 of an hour to traverse. Furthermore, the tablet had to be excavated. Time was running out. Thankfully, the ominous clouds overhead merely gathered, withholding their rain, and the protagonist's master had yet to appear. After an exhausting effort, she finally unearthed the jade tablet, a smile gracing her face. The tablet was entirely jet black, warm to the touch, and engraved with a formation pattern, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, yet subtly radiating a hint of malevolence. This sinister aura was related to the master behind the secret realm's formation inheritance. The book described this individual as unruly, having slaughtered an entire village in his homeland before embarking on the path of cultivation, all before the age of 10. What semblance of normalcy could one expect from a place established by such a peculiar and radical character? To obtain the formation inheritance, one would have to compete against 200 others, undergoing 3 assessments. Should none succeed, a lethal formation within the secret realm would activate after 1 day, resulting in certain death for all. The master of the formation inheritance had a particularly cruel twist of fate. If, within a day, the participants resorted to infighting, sacrificing 199 lives. To forge the formation, the secret realm could be opened for escape. It was all filled with malice. Naturally, acquiring a Grandmaster-level inheritance was no simple feat. Since the establishment of the secret realm, 27 groups had entered through the Jade Tablet, none emerging successfully. Those who had escaped through brutal means either succumbed to madness or became a scourge. It resembled a trap. Yet, Wei Xiaoxi knew that the protagonist in the book had succeeded. This golden opportunity was one she was determined to seize, ensuring it would not fall into the protagonist's hands again. She planned to enter the sect, accumulate knowledge of formations, gather sufficient spirit stones and artifacts, and elevate her cultivation to a certain level before utilizing the Jade Tablet. Fully prepared, resolute in her decision, she bent down to retrieve the shovel, preparing to return home. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her head, prompting her to instinctively support her forehead. The corner of the Jade Tablet struck the wound on her forehead. Blood was swiftly enveloped by a mysterious force, filling the Jade Tablet's engravings, and with a flash of white light, it transformed into a stream of radiance, merging into her body. The warm sensation in her hand vanished, and Wei Xiaoxi immediately sensed something amiss. Before she could react, her vision blurred. Chapter 2, Strays. As the dizziness subsided, Wei Xiaoxi found herself in an unfamiliar square. The square spanned approximately a mile, with a high platform encircled by steps at its center, resembling a mysterious altar that evoked discomfort. Atop the platform stood a towering stone statue, approximately 10 zhang high, shrouded in the grayish hues of the overcast sky, giving off an overwhelming presence. The incessant buzzing of voices filled the air, and Wei Xiaoxi redirected her gaze, surveying her surroundings. Surrounding the square were 10 stone tablets, each standing taller than a person, inscribed with patterns reminiscent of formation diagrams. Groups of young boys and girls, along with a few children, scattered across the open space, numbering in the hundreds, generating a cacophony of sound. The older individuals, adorned in fine garments with striking appearances, appeared to be cultivators of this realm. Yet, their expressions were not relaxed. Some wept while others conversed anxiously, worry etched on their faces. The children, dressed in simple clothing, likely shared a background similar to Wei Xiaoxi's, humble origins and uninitiated in the ways of cultivation. This group huddled in a corner, either gazing around in confusion or conversing nervously, occasionally casting fearful glances at the ethereal cultivators, hesitant to approach. To her sudden appearance, these individuals seemed unfazed, each absorbed in their own concerns, their expressions somber, whispering words like inheritance, unable to escape, and certain death. Wei Xiaoxi closed her eyes, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. This was indeed the enigmatic secret realm of formation inheritance. She was merely an ordinary person, unversed in any knowledge of formations, let alone competing for a Grandmaster-level inheritance. Her very survival was at stake. Damn it. Li Xiangming had been at the peak of qi refining, thoroughly prepared, when she was drawn into this place. Did being the supporting character mean she was devoid of any rights? Frustration welled within Wei Xiaoxi as her gaze returned to the imposing stone statue at the center. The statue depicted a man, gray and white in hue, tall and imposing, yet possessing delicate features that bore an air of femininity. This was undoubtedly the statue of Zhong Zhan, the Grandmaster-level formation master who had established this inheritance site. He was the only individual to have ascended to immortality and departed this realm in nearly a millennium, a formidable figure and a Grandmaster formation master. Despite the mixed opinions surrounding his legacy, many would yearn to inherit the teachings of such a legendary figure. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but Wei Xiaoxi could discern a myriad of emotions, mockery, malevolence, disdain, etched upon his countenance. She felt as though the individuals drawn into this secret realm were mere ants, crawling at his feet. A shiver coursed through Wei Xiaoxi. Stabilizing her emotions, she made her way to the left side of the statue, where a long queue had formed. At the front stood a stone tablet for registration to compete for the inheritance. This was something she had overheard while observing the square earlier. Now that she was here, she felt compelled to give it a try. After all, the trials did not appear to be fatal. As she approached the end of the line, Approximately 10 paces away, her sleeve was unexpectedly tugged. Turning in confusion, she found it was a boy around the same age as her original self, perhaps 7 or 8, dressed in coarse gray cloth, lacking any patches, indicating a slightly better background than her own. What do you want? Wei Xiaoxi asked warily, discreetly pulling her patched sleeve back. The boy noticed her movement, but said nothing, lowering his voice instead. Do you wish to register for the assessment? Don't go. Why not? The boy's eyes widened in fear, and he lowered his voice further. That's something only immortals deal with. What are you meddling in? No one stipulated that only cultivators could participate in the assessments, she replied, gesturing to the many children around. They are young, not yet of the age to initiate. Spiritual energy and ordinary people comprise over 10% of the total. The master of the secret realm must have arranged assessments suitable for ordinary participants. She did not merely speculate. She had gleaned this knowledge from the pages of a book. The young boy's expression wavered with uncertainty. Wei Xiaoxi gently patted his shoulder and turned to depart. Hey, let me finish. The boy quickly grasped her arm again. Look, there's someone over there. Just because he wanted to cue, he accidentally bumped into an immortal and got sent flying. Following the direction of his finger, Wei Xiaoxi's pupils constricted. On the outskirts of the square, a long streak of blood stretched across the ground, leading into the bushes beyond that a small body lay there, quietly nestled amidst the grass, staining the leaves a deep crimson. She was acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, martial prowess reigned supreme, where a mere disagreement could lead to fatal consequences. But was that not limited to cultivators? To kill an ordinary person over a minor bump, didn't they fear the repercussions of such actions? As she stood there, stunned, the boy cautiously pointed to a man clad in black amidst the crowd. That's him. Wei Xiaoxi discreetly cast a glance in that direction. The figure appeared to be a youth of 17 or 18, clad in dark attire, his face shrouded in gloom, with an expression that radiated hostility. She quickly averted her gaze. Was he aware that being drawn into this secret realm often led to near certain death, prompting such madness? She swiftly scanned her surroundings, locking eyes with a girl in green wielding a long sword. The girl's gaze never lingered on her. No, to be precise, the girl regarded Wei Xiaoxi as if she were merely a blade of grass, an insignificant ant, a small stone. In the eyes of these cultivators, an ordinary person like Wei Xiaoxi was hardly worthy of their notice. She then observed a pair of arguing cultivators, their dispute incomprehensible, as the woman shouted phrases like "We're doomed, don't stop me," seemingly on the verge of drawing her sword in frustration. Nearby, 2 children fled in terror, only to be inadvertently harmed in the chaos. The man hastily restrained her, yet paid no mind to the 2 children. Wei Xiaoxi furrowed her brow that if the cultivators truly went mad, she, as an ordinary person, would be the first to suffer, utterly defenseless, in an instant. The once ethereal youths, who had appeared so otherworldly to Wei Xiaoxi, transformed into demons capable of taking lives at any moment. Her expression fluctuated between fear and resolve as the young boy tugged at her sleeve once more. Regardless, it's best not to get involved. They are powerful immortals, capable of great feats. They should be able to lead us out. If you attempt to seize something from them and offend them, they might just kill you outright. With that, he earnestly began to guide her toward a corner of the square where many ordinary people had gathered. Wei Xiaoxi planted her feet firmly on the ground, withdrawing her sleeve from his grasp, and nodded at him. Thank you, but I must still register. She had no intention of relying on others to escape this secret realm, no matter how formidable they might be. Moreover, she needed to obtain the inheritance to bolster her own power, to contend against the heroine and alter her fate. With that thought, she turned and walked toward the line. The boy opened his mouth, stomped his foot, and ultimately turned away. Never mind. It was not his life at stake, so why concern himself with such matters? Such a spirited little sister, what a pity. Chapter 3. Involuntary registration. The registration process is quite simple. One merely places their hand upon the stone tablet and waits for a brief moment, after which a flash of white light signifies a successful enrollment. Wei Xiaoxi finds herself puzzled, having already drawn individuals into the secret realm. Why must there still be a voluntary registration process? It strikes her as utterly bizarre. She cannot help but wonder about the potential consequences of not registering. The erratic mindset of Zhong Zhun is evidently beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like her. Not dwelling on the matter for too long, she proceeds towards the formation stone tablet after completing her registration. The texts have mentioned that the formation diagrams inscribed upon these tablets are not merely superficial lines. Those with talent can concentrate and envision, revealing the profound intricacies within. Zhongzhen seeks to select young individuals with potential in the art of formations. Hence those permitted to enter this place are all under the age of 30. The presence of ordinary individuals is due to the fact that, upon receiving this legacy, they are granted secret methods to cultivate growing spiritual roots. In other words, given sufficient time, one's spiritual root can be elevated to that of a celestial root. Her own with spiritual root boasts a mere purity of 60, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Even achieving foundational establishment would be a stroke of divine favor. She is determined to undermine the female protagonist's fate, and obtaining this legacy is imperative for her. Zhongzhen, bold and skilled, thus includes ordinary individuals in his selection of heirs, as long as their talent is deemed sufficient. These formation stone tablets serve as opportunities for those who are ordinary or have not undergone systematic training in formations. However, over the past centuries, 27 batches totaling more than 5,000 fated individuals have failed to produce a suitable heir. The prominent families aware of this secret realm have gradually lost hope, often reserving the jade tokens for truly gifted prodigies. After all, those with slightly inferior qualifications would meet their demise upon entry, and such losses would be lamented by the great families. In essence, among the 200 individuals present, aside from the scattered cultivators or ordinary people who, like her, serendipitously obtained jade tokens, the remaining participants are all prodigies of formation from various esteemed families. Wei Xiaoxi's hope of excelling through mere observation of the stone tablets appears rather dim, stealing her emotions. She halts before a less crowded formation stone tablet and focuses her mind. The lines of the diagram on the tablet begin to undulate and distort, and the tablet gradually becomes ethereal, pulling her into a mysterious space. Beneath a cerulean sky, a muscular figure of immense power wields a divine axe, hovering in midair. Striking at a towering mountain below, Wei Xiaoxi finds herself momentarily bewildered. The mighty figure unleashes arcs of energy, cleaving into the mountain. Is this not supposed to be an impartation of knowledge on formations? What is transpiring here? With a series of explosive sounds, the mountain rocks shatter, and dust fills the air, obscuring the clear azure above. The mountain is gradually being flattened. As the mighty one exhausts his spiritual energy, he can only momentarily descend to rest. Yet, during this respite, the mountain begins to regenerate, regaining its solid and formidable stature. Time ticks by. The mighty one continues to strike while the mountain grows, an endless cycle of cleaving and regrowth. The mountain remains as imposing as ever. A flash of insight strikes Wei Xiaoxi. This must be a defensive formation. As long as the speed of formation surpasses that of the opponent, one can remain invincible. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is paramount, a principle that holds true in the world of cultivation as well. Wei Xiaoxi also discerned that the newly emerged area on Tsangshan was not solely comprised of soil, but also contained minerals, along with colossal trees capable of binding these two elements together. Thus, the most formidable defensive formations must intricately weave the three elements of gold, earth, and wood from the surrounding environment, forging an impregnable defense that instills despair. Based on her literary experiences, she noted that most cultivators merely constructed thick earthen walls or metallic barriers. She had never contemplated the possibility of fusing multiple elements to create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Truly, as a master-level formation mage, Wei Xiaoxi's comprehension placed her a step ahead of her peers in the same stage. With a newfound understanding, the intricate formation inscribed on the stone tablet surfaced in her mind. Her fingers danced elegantly, drawing the surrounding elements of gold, earth, and wood in accordance with the formation diagram. A defensive formation materialized before her. Without drawing energy into her body, it felt as if a mysterious power enveloped this space, allowing her to effortlessly manipulate the surrounding elements. It was a delightful sensation. Wei Xiaoxi felt a surge of joy. If she could master the art of formation at the early stages of her cultivation, her chances of survival beneath the watchful gaze of the protagonist would undoubtedly increase significantly. Furthermore, when faced with cultivators of the same level, she would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Higher rankings in competitions would lead to greater access to sect resources, making her path of cultivation much smoother. Perfection. Before she could let out a laugh, a formidable figure abruptly turned, eyes wide with astonishment, and unleashed a wave of energy towards her. Startled, she had yet to react when she felt as though an invisible force had propelled her from this space. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself back in front of the stone tablet in the plaza. She stumbled back several steps, cold sweat beading on her forehead and back. The experience had been so vivid, it was terrifying. The legacy left by the transcendent was indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to connect with the elements in the air with her fingers, but failed. It was evident that she must first draw energy into her body. Wei Xiaoxi glanced at the 5 or 6 fellow cultivators who had been observing the stone tablet alongside her. They had been standing there when she arrived. While she had achieved her understanding, they remained, either frowning, perplexed, or lost in thought. Clearly, they had yet to grasp the concept. It was said that after being tempered by spiritual energy, a cultivator's bodily functions, including intellect, would enhance. Yet, it appeared that talent might be an exception. Wei Xiaoxi felt a surge of satisfaction and instinctively glanced back at the stone statue, only to feel her spirits dampen. Just as she had begun to contemplate the stone tablet, the first batch of challengers was being summoned to the steps, vanishing into the testing space. A timer appeared beside the statue, indicating a challenge duration of half an hour. A quarter of that time had already elapsed. This meant that after this group completed their challenge, she would likely have time to observe only 4 stone tablets. Time was indeed of the essence. She pressed her temples in contemplation. The number of challengers in a round is 50. Earlier in the queue, she had not counted her position at all. If fortune favored her, she might find herself in the 3rd round. Yet, relying on uncertain outcomes was exasperating. It was best to observe more keenly. She did not dwell on her thoughts and continued towards the next stone tablet. With the experience gained from comprehending the first defensive formation, her understanding of the second stone tablet accelerated significantly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, she had successfully deciphered 3 stone tablets. At this pace, should she belong to the second batch of challengers, she could potentially examine another 2 or 3 tablets. As she pondered this, her ears subtly twitched. Catching a snippet of conversation. "Qi Dao Yu, why have you stopped observing this stone tablet? Have you gleaned something? Why not share it with us?" Wei Xiaoxi instinctively glanced in that direction. One of the 5 or 6 cultivators from earlier stood speaking. He was robustly built, fixating on a man clad in brown. His eyes betraying a mix of vigilance, probing, jealousy, and an undeniable sense of ambition. The remaining 3 or 4 cultivators also stared intently at the man in brown. A mere glimpse of understanding. "I shall peruse the other stone tablets," the man in brown said with a slight furrow of his brow, his eyes revealing both caution and resignation. It was evident that he was not allied with the muscular man and his companions. The muscular man chuckled, patting the shoulder of the man in brown. "This place is perilous. Let us form an alliance. Your considerable prowess and formations may very well determine our escape." The man in brown chuckled softly, bowing his head to conceal the worry etched upon his brow. Wei Xiaoxi withdrew her gaze, her thoughts a tumultuous blend. The man in brown had some talent in formations, and he had caught the attention of these scattered cultivators. Should he fortuitously acquire the inheritance, it was conceivable that the muscular man and his group would resort to murder for treasure upon their exit. The man in brown was reluctant to associate with them. Yet if none among the 200 were to acquire the inheritance, they would inevitably face a survival of the fittest scenario. In such dire circumstances, the probability of survival was evidently greater when banding together. How helpless one could be. Wei Xiaoxi sighed deeply and moved towards the 5th stone tablet. Suddenly, a hand clapped upon her shoulder, and a voice resonated from behind her. "Can you comprehend these formation diagrams? Your speed is remarkable. Are you even more skilled than the immortal?" Instantly, the muscular man and several surrounding cultivators directed their piercing gazes towards her, akin to swords aiming for her heart. Wei Xiaoxi felt a jolt of anxiety, almost leaping from her feet. Chapter 4. The supporting character lacks rights. In former times, such flattery would have sent her spirits soaring. However, at this moment, she wished nothing more than to deliver a resounding slap to the person behind her. To possess a treasure is to invite envy. She had no desire to be coerced like the man in brown. Striving to regain her composure, she turned with a smile and pointed to the patterns on the stone tablet, innocently addressing the small boy in gray. "Do you not find these designs beautiful? They resemble the paths and ridges of our village. When I grow up, I aspire to embroider these lovely patterns onto purses. I am certain I shall earn a great deal of money." The small boy paused in surprise. The surrounding cultivators were momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the little girl was merely admiring the patterns. With her peculiar aesthetic appreciation, the dangerously probing gaze finally shifted away, allowing Wei Xiaoxi to exhale a sigh of relief. "Wow, you're so young, and you can already embroider?" The young boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only did the little sister possess striking features, but her nimble fingers also captivated him. Wei Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. "I'm quite busy. You should go back and sit over there. It could be dangerous if you accidentally bump into the immortal." The boy, wanting to engage in further conversation, momentarily flashed a look of fear, glanced around, and nodded awkwardly. "All right, when you finish, will you come and play with me?" Fearing that he might continue to pester her and disrupt her observation of the stone tablets, Wei Xiaoxi forced a smile. "Sure." With just a quarter of an hour remaining, including the breaks between assessments, she hoped to examine at least 2 more stone tablets. She gathered her focus and redirected her attention to the 5th stone tablet. However, shortly after immersing herself in the space of the stone tablet, she was abruptly jolted back to reality by the surrounding clamor. Visibly irritated, Wei Xiaoxi glanced towards the source of the noise near the stone statue altar. At that moment, there was still roughly a quarter of an hour left for the assessment. Yet someone had completed the challenge and emerged early. A boy in blue stood by the steps, tall and striking, towering among a crowd of 20 or 30 individuals. Most of those surrounding him were young girls, adorned in resplendent attire that resembled magical artifacts. Each one exuded an extraordinary presence, likely the offspring of distinguished families with deep-rooted heritage. Qianyu, you've done well, passing the assessment early. Our chance of returning home alive depends on you this time. Brother Yu, you must be depleted of spiritual energy. Have a spiritual fruit to replenish yourself. Qianyu? Wei Xiaoxi was taken aback. He was one of the two prodigious array geniuses who managed to reach the final moments of the third challenge in the book. This realm was somewhat fragmented, consisting of several continents and countless small islands. The Three Realms Island, where Wei Xiaoxi resided, was merely an inconspicuous, dim star among them. The most powerful realm was undoubtedly the first continent, rich in spiritual energy, teeming with grand families and talented individuals, shining like the brightest sun in the sky. The top forces of the first continent comprised 7 factions, 3 major families and 4 sects, controlling the lifeblood of resources not just on the first continent, but also on the surrounding islands, forming a balance of power among themselves. The Qian family was one of the 3 major families. Qianyu hailed from the Qian family and was of direct descent. At merely 17 years of age, he had already attained the rank of a low-level array master. To reach apprentice level at such a young age was considered a mark of genius. Yet, Qianyu had surpassed the apprentice level, stepping into the ranks of low-level array masters, making him a once-in-a-century prodigy. With such exceptional talent, his family would undoubtedly nurture him with great care, making his power formidable. In the book, had it not been for the heroine's schemes against him, the inheritance of this array technique would have been uncertain. The individuals surrounding Qianyu were likely from the same place and were familiar with him. He was the center of attention, exuding an air of nonchalance in the face of flattery. The array on the stone tablet harbors deeper mysteries. I suggest you all take a closer look, for it will surely prove beneficial. With these words, he bid them farewell and strode directly towards the direction of Wei Xiaoxi and the stone tablet. The crowd, recognizing his intent, parted respectfully. Qianyu remained neither arrogant nor impatient. Despite his evident impatience, he skillfully engaged with those around him, effortlessly promoting others with just a few words. He was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, having undergone systematic training in formations. In contrast, Wei Xiaoxi's knowledge of formations was limited to her recent insights gleaned from the stone tablet. She lacked the cunning that Li Xiangming possessed. This was indeed a predicament. Wei Xiaoxi sighed softly. Had she known, she would have finished reading the book. She had only perused the section where the female protagonist dominated the peripheral realm of the Three Realms Island before losing interest. The reason being that the female lead, while masquerading as a beloved figure, was in fact a femme fatale, a fact Wei Xiaoxi found unacceptable. Following the narrative, the protagonist would soon venture to the first continent, where she might encounter this continent's genius, thus providing her with greater insight into Qianyu. Gritting her teeth, Wei Xiaoxi concentrated and re-entered the space of the 5th stone tablet. Upon emerging once more, she witnessed the conclusion of the assessments at the statue staircase. Aside from a few early exit challengers like Qianyu, the remaining 40 participants had been cast down the stairs by the formation. As Wei Xiaoxi turned to check the timer, she caught sight of this scene. Just one glance left her heart in turmoil. 3 challengers were rolling on the ground below, wailing in agony, their bodies leaving pools of blood. Each had suffered the loss of an arm or leg to varying degrees. What on earth was happening? Her confusion was short-lived, as the murmurs around her provided clarity. It turned out that each assessment triggered a formation, requiring spiritual energy to sustain it. Those who passed the assessment bore no responsibility for that energy. The burden fell upon the remaining failures. In the absence of spirit stones, valuable items such as treasures or rare spiritual plants were used as substitutes. If none were available, one's own flesh and blood would suffice. The limbs of the 3 were severed by the very formation itself. Why had the book not mentioned this? Or had she simply not read carefully enough? Wei Xiaoxi's mouth fell agape as her gaze lifted to meet the elongated eyes of the statue, Zhongzhan. What kind of person was this? Truly malevolent. The supporting character had indeed no rights. Life was fraught with pitfalls. How long had it been since she entered the narrative? Less than an hour in the secret realm, and she was already besieged by shocks, akin to a roller coaster. One with a weak heart might well perish on the spot. Listening to the panicked cries and sobs around her, Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of dread wash over her. What if she failed the challenge? Would she not be torn limb from limb? The thought alone made her stomach churn. Should she venture into the surrounding forest to search for spiritual plants? Or continue observing the remaining stone tablets? A glance at the composed Qianyu beside her nearly brought her to tears. Why is he standing here in such a pretentious manner? It is truly vexing. Moreover, are those individuals mentally unstable? Why must they resort to loud curses at the slightest provocation? Can they not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Calm down, Wei Xiaoxi, do not panic. Do not squander any more time. Indeed, my inability to discern spiritual plants compels me to continue observing the stone tablets. However, I remain unaware of when the second round of assessment will commence. and there are still 5 stone tablets left to examine. Time is insufficient. No, I cannot dwell on this any longer. Panic serves no purpose. Stay composed. Even if I were to suffer grievous injuries, perhaps the realm of cultivation could mend them? At worst, my path to mastery might be more convoluted, and I could merely delay putting Li Xiangming in his place. It is not the end of the world. It is not an unbearable situation. Wei Xiaoxi endeavored to reprogram her thoughts, striving to calm her emotions while attempting to ignore the cacophony of despair and curses surrounding her. She quickly skimmed through each stone tablet. Time was of the essence. She would first commit the designs to memory. Oh, esteemed one, the time is drawing near. Could you perhaps show a modicum of mercy and grant me a spiritual stone? I promise to serve you faithfully in the future. Chapter 5. Hello. May I discuss a matter with you? Wei Xiaoxi, relying on her exceptional memory, etched the remaining 5 formation diagrams into her mind when she heard this plea. The voice was melodious, likely belonging to a girl of 13 or 14. Even if I refused to grant you a spiritual stone, you would be powerless to resist me, remarked a man with a somewhat lascivious tone. Wei Xiaoxi frowned, instinctively casting a glance in that direction. The male cultivator had remained seated on the periphery since his arrival, seemingly disinterested in participating in the assessment. His gaze, lecherous and unsettling, roamed over the young girl, provoking a sense of nausea. The girl's expression shifted, and she retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "No?" He responded with a derisive smile, extending his long arm to seize the girl and dragging her towards the thicket. "Let go of me, or you shall meet a dire fate." The male cultivator did not pause in his stride. The ensuing events were all too predictable. Even in the distant past of Blue Star, when one distanced themselves from civilization, chaos would often ensue. How much more so in a realm where lives were regarded as expendable? Wei Xiaoxi glanced at her slender frame, feeling a slight sense of reassurance, and silently withdrew her gaze. There was little she could do. Yet, before she could fully avert her eyes, a scene caught her attention, leaving her momentarily stunned. The girl had vanished into thin air. The male cultivator froze, realizing something, and turned his gaze toward the stone statue's steps. Wei Xiaoxi followed suit. A timer reappeared, signaling the commencement of the second round of assessment. What bad luck! The male cultivator cursed. Yet, Wei Xiaoxi was elated. She was not among the second batch of challengers. She still had time. She felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily at the sky. The sensation of having ample time was truly delightful. Even the air felt rejuvenated. Through her previous observations, Wei Xiaoxi has discerned certain patterns. For the remaining 5 stone tablets, she spent approximately a quarter of an hour on each. Once she completed her review, the second round was still ongoing, leaving her with some time to spare. After a moment of contemplation, she approached Qianyu. It was not that she underestimated herself. Having studied these 10 stone tablet formations, her hope of inheriting their legacy seemed exceedingly faint. According to the records, the young nobleman before her possessed the capability to attain such an inheritance. After Li Xiangming received the legacy, no one else perished within the secret realm. Thus, if Qianyu were to succeed, Wei Xiaoxi would be spared. However, her understanding of this formation was rather superficial, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. It would be prudent to secure a safeguard for herself. With her thoughts settled, she halted beside Qianyu just as he emerged from the stone tablet space. His expression now clear and composed. He took a step forward, intent on moving to another location, but Wei Xiaoxi quickly flashed him a smile, saying, "Hello, big brother. May I discuss a matter with you?" Qianyu glanced at her, seemingly unperturbed, and continued on his path. Undeterred, Wei Xiaoxi quickly turned to follow, persistently stating, "Big brother, would you be interested in making a small investment?" There was no response. Yet, she pressed on, "For just 1 medium-grade spirit stone today, you could earn my heartfelt promise. You are quite handsome and appear to be very intelligent. Surely, a medium-grade spirit stone is merely the cost of a meal for you? You have an opportunity before you. Spend a meal's worth to gain genuine gratitude and a promise from someone. Isn't that a worthwhile deal?" As she assessed his expression, she remained cautious, ready to flee at the slightest sign of displeasure, fearing a harsh rejection. Although the book did not elaborate on Qianyu's character, his portrayal during this segment of the secret realm was relatively favorable. Negotiating with him seemed far more reliable than approaching any other practitioner present. Her instincts proved correct. Though Qianyu did not engage with her, he did not dismiss her either, and it appeared he was listening. As expected, the young man shifted his gaze from the stone tablet and looked down at her, asking, "Have you registered?" Wei Xiaoxi nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. "What value do you hold that would warrant my investment?" She thought quickly, her eyes darting. "I cannot guarantee that I will achieve great success in the future or provide substantial assistance, but I promise to repay any kindness I receive to the best of my ability." The young man regarded her with a bemused smile, not responding immediately. Wei Xiaoxi swallowed hard, continuing with a smile. "In our town, there is a benevolent landlord, Lord Su. He is known for his generosity, often aiding those in need from neighboring villages or passing scholars. He has never asked for anything in return. Unfortunately, Lord Su was wronged and fell from grace, ultimately reduced to begging on the streets. By chance, the new county magistrate, upon seeing him in such a state, decided to re-examine the case against the Su family. In the pursuit of justice, Master Su, aided by the county magistrate, sought to restore his family's honor. This county magistrate was none other than Qianyu, a scholar previously supported by Master Su. What a fabrication, Qianyu exclaimed, dismissing the notion as mere wishful thinking. It's just a matter of casting a wide net. Even if one fish is caught, it counts as a return on investment. The little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, possessed a sharp tongue and quick wit, truly a prodigy in her own right. The man clad in red nudged Qianyu with his elbow, remarking, "This little girl is quite amusing." Qianyu smirked, but offered no retort. Instead, he produced a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it to her. From the first continent, Qian clan, Qianyu. How audacious to reveal her lineage without inquiry into her benefactor's name or residence. Clearly, she was unconcerned with repaying the favor, an indication of her substantial wealth. Wei Xiaoxi beamed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. "Thank you, big brother. You are truly kind." "Silence. Do not disturb me further," he replied curtly. "Understood." Wei Xiaoxi nodded with a grin, stowing the spirit stone, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. With ample spirit energy from the mid-grade stone, her limbs were unlikely to face any dire consequences. As they conversed, Wei Xiaoxi sensed a few elusive gazes directed her way. She squeezed the spirit stone in her hand, hesitating for a moment before deciding to remain close to Qianyu and the man in red. Before long, the third round of assessments commenced as scheduled. The space they were brought into was isolated, not a gathering of 50 individuals. The tasks were straightforward, sketching basic formations such as spirit gathering arrays, defensive arrays, and killing arrays. It was akin to the practice she had undertaken within the stone tablets realm. Having only attempted this once before, Wei Xiaoxi felt her movements were clumsy and unrefined. Just before time expired, she managed to complete the sketches of the various fundamental arrays, barely passing the assessment. Among her group of 10 or so candidates, several finished ahead of her, yet none were swifter than Qianyu. Upon returning to the plaza, Wei Xiaoxi, still possessing her mid-grade spirit stone, eagerly circled around Qianyu to avoid losing it. Fortunately, he merely glanced her way without uttering a word. The fourth batch of candidates was insufficient, totaling just over 10. With 5 having completed the assessment early, Wei Xiaoxi watched enviously, feeling a twinge of melancholy. It appeared that those like her, who obtained the jade token by fortune, were indeed a rarity. At least half of the participants had been meticulously nurtured by their families, trained in array systems, and surpassed her in skill. Before long, she was too preoccupied with her own plight to wallow in self-pity. As Qianyu was drawn into the second round of assessments, many wandering practitioners began casting envious glances towards her, the holder of a mid-grade spirit stone, filled with malice. Among them, a burly man, who had previously threatened the man in brown, approached her menacingly. Wei Xiaoxi felt a surge of panic. How could an ordinary mortal withstand half an hour against a multitude of cultivators? Discarding the spirit stone might ensure her survival, yet the thought left her deeply unsatisfied. As she hesitated, the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of a flowing red garment. Her eyes brightened. It was the man in red who had just spoken with Qianyu. He had even remarked on her quirkiness, indicating he didn't truly dislike her. He was not far away, merely about 3 zhang. Suppressing her anxious excitement, she quickened her small steps and darted to the side of the man in red. "Big brother, you look splendid in red." The man in red had just shifted his gaze from the altar and began to walk towards the stone tablet when he paused at her words and turned to look at her. He brushed aside his bangs and inquired, "Oh, is that so? You just said Qianyu looked good too. Who do you think is more handsome?" Wei Xiaoxi touched the mid-grade spirit stone nestled in her arms, licked her dry lips, and smiled with an expression that was sincere yet somewhat disingenuous. "Both of you possess unique charms." The man in red chuckled, flicking her forehead lightly with his finger. "You are quite something." Wei Xiaoxi blinked her eyes, grinned widely, trying to appear radiant and adorable. The burly man halted his steps, and the other eager cultivators also stood still, observing. The man in red was an exceptional figure, a scion of a prominent family, with a cultivation level of the 7th layer. He maintained a good rapport with the genius of the Qian family, the leading clan of the first continent. He was not someone to be trifled with. His willingness to engage with the little girl and playfully flick her forehead signified his protection over her. Though the scattered cultivators felt a twinge of envy, they could do nothing. The man in red stopped before a stone tablet, gazing at it intently for a moment before suddenly looking down at Wei Xiaoxi and asking, "Is this your first encounter with formations?" A jolt ran through Wei Xiaoxi's heart. Why did he ask that? Was he assessing her talent, considering her for mentorship? No. His gaze held a blend of curiosity and veiled wariness. Why would he be cautious around a 6-year-old? Did he fear her potential might pose a threat to his own quest for inheritance? Although the man in red did not possess the rapid pace of Qianyu, he was still a standout in his own right. A mere ordinary person, capable of passing the first trial simply by observing the stone tablet, was indeed more formidable than those who had been eliminated. Talent could certainly evoke apprehension. Thoughts raced through her mind, and Wei Xiaoxi concocted a fib, her face earnest. Not at all. There is an elderly Taoist priest at the temple on the back mountain of my home. I often sneak over to play, and when he has time, he chats with us about the cultivation world, other immortals, and he has mentioned formations, talismans, and elixirs. The man in red scrutinized her for a while before a smile graced his lips. Is that so? Yes, Wei Xiaoxi continued, feigning a casual demeanor as she counted off on her fingers, and the man in red gestured for her to be quiet, then turned back to the stone tablet, his expression pensive. She appeared to have spoken no falsehood. Otherwise, why would she have asked Qianyu for spirit stones? Lacking confidence to pass, fearing she might be at a disadvantage. She had barely managed to succeed earlier. Despite her talent, it did not pose a significant threat. Merely a mortal, how laughable it is to be alarmed by every rustle of grass and trees. Her true adversary is Qianyu. The atmosphere between them fell into silence as Wei Xiaoxi gazed up at the sky. Within the secret realm, there is no sun. The sky remains perpetually overcast, casting a stifling gloom. Zhongzhen, O Zhongzhen, you have wrought considerable havoc, establishing a competitive event and gathering a disparate group of individuals with varying strengths. The on-site learning experience is undeniably brutal for the average person. Furthermore, the deliberate stipulation that 199 lives must be sacrificed to activate the teleportation array encourages mutual slaughter. When she read about Zhongzhen, she deemed him a psychologically twisted deviant. Yet, those were merely cold words on a page, easily forgotten. Now, immersed in this reality, the clarity of the emotional fluctuations around her is truly terrifying. One moment, there are smiles exchanged. The next, a blade may be drawn. It seems Zhongzhen does not seek to pass on his array's legacy to those capable of inheriting it, but rather to cultivate individuals who mirror his own temperament. The second trial is an examination of knowledge, a series of inquiries regarding the understanding of various formations. Wei Xiaoxi stared blankly at the question. What do you perceive to be the essence of the illusionary array? How could she possibly know the essence of an illusionary array? She had never genuinely studied formations. Wei Xiaoxi scratched her head in frustration. Zhongzhen's legacy could enhance spiritual roots and qualifications. She must ensure the female protagonist is subdued beneath her. Possessing a comparable spiritual root, with a mere blink, she could devise the annihilation of a sect. The female protagonist's heart is not one to be trifled with. Subsequently, she would draw the original character into the myriad sect. Faced with such a person, even a slight weakness in her survival skills could spell her doom. Wei Xiaoxi inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. Ah yes, in this narrative, the author expended considerable effort to portray Li Xiangming's distinct thought processes. However, when she encountered this passage, she skimmed through it, not paying it the attention it deserved. Despite her photographic memory, it took time to recollect the details. Back then, she had reclined on the sofa, munching on an apple while turning the pages. The soft light illuminated her fingers as they glided across the pages, her thumb pausing on the character for illusion. Indeed, the essence of the illusionary array lies in deceiving the senses of those who enter it. The direction of the wind, the hues of the flowers and grass, the frequency of birdsong, the earthy aroma at the tip of one's nose, the taste of rain upon one's lips. These details sparked the beginning of her recollection. Following this, everything unfolded naturally. Illusionary arrays, spirit-gathering arrays, killing arrays. Her pace in answering the questions quickened. Within less than 2/4 of an hour, she neared completion. Wei Xiaoxi felt a surge of joy and struggled to contain her excitement, grateful for the memory palace training she had received in her youth. Just as she was about to articulate the final few words of her last answer, she abruptly returned to her senses from her exhilaration. She could finish the assessment ahead of time, within 2/4, faster than Qianyu's 3. Excellent. Yet, she could not afford to leave prematurely. Such an action would incite the wariness of the cultivators, who could easily dispose of her with a mere flick of their fingers. A vision of the red-clad man's scrutinizing gaze flickered through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. She instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes darting towards the timer. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 1/4 of an hour. Time was running out. She rapidly articulated the carefully prepared words. With a crack, the barrier surrounding her shattered piece by piece, and Wei Xiaoxi firmly planted her feet, standing at the base of the steps, her toes pressing against the first step. She instinctively recoiled, only to collide with something, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground. To be precise, she had fallen atop a person. She gasped, leaping to her feet and whirling around. Chapter 7. I will ensure your departure is dignified. It was not merely a person. It was a corpse. A poppy flower bloomed beneath him, spreading across the ground, intertwining with the earth below. She recognized this solitary cultivator. During the first round of testing, he had been in the same batch as Qianyu. He had emerged shortly after Qianyu, also a prodigy. At that time, his demeanor had been quite proud, exuding youthful spirit. He had been in the same group as her. He had exited prematurely, and now he lay lifeless. His eyes were wide open, seemingly still reflecting shock and indignation. His death was not restful. The pungent scent of blood assaulted her nostrils. With a deafening roar, Wei Xiaoxi's mind exploded, her gaze becoming vacant as it drifted upward. A half-circle of people surrounded the corpse, whispering among themselves, pointing, their faces etched with fear. The red-clad man was unmistakably among them. He stood there, observing coldly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression seemingly relaxed. Qianyu stood not far off, his brow slightly furrowed. Beside him, two young women chattered animatedly, pointing at the corpse and eagerly speaking to him, their faces eager for his approval. Wei Xiaoxi's mind buzzed, struggling to grasp their words. It seemed they were discussing the solitary cultivator as hindrance, suggesting they had eliminated him. Perhaps the previous 27 batches had not truly lacked talent. Perhaps they had simply fallen victim to the machinations of others, resulting in their complete annihilation. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her to shiver, and she suddenly realized she was drenched in cold sweat. As time expired, the formation dissipated, and the examiners began to appear around the steps. Another person rolled on the ground, having had their arm torn off, blood gushing forth and staining another patch of earth. Wei Xiaoxi's thoughts were in disarray. She had no desire to approach Qianyu and the others. Suddenly, an intensely aggressive gaze pierced through her. She abruptly lifted her head to meet it. It was the red-clad man, his expression enigmatic. He stepped towards her, and Wei Xiaoxi's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating. Her heel struck the step behind her, causing her to uncontrollably plummet to the ground. Closer to the earth, the scent of blood intensified, nearly inducing her to vomit. The red-clad man bore two circular, gray-black patterns resembling seals on his left cheek. These were the marks of the formation, allocated after each round. She, along with Qianyu and the others, bore similar markings on their faces. The man in crimson attire possessed a visage as pale as porcelain, adorned with two eerie gray-black sigils that twisted and horrified the onlooker. Wei Xiaoxi felt a chill enveloping her limbs, her heart seething with a torrent of curses directed at Zhongzhan. It was undoubtedly a deliberate mark. The corners of the crimson-clad man's mouth curled into a chilling smile. Out of the more than 170 participants in the assessment, after 2 rounds, only about 30 remained who had truly completed the challenges. Despite having been informed by the Taoist priest about her potential, she was but a mere mortal at such a tender age, and her understanding of the steel had allowed her to outpace over 100 others, including many prodigies from lesser clans. Was this not sufficient evidence of her talent? He could do nothing to Qianyu. At the very least, he intended to crush this young girl in her cradle. He had no appetite for surprises. Wei Xiaoxi discerned the expression on his face, her fists clenched tightly. What could she possibly do against such a man? Even offering mid-grade spirit stones would be futile now. The crimson-clad man advanced step by step, the hem of his flowing robe resembling blood splattered against the backdrop of the air. The scent of blood was indeed overwhelming, inducing discomfort. What do you desire? Wei Xiaoxi forced herself to remain composed, lifting her head to scrutinize the man approaching her. What do you think? She paused momentarily, her thoughts racing as she contemplated how to persuade him to spare her. Yet, no viable solution emerged. She could not provide him with the value he sought. Attempting to negotiate with promises would likely be in vain. Perhaps she could try something else? She bit her lip, poised to speak, only to find the pungent scent of blood had vanished in an instant. After a brief moment, it returned with a vengeance. What was happening? There had been no wind moments ago. The airflow generated by the crimson-clad man's approach should not have swept away the foul odor. Why had the scent of blood abruptly dissipated? Suddenly, a notion dawned on her, and her breath quickened. Meanwhile, the crimson-clad man reached the steps, halting his advance. Bending down to lift Wei Xiaoxi to meet his gaze, and smiled, saying, "There is no need to rack your brain to persuade me. My mind is made up." Wei Xiaoxi's complexion paled, tears welling in her eyes. "Pretty brother, please spare me. I truly pose no threat to you." The man smiled tenderly as he ruffled her hair, his voice gentle. "Do not worry. You are merely an ordinary person. Should you perish, you will have another life. In our next encounter, I shall make amends." He spoke sincerely, for he indeed had a fondness for sweet-tongued children. A dagger appeared in his hand, gleaming with a cold, menacing light. "My strike will be swift and decisive. There will be no pain. I beg you spare me. I promise I won't participate in the 3rd challenge. Dear brother, please, please. I will cast a cleansing spell for you, removing the bloodstains, allowing you to depart in dignity." With that, He ceased further conversation and lunged fiercely toward her heart. His arm was seized by another. He tilted his head to meet Qianyu's gaze and said, "Do not concern yourself." Qianyu replied, his expression impassive. "Killing a mortal will entangle you in karma." The man in red chuckled lightly. "Just a mere mortal. I can bear it. You need not worry." The blade cut through the air with precision, piercing his chest. Blood gushed forth, staining his tattered clothing. Wei Xiaoxi reached out, attempting to cover the gaping wound in her heart, her face contorted in pain, still reflecting a semblance of pleading and terror. Blood seeped from her lips, her pupils dilating, limbs growing weak and limp. The man in red bent down to lay her on the steps, casting a cleansing spell over her. He was a man of his word. Having completed these actions, he stood and turned to glance at Qianyu. The latter's face was ashen, his gaze obscure, lost in thought. The man in red felt a sense of satisfaction at this sight. He had long been overshadowed by Qianyu, yet his elders insisted on frequent interactions, discussing the intricacies of formation knowledge. Who would willingly remain in a subordinate position? Occasionally creating discomfort for him brought him joy. Qianyu cast a glance at the lifeless girl on the steps, his expression stoic, and walked away without a word. The man in red smirked, his eyes sharpening with intensity. The dagger cut through the air once more, swiftly striking Qianyu in the back. Qianyu's body jolted. He clutched his chest and slowly turned, shock etched on his face. "You." Nearby, a scion familiar with Qianyu gasped in alarm. Some rushed to support him, hastily administering healing elixirs. Others pointed accusingly at the man in red, questioning loudly. "Zhonghe, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to bring death upon us all? You have killed him. We have no hope of escape now. You are utterly unreasonable." These words pierced Zhonghe like steel needles, igniting his fury as he retorted, "I can lead you out. I am no less capable than he is. I completed both previous trials ahead of time. I possess the ability. You cannot compare to him. If we die, silence." His neck veins bulged. "If you speak again. Once I inherit the formation legacy, I will control this secret realm and ensure you cannot escape." The words caught the speaker off guard, their expression conflicted. Zhonghe was indeed a young genius in the realm of formations, second only to Qianyu on the first continent. Seeing the hesitation, Zhonghe laughed heartily. "Look, you understand now. Only I can lead you out." Amidst the commotion, the third round of trials commenced. The remaining participants were once again drawn into the altar formation. Zhonghe forged ahead, overcoming all obstacles, emerging as the sole victor, earning the stone statue's acknowledgement and accepting the legacy. He cast a disdainful glance at those present, declaring, "Only I can lead you out." As he spoke, he held the newly acquired formation disc in one hand, idly fiddling with it in the other. No one dared to point fingers at him any longer, mocking his inability to surpass Qianyu. He had acquired a legacy of formations that had eluded countless individuals throughout the ages. The news would undoubtedly cause a sensation in Qinyan City, reverberating across the first continent and resonating throughout the entire spirit domain. Armed with a master-level inheritance, his future life would surely become an object of envy and jealousy for others. Ha! Zhonghe laughed heartily towards the heavens. Boom! Everything around him shattered violently. He was thrust upward by a tremendous force, only to descend back to the ground. When he regained his senses, he found himself amidst the bushes outside the square. "Zhonghe, how could you be the first to be eliminated? Given your strength, that shouldn't be the case." A familiar voice, filled with confusion, reached his ears. Zhonghe suddenly realized something. His complexion turned pale as he sharply glanced toward the altar in the center of the square. There were only about 30 individuals remaining, the very ones eligible for the third round of assessment. They displayed varying degrees of distress. Some were pale, others had bloodshot eyes, and a few wore expressions of madness, tears streaming down their faces. Clearly, they had been ensnared within an illusory formation. Zhonghe felt as though he had been dealt a stinging slap to the face. When exactly did the third round of assessment commence? His gaze wavered. The companion who had spoken earlier had been chastised by him within the illusion, yet now conversed with him as if nothing were amiss. Considering the half-restricted state of the participants in the square, it seemed his thoughts had gone undetected. With a sigh of relief, he begrudgingly fixated on Qianyu's retreating figure, casting a glance at the patchwork girl, his expression darkening. Not only could he not compete with Qianyu, but he also found himself unable to surpass this village girl, even falling short of the so-called prodigies from the minor families he had previously looked down upon. Was it truly a matter of lacking talent? No. It was merely an oversight on his part. He was careless, not devoid of talent. On the other side, Qianyu noticed Zhonghe approaching Wei Xiaoxi. He had just slain a rogue cultivator and was now poised to eliminate a mere mortal. Was he so impulsive as to disregard the consequences? Concern for his friend coupled with a reluctance to see the young girl perish in vain compelled him to intervene and seize her. Upon hearing his words, Zhonghe released the girl. At that moment, Qianyu also recognized the girl's potential. He mused that his investment was indeed worthwhile. Naturally, He did not believe she could seize the inheritance from under his nose. He inquired, "What is your name? Where do you come from?" Previously, he had refrained from asking, considering it an act of charity towards a beggar. However, the promise of a valuable individual was indeed worth its weight in gold. If she possessed a spiritual root, recruiting her into the Qian family to serve their lineage could prove beneficial. The girl gazed at him with gratitude, repeatedly expressing her thanks. "My name is..." Her lips moved, yet no sound emerged. She was clearly speaking, devoid of any breathlessness. Why, then, could her name and origin not reach his ears? Suddenly, Qian Yu's expression hardened. The assessment had already begun. Was what lay before him merely an illusion? As the thought crossed his mind, everything before him shattered. He found himself once again standing in the square, breaking through the illusionary formation. This time, it was a response to a deadly array. Countless blades of energy surged toward him like a tempest. Qian Yu's expression was solemn as he grasped the storage bag at his waist and summoned his magical artifact. Faced with the perilous killing array, he was not alone. Wei Xiaoxi felt a deep unease as well. Upon detecting the peculiar scent of blood, she quickly realized that the third round of assessment had commenced, faster than anyone else. The figure before her, the man in red, Qian Yu, along with the chaotic crowd, vanished from her sight. Wei Xiaoxi found herself ensnared within a trap. At the barrier, thousands of energy blades howled towards her. The first blade grazed her arm, sending a jolt of pain to her mind, causing her to wince. Blood gushed forth, staining her patched sleeves crimson. It was indeed life-threatening. Wei Xiaoxi's mind went blank. Could it be? She had yet to draw energy into her body, and confronted with a multitude of blades, she lacked the protective artifacts wielded by the other cultivators. She was on the verge of being shredded into mincemeat. Unable to contain her frustration, Wei Xiaoxi erupted in curses. "Zhongzhen, you old coot. This is utterly unreasonable and profoundly unfair. No consideration for the actual circumstances. I see why you failed to select an heir for centuries. Wait, consider the actual circumstances?" The reality was that in the stone tablet world, one could form a grand array even without spiritual power. Without hesitation, she deftly moved her fingers, recalling the sensations she experienced within the stone tablet, attempting to construct an array. The air stirred as elements converged towards her fingertips. A defensive formation shimmering with white, yellow, and green hues was rapidly formed around her. The energy blades were indeed halted by the barrier. Success! Wei Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. For the time being, her safety was assured, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. However, her expression twisted in pain as she grimaced and cursed. "Damn that old lunatic. This wound is all too real." Outside the square, over 100 onlookers anxiously observed the 30 or so individuals within. Their feet seemed glued to the ground, each bearing a different expression, occasionally gesturing aimlessly in the air. Whoosh! One person vanished from the square, reappearing in the thicket. They had failed the challenge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of those remaining in the square dwindled, while more emerged from the bushes. In the end, only Qian Yu and Wei Xiaoxi remained. How could this be? How was this possible? Over 100 pairs of eyes stared in astonishment at the petite girl in the square. Qian Yu was a renowned genius of array formation on the first continent, so it was unsurprising he had lasted this long. But what merit did that little girl possess? Clearly, she had not received the nurturing of a prominent family, yet she could rival Qian Yu, who had undergone systematic training. Might this imply that her innate talent surpassed his? Realizing this, nearly everyone felt a sense of enchantment. Chapter 9. Their fate lies in her hands. The young boy in gray, who had exchanged a few words with Wei Xiaoxi, gazed with wide eyes, his face etched with disbelief. Could it be that an ordinary person truly possesses such capabilities? Clenching his fists, a seed was sown deep within his heart. With mere thought, he could achieve many seemingly impossible feats. This was a truth that Wei Xiaoxi had demonstrated through her actions. The seed took root and sprouted within him, leading him to accomplish numerous things that ordinary folk deemed unattainable. Of course, that is a tale for another time. The few mortals beside him, upon hearing his murmurs, turned their eyes towards the small figure in the square, rendered speechless. They glanced at the eliminated cultivators surrounding them, a flicker of satisfaction shining in their eyes. Mortals, too, could surpass the celestial beings. In stark contrast to the mortals' mindset, the feelings of the cultivators were far more complex, especially for Zhonghe. He fixated on the last two individuals remaining in the square, his heart brimming with jealousy. At the same time, he felt a twinge of relief that he had not truly killed the little girl. Had she emerged victorious, Qian Yu, the genius of the first continent's formation path, might have succumbed to inner demons. Once plagued by such demons, his progress along the path of formations would be severely hindered, potentially allowing Zhonghe to surpass him. With this thought in mind, Zhonghe's gaze towards the little girl lost its murderous intent, replaced instead by a newfound appreciation. Indeed, this was intriguing. "Look, is young Master Yu about to falter?" exclaimed a young girl, covering her mouth in astonishment. "What leads you to say that?" someone inquired. He was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, and his demeanor listless, reminiscent of someone drained of spiritual energy. Ah, he must be consuming spirit-replenishing pills. It appeared he was using his spiritual energy to contend against the formation. Goodness, how many spirit-replenishing pills can one consume? Surely it cannot rival the entirety of the Grand Formation. But wait, why was that little beggar, devoid of spiritual energy, able to withstand the strain? The crowd's attention shifted from Qianyu back to Wei Xiaoxi. Apart from a few wounds that had mysteriously appeared at the beginning, she remained as composed as ever. In stark contrast to Qianyu's increasingly pale and strained demeanor, Wei Xiaoxi exuded an air of ease. "Surely, young master, you would not be bested by an unknown village girl?" The disparity in status implied a significant gap in cultivation resources. Moreover, Qianyu was at least a decade older than Wei Xiaoxi. The young scions of noble families, who were friends with Qianyu, looked on in confusion. Yet they could not help but believe it, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. For Qianyu was now drenched in sweat, his face anxious. A far cry from his usual composed demeanor. It was evident he was grappling with a formidable challenge, in stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the little village girl, who stood above whom was self-evident. Zhonghe smirked, remarking softly, "How could it be impossible? The candidates selected by Zhong are always those with potential, who first learn the knowledge of formations, but that does not necessarily indicate true talent. Zhonghe, how can you revel in the misfortune of young Master Yu? Being his brother?" Zhonghe's smile faded slightly, yet he maintained a semblance of mirth. "What are you saying?" "I speak plainly." As his words fell, a swift shadow emerged from the thicket. Qianyu, clutching his abdomen, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It appeared that his spiritual energy had been depleted, leaving his dantian compromised. Those close to him rushed forward to support him, hastily offering him elixirs. "Qianyu, are you all right?" Taking a moment to gather himself, Qianyu forced himself to stand. "I am fine." His gaze drifted towards the lone figure remaining in the plaza, his eyes reflecting a flicker of uncertainty, lost in thought. The others dared not speak, wary of tempting fate. A prodigious talent in array formation, who had been defeated by a mere village girl, no one could bear such a blow. Yet Zhonghe chuckled. "Qianyu, your insight is indeed remarkable. You have invested in a promising prospect." "Hey, don't go too far," a girl muttered with discontent. Her face etched with concern for Qianyu. As Qianyu's gaze shifted to Zhonghe, he replied with a smile, "Indeed, I have made a shrewd investment. She owes me a promise. Should she truly inherit the legacy today, once we are outside, I may have the chance to engage with her and glean a fraction of Master Zhong's expertise in array formations." Zhonghe felt a twinge of discomfort, but maintained a forced chuckle. "Make sure to take me along." He too yearned to comprehend the intricacies of master-level array inheritances. However, the focus of those around them diverged from his own. Their primary concern lay in whether they would survive to see another day. For centuries, those who entered this secret realm had seldom returned alive. If the young girl were to obtain the legacy, might she be able to save them all? As they observed her increasingly relaxed demeanor, a glimmer of hope ignited within them. In an instant, nearly 200 individuals, over 300 pairs of eyes, fixated on the solitary figure in the plaza, their anticipation growing fervent. Their lives rested in the hands of this young girl. Wei Xiaoxi, caught within the array, remained oblivious to her role as the last beacon of hope for her village. She grasped the essence of the defensive array. It was imperative to ensure that her fortress outnumbered the energies attacking her, providing stability for victory. Yet, mere defense would never lead to triumph. Prolonged inaction would spell her demise, either through starvation or blood loss. She could not remain sheltered within the defensive array. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaoxi deftly manipulated the defensive array, ensuring its continuous growth and replenishment while contemplating how to dismantle the offensive formation. Could she siphon the elemental energies surrounding the killing array? No, for much of its energy derived from outside the array. Merely extracting the internal energies would be futile. Could she concentrate her forces to breach one specific point? With this thought, her fingers danced, weaving another minor killing array. All the wind blades converged upon a single point, and she could almost hear the jarring friction at the boundary. A tingling sensation coursed through her scalp. With a crack, a fissure opened in the barrier. A gust of wind surged in. It was accomplished. Wei Xiaoxi seized the opportunity to pursue, expanding the breach and emerging from the deadly array. Subsequently, she faced various challenges, including the giant spirit formation and the transmission array, traversing each with determination. Just as the blood on her body began to flow, a sudden crack resounded, and silence enveloped everything around her. She reappeared upon the steps, greeted by a cacophony of cheers and applause. Before she could survey her surroundings, a gentle force lifted her into the air, aligning her gaze with the head of a stone statue. As she locked eyes with the statue, she felt a fleeting glimmer in its pale gray eyes, transforming into distinct black and white orbs. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she quickly realized her vision was clear, for the statue spoke. The spiritual realm has truly become increasingly desolate. It has taken a millennium to uncover a single talent. The voice was youthful, brash, and arrogantly defiant, inciting a desire to deliver a well-deserved reprimand. She parted her lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Zhongjin seemed to discern her thoughts, scoffing. Those with talent, but lacking fortune, are of no consequence when they perish. Chapter 10. You owe me a promise. Wei Xiaoxi widened her eyes in astonishment. So, he deliberately devised such guidance to incite self-destruction among individuals, aiming to sift out those truly blessed by fortune? Indeed, such a deranged notion was beyond her comprehension as an ordinary person. Her silence prompted Zhongjun to lose interest, nonchalantly waving his hand. 10 stone tablets around the square rose from the ground, diminishing in size as they flew into his grasp. He haphazardly melded the tablets together, forming an array disc, and pointed at her forehead. Go. A heat radiated from her brow, and she felt something being infused into her mind. Focus on your consciousness, Zhongjun advised. Wei Xiaoxi was taken aback. Wasn't spiritual awareness exclusive to those at the foundation establishment stage? As an ordinary person without any energy cultivated within her body, how could she possess such capability? Concentrating her mind, she meditated to direct her attention to her forehead. Spiritual awareness can be attained at any time, Zhongjun remarked impatiently. A thought sparked in Wei Xiaoxi's mind. So, she could possess spiritual awareness now, placing her ahead of the protagonist and the majority of others? What a delightful surprise. She dared not linger in her astonishment, fearing to provoke the volatile figure, and promptly followed his guidance to focus. Within the realm of her consciousness, an abyss of darkness loomed, yet an array disc floated amidst it, surrounded by 10 miniature stone tablets that flickered in and out of sight. Joy surged within Wei Xiaoxi. The tablets were invaluable. Her previous understanding was superficial due to limited time for contemplation, and she had regretted her inability to delve deeper into their mysteries. Now, with them at her disposal, she could study them whenever she pleased. Zhongjun's voice echoed softly in her ears. Yes, she replied obediently. Attempting to summon the formation plate into her hand through sheer will, she found herself in possession of a versatile talisman, one deserving of thorough exploration and study. In the next instant, the plate materialized in her grasp, its texture smooth and substantial, yet not burdensome. As she caressed the formation plate, Wei Xiaoxi felt a newfound sense of assurance. With this artifact, she gained greater confidence to confront the female protagonist and face impending dangers. Exhaling deeply, a smile finally graced her face. An ethereal glow enveloped both the celestial being and the mortal, dazzling nearly 200 spectators outside the square, leaving them momentarily disoriented and struggling to discern the scene. As the radiance gradually dimmed, clarity returned. The statue was no longer a mere gray-white visage but revealed itself as a young man clad in a dark red robe adorned with golden embroidery. His stature matched that of the statue, standing at an angle, exuding impatience that did not diminish his commanding presence. A collective tremor surged through the crowd, prompting many to bow their heads in reverence. Was this truly the only master-level formation master, Zhongjun, who had transcended the mortal realm in a millennium? In that fleeting moment, they had glimpsed Zhongjun's lips moving, although the words remained indistinct. It was evident, however, that he was imparting wisdom to the village girl. Not only the prominent figures like Zhonghe, but also the typically composed Qian, you could not help but feel a pang of envy towards Wei Xiaoxi. After all, he was a master-level formation master, and currently, no such figures existed in the entire spiritual realm. The world held but a handful of Grandmaster-level formation masters, revered as the pillars of their sects and clans. It was conceivable that the young girl, having received guidance from Zhongjun, possessed an immeasurable future ahead of her. Perhaps, in a millennium to come, she might be the singular master-level formation master to arise. Clenching his fist, Qin Yu found his emotions tumultuous. He felt he had narrowly missed the opportunity to connect with an idol, with someone at the pinnacle of achievement. A rush of regret, resentment, and envy surged within him, and he could not suppress the reddening of his eyes. Many shared his sentiments, including Zhonghe, who stifled his own negative emotions while casting a furtive glance at the levitating girl. Once Zhongjun departed, she would revert to being an ordinary person. The formation's activation required time, and perhaps he could seize this moment. Many cultivators harbored similar thoughts, especially those among the loose cultivators, their gazes unmasked with desire. Even Wei Xiaoxi, high in the air, sensed the intensity of their stares. Zhongjun, having already transcended, would undoubtedly be aware of this. Growing impatient with the formalities, he flashed Wei Xiaoxi a mischievous grin, saying, "I hope to see you again, little one. Best of luck." Wei Xiaoxi did not respond, harboring a reluctance to encounter this eccentric old man again. Who could tell what whims he might have? perhaps deciding she was unworthy of inheriting his legacy and opting to sever ties. However, upon hearing his parting words, she felt a sense of foreboding and opened her mouth to inquire about his meaning. To her surprise, the figure before her transformed once more into the gray-white statue, gradually shrinking until it vanished into her brow. As the statue vanished, the summit of the steps lay flat, revealing a large teleportation array that shimmered in and out of visibility. Wei Xiaoxi's body slowly descended. The words of Zhongzhen echoed in her mind. Good luck? Good luck. Surrounded by the searing gazes of those nearby, she closed her eyes. Wretched beings. With a thud, she landed firmly on the ground. The sound, though not loud, served as a harbinger of dread. Almost all cultivators hidden within the bushes surged towards the altar like arrows released from a bow. Panic surged within Wei Xiaoxi. She held no hope that Zhongzhen had bestowed any protective formations upon her. Thus, at this moment, she was akin to a fish set upon a chopping block. Without taking action, she would indeed be torn to shreds. Striving to steady her mind, Wei Xiaoxi gathered the formation plate in her hands, retrieving a mid-grade spirit stone from her bosom, projecting an image of readiness to activate the array at any moment. She shouted, I control the teleportation array now. Dare to make a move, and I shall ensure you all remain here as my companions in death. Dozens of figures abruptly halted. Yet, many continued unabated. They must believe her to be deceiving them. The opportunity was singular. The loose cultivators, perpetually starved of resources, would willingly risk their lives for a grand chance. Fortune favors the bold, after all. They were willing to take the plunge, while numerous scions of noble families were more cautious. Having observed the stone tablet, they had garnered some insights. Once they exited, their families would continue to nurture them, perhaps even increase their training due to newfound comprehension of the array. Qianyu and several others who were reluctant to take risks moved to thwart the frenzied loose cultivators. Instantly, chaos erupted in the square. The numbers on both sides were even. However, the strength and equipment of the noble scions surpassed those of the loose cultivators, thus none could truly approach Wei Xiaoxi. Zhonghe, feeling a pang of reluctance, longed to give it a try. Yet, the cold smirk on Wei Xiaoxi's lips was too resolute, leaving him in deep hesitation. Standing within the teleportation array, Wei Xiaoxi felt a slight sense of relief. If she could hold out until the array activated, she would be able to bid farewell to this motley crew of fiends forever. Amidst the chaos, a group of ordinary individuals hidden in the bushes stared vacantly at the scene of flashing blades and flying flesh. Most of them were young and lacked Wei Xiaoxi's mental fortitude. Many were frightened into tears. The teleportation array would soon be operational. Qianyu caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye. Growing anxious, he called out, You still owe me a promise. Where do you reside? Chapter 11. Will you take me back to the mountain gate? Wei Xiaoxi turned her gaze towards him, her eyes deep and inscrutable. She would indeed fulfill her promise. But not at this moment. Revealing her address would lead all cultivators to her, and she would be disassembled. Her lips moved as if to speak. But Qianyu heard nothing. He vaguely realized he had been played. Repelling his opponent, he soared towards Wei Xiaoxi. On the altar, a flash of golden light appeared, and the young girl within the teleportation array vanished without a trace. With the inheritors of the formation gone, what purpose remained in continuing the fight? The crowd gradually ceased their actions, rushing towards the teleportation array with feelings of frustration, reluctance, or joyful elation. The mortals hidden among the bushes followed eagerly, anxiety and excitement coursing through them. They were finally able to return home, grateful to the village girl. The world spun, and Wei Xiaoxi found herself back on the hillside of her village. The sky remained shrouded in dark clouds, and the rain had yet to fall. A shovel lay beside the pit from which she had excavated the jade plaque, and the purple wildflower petals were not diminished in number. She furrowed her brow. What was going on? Had time stood still in reality while she was in the secret realm? This point was not mentioned in the book. Wait, where were the wounds on her body? Her clothes were intact. Could it have all been a dream? She hastily turned her attention inward. The universal array plate, shimmering with a silvery gray hue, still quietly floated in her sea of consciousness. It was not a dream. Shaking her head to dispel her confusion, she picked up the shovel and hastened down the hill. Rain was imminent. Li Xiangming's home was diagonally across from the original owner's residence, separated by a main road of the village, 3 or 4 zhang wide. As she approached her doorstep, Wei Xiaoxi paused, glancing across the street. The Li household was abuzz with activity. A young man clad in a Daoist robe stood at the entrance of the Li home, conversing with Li Xiangming's parents. He was likely the female protagonist's master, the revered Jian Daojun. Clad in a simple white robe that draped elegantly over his tall frame, he emanated an ethereal aura. A wooden hairpin, casually inserted into his hair, did not appear simple, but rather exuded an air of nonchalance. Li Xiangming stood beside him, gazing up with her little head tilted, her eyes slightly red, and her nose too, resembling a cute little rabbit. Her 7 brothers clung to her hands. reluctant to let her go, chattering their farewells. Almost everyone in the village had gathered around, their eyes frequently darting towards Jianzhou Daojun. Wei Xiaoxi, too, fixated her gaze upon him, not solely for his handsome appearance. The book described that etching formations into the dantian using Zhongzhen's array plate would aid in the growth of spiritual roots, akin to a second maturation. This process required the absorption of substantial spiritual energy and the consumption of spiritual herbs. Beginning her cultivation earlier would lessen the gap in cultivation levels between her and the female protagonist. With a determined thought, she approached Jianzhou Daojun. Halfway there, Li Xiangming poked her head out from among her brothers, her expression one of astonishment. Xiaoxi, what are you doing with that shovel? Wei Xiaoxi halted, casting a glance at the protagonist. Where was she off to? Of course, to pry open your golden finger. And she had succeeded. A meaningful smile graced her lips. I went to the back mountain. What for? The back mountain is perilous. You haven't fully recovered from your injuries. What if you fall again? Li Xiangming's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Wei Xiaoxi let out a silent scoff. Her smile towards the female lead growing ever more radiant. I fell that day because a little imp pushed me from behind. Rest assured, such miscreants usually wreak havoc elsewhere and do not linger on me. Li Xiangming thought, why does it feel like she's subtly mocking me? I am so tempted to curse at her. Her smile faltered slightly. Jian Jadaijin, who was conversing with the Li family, tilted his head upon hearing her words. The little girl, though somewhat frail, had bright eyes filled with spirit. How could she be so subtle in her jibes? A mere glance was all he gave before returning to his conversation with the Li family. The Ming family, concerned for the young Li Xiangming, felt both anxious and reluctant. As her mentor, it was his duty to reassure them. Otherwise, Ming'er would return to the mountain in a sour mood. Having successfully irked Li Xiangming, Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of satisfaction and intended to ignore her as she made her way towards Jianzhou. However, just as she took a step forward, someone twisted her ear from behind. You reckless girl, are you dizzy? Running around everywhere, do you wish to perish? Ouch, let go. Wei Xiaoxi gasped, her discomfort palpable. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the gleeful Li Xiangming, which immediately soured her mood. Without needing to turn around, she knew it was her mother, Lu, who favored boys over girls. You still feel pain? I see you have the strength to carry a shovel and run about. So you can't be hurting too much. It's almost noon. Hurry back and prepare lunch. Wei Xiaoxi gritted her teeth, managing to wriggle free from Lu's grasp and sprinting away. She frowned. Mother, I am going to the back mountain to search for clues about which wretch pushed me down the hill. I need to find out to ensure she compensates our family and alleviates your and father's burdens. I promise I won't try to be clever and shoulder the family's troubles again. Silence, Lu interrupted. Though the second daughter was only 5, she was quite capable. Sometimes, to please her parents, she would gather firewood, forage for wild vegetables, and cut grass for the pigs, which had grown considerably thanks to her efforts. If she ceased to help with household burdens, it would be a significant loss. After a moment of contemplation, Lu said, all right, your sister is going to the back mountain to gather firewood. You hurry and prepare lunch. If the family goes hungry, you know the consequences. Her head throbbed, and she was barely as tall as the stove. How could she cook anything? She opened her mouth to protest. With a quick roll of her eyes, she said, but I feel dizzy, and I fear I won't do it well. What if I set the kitchen ablaze? Stop making excuses. Lu glared, rolling up her sleeves and advancing towards her. Wei Xiaoxi shrank her neck and nodded vigorously. All right, I will cook. I'll return at once. Satisfied with her response, Lu huffed and returned to the house with a light step. She still had to tend to her precious son. Xiaoxi, we have food at our home. Would you like to take some back? You are still injured. It would be unfortunate if you were to faint. At our age, my parents have often remarked that we are utterly incapable of doing anything, and it would be far better to simply sit at the table and wait for our meal. Li Xiangming grasped her hand, speaking in a sweet, childish voice, her expression earnest. However, Wei Xiaoxi perceived the triumphant glimmer in her eyes, as if she were eager to flaunt her superior circumstances and the fact that she never had to undertake household chores at home. Fearing that she might be tainted by her arrogance, Wei Xiaoxi quickly pulled her sleeve away. Xiangming, you are truly kind. I know you are considering my well-being. But those unaware might think you view my family as beggars, boasting before me. The surrounding villagers cast hesitant glances at Li Xiangming upon hearing this. The latter's smile faltered, and she wished to retort. Yet Wei Xiaoxi's face radiated understanding and gratitude, making it impossible to find a foothold for her rebuttal. The brothers beside her shared a similar sentiment, feeling inexplicably stifled. Wei Xiaoxi stifled a laugh and stepped toward Jianzhou Daojun. Immortal, I too possess a spiritual root. Might you take me back to the mountain gate with you? Li Xiangming's face blanched in panic. She was uncertain of the truth behind Wei Xiaoxi's words. Logically, it seemed implausible, as she had already consumed that spiritual plant. Yet, the brilliance of Wei Xiaoxi in her past life left her feeling uneasy. Anxiously, Li Xiangming wished to prompt her master to decline, but she found herself at a loss for words. Jianzhou Daojun, although engaged in conversation with Li's parents, possessed keen awareness and observed all of Wei Xiaoxi's actions. Chapter 12. Teaching you to be human, he felt a twinge of displeasure. She had clearly promised her mother to return home to prepare dinner, only to turn around and seek him out to test her spiritual root. They were on the verge of departing for the sect, indicating her lack of intention to cook for her family. Deceiving her parents. She was but a child, not yet 5 years old, and there were no large cities within 100 miles capable of testing spiritual roots. How could she possibly know she possessed one? It was deceitful. The words she spoke were lowly, lacking in decorum. Though she appeared sincere in her dialogue with his young disciple, there was a subtle condescension that grated on him, a duplicitous smile. Jianzhou Daojun held a deep disdain for such a scheming child, filled with falsehoods. After a brief pause, he replied, "Your bone age has yet to reach 6 years. Next year, our Wandao Sect will hold an enrollment ceremony. You may travel to Qinghai City to participate." His demeanor remained indifferent, yet Wei Xiaoxi discerned his displeasure. It was their very first meeting. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said nothing further, turning to walk home. Only after her figure vanished did Li Xiangming finally release her tightly clenched hand. Thankfully, her master did not acquiesce. In truth, Li Xiangming was aware that the sect would occasionally make exceptions for exceptionally gifted children, accepting disciples under the age of 6. Now, however, her master was unwilling even to test her spiritual root, clearly disfavoring her. The affection of Jianzhou Daojun in this life belonged solely to her, Li Xiangming. Upon returning home, Wei Xiaoxi headed straight for the kitchen. Cooking? Absolutely not. She aimed to expunge the ludicrous notion from her parents' minds that they could delegate the task of cooking to her. She fetched a stool, retrieved rice from a cloth bag, and scooped 2 generous spoonfuls into the pot. After placing it on the stove and igniting the fire, she vigorously added kindling. Next, she took out the wild vegetables and rinsed the potatoes haphazardly with water before tossing them into the pot, followed by a copious amount of lard. This was a quantity they used to savor only once every 10 days. Wei Xiaoxi could hardly believe her parents would not feel a pang of regret. Within the room, Lu Shi entertained her 4-year-old son with toys, contented by the clattering sounds emanating from the kitchen. Although her daughter was a financial burden, her ability to work was somewhat valuable. However, a mere 15 minutes later, a thick, acrid smell infiltrated the room, assaulting her senses. Lu Shi's brow furrowed as she exclaimed, "You wretched girl, what are you doing in the kitchen?" The only response she received was a series of violent coughs. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she hastily made her way towards the door. The kitchen was enveloped in billowing smoke. "The water is boiling over." Lu Shi's heart raced as she scooped up her son and dashed toward the front door, ignoring whether Wei Xiaoxi remained in the kitchen. Just as Jianzhou Daojun was about to depart with little Li Xiangming in his arms, he unexpectedly encountered the chaos of the kitchen. With a flick of his sleeve, the flames were instantly extinguished. The onlookers gazed at him with admiration, while Li Xiangming, cradled in his embrace, tilted her chin slightly, exuding an air of pride, as if the magic just performed had been her own doing. Lu Shi, observing the delicate Li Xiangming held by Jianzhou Daojun, felt a surge of anger when she thought of Wei Xiaoxi. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude and headed towards the kitchen. The wretched girl was not dead. She sat in the corner, and Lu Shi, ignoring her, fixated on the charred remnants, her eyes ablaze with fury. A pot of porridge had burned dry. The rice now blackened. The basin that had contained the lard was empty, having been scorched by the flames. That had been their supply for 2 months. The cupboard was half-charred, rendering the rice, flour, and wooden chopsticks inside utterly unusable. Lu Shi let out a cry and marched forward, intent on confronting the culprit. Wei Xiaoxi had no intention of remaining in the kitchen to face punishment. Feigning terror, she bolted towards the door, crying, "Mother, I told you earlier that I felt dizzy and might not do well, but you insisted it was fine. Now you blame me. I truly did not mean to. You dare to argue." Lu Shi was nearly beside herself with rage. Wei Xiaoxi's younger brother, Wei Dai, mimicking Lu Shi, pointed an accusing finger at his sister and, in a childish voice, chastised her. "You are a financial burden, a financial burden." Wei Xiaoxi rolled her eyes inwardly. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She pressed her forehead, feigning agony as she collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, I feel so dizzy. Am I going to die? How will you sell me to a wealthy family for profit? How will my brother live in a grand house and marry?" With that, she feigned fainting, her eyes tightly closed, appearing most pitiable. Wei Xiaoxi continually berated herself in her heart. Reality had truly compelled her to become a leading actress. Had she consumed that spiritual herb, she would not be here, engaged in a battle of wits with the Lu family. All of this was Li Xiangming's fault. Lu was taken aback, considering the possibility of needing to summon a doctor again. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and yanked the girl up. "Get up. Stop pretending to be dead. I can't afford to call a doctor for you." As she spoke, she shook her roughly, as if handling a chick. Wei Xiaoxi felt nauseous but held it in. Waking up now would only lead to a beating. A little shaking wouldn't kill her. Some villagers, unable to bear the sight, grabbed Lu, saying, "Enough. She's in this state, and her injuries haven't healed. You can't just toss her around like this. Hurry and call a doctor. This child, Xiaoxi, is obedient and looks good. She will surely marry well in the future and help her family. It's best to properly summon a doctor." Lu hesitated for a moment. The second girl indeed possessed the most striking features in the village. If she married into a wealthy family, she could bring financial support to them. Sighing as she touched her empty stomach, Lu reluctantly called someone to fetch a doctor while she returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch, lest her precious son go hungry. That night, although the Wei family's house was dilapidated, it had numerous rooms. Wei Xiaoxi had a room to herself. She lifted the thin blanket and sat cross-legged on the bed, her consciousness diving into her mind's sea. She intended to study the formation and the steel within her mind. Viewed from above, the formation appeared as a perfect circle, and from the side, it resembled an oval, with a smooth texture that felt pleasant to the touch. She focused on the formation, holding it in her hands. Suddenly, her fingers grazed over a rough unevenness at the bottom. Wei Xiaoxi exclaimed softly, moving to the window to catch the moonlight, revealing 6 characters etched upon it. Liuguang Bagua Formation. How intriguing, it even had a name. After pondering for a moment, she attempted to sketch the formation in her mind. As her thoughts took shape, corresponding lines shimmered on the Liuguang Bagua Formation, reminiscent of flowing light. It was indeed quite fitting. The edge of the formation also had a similar groove. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a mid-grade spiritual stone she had obtained from Qianyu and placed it into the slot. A stream of light traced across the surface of the formation. Wei Xiaoxi tried once more to delineate the formation with her thoughts. Whether it was an illusion or not, she felt the air around her begin to subtly swirl. She had yet to draw the energy into her body, so she could not determine if it was spiritual energy flowing. The so-called formation essentially utilized the surrounding environment, such as air currents and terrain, arranged in specific orientations to achieve effects like encirclement, obstruction, or confusion. In her past life, she had studied science in high school. Although her grasp of physics and chemistry was not particularly strong, she understood some fundamental concepts, such as how wind is formed, simply a difference in air density. Contemplating this, she attempted to manipulate the flowing light formation to create a pressure differential inside and outside the window. Under the moonlight, the tattered window paper quivered slightly according to the pressure differential she had established. It was effective. It appears that even without drawing in energy, she now possesses a card for survival. Of course, this is contingent upon diligent practice and the deliberate honing of suitable skills, such as employing the formation disc to manipulate the air and elevate herself, thereby enhancing her speed. Consequently, even as a child, she could evade the grasp of adults. With this thought, joy swelled within her as she extracted the spirit stone and placed it carefully. With a year remaining before entering the sect, she needed to be frugal with the spirit stone. As she withdrew the formation disc into her consciousness, her attention shifted to the statue, suspended above the luminous 8-trigram formation. The text had mentioned that acquiring this inheritance could enable ordinary individuals to develop spiritual roots. The essence of cultivation lies in the human body's capacity to accommodate the 8 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice, and to utilize these elements. The spiritual roots within the Dantian merely represent the external manifestation of these composite attributes. During the inheritance process, Zhongzhen had informed her that by employing the formation disc to drive and refine this statue, she could transform her meridians. This transformation is not instantaneous, hence the potential for the roots to grow. Contemplating this, she reinserted the spirit stone into its slot, seated herself cross-legged, straightened her spine, and focused her consciousness inwards. Silently reciting the incantation, the formation disc began to rotate slowly, emanating strands of silvery light that enveloped the statue. In a moment, dust began to disperse from the statue's surface. The dust floated away from her consciousness, drifting toward other parts of her body. Suddenly, Wei Xiaoxi's body jolted, and she hastily withdrew from her consciousness. She uncontrollably collapsed onto her bedding, her body trembling uncontrollably. It hurt a great deal. The process of bodily transformation was excruciating. Why could Li Xiangming effortlessly develop spiritual roots from consuming spiritual plants, while she had to endure such pain? Anger welled within her. In the first continent, within a training chamber in Qinyun City, Qianfu, candlelight flickered. Consume this 9-turn restoration pill and follow my guidance to circulate your spiritual energy. Yes, second uncle. Qianyu responded respectfully as he accepted the pill from the man before him and sat cross-legged on the mat. The man was his second uncle, Qianshu. Tall and slender, Qianshu donned an exquisitely crafted white robe adorned with ink-wash paintings. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a rhythmic pattern within the illustrations. Akin to a formation. Standing tall, he resembled a graceful white birch tree, noble and elegant. His features were as poetic and picturesque as his attire. Qianshu had just surpassed the age of 100. In a realm where geniuses typically establish their foundation by 30, form elixirs by 60, achieve the infant stage by 150, and attain the divine transformation by 300, Qianshu had reached divine transformation at the mere age of 100. He was indeed a rare prodigy of a millennium, possessing the dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. His prowess in both artifact refinement and pill concoction was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Qianyu, having excessively drawn upon spiritual energy in the secret realm, had injured his dantian. At this moment, the esteemed alchemist Qianshu was attending to his injuries. Reflecting on his own dantian, Qianyu felt a pang of melancholy. To have sustained harm to such a vital area during a foray into the secret realm was truly a case of suffering a loss for little gain. Not only must one meticulously treat with potent medicine, but one must also nurture the wounds for several months, strictly refraining from utilizing spiritual power. As for the young girl, having acquired the inheritance, she is capable of developing a growth-type spiritual root, regardless of whether she possesses a spiritual root to begin with. Different individuals, different destinies. Do not dawdle. Embrace the essence of unity, Qianshu advised. Qianyu dared not entertain further fanciful thoughts, and under the guidance of Qianshu's wood element spiritual power, he channeled his own energy to expedite the absorption of the medicinal effects. After an hour, Qianshu rose and said, "All right, let us retire to our quarters." Qianyu stood and followed him out of the cultivation chamber. The moonlight was radiant that night, casting a hazy silver glow over the Grand Qian estate, creating a breathtaking scene. The two, uncle and nephew, strolled leisurely through the pavilions, embraced by the cool evening breeze. What was the reason for not obtaining the inheritance? Qianshu inquired. During the third trial, I resorted to my usual habit of employing spiritual power to activate the formation, but it could not withstand the overwhelming spiritual energy circulating throughout the secret realm. How did you come to this realization? Qianshu pressed further. I recognized it when I saw that victorious mortal. Initially, I believed Zhongjin was merely setting traps to ensnare those of the spirit domain, but I was astonished at how that mortal girl managed to counter the various formations. Was her challenge made easier? Qianshu continued to probe. Qianyu hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Lintao mentioned that within the stone tablet world provided for our observation, one could establish formations without the use of spiritual power. That mortal girl must have realized this long ago, allowing her to contend with the great formations set by Zhongjin in this unique environment. Qianshu nodded slightly, remarking, "As a formation master, you are often overly reliant on your own capabilities, neglecting the surrounding environment and the potential to leverage it. This is indeed the most foolish approach." As he spoke, a delicate hammer materialized in his hand. "I have never fought with a specific weapon," Qianshu stated. "There are myriad resources around us that we can utilize. Furthermore, many obvious principles go unnoticed by most." With that, he raised the hammer, which soared into the air to a height of 100 meters before plummeting directly downward. With a resounding crash, a massive splash erupted from the distant lake. In the absence of spiritual power, all things naturally fall toward the ground. This, in itself, is a form of energy. To consciously harness this principle during battle, commonly referred to as leveraging force, allows us to achieve greater effects with the same spiritual energy expenditure. The myriad creations of the world adhere to fundamental laws. Formations, too, must be capable of leveraging these forces. Qianyu lowered his head, his face flushed. His second uncle had often spoken to him about the importance of using strength against strength, yet "I will pay more attention in the future," he conceded. Qianshu nodded earnestly, stating, "The cost of inheriting a master-level formation is indeed substantial. It will certainly impart valuable lessons." Qianyu cast a sorrowful glance at his uncle, who was preoccupied with dispersing the golden particles in the water, his eyelids not even fluttering. "Yuer, come in and discuss the matter of the secret realm inheritance." The voice emanated from the main courtyard of the family estate. Qianshu did not linger in the past. His return this time was for urgent matters, as he had to hurry back to Sanjia Island for a mission the following day. Sanjia Island lay in a desolate borderland, requiring passage across a vast, boundless ocean from the first continent. The seas were rife with ferocious sea monsters, with numerous beings at the transformation, fusion, and void realms, posing a grave danger with every careless step. Thus, he aimed to reach Sanjia Island during the peak breeding season of the sea demons, a time when they were too preoccupied to trouble passing vessels. He gazed at the luminous jade disk on the horizon, his eyes shimmering. Tonight in Qingyun City would undoubtedly be sleepless. The significance represented by the mastery-level formation inheritance was monumental. Whether it be alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman making, or formations, The emergence of a master-level individual could propel an entire family to greatness. A grandmaster-level figure could cause the entire spirit realm to tremble. Currently, the inheritance of Zhongzhen had fallen into the hands of an obscure individual. Given time, provided she did not falter along the way, the 3 prominent families and 4 major sects would soon confront a formidable competitor. Resources were finite. Who would be willing to make sacrifices? In just a day, portraits depicting Wei Xiaoxi had been disseminated to the grassroots of various factions. This movement, with the force of a thunderstorm, had persisted for several years, spreading subtly over decades. Accompanying the distribution of portraits was erroneous address information for this individual, a small village with a Taoist temple in the back mountains. However, there was no such temple in the back mountains of Shaoshan village. The nearest was 50 miles away. Unbeknownst to Wei Xiaoxi, the lie she casually uttered had saved her life. She was also unaware that every notable family in the spirit realm was nearing madness in their search for her. Chapter 14. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? She was preoccupied with outsmarting the Wei family's parents, striving to enhance her spiritual roots. This endeavor left Wei Xiaoxi in a state of disarray. Any change necessitated a price. The growth of her spiritual roots required substantial resources. She still had medium-grade spirit stones at her disposal, but the requisite spiritual herbs were unattainable, lacking channels. She could only seek knowledge about the medicinal properties of ordinary plants from the barefoot doctors in the village, purchasing a few to provide minimal assistance. Additionally, her body demanded copious amounts of energy, which meant she needed to consume a great deal of meat. The original family was impoverished, and being able to eat a meager rice porridge was considered a blessing. How could one expect surplus meat to be available? Of course, the original protagonist's younger brother had meat to eat. Being of the same mother, the 4-year-old was chubby and rosy, while Wei Xiaoxi and her sister, Wei Xiaoqing, had sunken cheeks and hands riddled with calluses. To be candid, living in such an environment was rather disheartening. One day, as dawn broke, she was washing up while her sister busied herself in the kitchen. Their parents and little brother were still fast asleep in their room. As she prepared to leave, Wei Xiaoqing had already cooked the flatbreads and prepared the rice porridge for lunch. Upon witnessing Wei Xiaoxi rise early, Wei Xiaoqing cast a glance at their parents' tightly shut door before turning back to retrieve 2 pancakes from the pot, offering one to her sister. You've become increasingly slender of late. Take these 2 pancakes with you. You ought to avoid hunger until you return this evening. Wei Xiaoxi, her heart a whirlwind of emotions, contemplated briefly and accepted only one. Sister, I sneak out to shirk work, not to labor. Remaining idle ensures I do not feel hunger. The extra pancake was a silent concession from Wei Xiaoqing, a gesture of self-sacrifice. Their home was modest, the daily rationing strictly enforced by Lu Shi. As the 2 burdens of the family, they were allotted but 1 pancake each day, accompanied by a bowl of thin porridge in the evening. Even though they were nominally responsible for the household chores, cooking, and gathering wood and fodder, their meager rewards reflected their status as mere liabilities. Wei Xiaoxi had been venturing out recently, drawn to the more potent spiritual energy of the mountains compared to that of their home. The process of refining her spiritual roots was excruciating, and solitude made it more manageable. Moreover, she had set up a spiritual gathering array on the back mountain, featuring a deep pit lined with barbs at its base. Such a concentrated source of spiritual energy naturally attracted creatures, including wildlife. Thus, each morning, she would retrieve wild chickens and rabbits from the pit, a stark contrast to Wei Xiaoqing's struggles with hunger. Wei Xiaoxi's gradual emaciation stemmed from the immense energy required for her spiritual transformation. In their household, only Wei Xiaoqing treated her with kindness, expressing genuine concern for her well-being. Observing her sister, now as thin as a willow branch, Wei Xiaoxi swiftly pinched off half a pancake and slipped away before their parents awoke. At home, Lu Shi would relentlessly compel her to undertake various chores. By escaping, she ensured that her sister would bear the brunt of their mother's demands. As for herself, she would face little more than a scolding and a punishment of food deprivation in the evening. Should they attempt to lay hands on her, she would teach them a lesson. As Wei Xiaoxi stepped out the door, she unexpectedly encountered the 3 brothers of Li Xiangming, along with the village chief's 7-year-old grandson. The 4 of them were laughing and chatting as they headed toward the village academy. My sister is quite remarkable. Within just 10 days of joining the sect, she has already begun to absorb spiritual energy into her body. It is said that such a talent may not appear in a decade, exclaimed the village chief's grandson. Oh, is Sister Xiangming truly that impressive? Not just Sister Xiangming. She is now Xiangming the Immortal. She is no longer the simple village girl she once was. You should take heed. Ah, understood. Xiangming the Immortal, the boy replied. Hee. My sister even mentioned in her letter that her senior brothers have taken quite a liking to her. Indeed, the greeting gifts are worth a fortune, surpassing the annual earnings of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, far outstripping what outer sect disciples could earn in 5 years. The boy's envy was evident. With her heavenly spiritual roots, The wealth of cultivation resources available to her is immense. Xiangming the Immortal will undoubtedly become formidable in the future. The village chief's grandson, filled with admiration, remarked, "Next year, I too shall go to Qinghe City for the examination. My grandfather said that with my constitution, I have a good chance of possessing spiritual roots." Li's brother cast a sidelong glance at him, chuckling silently. Individuals endowed with spiritual roots possess an innate ability to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to some extent. This energy nurtures the body, which is why those with spiritual roots generally appear more robust than others. Wei Xiaoxi, born with spiritual roots, faces a unique challenge. Her 5-element root demands 5 times the spiritual energy than that of a single-element root, rendering it arduous for her to attain physical strength. Moreover, she often suffers from inadequate nourishment and insufficient warmth, making her appear even weaker than the average child. In contrast, the village chief's grandson not only appears plump, but also possesses a sturdy physique, unlike the frailness of Wei Xiaoxi's brother, suggesting a higher likelihood of having spiritual roots. However, these matters are of no concern to Wei Xiaoxi as she strides past the group, carrying her basket and sickle. Yet, the group calls out to her, "Hey, black girl, didn't you claim to have spiritual roots? Why are you growing thinner? Such a liar. You even think you can deceive Lord Jian Zhouda into taking you to the Wandao Sect. It's utterly laughable." The speakers are the 5th and 6th brothers of Li Xiangming. Their sister's letter mentioned not only her cherished status within the sect and abundance of cultivation resources, but also her persistent unhappiness stemming from Wei Xiaoxi's apparent disdain for her. This left her feeling troubled, and she inquired about Wei Xiaoxi's injuries, her words imbued with concern and melancholy. The brothers are perplexed. Why would their seemingly inconsequential sibling elicit such concern from their sister? Regardless of the reason, if Wei Xiaoxi causes their precious sister distress, they shall not allow her to live in ease. As they approach Wei Xiaoxi, the 7th brother, merely 8 years old, loses his temper first and pushes her. Wei Xiaoxi deftly sidesteps. Nearby, Li Xiaolu reaches out to grab her. The brothers have frequently harassed her, and today they have resorted to physical aggression. Surely, Li Xiangming, this T-girl, has instigated them in her letter. How repulsive. Wei Xiaoxi steps back decisively, secretly activating the array disk within her consciousness. Through nearly a month of diligent practice, she has discovered that as long as she inserts a spirit stone into the groove and ensures it is imbued with spirit energy, she can form an array without having to manifest it in her hand. However, as she currently lacks the ability to draw energy into her body, her influence is limited to affecting a few small objects nearby. Suddenly, a pebble, the size of a fingernail, rolls under Li Xiaoyu's feet. Preoccupied with pursuing Wei Xiaoxi, he fails to notice it and trips, landing face first into the ground with a resounding thud. Ouch! His chin hits the earth, drawing blood, and he cries out in distress. Wei Xiaoxi stifles a laugh. Fool! The others are startled and rush to assist him. The 10-year-old Li Xiaowu furrows his brow and exclaims, "How dare you bully my brother? Your brother fell because he wasn't watching where he was going. What does that have to do with me?" Wei Xiaoxi rolls her eyes. "He fell because of you. So you must take responsibility. Apologize, or I shall strike you." Li Xiaowu strides toward Wei Xiaoxi, his gaze menacing. Wei Xiaoxi sneered, "What? Am I expected to stand here and let you beat me? Your imagination is quite extravagant. Why not ascend to the heavens?" Chapter 15, Cannot Endure You. Li Xiaowu was thoroughly provoked. He was several years older than Wei Xiaoxi, with longer legs, each stride equating to 2 of hers. His temper was also considerably fiercer. If Wei Xiaoxi were truly caught by him, the culmination of old grievances would result in her being left battered and bruised. She certainly would not suffer in vain. With cunning, Wei Xiaoxi replicated her earlier tactic, deftly maneuvering a small stone to roll beneath his feet. He ran swiftly, but fell more miserably than his younger brother, not only scraping his chin, but also causing blood to stream from his nose. The sight was painful to behold. With a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery, Wei Xiaoxi remarked, "It seems you have a family tradition of not looking where you're going." The latter part of her statement was directed at the village chief's grandson and Li Xiaoqi. The village chief's son had often taken jabs at her to maintain a good relationship with the Li family. The 2 men, named, stood dumbfounded, resembling 2 foolish geese. How could they perceive Wei Xiaoxi as so uncanny that everyone attempting to seize her had stumbled? With a cold laugh, she chose not to waste another moment on their futile banter and fled without a backward glance. She had not entered the sect at the same time as the female protagonist, lacking both resources and the abundant spiritual energy found within the sect. She was already several steps behind. To squander more time was out of the question. Upon reaching the edge of the village and bypassing the hunter Li's home, she found the path leading up the mountain. At this hour, the villagers were either asleep, toiling in the fields, or washing clothes by the riverside. As she walked, she encountered few people. Just as she ascended the hillside, she came face to face with a middle-aged man. He had 3 rabbits tied to his waist, and was carrying 2 game birds in his left hand, rushing downhill with vigor. This man, known as Li Zhu, was a renowned hunter in the village, his household wealth surpassing that of the average family. Uncle Zhu, returning with a bountiful catch. Wei Xiaoxi greeted him warmly. Occasionally, she would ask Li Zhu to assist in selling some game to exchange for money to buy medicinal herbs. Li Zhu grinned widely, revealing his large white teeth. Ah. Recently the game in the mountains has dwindled. With this little catch, in the past, I could have gathered it in half a day. There would be no need to spend the night in the mountains. Wei Xiaoxi smiled at him. That is still quite impressive. Li Zhu chuckled a couple of times, waving her goodbye. She continued up the slope, reaching an oak tree, where she turned and ventured toward a seldom trodden hillside. After walking approximately 3 miles, she paused beside a thick thicket, casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching. She squatted down and moved 2 large stones in succession. The thicket vanished, revealing a trap pit filled with downward-facing spikes. Several small animals were ensnared within, 3 rabbits, 3 game birds, and a piglet. The prey she could acquire from her slumber surpassed that which the hunter Li Zhu could gather in a day and night of toil. Li Zhu's earlier lament about the scarcity of game stemmed precisely from the trap she had excavated. The animals burrowed into the ore-rich pit, diminishing the presence above ground. Wei Xiaoxi, fearing the potential arrival of formidable creatures beyond her control, meticulously devised a mechanism using the stone tablet formation to ensure that once the pit reached a certain quality, the spiritual energy would cease to accumulate. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the little piglet, her mouth nearly watering at the prospect of a hearty meal. Rubbing her famished belly, she set down her basket and cautiously descended into the pit with her sickle in hand. The not-yet-dead piglet sensed danger and began to whimper in terror. Unperturbed, she raised her sickle and aimed a decisive strike. Not far from the pit flowed a crystal-clear stream. Wei Xiaoxi dragged the piglet toward the riverbank. The refinement of her spiritual roots required a substantial amount of energy, and indeed, she was in daily caloric deficit. Yet, having consumed a considerable amount of meat and run up and down the mountain all day, her physical stamina had significantly improved. The most evident manifestation was her ability, at the tender age of 5, to haul a pig weighing several dozen pounds. After eviscerating the piglet and discarding the entrails into the water, she selected the most delectable hindquarters to prepare first. Gathering firewood, she set up a makeshift rack and skewered the pork for roasting. In her previous life, she had abruptly dropped out of college, a child of the city, unfamiliar with the ways of hunting or slaughtering. Yet, the depletion of her energy had left her often dizzy with hunger, a sensation she could no longer endure. Driven by her will to survive, she had taken her first chicken and first rabbit a fortnight ago. Today marked her first pig. To thrive and grow stronger in the face of a grim fate was a challenge she felt capable of overcoming. Within the span of merely an hour, the considerable weight of the pig had been reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Wei Xiaoxi tossed the bloody remnants into the river and, feeling her round belly, ambled over to a nearby oak tree surrounded by a scattering of stones and flowers, arranged in a deliberate manner. This was the result of her recent insights gleaned from the stone tablet, manifesting as a binding formation to concentrate spiritual energy. The aura was contained within the formation, preventing any leakage that might attract unwanted animals. Here, she would sit in meditation, refining her spiritual roots while practicing her control over the formation's influence on the surrounding environment, the binding array serving to ward off external dangers. After all, this remote location was fraught with wildlife, presenting a considerable threat to an ordinary person. Now, with her newfound assurance, she felt little need to worry as others did. Wei Xiaoxi settled into the formation, closing her eyes to begin the process of refining the stone statue and further enhancing her spiritual roots. The summer sun blazed overhead, accompanied by a constant chorus of cicadas, the air heavy with heat. She focused her mind, striving to remain undisturbed by external distractions. Lacking the advantageous cultivation environment that Li Xiangming enjoyed, she had no luxury to be pretentious. As the sun gradually sank in the sky, she finally emerged from the formation, trembling not only from the pain of refining her roots, but also from hunger. She returned to the pit to process the 3 white rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and a newly appeared gray rabbit that she had neglected that morning. As she neared fullness, she pondered over the remaining wild rabbit, caught in a reverie. Should she consume it, or should she take it home? It was not that she wished to contribute vegetables to her family. The rabbit leg intended for Wei Xiaoqing was already securely tucked under her arm. The primary reason for bringing the rabbit home was her parents' dissatisfaction with her recent excursions, during which she had returned only with a basket of pigweed. To avoid their incessant nagging, presenting them with a rabbit was an exceedingly effective means of silencing them. After a moment of contemplation, she chose not to leave immediately. Instead, she decided to gut and roast the rabbit before taking it home. If she were to bring home raw meat, her parents would undoubtedly sell it for money. By the time they returned with a couple of tails of meat, only the couple and the younger brother's meals would improve, leaving Wei Xiaoqi unaffected. Wei Xiaoqi plucked a large lotus leaf, humming a tune as she descended the mountain with a light step. It was dinner time, and the village below was filled with curling smoke from cooking fires, interspersed with the sounds of children playing, a picturesque scene of pastoral tranquility. Unfortunately, such beauty belonged to them. She had nothing of her own. Upon entering the village, it seemed as though the villagers deliberately overlooked her presence. She understood that they sought to curry favor with the Li family, intentionally distancing themselves from her. Indifferent to those inconsequential individuals, Wei Xiaoqi maintained a smile upon her lips. However, as she approached the corner of her family's home, the smile faded from her face. Chapter 16. If necessary, I can too. She halted, expressionless, staring at the window a short distance away. That was the room of her original parents. The muffled sound of conversation wafted out. She had been rather indolent lately, neglecting her chores, and despite eating as much as before, she appeared noticeably emaciated. Would she fall ill? It was hard to say. Perhaps we should seize the opportunity before she dies and sell her off for a couple of taels of silver. Wei Xiaoqi closed her eyes, feeling an unsettling agitation within. Being sold off as a servant to toil for others left her no time for cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the city would likely not match the richness she cultivated in the mountains. How could she ever acquiesce to such a fate? She was no mere trifle to be bought and sold at will, and yet, her biological parents were insistent on selling her. Even if Wei Xiaoqi were to appeal to the county magistrate, she would find no recourse. Here, parents held absolute authority over their children. The mundane world, indeed, proved unsuitable for cultivation. Beyond the unsatisfactory environment for cultivation, the myriad of trivial matters were truly vexing. She would never allow her life to be dictated by others. Weighing the roasted rabbit meat in her hand, she strode into the house. Mother, father, I have learned to hunt. Today, I caught a plump rabbit. Upon hearing of the rabbit meat, her younger brother Wei Dai was overjoyed. Leaping out of bed without even putting on his shoes and racing out the door, I want to eat. His chubby form dashed forth like a cannonball. If he were to collide with her, she would certainly fall. Wei Xiaoqi stepped aside to avoid him. Wei Dai missed his target, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "You little troublemaker, how dare you trick me?" She dismissed him with indifference, turning her gaze towards the parents of the Wei family who were exiting the room. Raising the rabbit meat in her hand, she declared, in the past month, my ascents to the mountains were not due to laziness, but rather to master the art of hunting. Henceforth, our household shall frequently indulge in meat. Wei's father frowned, surveying Wei Xiaoxi with a skeptical eye, much like one would regard a fledgling chick. You? Is it not mere boasting? Just wait and see. The couple exchanged glances, uncertain of Wei Xiaoxi's true capabilities. A rabbit could fetch over 100 coins, while a mountain chicken was worth dozens. At her age, despite her pleasing features, she wouldn't command more than 3 or 4 taels of silver. Should she truly excel in hunting, she could amass this sum in a matter of months. If she were indeed unwell or incapable of hunting, selling her catch was still an option. Wei Xiaoxi observed the calculating expressions on their faces with cold disdain. Raising the rabbit high to evade Wei Dai's attempts to snatch it away. Frustrated by his failure, he rushed to his parents, complaining and shouting about what he would do to her. Lu, feeling sympathetic towards her son, gently patted his head before glaring at Wei Xiaoxi. Did you not see your brother's hunger? Why do you hide? Moreover, when you bring back raw meat, do not cook it. She intended to save money for her precious son's future home and bride. Wei Xiaoxi did not directly hand the rabbit to Lu, instead stating thoughtfully, if we sell the meat, how will my brother eat and grow? At his age, he needs nourishment. Lu scoffed, commanding, I said to bring back raw meat. So just do it without all this nonsense. A rabbit can yield over 100 coins. 20 coins could buy a pound of pork. That should suffice for you, your father, and your brother. As for the 2 useless mouths, let them fend for themselves. There's no reason to waste food. Wei Xiaoxi refrained from arguing. After all, once the meat was brought home, could they transform cooked meat back into raw? Lu reached out to snatch it. Wei Xiaoxi tore off a rabbit leg before reluctantly handing it over, then turned to walk back inside. Wei Dai, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, useless. What are you doing? Wei's father furrowed his brow. Second girl, can you not be sensible? Lu advanced to seize her. What do you think you are doing? Did I grant you permission to eat? And taking the best leg meat, are you trying to reach the heavens? Wei Xiaoxi quickly sidestepped her grasp, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, declaring loudly, I am too famished to have strength. If I do not ascend the mountain tomorrow, will you choose a leg of meat or an entire rabbit? The implication was unmistakable, an overt threat. Wei's father's expression darkened, his gaze fixed angrily on the door before he spoke in a low voice. Enough. Hurry and heat the dishes. It is nearly mealtime. Lu grumbled in dissatisfaction, then called out to Wei Xiaoxi's room. Did you hear? Come out and cook. Mother, I am hungry, feeling dizzy. I fear I might set the kitchen ablaze, she retorted. If you truly need it, I can. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions twisted. Wei's father, growing impatient, pushed Lu aside. That is enough. Go heat up a dish. It's not a matter of life and death, so hurry up. Lu Shi stamped her foot, shot a fierce glare at Wei Xiaoxi's door, and then turned to enter the kitchen while grumbling under her breath. Inside the room, Wei Xiaoxi gave a cold, mocking smile. Can't you just die from anger? Instead of going out for dinner, she placed a rabbit leg on a cloth and pulled out 2 more rabbit legs from her bosom. Wei's parents and younger brother were feasting heartily in the kitchen, and just as they reached the halfway point of their meal, Wei Xiaoqing finally returned. She carried a bundle of firewood nearly as tall as herself, with 2 more in her hands, her back bent under the weight. As she crossed the courtyard, she paused several times, clearly exhausted from hunger. The aroma of meat wafting through the air made her swallow hard. Setting down the firewood, she cautiously entered the kitchen, her eyes darting towards the rabbit meat on the table. Yet she dared not look too boldly, fearing rebuke from her parents. The couple did not acknowledge her presence, so Wei Xiaoqing filled a bowl with thin porridge. Just as she approached the table to sit down, Lu Shi stopped her. You reek of sweat. Go eat outside so you don't spoil our appetite. Wei Xiaoqing bit her lip and silently rose. However, the temptation of the rabbit meat was overwhelming. After all, she was just an 8-year-old child. Slowly, she shuffled to the door, gathering the courage to stammer. Mom, Dad, may I have just a small piece of meat? She indicated a size roughly the size of a fingernail with her fingers. Wei's father frowned deeply. You smell too bad. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go outside. You're ruining our meal. Wei Xiaoqing lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She dared not speak again and slowly stepped over the threshold. She desperately hoped to hear her parents' softened hearts allowing her a morsel, but instead, she was met with her younger brother's taunt. You think you're worth it, wanting to eat swan meat, you shameless thing. Such an offensive remark from her younger brother was quite rude. Yet, her parents remained silent, even serving large chunks of rabbit leg into her brother's bowl. Eat slowly. If you can't finish, you can have some later, just don't choke. Her brother already had 1 rabbit leg in his bowl, 1 in his hands. And now another was being added. At only 4 years old, how could he possibly eat so much? Tears nearly spilled from Wei Xiaoqing's eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, she stumbled out of the kitchen. Just as she turned into the courtyard and reached the main room, she suddenly felt someone tug at her arm. Chapter 17. Taking responsibility. Turning her head, she saw it was Wei Xiaoxi. What's the matter? Wei Xiaoxi signaled for her to be quiet and pulled her into her own room, closing the door behind them. She pointed to the 3 rabbit legs on the table and said, Eat. Wei Xiaoqing's eyes widened. 3 rabbit legs? Just as many as her brother. No. The crucial point was that a rabbit has 4 legs. Where did you get those? I hunted the rabbit myself. I nearly finished the whole thing on the mountain, leaving you the 2 legs. Wei Xiaoxi pointed at a piece of rabbit leg, which she had torn from the rabbit provided by her parents. Wei Xiaoqing's mouth fell agape. Your parents allowed you to eat this rabbit leg? It was not given to me. I insisted upon it, replied Wei Xiaoxi. Wei Xiaoqing was rendered speechless. Recently, her younger sister had grown remarkably courageous, daring to seize food from right under the nose of others. Occasionally, she contemplated rebellion, but alas, she found herself incapable of it. Do your parents know you secretly stashed away 2 rabbits and consumed 1? They even saved some for me. I don't know. Hurry and eat while it's still warm. Let us share, Wei Xiaoxi urged. I am full. You should eat, she added. As a gesture of gratitude for the piece of cake her sister had intended to give her earlier that morning, Wei Xiaoqing, swallowing hard, could no longer resist and began to indulge heartily. As dusk settled, she felt her belly round and full. Never in her life had she experienced such satisfaction from a meal. Even during the New Year celebrations, she had never eaten as much as she did today. In the days that followed, Wei Xiaoxi made it a point to reserve a mountain chicken or rabbit each day, bringing it home to ensure her safety from being sold into slavery, all the while striving for freedom to cultivate in the mountains. Of course, on days when her mood soured, she would roast it first and bring it home to annoy her parents. The Lu couple grew irked, yet recognizing her ability to earn, they refrained from inflicting any real harm upon her. Their desire to sell Wei Xiaoxi was entirely extinguished. As for Wei Xiaoqing, Wei Xiaoxi continued to set aside chicken legs or rabbit legs, ensuring that the poor little girl was well fed. The Wei parents would sell their catch daily, returning with only a meager portion of meat for the 3 of them. Wei Xiaoqing fared better than they did, her cheeks finally losing their gauntness. A year flew by. Wei Xiaoxi remained as slender as ever, even more so than before. One day, as was her custom, she carried a wild chicken. Walking into the village under the setting sun, passing by the village chief's home, she overheard a conversation in the yard. In a month, it will be the spirit testing day for new disciples in Qinghai City. Is everything prepared? Yes, we can set off the day after tomorrow. Wei Xiaoxi's thoughts stirred, prompting her to halt at the village chief's door and knock on the frame. The village chief and his son looked up. What is it? The village chief inquired. I wish to participate in the test. Could you give me a ride the day after tomorrow? The village chief had not distanced himself from the Wei family over the past year, unlike the other villagers. It was unclear whether this was due to his responsibilities as village chief or a genuine lack of concern for currying favor with the Li family. Regardless of the motive, it hardly mattered. After all, it was merely a matter of giving her a lift, a trifling inconvenience, no doubt. Have you discussed this with your parents? The village chief asked, his tone responsible. Wei Xiaoxi, with a smile and without a hint of embarrassment, replied, I have. They agreed? The village chief's expression reflected skepticism. I brought back sufficient game, and they felt that given my physical condition, I would likely not become a cultivator. Thus, they were glad to let me go for a while. The village chief, she does not even attempt to conceal the avaricious nature of her parents. Her expression is sincere. Indeed, she does not appear to be lying. After a moment's contemplation, he gave a slight nod. Very well, wait at the village entrance the day after tomorrow morning. Wei Xiaoxi expressed her gratitude and departed, humming a tune as she strolled along the village path, her spirits elevated. At last, she was to leave this harsh environment for cultivation. Wei Xiaoxi intended to join the Wandao Sect, the sole first-rate sect on the island of the Three Realms. In the original text, the protagonist ventured into a second-rate sect, which did not escape the tragic fate orchestrated by the female lead, even leading to the demise of an entire sect. Furthermore, as the protagonist entered a second-rate sect, her techniques and martial arts fell short compared to those of the Wandao Sect disciples. Later, when she transferred to the Wandao Sect, it took considerable effort to compensate for her weak foundations. Regrettably, by that time, she had already established her foundation, leaving some deficiencies that could never be rectified. Thus, even when in the same realm, the protagonist's combat prowess always lagged behind that of the female lead, resulting in significant disadvantages in subsequent confrontations. Since evading the female lead was impossible, it seemed prudent to directly enter the Wandao Sect and receive the finest education. Upon returning home, Wei Xiaoxi began to pack her belongings. Wei Xiaoqing, passing by her door, was taken aback by the sight and stepped inside. Sister, what are you doing? I shall accompany the village chief to Qinghe City the day after tomorrow for the Wandao Sect's selection ceremony. Wei Xiaoqing gasped. Are you serious? Wei Xiaoxi was equally astonished. Did you think I was merely jesting? Whether it was her earlier inquiries to the Sword Nine Taoist about joining or her occasional hints throughout the year, she believed she had made her intentions clear. Yet, you are so slender, lacking the ethereal quality of the fragrant tea fairy, and unlike the village chief's robust grandson, you appear rather frail, hardly resembling someone with spiritual roots. Wei Xiaoqing spoke with utmost seriousness. Had Wei Xiaoxi not known her well, she might have thought she was being mocked. Wouldn't the test reveal the truth? Sister, considering the arduous journey, why waste time? Hunting on the mountain could yield more money. Wei Xiaoxi abruptly set down her bundle, glaring at the 9-year-old girl before her. Her brows furrowed. Earn more money for what? To save for brother's future bride? Under Wei Xiaoxi's fiery gaze, Wei Xiaoqing hesitated, ultimately refraining from uttering the last few words. She fumbled her lips, but in the end, remained silent. Yet, Wei Xiaoxi understood her unspoken thoughts. She sighed inwardly, recognizing a similar situation to those she had witnessed in her past life. Wei Xiaoqing, under her parents' prolonged indoctrination, had lost her sense of self and would only become a tool for supporting her brother moving forward. After some contemplation, Wei Xiaoxi asserted, I will only take responsibility for my own life. Let others be accountable for theirs, and do not expect to drain my vitality to sustain them. However, throughout this year, you have consistently provided your family with prey in exchange for money, which perplexes Wei Xiaoqing. Her sister's words do not align with her actions. You may not be aware, Wei Xiaoxi smiled, that our parents once intended to sell me. I possess decent features. Perhaps they would have sold me to a brothel or to someone else as a maid. I do not desire such a life. Hence I offered them a bit of sweetness. Look, have they not treated me considerably better this year than before? Although their demeanor is not particularly warm, they do not chastise me as they do Wei Xiaoqing. Wei Xiaoqing was taken aback. Is this a manipulation of our parents? Such behavior towards one's own parents is utterly unfilial. Chapter 18. The life she should live. You see, the prey I provide them is merely a means to secure a more comfortable existence for myself. I have adopted this somewhat compromising approach because I currently lack the strength. Once I am capable, I shall no longer be at their mercy. Wei Xiaoxi smiled. Thus I aspire to join a sect and carve my own path. Wei Xiaoqing felt a profound shock. Setting aside the methods employed by her sister, the decision to leave their parents was remarkably resolute. Yet, throughout their conversation, it became evident that her sister possessed a clear direction for her life. Unlike herself, who meandered aimlessly, allowing others to dictate her course, with everything determined by her parents. She gazed at her sister, momentarily lost in thought, her mind in disarray. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wei Xiaoxi had finished organizing her belongings. Wei Xiaoxi, startled, regained her focus. Taking a deep breath, she gravely stated, "Sister, I hope you can discover your spiritual roots and pursue the path you have chosen." Although she felt the hope was faint, she wished for her sister to live joyfully, unlike herself, who felt like a puppet on strings. Wei Xiaoxi was uncertain if her earlier words would impact her sister, yet she graciously accepted the blessing. "Thank you." While the sisters conversed, Wei father stood in the courtyard, casting a glance at the bundle in Wei Xiaoxi's hands before stepping out of the house and heading toward the village chief's residence. The village chief, upon seeing him, was not surprised and merely invited him to sit in the yard. "Are you departing the day after tomorrow?" Wei father inquired. "Indeed. I shall ensure my second daughter does not awaken the morning of your departure, so you may proceed without her." "Understood." The village chief nodded slightly, stroking his beard as he contemplated. The journey from here to Qinghe City is quite distant. A young child, unable to catch a ride, would likely hesitate to travel alone. For nearly a year, Wei Xiaoxi had never explicitly denied her desire to join a sect. The Li family's intention was to prevent her from participating in the spiritual root assessment ceremony. He was unaware if this was Li Xiangming's wish or that of her parents. However, going with the flow would not only grant a favor to the Li family, but also serve the Wei family well. It was a case of killing two birds with one stone, a splendid arrangement. As for the betrayal of Wei Xiaoxi, a mere child, and a girl at that, she would only end up being a source of shame for their village. What does betrayal mean in the grand scheme of things? Can the anger of a little brat compare to the esteemed familial connections of the Li family, backed by the enchanting Xiangming? With a satisfactory response received, Wei's father took his leave, feeling a sense of relief on his way home. The little girl could earn them about 100 won daily. Over the course of 2 months, that amounted to a loss of 6 taels of silver. Their family had not produced a celestial being in 9 generations. It was laughable that the little girl dreamed of joining a sect. She should focus on earning money at home, and when the time comes, marry off and receive a bride price, thereby securing a dowry for her precious son. This was the life Wei Xiaoxi was meant to lead. The next day, before Wei Xiaoxi set out, Lu Shi surprisingly rose early. She called out to the departing Wei Xiaoxi, "Little girl, bring back tonight's catch for dinner. You will soon be leaving home to treat your parents to one last meal." Wei Xiaoxi was somewhat astonished. She had not expected them to possess a shred of conscience. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded but feigned ignorance. "I don't know how to cook." Lu Shi nearly rolled her eyes. "You little brat." Yet, she maintained her composure and replied, "Got it. Hurry along." With that, she turned back into the house. Seeing Lu Shi's slight impatience, Wei Xiaoxi felt relieved. It seemed there was indeed a flicker of reluctance in her mother, albeit minimal, which manifested as annoyance at her provocation. With her heart settled, Wei Xiaoxi proceeded to the mountain as usual. Despite her impending departure, she was determined to continue her preparations. She would enhance the power of the gathering spirit array and traps. Given her imminent leave, she resolved to bring back a larger haul tonight. It was summer, and the days dawned early. On the day of departure, the village head had already harnessed the mule cart. He paused at the Li family's entrance, where the parents and several sons were laden with various local delicacies and trinkets that Xiangming enjoyed, asking the village head to deliver them. They missed her dearly and worried about her happiness, hence the thoughtful provisions for her journey. Should the chubby boy fail to be selected, it was still acceptable for him to meet the celestial masters of the Wandao Sect, and they hoped he could bring back news. The village head patiently waited until they had settled their items before bidding farewell. As he passed the village entrance, he did not spot Wei Xiaoxi. Unfazed, he drove the cart out of the village. Wei Xiaoxi, who had stepped out to gather pig fodder, chanced upon the scene of the mule cart hastily departing. She froze for a moment, her expression shifting as she hurriedly called out toward the village entrance. "Village head. Village." Her mouth was suddenly covered from behind. "Be quiet." It was her father's voice. Wei Xiaoxi shuddered slightly. Upon witnessing this, Father Wei nodded in satisfaction and released her, commanding, "Go about your business and refrain from meddling." Wei Xiaoqing's expression was one of bewilderment. Was her father truly attempting to prevent her sister from leaving? Normally, her sister would have risen by this hour. How could she still be sound asleep? Last night, they had an unusually harmonious dinner. Had something been slipped into her food? Wei Xiaoqing's complexion turned pale as she gazed at her father, a chill creeping down her spine. Suppressing her trepidation, she gritted her teeth and inquired, "If my sister joins the sect and is chosen, she will become a formidable immortal, and our family could rise to prominence like the Li family. Why do you seek to hinder her?" Father Wei scoffed but offered no response, merely urging her, "Hurry along with your affairs, and do not return until before noon." Wei Xiaoqing stumbled out the door, still wishing to protest. Her father shot her a fierce glare, barking, "Am I not being generous enough?" Another shudder coursed through her, and she dared not speak further, her eyes brimming with tears as she fled. She, too, wished for her sister to soar freely like a bird in the sky, flying wherever her heart desired. However, as Wei Xiaoqing's figure grew smaller, Father Wei turned back toward the woodshed, hefting a hoe and making his way to the fields. What did it matter if Wei Xiaoxi could cultivate immortality? That wretched girl had some talent and temper now. Once she joined the sect, she would hardly care for the lives of her parents. Not to mention, in the past year, she had taken to bringing home game daily. Yet, on days when he scolded her a bit too harshly, the next day she would return empty-handed or with only a roasted meal. She did this intentionally, using such tactics to convey, "I am not merely a tool for your profit, tread carefully." At merely 6 years old, she was already so capable. If she entered the immortal gate, it was evident she would no longer provide them with any benefits. What did that wretched girl's future have to do with them? He only wished for her to obediently stay at home, earn money for them, marry off well, and then send money back to her family, honoring them and supporting her younger brother. As long as that girl remained an ordinary woman, she would never escape their grasp. When Wei Xiaoxi awoke, the sun had already scorched the earth to near combustion. Chapter 19, Reaping the Consequences. She pressed her slightly throbbing temples, feeling disoriented. Hunger had roused her. As she regained her senses, she noticed the sunlight flooding into the room, nearly blinding her. Realizing the time, Wei Xiaoxi sprang up in alarm. She was late. Hastily dressing, she dashed outside, neglecting to brush her teeth or wash her face, heading straight for the door. The village head had already departed. Where could she possibly go? Wei Xiaoxi abruptly halted, glancing at Li Shi, who leaned against the doorframe. "Why didn't you wake me?" she demanded through gritted teeth. "When I awoke, the village head had already left. What purpose would it serve to call you again? You are intentional. It is highly unusual for me to rise this late. Did you drug my meal last night?" Although it was phrased as a question, her tone exuded certainty. With a chuckle, the young girl teased, "Have you indulged in too many stories? Why not claim you are the protagonist of one?" Wei Xiaoxi remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Li Shi. Despite her seemingly sincere words, Wei Xiaoxi perceived the mockery lurking within her eyes. Words were futile, since she could not hitch a ride. She would venture forth on her own. Throughout the year, she occasionally needed to procure medicine and had exchanged some of her hunts for money. Presently, she possessed several taels of silver. In the coming days, she planned to hunt in the mountains again and have Uncle Li Zhu exchange more, thus ensuring sufficient funds for her journey. With this thought, Wei Xiaoxi turned and strode back to her room, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Li Shi let out a scoff and returned to her own chamber. Wei Xiaoxi lay back on her bed, harboring her frustrations for quite some time. She had felt a strange invitation from Li Shi to dine at home yesterday, yet she had remained oblivious, missing her opportunity. Moreover, the village head had failed to uphold his promise. What credibility would he have in the future? Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Little Fatty often mingled with the children of the Li family, and it was likely that the village head welcomed this alliance. The village head's family must also be eager to curry favor with the Li family. If Li Xiangming sought to suppress her, it would not be surprising for the Li family to reveal their intentions to the village head. Realizing this, she exhaled deeply. Thus, the village head had merely been placating her, stalling her from arriving in Qinghe City on time. Li Xiangming was quite clever. "I shall remember this debt you owe me." Having pieced everything together, she lingered no longer, rising to freshen up, and proceeded to the kitchen where she devoured all the congee and dishes before heading out. She made her way directly to the back mountain. Li Shi, observing her through the window, noted the absence of a backpack and chose not to intervene. However, by noon, upon inspecting the kitchen and finding it devoid of any food, she was enraged. "That wretched girl. Just wait until you return, I shall deal with you." As for whether the original parents would be infuriated, Wei Xiaoxi was indifferent. In fact, she welcomed their wrath. The 3 taels of silver for travel were insufficient. She would need to secure more game, at least 10 taels. Moreover, she had to depart discreetly. Since Li Xiangming was intent on preventing her from joining the sect, it was likely that the villagers would keep a watchful eye on her. Being still young, it was impractical to oppose the entire village. In the original narrative, the protagonist had faced no hindrance, whether from Li Xiangming or her own parents. Had I inadvertently caused embarrassment to the protagonist's parents, leading to their wariness? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought and immersed herself in the intricate formations she had devised. That evening, she returned home empty-handed. The original parents, seeing no game, were understandably upset. "Where are the rabbits? The pheasants?" Li Shi demanded loudly. "I ate them," Wei Xiaoxi replied with a smile, looking at her. Wei's father furrowed his brow and said sternly, "What is this attitude? I am expressing my dissatisfaction. You should be able to comprehend it." Wei Xiaoxi, perplexed, responded, "Aren't you all quite astute? You insolent girl." Wei's father stepped forward, swinging his large hand towards her face. Naturally, Wei Xiaoxi would not remain still to receive a slap. She took a bold step back and declared, "If you allow me to vent my anger properly in the coming days, perhaps I might even bring something home later. Otherwise, even if you strike me dead today, I will ensure that you will not only lack prey to sell in the future, but also be unable to profit from my silver." Wei's father's hand froze in midair, his face alternating between shades of blue and purple as he glared intently at Wei Xiaoxi. Lu's expression also grew grim. How could this diminutive figure, barely reaching their waists, dare to threaten them? It was utterly outrageous. They were filled with a desire to strike her down. However, money, after all, held greater importance. After a moment's contemplation, Wei's father reluctantly lowered his hand and, pointing a finger at Wei Xiaoxi, warned, "Do not be too arrogant. I will tolerate you this once, but I shall not endure it repeatedly. Mind your attitude." Wei Xiaoxi merely smiled at him, remaining silent. Wei's father snorted, unwilling to look at this rebellious daughter any longer, and turned to enter the house. Lu glanced at her husband's retreating figure and then at her obedient daughter, stamping her foot in frustration as she took her son back to their room, not forgetting to find a scapegoat. "Eldest daughter, hurry and cook. Do you wish to starve your parents?" "Yes, I will cook right away," Wei Xiaoqing's voice echoed, filled with grievance and anxiety. Wei Xiaoxi let out a scoff and walked directly into her room. Before long, her sister suddenly entered her room, looking apologetic. "Sister, I wanted to call for you this morning, but father scolded me, and I didn't dare. I am sorry." Wei Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. "It's not your fault. They conspired with the village chief to deceive me. You need not feel guilty. Stop dawdling and cook properly, or you will regret it." Lu's furious voice rang out. "I'm sorry," Wei Xiaoqing uttered, hurriedly rushing back to the kitchen to prepare the meal. The next day, Wei Xiaoxi did not head directly up the mountain, but instead knocked on the door of Li Zhu's house. "Who is it?" Li Zhu's wife peeked her head out, and upon seeing Wei Xiaoxi, her face broke into a smile. "Xiaoxi, what brings you here?" In the past year, Wei Xiaoxi often had her husband take game to sell, always providing a little compensation. Li Zhu's wife found her quite agreeable. What was the allure of fragrant tea? Where were the tangible benefits? Wei Xiaoxi smiled and said, "I am looking for Uncle Zhu. I have something good to share." "What is it?" Li Zhu emerged from the house. "I have a brilliant method for hunting to share with you." Li Zhu looked puzzled. "What? What method could there be for hunting?" It's simply about using a bow and arrow to shoot prey." "Follow me." Wei Xiaoxi nodded towards the back mountain. Moments later, the two of them, one large and one small, turned the corner and ascended the back mountain. Arriving at the trap pit, Wei Xiaoxi adjusted the layout. The thicket suddenly transformed into a vast pitfall, leaving Li Zhu utterly astonished. What astounded him the most was the sight of various animals hanging upside down within the pit. Not only were there pheasants and mountain hares, but also adult wild boars, and even a deer, with the antlers of the deer included. This pit contained at least 10 tails of silver. Li Zhu gasped in disbelief, staring blankly at Wei Xiaoxi. "You intend to give this to me because you are heading to Qinghe City to join the Wandao Sect, after which you will have no further use for it." Li Zhu still found it hard to believe. "I wouldn't exactly say it's a gift. I will be leaving in a few days, but my funds are insufficient. Please take the game I catch over the next few days to the town and sell it, while keeping it a secret from the villagers. After I leave, I will teach you how to use it." Li Zhu swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. "Is that really all right? What about your parents?" Chapter 20. Misfortunes come in droves. Good heavens. He had previously constructed similar pits, yet the results were meager. Often it would take several days before a small animal fell in. It would be faster to shoot an arrow directly. However, this pit not only concealed but also ensnared multiple types of animals. His family was bound to prosper. Perhaps even the village head would grow envious. And as for Wei Xiaoxi's parents, they were truly penny-wise and pound-foolish. It seemed that in prior years, Wei Xiaoxi only managed to bring home a single small animal each day, earning around 101. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they were losing at least 500 daily. Indeed, one must treat everyone kindly to receive good fortune in return. Wei Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with them. If possible," she paused and continued, "I hope you can look after my sister." Li Zhu nodded in understanding. Of course. The Wei family was notoriously patriarchal in the village, to the point of excess, leaving many unable to bear witness to such injustice. Yet, since it was not their own affair, no one dared to speak out. Having finalized the arrangement, Wei Xiaoxi felt a weight lift from her heart. Given her own limited strength, attempting to manage this alone would not only attract attention, but would also be laborious, and there was no guarantee of successfully reaching the town. With Li Zhu providing cover, it was a perfect solution. Meanwhile, Li Zhu found himself ensnared in the bliss of unexpected fortune, overwhelmed by a newfound respect for Wei Xiaoxi. He could not fathom how this pit was so effective at luring animals, but he sensed there was something remarkable at play. The girl, Xiaoxi, was certainly extraordinary. Wei Xiaoxi had initially believed that 10 taels of silver would suffice for her journey to the city. However, the local native, Li Zhu, insisted that at least 30 taels were necessary, for unforeseen events could occur on the road, necessitating additional preparation. Before her departure, she deliberately adjusted the spirit-gathering array's threshold. A few days prior, in her eagerness to earn quick money, she had increased the threshold limit, resulting in the capture of medium-sized animals such as adult black pigs, deer, and roe deer. Larger animals were more capable of toppling heavy stones, thereby damaging the array. When teaching Li Zhu how to open and conceal the giant spirit trap pit, a detailed explanation was given. Li Zhu accepted it with great enthusiasm and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Wei Xiaoxi departed quietly, and no one knew precisely when she left. Not even Wei Xiaoqing. However, she left behind 2 taels of scattered silver and a self-portrait beneath Wei Xiaoqing's pillow to prevent her from mistakenly believing it to be money from their parents. In the morning, as Wei Xiaoqing went to the river to wash clothes and returned home to prepare lunch, she discovered a package hidden beneath her pillow. To her astonishment, it contained silver. Having never touched silver before, let alone such a substantial amount, she was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the white cloth wrapping the silver bore a familiar likeness. It was her sister. Tears streamed down Wei Xiaoqing's face. Outside, the sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with 2 fluffy white clouds. Birds perched impatiently on the lush branches, fluttering their wings and chirping as they soared in an arc, disappearing from her sight. After a while, she wiped her tears, resisting the urge to report the silver, and carefully concealed it before returning to the kitchen. Indeed, her sister was right. It was not wrong to plan for oneself. As she stepped out of the courtyard, her face revealed no trace of her emotions, and she told no one of her discovery. Her sister had likely left in the morning and probably hadn't gone far. She needed to keep it discreet. At that moment, Wei Xiaoxi was hiring a carriage driver in town. This was a familiar acquaintance introduced by Li Zhu, a middle-aged man with a simple and honest demeanor. After negotiating the fare, the mule cart clattered out of Shao Town, heading towards Qinghe City. The journey to Qinghe City typically took about 20 days. The village chief had allocated an additional month as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, such as sudden summer storms or encounters with bandits. In such events, one would either need to stay at an inn for a few extra days or pay off the bandits, which was the reason Li Zhu advised preparing 30 taels of silver. Only 23 days remained until the day of the Wandao Sect's spiritual route assessment, making time of the essence. Any delay on the road could result in missing the opportunity. Therefore, Wei Xiaoxi urged the driver to hasten the pace. Unfortunately, the weather took a turn for the worse on the 7th day of their journey, unleashing a torrential downpour. The dilapidated carriage dripped incessantly, the driver soaked to the bone, and the mule refused to budge. What else could be done but to turn back to the nearest county town and find an inn? Fortunately, after 3 days of heavy rain, the skies finally cleared, which was not the worst outcome. With minimal breaks on the road, they might just manage to catch up. For the past few days, every time Wei Xiaoxi glanced at the torrential rain outside, it felt as though a divine force was thwarting her entry into the Wandao Sect. Pondering during the day led to haunting dreams at night, wherein she found herself enduring the same torturous fate as the original owner, being mercilessly tormented by Li Xiangming. The pain felt alarmingly real, causing her to wake in terror, unable to return to sleep. Fatigued and weary, Wei Xiaoxi eventually settled into the carriage, drifting into a restless slumber, undisturbed by the jolting of the mule cart. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Wei Xiaoxi was abruptly roused from her reverie by the driver's insistent shaking. Miss Wei, awaken. Something has happened." Awakened with a jolt, Wei Xiaoxi's mood soured, her tone sharp as she retorted, "What is it?" "A torrential downpour has caused a landslide, blocking the road ahead." The driver replied, his expression one of resignation. "What?" Wei Xiaoxi sat up with a start. "What did you say?" "The road is blocked. The authorities say it will take at least 3 days to clear it." Her complexion paled. 3 days? Is there a detour? Taking an alternate route would add at least 5 days to our journey. It would be more prudent to wait for the authorities to clear the road. Wei Xiaoxi felt her frustration mounting. "I'm going to miss my chance. I'm going to miss it." In a moment of despair, she tugged at her dry, yellowing hair, exclaiming, "Damn it! Is the plot truly conspiring against me?" The sky above was a brilliant blue, the sun shining brightly, yet her spirits were anything but bright. The thought of spending several more days at the inn filled her with annoyance, prompting her to venture out for a distraction. Having heard from the innkeeper that the street food vendors offered delectable blood sausages, she decided to indulge. After traversing 2 streets, the enticing aroma of grilled sausages wafted towards her. However, just as she rounded the corner to enter the food pedestrian street, she froze, instinctively retreating. Li Xiangming. What was she doing here? The delicate girl, adorned in a pale green dress resembling a celestial being, exuded a beauty akin to that of a fairy. Perhaps it was the aura of spiritual energy that nourished her. Her previously modest features now appeared exquisitely refined, elevating her beauty from a mere 5 to an impressive 8. At that moment, she held a blood sausage, savoring it joyfully while chattering animatedly, the sheen of grease glistening at the corners of her mouth. Such unrefined behavior seemed oddly fitting for her ethereal presence, which irked Wei Xiaoxi. Flanking Li Xiangming were 2 protectors, a boy and a girl. The boy, around 14 or 15, was clad in a sharp black outfit, a heavy sword strapped to his back, exuding an air of formidable prowess. His features were still youthful, yet his demeanor was serious. However, when Li Xiangming tilted her head to converse with him, he broke into a comforting smile, clearly fond of the little sprite. The girl, also around the same age but dressed in red, displayed a budding grace, her expression one of impatience as she scanned her surroundings, seemingly uninterested in the pair beside her. Wei Xiaoxi did not linger, quickly turning on her heel to leave. "Damn it," she muttered. "What a stroke of misfortune. It seems fate is relentless. I encounter a landslide on my journey, and now the female lead appears. Truly unlucky." In the narrative, the female lead initially bore no malice towards the original protagonist, merely relishing in displaying her superiority. It was only after the incident involving the white moonlight that the original protagonist met her demise. Yet, things had changed since Wei Xiaoxi's arrival in this world. Li Xiangming intervened in her entry into the sect, a stark contrast to the original owner's experience. In other words, Li Xiangming had no desire to see her within the sect. Or, in a more extreme light, it was entirely possible that in this unfamiliar place, she could be eliminated without hesitation. She needed to remain as inconspicuous as possible in the inn, avoiding the staircase lest she cross paths with Li Xiangming. The blood sausages she craved were gone, and the thought of enduring the mundane dishes of the inn for several more days was utterly disheartening. Li Xiangming was engrossed in conversation with a male cultivator nearby, completely oblivious to Wei Xiaoxi. However, a woman in red, glancing around, noticed a suspicious scene. She observed the corner where a gray-white fabric had disappeared, lost in thought. Had that little girl just rolled her eyes at Sister Li? A smile suddenly graced her lips. It seemed that there were indeed normal individuals, unlike those male cultivators of the sect who acted as if bewitched, flocking to Li Xiangming like devoted followers. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet the path remained blocked. Wei Xiaoxi felt utterly exasperated. Surely, this year would slip away from her grasp? A delay of even a year would not only widen the gap in cultivation between her and the female lead, but would also jeopardize her spiritual roots. Transforming her spiritual roots required vast amounts of spiritual energy and spirit plants. The sect, rich in spiritual energy, should be capable of supplying the necessary resources. Spirit plants could be purchased within the sect, yet without access, she had no means. The mid-grade spirit stone she possessed had lost its luster. Its surface now dull and gray, nearly depleted. In other words, if she could not enter the sect this year, she would squander an entire year. This was intolerable. The heat was stifling, and Wei Xiaoxi pushed half of a window open. A cool breeze washed over her, making her feel alive again. In her peripheral vision, a petite green figure leaped onto a white lotus in a nearby vacant alley, soaring into the sky. Beautiful and spirited, she bore some resemblance to the once renowned Sword 9 Daojun. The female lead was indeed impressive. In the alley, 2 shadowy figures in red and black hastily summoned their flying artifacts, pursuing her closely. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures vanished into the distance. A playful smile spread across Wei Xiaoxi's face. How delightful! The thorn in her side had finally left the county, and she exhaled in relief, turning to descend the stairs. She was off to enjoy a blood sausage. After wandering through the snack street, Wei Xiaoxi's belly was full. She gently rubbed her stomach as she walked slowly back to the inn, her brows knitted in thought about how to reach Qinghai City. "Xiaoxi." A hand patted her shoulder from behind, causing her to stiffen. The person who called her had already turned to face her. "It was truly you." Li Xiangming appeared quite pleased, grabbing her hand with a beaming smile. "What are you doing here?" Wei Xiaoxi discreetly withdrew her sleeve. "Just out for some fun." "Are you alone? Where are your parents?" Li Xiangming wore an expression of disbelief as she glanced around, suddenly paling. "Could it be that your parents sold you here?" "They." "I apologize, it was not my intention." Wei Xiaoxi rolled her eyes in response. "You're overthinking it." Li Xiangming smiled, for she was indeed not merely overthinking. She spoke with purpose. Wei Xiaoxi's parents did not cherish her, often referring to her as a burden. She envied the affection showered upon herself by her own parents and 7 brothers. She was acutely aware of why Wei Xiaoxi found herself here. Indeed, preventing her from attending the spiritual root assessment in Qinghai City was her own design. Wasn't Wei Xiaoxi rather formidable in her previous life, always overshadowing her? Li Xiangming was eager to witness how Wei Xiaoxi would fare without the support of the Wandao Sect. In truth, Li Xiangming understood that she was now the direct disciple of the foremost sect's leading sword cultivator, possessing all the honors and resources one could desire, far beyond Wei Xiaoxi's reach. Logically, there was no need to continue sparring with Wei Xiaoxi. Yet, perhaps the shadows cast by her past life loomed too large, leaving her unable to restrain her desire to flaunt her superiority before Wei Xiaoxi. It felt as though, by asserting herself in front of her, she was triumphing over the astonishingly talented Wei Xiaoxi of her previous existence. Contemplating this, Li Xiangming deliberately remarked, "Isn't that direction towards Qinghai City?" You must be heading there for the spiritual root assessment, right? Alas, it's unfortunate that it's not on my way. Otherwise, I would have completed my task by now. How much longer will you dawdle before returning? The woman in red impatiently interrupted Li Xiangming. Upon catching sight of Wei Xiaoxi's grayish-white cotton shirt, she recognized her as the child who had rolled her eyes at Li Xiangming that day. She had intended to witness a delightful spectacle of their quarrel, but was dismayed to find this child so lacking in combat prowess that Li Xiangming's display of superiority seemed poised to soar to dizzying heights. Excuse me, fair maiden, are you a celestial being? Wei Xiaoxi suddenly leaned closer to the woman in red, genuinely praising her. I have never encountered anyone as beautiful as you. Upon noticing the small black mole on the woman's nostril, Wei Xiaoxi was reminded of someone, Li Xiangming. Li Xiangming's first mission had been alongside a girl named Li Xiangming, who favored donning red garments and was at the 7th layer of qi refinement. There had indeed been another companion, a sword cultivator bearing a heavy sword. Li Xiangming was fond of Chunyin, Li Xiangming's third senior brother. Chunyin and Li Xiangming had always shared a close bond, and she harbored affection for him. However, after the female protagonist entered the sect, Chunyin's attention outside of cultivation shifted entirely to his younger sister apprentice, Li Xiangming. Li Xiangming, not one to harbor large grudges, found herself unable to tolerate anyone outside of Chunyin's orbit, including the 8-year-old Li Xiangming. Just as Li Xiangming reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, she insisted on venturing out to broaden her horizons. Coincidentally, Li Xiangming and the heavy sword-wielding male cultivator were set to embark on a time-consuming yet safe mission, prompting Chunyin to take the two along to mentor his younger sister apprentice. Li Xiangming found herself greatly irritated, especially since Chunyin had instructed her to take good care of her junior sister. Upon returning, he had promised to treat her to a meal. In her desire to spend more time with the person she admired, Li Xiangming reluctantly acquiesced. Li Xiangming was anything but docile, frequently causing disturbances along the way, which nearly drove Li Xiangming to exasperation. Unfortunately, the male cultivator accompanying them, much like Chunyin, seemed to be enchanted by Li Xiangming as well. At that moment, Li Xiangming found everything about Li Xiangming utterly displeasing. Wei Xiaoxi had made up her mind. Since Li Xiangming had already noticed her, any attempt to intervene would be futile. Yet, she took the initiative to sidle up to Li Xiangming, assisting her in aggravating Li Xiangming. Surely, Li Xiangming would be quite agreeable to this. As a reward, she would ask her to take her to Qinghe City, which didn't seem too unreasonable. Li Xiangming, having been nonsensically praised, instinctively touched her own delicate face. She glanced at the fair-skinned Li Xiangming and then at the smiling Wei Xiaoxi, and suddenly broke into a smile. She bent down to pinch Wei Xiaoxi's slender face, exclaiming, "You truly have an eye for talent, little one." Wei Xiaoxi blinked in confusion and retorted, "I merely stated what I observed. Does that truly indicate discernment? Are you feeling peckish? Sister will treat you to something delicious." "Thank you, beautiful sister. I'm not hungry," she inquired, her little head tilting. "Could you take me to Qinghe City? The road is blocked." "Ah, we're not heading that way. We want to pass through Qinghe City," Li Xiangming quickly interjected, fearing Li Xiangming might agree. The burly male cultivator echoed, "Indeed, we do not pass through Qinghe City." Li Xiangming shot them both a glance, her smile subtly shifting. Chapter 22. The sardonic Wei Xiaoxi. "Indeed, we do not traverse Qinghe City, but we shall be passing through Furong City, where our sect has a spiritual root testing site. Would you like to go there?" Wei Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? You're so kind, beautiful sister. Not only are you lovely, but you're also so clever, far smarter than us." Li Xiangming's face turned ashen. Who was she subtly mocking? The male cultivator's expression also soured as he cast her an annoyed glance. Wei Xiaoxi pretended not to notice and simply winked at Li Xiangming. "Ha ha." Li Xiangming laughed heartily and pinched Wei Xiaoxi's cheek again. "What a delightful little girl. I don't want to be cute. I want to be beautiful like my sister." Despite knowing Wei Xiaoxi had ulterior motives, Li Xiangming felt elated by the flattering words. Especially as she observed Li Xiangming's discomfort, her joy only multiplied. In stark contrast to Li Xiangming's carefree demeanor, Li Xiangming was fuming. Her intention had merely been to vex Wei Xiaoxi, to remind her of her place and undermine her confidence. Having been thwarted by the village chief and the villagers, Wei Xiaoxi had sneaked out, revealing her strong desire to join the Wandao Sect. Now, under the heavens' gaze, heavy rains had begun, blocking their path. With less than 10 days remaining and the slow pace of the mule cart, reaching their destination seemed impossible. She deliberately sauntered before her, intending to provoke discomfort and make her acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them, not merely the affection of their parents and elder brothers, but also a profound disparity in status. In this predicament, she had unwittingly made a fool of herself. How vexing. Why must Li Xiangming meddle? Li Xiangming's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot, while Wei Xiaoxi reveled in delight. After pondering for a moment, she approached Li Xiangming, tugging at her sleeve with a timid inquiry. Beautiful sister, you radiate an ethereal aura. May I draw near to you and absorb a hint of your charm? Li Xiangming regarded her with disdain, uncertain of what mischief she might concoct along the way. She clung tightly to Li Xiangming, safeguarding her own existence. Ethereal aura? Li Xiangming felt irked. She possessed such qualities as well. Was this foolish girl intentionally provoking her? Implicitly suggesting that she lacked the ethereal presence of Li Xiangming. Unfazed by Li Xiangming's thoughts, Li Xiangming beamed and replied, "Of course you may." She even lifted Wei Xiaoxi into her arms, declaring, "Come. Let me take you to experience the sensation of being a fairy." With a flourish of her sleeve, a small white cloud unfurled in the breeze, landing on the ground and transforming into a delectable cotton candy. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment and excitement. With a smile, Li Xiangming ascended into the clouds, leaving a powerful gust of wind in her wake. Her hair whipped against her cheeks, quite painfully, prompting Li Xiangming to let out a hiss. In the wind, the joyous laughter of the two girls could be faintly heard. "Beautiful sister, let us inform the coachman to prevent him from waiting at the inn. Indeed, we must not behave as thoughtlessly as some," Li Xiangming remarked. The four of them arrived at Furong City, where the Lingjin testing point of the Wandao Sect was already sparsely populated. They had made it just in time. Wei Xiaoxi heaved a sigh of relief. The cultivation level of Qi practitioners was relatively low, their magical artifacts mediocre. Although they traveled swiftly, they frequently had to pause to meditate and replenish their spiritual energy, which proved to be quite time-consuming. Overall, the journey had not been significantly expedited. Adding to the delay were Li Xiangming's constant complaints of ailments, stomach pains one day, foot pains the next. However, at last, in the central square of Furong City, an elderly Taoist with a white beard sat upon a chair, with a wooden table before him. The pillar resting on the table shimmered vibrantly in the sunlight. That must be the spirit testing pillar. A line of children, roughly 10 in number, stood before the table, each accompanied by their respective parents. The child at the front was eagerly pressing his small hand against the base of the spirit testing pillar, filled with anticipation and trepidation, fixated on the pillar itself. At a glance, Wei Xiaoxi recognized familiar faces, the village chief and his chubby grandson. The four of them descended from the skies, exchanging greetings with the old Taoist, exuding an air of envy and flair. The chubby boy and the village chief stood third in line, close enough to observe clearly. Upon spotting Li Xiangming, their faces lit up in joy. "Fairy Xiangming, what brings you here?" Before Li Xiangming could respond, Li Xiangming's voice floated in. "It seems my junior sister has quite a few fellow villagers. One can encounter them anywhere." The village chief wore a look of perplexity as he turned his head, only to behold Wei Xiaoxi. She gasped, You. Wei Xiaoxi responded with a sinister smile, "Village chief. What a remarkable coincidence it is for us to meet here." The village chief's eyes flickered momentarily, and he let out a nervous chuckle. Li Xiangming inquired curiously, "How did you end up here instead of going to Qinghai City?" "We encountered a torrential downpour on the way, leading to mudslides that blocked the road, forcing us to take this route," came the reply. As they conversed, it was now little Fatty's turn. He placed his chubby hand upon the spirit testing pillar. Slowly, 3 colors, black, yellow, and green, began to ascend. The black and yellow flickered weakly before ceasing their rise, while the longest green slowly climbed, nearing the midpoint. Both little Fatty and the village chief held their breaths, and the old Taoist fixed his gaze intently. Today he had tested thousands. Yet fewer than 50 had elicited a reaction from the pillar. Only a mere 3 had surpassed the midpoint, meeting the recruitment criteria of their sect, the Wandao Sect. For each disciple he recruited, he would earn 5 low-grade spirit stones. Thus he yearned more than anyone for new disciples. Little Fatty appeared robust, with a faint aura of spiritual energy enveloping him, suggesting he might be a promising candidate. The numbers climbed, 40, 45, 48, 49, 49, 49. It halted, just a fraction short. "Rise, do rise," he implored, but alas, it did not. The old Taoist let out a long sigh, his face etched with disappointment. He announced, "Water, earth, and with spiritual roots, with purity values of 19, 12, and 49, do not meet the standard." Next, the purity value of spiritual roots is graded every 20 increments, ranging from low to high, inferior, mediocre, average, above average, and superior. The Wandao Sect, being the foremost sect of the Three Realms Island, demanded higher standards for its disciples, requiring them to possess at least an average quality with a score above 50. Little Fatty stood there, dazed, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. The old Taoist frowned impatiently. "Step aside, do not waste time." The village chief, disheartened, pulled his grandson aside, his expression grim. So close, just a fraction away from entering a great sect. Now, they could only await the recruitment ceremony of a second-rate sect in 6 months. Wei Xiaoxi remarked softly from the side, "Ah, Some fairness lies not in the absence of opportunity, but in timing. Perhaps if we accumulate more virtue in our daily lives, the heavens will be a bit kinder to us. She emphasized the word bit. Indeed, her words were rather harsh. The village chief and little fatty's expressions shifted. Wei Xiaoxi, choose your words wisely, the village chief admonished, feeling both anger and embarrassment. Little fatty retorted loudly, at least I can still join a second-rate sect. You, a mere scarecrow, lack even spiritual roots. What do you have to be proud of? Wei Xiaoxi, brushing her withered, yellowing hair back, smiled sweetly. Let us wait and see. Xiaoxi, please refrain from such behavior. We are all from the same village and ought to support one another. Xiaopeng's failure to be selected is already disheartening enough. How can you still utter such sarcastic remarks? Chapter 23. Misjudgments. Upon hearing these words, the village chief and Xiaopeng gazed at Li Xiangming with tear-filled eyes. Xiangming, the fairy, is indeed understanding, unlike Wei Xiaoxi, who is so acerbic. The burly male cultivator silently nodded in agreement. Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes and turned away, finding the display insincere. Wei Xiaoxi, however, scoffed. They promised to give me a ride, yet the very next day, they abandoned me to go on their own. Why should I treat such treacherous individuals kindly? The term treacherous dripped with disdain as she fixed her gaze on Li Xiangming. Li Xiangming felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, suspecting that Wei Xiaoxi was indeed casting aspersions upon her, though she lacked solid evidence. Surely, a child like her could not harbor such complex thoughts. She must merely be upset with the village chief. Wei Xiaoxi displayed an attitude of unrefined disregard, and Li Xiangming found herself at a loss for words. A person with such a lackadaisical demeanor is, indeed, invincible. Yet, Wei Xiaoxi was relentless, continuing, the fairy Xiangming, being so compassionate, must also find the actions of the village chief and the others reprehensible, correct? Why do you remain silent? Do you believe they acted justly? Wei Xiaoxi's expression conveyed disappointment, as if she had misjudged Li Xiangming. Well, you are still young and perhaps lack the discernment to see right from wrong. I can understand that. Li Xiangming, alongside the village chief and Xiaopeng, found their faces flushed with embarrassment. Lin Shanshan nearly burst into laughter. Li Xiangming, rendered speechless, undoubtedly felt a sense of frustration. This young girl, Wei Xiaoxi, increasingly charmed those around her. To assess a person typically takes about 20 breaths. And with only 10 or so remaining, Wei Xiaoxi did not have to wait long for her turn. The old Taoist, upon observing her physique, shook his head repeatedly. Although stature, complexion, and build do not always provide a definitive assessment of one's spiritual roots, they are somewhat correlated. It was nearly certain that Wei Xiaoxi, with her slender frame, would not possess any spiritual roots. Lin Shanshan and the others shared similar thoughts. Li Xiangming anxiously focused on the spirit-testing pillar, her mind in disarray. She hoped that Wei Xiaoxi would lack spiritual roots, yet also wished she had at least the lowest grade, ensuring she would only fall to a third-rate sect. This way, Wei Xiaoxi could live a little longer to witness how this Xiangming fairy captivated the entire Three Realms island. As Wei Xiaoxi placed her hand upon the base of the spirit-testing pillar, the old Taoist expressed no expectations, his voice lacking vigor. Following his instructions, Wei Xiaoxi complied. After a breath, the spirit-testing pillar responded. The old Taoist's spirit surged. Li Xiangming clenched her fists tightly, while Xiaopeng and the village chief stared wide-eyed. 5 colors, white, green, black, red, and yellow, intertwined and flickered. The 5 colors slowly ascended, indicating 5 spiritual roots. The quantity of spiritual roots has a slight negative correlation with purity. The 5 types of spiritual roots signify a slim possibility of possessing a high purity value. The old Taoist sighed in disappointment, while Li Xiangming and the village chief secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At long last, the ascension of the spiritual roots ceased. The old Taoist discerned the markings above and raised his voice. The 5 spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have purity values of 51, 62, 39, 25, and 37 respectively, meeting the entry standard. Please queue over there. No, this cannot be. Xiaopeng's sharp voice pierced the air. She was so frail that she resembled a specter incapable of absorbing spiritual energy. How could her spiritual root value be 62? Immortal. Please retest to see if there has been an error. The old Taoist, his expression sour, admonished, silence. The village chief hastily pulled his grandson aside. Li Xiangming turned to the old Taoist, apologizing. Esteemed steward, I beg your pardon. My friend has been spoiled by her grandfather since childhood. I hope you can forgive her. The first disciple of the sword cultivator, Jianzhou Dao Jun, a celestial being, unexpectedly offered an apology to him. The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively. No matter. No matter. It is my tone that was too harsh. She is but an outer sect disciple. How could she warrant the apology of immortal Xiangming? Ignoring the mutual flattery, Wei Xiaoxi remained fixated on the highest value of 62, unable to divert her gaze. It seemed as if she wished to freeze the measurement column with her stare. After toiling exhaustively for an entire year, she had only increased by a mere 2 points. Indeed, cultivation in the mundane world yielded little reward for great effort. Fortunately, she was still able to enter the sect. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled a sigh of relief. Lin Shanshan, grinning, poked her. Congratulations, junior sister Xiaoxi. Wei Xiaoxi returned her a sweet smile. Thank you, senior sister Lin. I hope you will look after me. Absolutely, absolutely. Witnessing the joyful scene before her, Li Xiangming felt an anger boiling within her. Despite countless obstacles, she had ultimately failed to thwart Wei Xiaoxi. What astonished her most was that, despite not consuming any spiritual plants in this lifetime, she still possessed spiritual roots. In her previous life, Wei Xiaoxi had a singular ice spiritual root. Could it be that other types of spiritual roots had merged with that spiritual plant, transforming into an ice spiritual root? Indeed, she recalled that in her past life, she too had an ice spiritual root with a purity value of 50, barely qualifying for the Wandao Sect. What a peculiar spiritual plant. Li Xiangming's mind buzzed. The radiant smile of Wei Xiaoxi before her causing her head to throb. No, it was nothing. Her 5 spiritual roots would make cultivation arduous, unlike Wei Xiaoxi, who possessed a celestial spiritual root and benefited from sect resources. In this lifetime, Wei Xiaoxi would surely be my defeated opponent. In stark contrast to the complex emotions of the others, the old Taoist's grin stretched from ear to ear. He was genuinely elated. To his surprise, even at the last, there was still a qualified candidate, which would yield him an additional 5 low-grade spiritual stones. Not bad at all. With that thought, he gazed at the slender Wei Xiaoxi. How mistaken he had been. The grandson was not selected, and the village chief sighed, unwilling to witness the triumphant arrogance of Wei Xiaoxi, whose tail seemed poised to touch the heavens. He turned and led his grandson back, awaiting the opportunity to join a more reputable second-tier sect in half a year. The two of them walked despondently toward the inn when they were halted by Wei Xiaoxi's call. The village chief furrowed his brow, but stopped, turning to force a smile and inquire, "What is it?" After all, Wei Xiaoxi was to become a disciple of a major sect, and it was unwise to offend her. "Please convey a message. Our debts shall be settled," Wei Xiaoxi said softly. The village chief paused. "What do you mean?" "Tell my parents to treat my sister well. In 10 years, I shall return to personally oversee her marriage. If my sister marries an unsuitable man or is sold off somewhere, all right, I will ensure she is brought back." The village chief exhaled a sigh of relief, as long as it did not involve him settling accounts. Wei Xiaoxi shook her head. "You misunderstand. I mean, should my sister find herself in such situations, I would question whether you relayed my words." The village chief was momentarily stunned, then chuckled in anger. "You wish for me to safeguard your sister? Do you dare to threaten me?" Having served as village chief for many years, he was accustomed to being respected and flattered, carrying an air of pride. Now, threatened by a mere girl, his temper flared. Wei Xiaoxi blinked and smiled. "Indeed, I am threatening you. So, do you plan to betray my trust again or conspire with my parents against me?" The village chief retorted. "By what right do you speak to me in such a manner?" Little Fatty, infuriated, stepped forward to seize Wei Xiaoxi. Slap. Wei Xiaoxi brushed his hand aside. The latter clutched his arm, tears welling in disbelief. "Are you made of stone? Why does it hurt so much?" He felt as though his arm might break. Wei Xiaoxi shrugged. "I am merely a slender reed." Chapter 24. A search for missing person. Though she appeared frail, she had undergone a transformation under the guidance of the ascended Zhongzhan, and her frequent excursions to the mountains and rivers endowed her with greater combat prowess than Little Fatty. Little Fatty attempted to say something more, but the village chief restrained him. "Enough, further words are futile." The grandson hung his head in despondency, prompting the village chief to finally regard Wei Xiaoxi, inhaling deeply. "I understand." Wei Xiaoxi scoffed inwardly, still coldly glaring at the elderly man. The village chief, feeling guilty, turned away, leading his grandson off. Fearing Wei Xiaoxi's words about returning in 10 years to check on Wei Xiaoqing, the village chief dutifully conveyed the message to Wei's parents. Upon hearing that Wei Xiaoxi had successfully joined the Wandao Sect, their faces turned ashen. Given their previous treatment of her, they wondered if, in 10 years, she would return to settle scores. After all, she did hold feelings for Wei Xiaoqing. The couple hurriedly put on smiles and approached Wei Xiaoqing. "Oh, my dear eldest daughter. Your bond with your younger sister is commendable. After all, we are her parents. Should she engage in any disrespectful behavior towards us, she would certainly face severe consequences. Indeed, for the sake of your sister's reputation, I urge you to offer her wise counsel upon her return. In the future, you need not exert yourself so much with household chores. Your mother will gladly share the burden. And do remember to eat well. You are looking rather frail, and it pains a mother's heart to see her child in such a state." As Lu spoke, she gently held Wei Xiaoqing in her embrace, caressing her head tenderly. Witnessing this, Wei Dea became displeased and rushed over to push Wei Xiaoqing aside. "You little rascal, mother is mine. What right do you have to hold her?" Wei Xiaoqi stumbled back, her face paling as tears welled up in her eyes. "You insolent child, that is your elder sister. Do you not understand the essence of decorum?" Wei's father, incensed, seized Wei Dai and delivered a firm smack to his backside. Now, my dear, your brother is still young. Do not hold it against him. We will educate him properly. Remember to speak kindly of us in front of your sister." Observing the somewhat conciliatory expressions of her parents, Wei Xiaoqi felt a swell of emotions, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Her future happiness seemed to hinge upon the efforts of her younger sister. Yet, the affection shown by her parents felt compelled by circumstance, which was, in itself, a form of sorrow. Nevertheless, gratitude was owed to her sister. Of course, these events unfolded later, and at present, Wei Xiaoqi remained unaware of the implications. With her limited abilities, she could only support Wei Xiaoqi to this extent. The square had cleared of children testing their spiritual affinity, and the elder Taoist planned to return to the sect with the 4 seedlings alongside Li Xiangming. As the sun dipped in the west, the group agreed to spend a night in Furong City. On their way to the inn, they passed by the entrance of the vegetable market. Wei Xiaoqi noticed a shop beside a notice board, crowded with people, predominantly adults accompanied by little girls around 5 or 6 years old. The queue stretched long, at least 14 or 15 people deep. It struck her as odd. Why were these individuals not returning home for dinner, but instead congregating here? She sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. The girls, aged 6 or 7, were all thin and frail, their complexions a sickly yellowish hue, resembling her own past appearance, with similarly elongated eyes. Were it not for the transformations she had undergone through the secret methods of Zhongzhen, which had revitalized her body and spirit, she might have believed she was one of those waiting in line. What was happening here? Unable to disregard the unsettling connection she felt to this scene, Wei Xiaoqi tugged at Li Xiangming's sleeve, inquiring, "Senior Sister Lin, what are they doing?" Li Xiangming glanced in that direction and replied, "They are searching for someone." Pointing at the notice board at Kaishiku, she remarked, "There is a proclamation seeking a young girl of approximately 6 years old, with slender eyes and a prominent nose. Specifically from a nearby village, and there must be a Taoist temple in proximity." Waves of tumult surged within Wei Xiaoxi. Is this a search for me?" She composed herself with great effort, forcing a smile as she continued, "What peculiar requirements? What kind of person could be so eccentric? Why are they searching for this little girl? It seems they've been looking for about half a year, yet I remain uncertain if they have found a suitable candidate. As for the reason behind the search, that remains a mystery to me." An old Taoist, stroking his beard, interjected, "It is said that the family seeking the girl has a frail young master who requires such a girl for a cleansing ritual. The conditions were all derived from the calculations of the Xuanji Pavilion's adept. The Xuanji Pavilion is the most enigmatic entity in the entire spiritual realm. The practitioners there are skilled in divination, with branches established across various continents and islands. Although their power is considerable, they maintain a low profile and primarily assess destinies. When the Xuanji Pavilion issues a prophecy, it is highly likely to come to fruition, which is why many hold them in unwavering belief." Lin Xiangming furrowed her brow. "Is the Xuanji Pavilion now also offering assessments for romantic relationships?" Wei Xiaoxi chuckled nervously. However, she felt a surge of anxiety. The back mountain houses a Taoist temple. The description aligns with her appearance and age. It must be those challengers from the secret realm whose families wish to unearth her. Are they leveraging the reputation of the Xuanji Pavilion for their own ends? Wei Xiaoxi could not ascertain, yet her mood was heavy. A year has passed, and they are still searching with evident determination. As she pondered, Lin Xiangming exclaimed, "The image on this notice board resembles you, Xiaoxi." "What?" Wei Xiaoxi nearly jumped in alarm. Her gaze caught the drawing on the board, and she instantly felt relieved. The simplistic strokes depicting the figure were, fortunately, not an exact likeness. Wei Xiaoxi adjusted her demeanor, declaring with conviction, "What nonsense. I am a disciple of the Wandao Sect in life, and will remain its spirit in death." After a moment's thought, she subtly shifted the focus. Pointing to the image on the notice, "If you squint, she bears some resemblance." While speaking, she gestured towards Li Xiangming. Li Xiangming, taken aback, regained her composure and lifted her chin. "I am the direct disciple of my master. I have no need to depend on anyone for a cleansing." Wei Xiaoxi nodded earnestly. "In truth, even if you wish to be counted among them, they would not want you, for there is no Taoist temple near our village." She discreetly eliminated her own suspicion from the minds of those around her. Li Xiangming, unaware of her subtle intentions, added, "Indeed, the nearest Taoist temple is at least 50 miles away." Wei Xiaoxi looked at the female protagonist with a smile. "What a good child. Oh, I am so tired. Let us hurry and depart. I desire a good, restful sleep." Lin Xiangming strode forward, urging the others to follow. Without any dissent, the group fell in line behind her. Hastening their pace, Wei Xiaoxi let out a sigh of relief. However, her heart sank once more. It appeared that her abilities and formations could not be casually displayed. At least not until she had matured sufficiently. Contemplating this, her expression fell. She had originally believed that the inheritance of formation techniques would serve as a remarkable advantage in her formative years. Yet now it was not only unusable, but also required careful concealment. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. She harbored no illusions about the grand families lurking behind her. They were not merely interested in her return as a servant. They would undoubtedly seek ways to strip the inheritance from her, ultimately discarding her like a discarded puppet. Chapter 25. The destitute Wei Xiaoxi. The group returned to the sect after a 10-day journey. Upon entering the sect, Lin Shanshan and her companions headed to the task hall to submit their missions, while the old Taoist led Wei Xiaoxi and the other new disciples to the logistics office to register their entry. The four of them had spiritual roots with a purity value below 70, placing them in the category that would never attract the attention of a Yuanying true monarch or Huashan Daojun. After registration, each received an identity token as an outer disciple and a storage pouch. The storage pouches were brand new, unmarked by any spiritual consciousness, and could be opened by ordinary individuals. Inside, there was a cubic space containing 6 low-grade spirit stones, replenishing elixirs, minor recovery pills, 10 talismans, and 2 sets of outer disciple clothing. Wei Xiaoxi gazed at the pitifully scarce spirit stones, feeling somewhat at a loss. This amount was meant to last a year, equating to merely half a low-grade spirit stone per month. How miserly of the Wandao Sect. But no, the Wandao Sect only pinched pennies with their outer disciples. For direct disciples like Li Xiangming, the annual allocation was 120 low-grade spirit stones, and everything else was similarly magnified tenfold. Moreover, outer disciples could only receive these provisions for 2 years, while direct disciples enjoyed 5 years. The disparity was stark. In addition, direct disciples typically received welcome gifts from their masters and senior brothers and sisters within the sect. These individuals were the cream of the crop in the cultivation world. Either exceptionally talented or backed by substantial resources, money was seldom an issue for them. The value of their gifts could hardly be trifling. Wei Xiaoxi sighed inwardly, especially when reflecting on her year of arduous training that had only resulted in a mere 2-point increase in her spiritual root purity. The sect's abundant spiritual energy was indeed sufficient for her cultivation. However, she still needed to purchase spiritual herbs to assist in the transformation of her roots. The most common spiritual herbs were priced at 80 low-grade spirit stones, and the potential increase in spiritual root purity from refining them might yield less than a single point. Relying solely on the sect's free provisions, it would take her 2 years to afford even one. She had to hasten to cultivate her qi and reach at least the 2nd level of the qi refinement stage, so she could undertake missions at the task hall to earn spirit stones and points. The group, guided by the old Taoist, proceeded to the new disciples' dormitory. Wei Xiaoxi found herself somewhat distracted, while the 3 companions nearby were animatedly discussing. I heard that this communication talisman can be sent to anyone you wish to contact. I really want to reach out to my mother. For new disciples, 2 males and 2 females were gathered together, and it was one of the young girls. Aside from Wei Xiaoxi, who spoke up, "Your mother has no communication talisman. How will you convey your message to her?" "I can record it, and then send the communication talisman back to her," the girl replied. "Sending anything from the sect requires at least 1 low-grade spirit stone." "Are you certain of that?" An old man interjected suddenly. "I have only my mother to rely on. Now that I have ascended the mountain, she is left alone. As long as it brings her peace of mind, it is worth it," the young girl said earnestly, her voice innocent yet filled with sincerity, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of determination. The old man nodded slightly and explained the usage of the communication talisman. Communication talismans exist in pairs, typically. One is given to the other party beforehand. When contact is needed, one party crushes the talisman to begin recording. The other party will receive the message and can listen to it whenever they choose by crushing their talisman. The entire process does not require the use of spiritual energy. Crafting a communication talisman necessitates an understanding of spatial laws, making it a high-threshold skill. Therefore, only those of the nascent soul realm or above can inscribe them. With a price of 10 low-grade spirit stones for a pair, the single-use talisman paper is quite expensive. Imagine, in modern times, sending a message costs $10. Who can afford that? Especially considering it is 10 low-grade spirit stones, not just dollars. Thus, communication talismans are rarely used unless in urgent situations. Wei Xiaoxi, the impoverished one, listened in astonishment. Suddenly, she found herself reminiscing about the much lower costs of modern mobile phones. Despite the high price of communication talismans, the young girl remained resolute about recording a message of safety to send back to her mother, prompting the other 2 male disciples to shake their heads in disbelief. Wei Xiaoxi, however, remained silent. She understood the bond of a mother and child. Although the logistics hall and the new disciples shared the same foothills, there was still a considerable distance between them. As they made their way to the dormitory, Wei Xiaoxi observed many practitioners meditating by the roadside, practicing techniques, or gathered in small groups, discussing various matters. The daily activities of outer disciples are limited to the foot of the mountain and the back hills. You must not ascend the mountain. Should you offend any influential figures, your life would be forfeit, the old man cautioned. The group listened attentively to his advice. But Wei Xiaoxi's attention was divided as she caught snippets of conversation nearby. In a month, the competition for last year's new disciples will take place. The top 50 will gain access to the sect's secret realm to gather resources. Gather resources? Your choice of words is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Another replied. There will be life-saving jade tokens. In case of emergencies, shattering the token will transport you out, so there is no danger to life. The spiritual plants, beasts, and treasures in the secret realm are unclaimed. Isn't that just gathering? You speak so lightly of it. It seems you have great confidence in breaking into the top 50. It's not so bad. Securing a spot in the top 50 merely grants entry to treasure gathering. I have heard that if one places in the top 3, the sect will bestow rewards directly. But this is merely a competition for those below the third layer of qi cultivation. I doubt the rewards will be particularly generous. You underestimate the sect. I cannot speak for everything, but I have heard that the first place prize is the muscle cleansing grass. Is it truly that wash muscle herb? One person leapt to their feet, their expression brimming with excitement. The wash muscle herb is a mid-grade spiritual herb, valued at approximately 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When consumed during the early stages of qi training, specifically at the third layer or below, it significantly enhances the strength, resilience, and width of the meridians, facilitating a smoother path in future cultivation. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones can be afforded by larger families. Yet the herb is rarely found in the wild and is difficult to cultivate, typically controlled by factions possessing the requisite skills. It is virtually impossible to purchase in the market, except when occasionally auctioned. Those skilled factions tend to prioritize the cultivation of their own descendants. For instance, the Wandao Sect is known for bestowing this herb upon exceptionally gifted new disciples. Wei Xiaoxi's breath quickened. Should she acquire the wash muscle herb, she could refine and absorb it within a month using secret methods, potentially increasing her spiritual root value by 14 to 16 points. Reflecting on the arduous year of cultivation that yielded only a 2-point increase, she could not overlook this herb. Thus, she resolved to secure the first place in next year's new disciple competition. The renown of the wash muscle herb is widespread. Even the 3 new disciples, who had been heeding the old Taoist warnings, unconsciously halted to glance at those engaged in conversation. The old Taoist shook his head and chuckled. Just listen and take it lightly. With your qualifications, even making it into the top 50 will be akin to scaling the heavens, let alone claiming the first place to obtain the wash muscle herb. The 3 disciples sighed and drooped their heads, continuing to follow the old Taoist. Wei Xiaoxi said nothing and kept pace. The dialogue behind her drifted into her ears. Ah, what a remarkable treasure. The sect is truly affluent. Who will attain such honor? While others were uncertain, it was clear that Li Xiangming was a frontrunner for the championship. Her ability to draw qi into her body in just 10 days is a speed rarely seen in a decade. Furthermore, she had elevated her cultivation to the third layer of qi training within a year. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly secure her victory. Blah blah blah. In this realm, it is generally accepted that one should begin cultivation at 6 years old and must break through to the 10th layer of qi training, achieving full mastery by the age of 20 to be considered a qualified practitioner. By this standard, a breakthrough to the 4th layer by 8, the 7th by 13, and the 10th before turning 20 is expected. Li Xiangming's attainment of the 3rd layer within a year indicates a remarkable speed that could allow her to overcome minor bottlenecks in 3 to 6 months, transitioning to the next stage. Indeed, she is an exceptional talent. Not only them, but other disciples within the sect, as well as elders and stewards, also held high hopes for this ice element spiritual root genius. A trace of mockery flickered in Wei Xiaoxi's eyes. Li Xiangming, having stolen another's spiritual root, how impressive you are. Chapter 26. Caring for the fellow villager, the old Taoist first arranged for Wei Xiaoxi and the other girl to be accommodated in the female disciples' dormitory before leading the 2 boys away. There were no vacancies in the dormitory, and both were assigned to share rooms with others. In the female disciples' dormitory, there stretches a series of modest bungalows nestled between the mountains on either side of a valley. A gentle stream meanders through the gorge, demarcating the eastern and western sections of the dormitory. Along the banks, willows, peaches, and apricots flourish, their fallen blossoms creating a picturesque scene. The particular bungalow assigned to Wei Xiaoxi is unique, for it boasts a solitary white birch tree, the only one in the entire valley. As she stands at the entrance of her bungalow, she peers inside, finding a hall approximately 20 square meters in size, flanked by 2 small rooms on either side. Her own room is the second on the left. The hall is unoccupied, and the door to her room is ajar, with faint sounds emanating from within. No one has yet emerged to greet her as the new roommate. However, Wei Xiaoxi's attention is drawn to the first room on the right. A girl in a purple robe, around 13 or 14 years of age, leans against the window, staring intently towards the riverbank, her expression fierce. As if she longs to devour something she has seen. Wei Xiaoxi instinctively glances outside, her brows arching in recognition. It is Li Xiangming and Li Xiangming. Standing by the river, their backs to the dormitory, about 2 zhang apart. Li Xiangming holds a bell-like object to her ear, and faint sounds drift over, resembling a phone conversation. Wei Xiaoxi finds this peculiar, while Li Xiangming stands quietly beside her. After observing the three of them for a moment, Wei Xiaoxi pays them little mind and strides directly into her room. After the long trek up the mountain path, she is utterly exhausted and yearns for rest. The room is sparsely furnished, containing a bed, a desk, and a mat placed on the floor, nothing more. Turning back to the door, Wei Xiaoxi presses a switch. Instantly, a ripple spreads across the door and windows. It is a barrier designed to prevent any underhanded schemes against disciples while they cultivate or rest. The sect's consideration is quite thoughtful, and Wei Xiaoxi nods in satisfaction. At last, she has her own little sanctuary. She throws herself onto the bed, closes her eyes, and contemplates her upcoming training regimen. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, Li Xiangming gazes at the flowing water, her expression somewhat displeased. "Ah, you're too busy, you liar. Fine. I'll wait for you, but you must not break your promise this time. Oh, and I have something to give you." "Understood. I'll have your junior sister bring it up. Is that acceptable?" "All right, see you in 10 days. Li Xiangming stows away the bell and turns to Li Xiangming. "Could you help me take the item up? Consider it a trade for the care I've given you this past month." Li Xiangming smiles in response. "Lin senior sister. You are being modest. It's only natural for us to help one another." Li Xiangming scoffs lightly, dismissing the comment, and proceeds back to her dormitory. Unfortunately, her bungalow is situated right next to Wei Xiaoxi's. Li Xiangming glances over, noticing that Wei Xiaoxi has just entered her room. In this dormitory, her gaze shifted towards the window of the female disciple clad in purple robes. Their eyes met, and she offered a slight smile, calling out, "Zhao Qian." Her voice was not loud, yet she was certain Zhao Qian could hear her. The senses of cultivators are far more acute than those of ordinary individuals. The mere distance of 10 paces ensured that Zhao Qian could hear her words, and she must have also overheard the conversation between Li Xiangming and Chen Yan. Otherwise, why would she be so irate? Utilizing this to her advantage, Zhao Qian could indeed serve as a source of vexation for Wei Xiaoxi. As for cultivation, it requires tranquility and time. How could Wei Xiaoxi advance her skills without the necessary conditions? Ah, Zhao Qian had indeed heard her. The ire she directed was towards Li Xiangming and the bell she held. Both she and Li Xiangming hailed from Yuyang City, a large city at the foot of the Wandao Sect. They belonged to two different third-rate families, competing fiercely for resources, having clashed on numerous occasions, thus becoming bitter rivals. Living in proximity within the sect, they regarded each other with disdain. Zhao Qian was the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, but due to her mediocre aptitude, she found herself unable to marry into a second-rate family or hire through conventional means. However, within the sect, the situation was different. She sought out talented disciples lacking family backing, and her eyes were set on Chen Yan, the third disciple of the Sword Nine Dao Lord. Yet, Li Xiangming had grown close to Chen Yan. With their familial enmity compounded, the animosity between them intensified. The communication bell in Li Xiangming's possession was a unique low-grade magical artifact belonging solely to the Lin family, akin to a messaging talisman, and it existed in pairs. Within a 30-mile radius, those holding the bells could use them to communicate as though they were talismans. Although the quality of such artifacts was low, their production was challenging. The Lin family produced no more than 10 pairs annually, rendering them quite rare. However, given the limited communication range, large families could manufacture similar items, thus allowing the Lin family to maintain their existence. Li Xiangming had specifically requested a pair from the head of the Lin family, who, wishing to draw Chen Yan into the Lin family, had granted her the pair. With this formidable tool, Li Xiangming became the closest to Chen Yan among all outer disciples. Zhao Qian was quite displeased. Upon hearing Li Xiangming call her, her eyes narrowed with a smile as she swiftly exited the dormitory and made her way to the riverbank. "Junior sister Li, you have such a good temper, even willing to assist someone like Li Xiangming." Zhao Qian intended to compliment her broad-mindedness. Yet Li Xiangming was not particularly pleased by her words. Had she not known that Zhao Qian genuinely sought her favor, she might have thought she was being mocked. "It seems you have a new roommate," Li Xiangming replied with a question rather than an answer. "I suppose so." Zhao Qian hesitated before asking, "Do you know her?" "We are from the same hometown." "I see," Zhao Qian responded, enlightened. "I will take good care of her." The person before her was Chen Yan's junior sister, a disciple of the Sword Nine Dao Lord, with sufficiently brilliant talent. In every regard, She was someone Zhao Qian aspired to befriend. She would never be foolish enough, like Lin Shanshan, to offend Li Xiangming. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangming's expression dimmed. Xiaoxi seems to prefer senior sister Lin. Xiaoxi? Is that the name of the new roommate? What does Li Xiangming mean by this? Is she hinting at a strained relationship with her fellow townsfolk? After pondering for a moment, she tentatively remarked, "What kind of person is so oblivious as to team up with Lin Shanshan to vex you?" Li Xiangming sighed. She probably didn't intend it. We encountered her in a small county, and she pleaded with us to take her to Qinghe City to register for the spiritual root test. As a fellow townsman, I was more than willing. However, you understand, traveling with a mortal can be quite time-consuming. In just a month, the annual new disciple competition will take place, and I hold this contest in high regard. Unfortunately, whenever she felt slightly unwell, senior sister Lin would panic and insist we halt immediately. Thus we wasted a considerable amount of time on the journey. Zhao Qian suddenly understood, a meaningful smile curving her lips. She is your fellow townsman. I will take good care of her. She particularly emphasized the word care. Li Xiangming smiled faintly. Thank you, senior sister. I will be returning to Sword 9 Peak shortly. Do you have anything you need me to take along? Zhao Qian nodded eagerly. Yes, I do. Thank you for your trouble. As she spoke, she retrieved a box from her storage pouch and handed it to Li Xiangming. Brother Chun Yen loves these spiritual cakes. As soon as Lin Shanshan appeared, she saw the two engaged in pleasant conversation, and her expression darkened immediately. Chapter 27. Mutual assistance. I toil and labor to bring her on this mission, and she barely helps me carry anything. That wretched Zhao Qian, doesn't she often flatter me in front of others? Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Only shallow individuals would associate with the shallow. She strode directly towards Li Xiangming, handing her a bag with little sincerity. Sorry for the trouble. Li Xiangming accepted it with a smile and took her leave. Wei Xiaoxi had slept for most of the afternoon, only awakening when her stomach grumbled in hunger. Grasping her identity token, she stepped out of her room. As soon as she emerged, she spotted her two roommates. They stood at the door, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Blocking her way, one was the purple-robed girl she had encountered at noon, who had gritted her teeth at her. The other was a girl of about 13 or 14, clad in the standard outer sect attire, adorned with two round green ear beads resembling jade. Wei Xiaoxi's gaze lingered on those ear ornaments, unable to look away. It wasn't that the ear beads were unattractive. They were simply too large and too green, resembling green caterpillars curled up in her ears. Wei Xiaoxi shuddered slightly, suppressing her critique of the girl's taste, and took the initiative to greet them. Hello, I am the new disciple Wei Xiaoxi, and I will be sharing a dormitory with you from now on. I look forward to your guidance. According to the etiquette of reciprocity, they should respond with greetings and exchange names. However, when they turned to look at her, Wei Xiaoxi understood that they would not engage in a civil conversation. The two smiled at her, but their expressions were laced with malice. The insidious female cultivator swiftly positioned herself behind Wei, blocking the entrance to her room. Tension gripped Wei Xiaoxi's body as the smile faded from her face. What is the meaning of this? She inquired. I believe you are mistaken. Zhao Qian stepped forward, positioning herself squarely in the doorway, asserting that it was rather cunning of them to expect her to look after Wei. We ought to assist one another, she insisted. Assist one another? What was it that they wished her to do? It was not a request, but a coercive demand. Her time was her own. She would help if she chose, and no one could compel her otherwise. Wei Xiaoxi remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the girl in the purple robe. She had discerned the truth. The insidious cultivator was merely a subordinate, while the girl in the purple robe was the orchestrator. If you choose not to speak, I will assume your silence indicates acquiescence, the girl in the purple robe declared. As for me, I have night patrol duties for this cycle. You shall take my place. Surely, you jest, Wei Xiaoxi replied. Patrol duties are for those who have attained the qi gathering stage. If I say it is so, then it is. Do you have any objections? The girl in the purple robe interrupted impatiently. Wei Xiaoxi contemplated her response. While night patrols offered some remuneration, the danger was minimal within the sect, and thus the pay was meager. It would be far more lucrative to undertake other nighttime tasks or to meditate and cultivate throughout the night, when fewer practitioners were present and the spiritual energy was somewhat denser than during the day. Many cultivators were reluctant to accept such duties. Consequently, the sect had implemented a rotation system, mandating that all outer disciples who had successfully entered the qi gathering stage be placed on a duty roster. Wei Xiaoxi had yet to reach that stage, rendering her incapable of fulfilling this task. Patrols required movement, and one could encounter unforeseen circumstances that a non-cultivator would be ill-equipped to handle. The inexplicable imposition irritated Wei Xiaoxi greatly, and what troubled her further was that during the first year of entry into the sect, there were designated courses to impart knowledge of cultivation and techniques. Failure to attend classes on time would not be met with makeup sessions. Otherwise, One would have to expend spirit stones for one-on-one tutoring or wait until the following year to study alongside the next cohort of disciples. If she were to endure 10 consecutive nights of patrol, she would be forced to attend class in a state of fatigue, lest she miss out. 10 nights in succession would be taxing even for a successful cultivator, let alone an ordinary individual. Was the girl in purple intent on sabotaging her path to cultivation? With this thought, her gaze turned frosty as she met the eyes of the girl in purple. I shall not comply. I refuse to undertake any burdens that are not mine to bear. Once a door is opened, it becomes impossible to close. This time it is 10 nights of patrol. Next time it could extend to a month or more. Today it is patrols. Tomorrow it might involve other, more arduous or perilous tasks, such as tending to spirit gardens or capturing spirit beasts. Mind your tone, came a displeased voice from the insidious female cultivator behind her, accompanied by the subtle sound of air being disturbed. Wei Xiaoxi turned her body to the side, evading the grasp of the caterpillar woman, and retaliated with a sharp slap in her direction. The air fell into a momentary silence. The caterpillar woman's eyes blazed with fury. How dare you strike back? A sharp pain shot through Wei Xiaoxi's neck as she raised her hand to touch it, feeling a sticky warmth. Her face froze with frost, and she cast a cold glance at the caterpillar woman before turning to the girl in the purple robe, speaking in a frigid tone. What? If I refuse to assist you, do you intend to resort to murder? The sect forbids private duels. Harming fellow disciples will not be taken lightly. Are you prepared to stand against the sect? Zhao Qian nodded in sudden realization. Thank you for the reminder. With that, she turned and closed the door with a smile, adding, now no one will know it was us. Wei Xiaoxi couldn't help but chuckle in anger, responding coolly, I will raise my voice. The majority around us are cultivators, and they will certainly hear me. Let me guess, do you have enemies? She understood that bullying her came at a cost, and in the future, they would think twice before coercing her into compliance. Trading a beating for future cultivation time was worth it. As for the grudge she incurred today, she would seek her revenge in due time. She carefully sensed the flow of energy within her consciousness, noting that the mid-grade spirit stones in the grooves were running low. She wondered how long the defensive array she would soon don could hold. No, that was not permissible. This was the sect, and it was daytime. If anyone noticed, she could be dragged away for dissection. Zhao Qian's previously uplifted smile finally drooped. The caterpillar woman exclaimed loudly, impudent. How dare you threaten our xianxia? Do you know who she is? Wei Xiaoxi could hardly muster the energy to roll her eyes. Did the girl think herself a formidable being, shaking the heavens and earth? Just a nameless pawn. How could she possess such audacity? Noticing her silence, the caterpillar woman's voice swelled with pride. Xianxia is the legitimate young lady of the Zhao family in Yuyang City. Zhao Qian raised her chin slightly in agreement. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes flickered. Zhao Qian? Wasn't he this one of the female protagonist's early lackeys? Ah, if memory served her well. This girl seemed to have a feud with Lin Shanshan. Later, the Zhao family caused quite a scandal while attempting to steal the secret method for crafting communication bells. So, this afternoon, when she was glaring toward the riverbank, it was directed at Lin Shanshan. At that time, Li Xiangming was also present. Zhao Qian had not acknowledged her at noon, nor shown any signs of wanting to assert dominance. Had she been acting on Li Xiangming's orders? Truly, a masterful scheme at play. With these thoughts, Wei Xiaoxi realized that a single beating would not suffice to secure her peaceful cultivation time. Chapter 28, Fool. Twirling her bloodied fingers, Wei Xiaoxi looked at Zhao Qian. So it's Miss Zhao. If it's you, then it's only right that I assist you. Zhao Qian smiled, a glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. Spineless, she lifted her chin even higher. Consider yourself wise. Now go to the task hall and sign in, stating that you are volunteering to patrol for me. If, Wei Xiaoxi began, an unexpected incident occurs during the night patrol, it is prudent to issue a warning. Zhao Qian cast an appreciative glance at Wei Xiaoxi, reminding her to ensure that any consequences would rest solely upon her shoulders after signing. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaoxi smiled at the audacious and confident Zhao Qian. I understand, she replied. Satisfied, Zhao Qian nodded and stepped aside. Wei Xiaoxi fell silent and stepped out of the room. The time wasted by Li Xiangming had disrupted her cultivation, an unforgivable transgression. Soon, she would reveal the reason behind the blooming flowers. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhao Qian scrutinized Wei Xiaoxi's downcast demeanor, finding it particularly irksome. As Wei Xiaoxi crossed the threshold, Zhao Qian raised her hand and pushed, exclaiming, Behave yourself. Wei Xiaoxi stumbled forward, her chin striking the muddy ground. A small stone lodged beneath her shoe, scraping painfully across the surface. It hurt. She closed her eyes and clenched her fists, leaving several indentations in the earth. Are you feeling defiant? Bear it. Zhao Qian's mocking laughter echoed. Sister Qian, your hands have touched something unsavory. Allow me to perform a cleansing spell for you. Does it hurt? Do you need me to massage it? Wei Xiaoxi rose without uttering a word, suppressing the urge to turn and confront them. She feared that revealing her resentment would invite even greater hostility. Pausing mid-motion, the corner of her eye caught sight of a familiar pair of brows and eyes peering from the window of a nearby bungalow. It was Li Xiangming. She made no move, merely locking eyes with Wei Xiaoxi for a brief moment before averting her gaze. Having exhausted her usefulness, Li Xiangming was no longer worth her time. Or perhaps she had overheard the conversation between Wei Xiaoxi and Zhao Qian, engaging with someone as easily submissive as Wei Xiaoxi felt beneath her dignity, rendering any deeper connection unwarranted. In truth, Wei Xiaoxi bore no grievances. Along the way, the two had merely utilized one another to annoy Li Xiangming. There was no obligation to be kind to one another in the absence of others. She meticulously brushed off the dust from her clothing and made her way to the riverbank, kneeling to wet her sleeves and gently cleanse the bloody dirt from her chin and neck. The sect's standard attire was remarkably practical, automatically adjusting to fit the body, and any stains vanished with a simple wash. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaoxi stood and headed toward the spirit dining hall. To seek revenge, one must first be well fed. In Li Xiangming's room, she gazed at Wei Xiaoxi's retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed. She had overheard the earlier exchange between Wei Xiaoxi and Zhao Qian. The latter truly lacked resilience. Had Wei Xiaoxi possessed a bit more backbone and endured to the brink of collapse, she would have certainly intervened to bring Zhao Qian and Han Zhu before the law enforcement hall. Zhao Qian's face would have been a sight to behold. Alas, what a fool. In the initial 2 years of a new disciple's tenure at the sect, meals at the spiritual dining hall are provided without the necessity of spirit stones, albeit limited to ordinary flora and fauna alongside rice. However, should one desire to indulge in the flesh of spirit beasts, payment in spirit stones is requisite. This privilege greatly pleases Wei Xiaoxi. She procures 2 divided plates, each filled with steaming, fragrant white rice, and hands them to the serving lady, braised pork ribs, and oil-braised eggplant. The lady, wielding her ladle, taps the edge of the dish twice, and, with a displeased expression, retorts, "Each person may only serve themselves. Let your friend come and serve." Wei Xiaoxi replies, "Oh, these 2 portions are for me alone." The lady gazes skeptically at the slender Wei Xiaoxi, her expression questioning the truth of her claim. After a moment of tension, the lady, exasperated, warns, "If you cannot finish, excess will be deducted from your spirit stones. Think carefully." Understood. Wei Xiaoxi nods. "I would like braised pork ribs, oil-braised eggplant, sauerkraut fish, and half a roasted duck." Alas, this plate is insufficient. The serving lady's demeanor grows increasingly sour, as she anticipates taking the leftovers home to her children and relatives. What does this girl mean by her gluttony? The disciples in line behind her regard Wei Xiaoxi as if she were a madwoman. Where did this impoverished girl come from? As if reborn from starvation. Some kindly caution her that indulging after a prolonged absence from good food may lead to discomfort. Wei Xiaoxi graciously thanks them, urging the lady to continue serving. Eventually, both plates are filled to the brim, and the lady begrudgingly thrusts them into Wei Xiaoxi's hands. "Ah, dear lady, is there anything else you desire?" she inquires, to which the lady shoots her a glare. Wei Xiaoxi awkwardly chuckles twice. "Could I have some sauce, please?" Thankfully, the lady acquiesces to this modest request. As she observes the slender girl departing, the lady wipes her brow. If more new disciples like her were to arrive, how would she continue to benefit from the sect's provisions? Just as she ponders this, she notices Wei Xiaoxi turning back after taking only a few steps. The lady's tone shifts. "What do you want now?" Sensing the lady's growing ire, Wei Xiaoxi hesitates. "If I find myself still hungry later, I can return for more. Correct?" The lady and the others exclaim. "First eat what you have." The lady cannot restrain her exasperation. This girl bears marks of a scuffle, undoubtedly due to her insatiable greed. She deserves it. Unaware of the lady's thoughts, Wei Xiaoxi sheepishly touches her nose. After a month of travel and insufficient funds, she has yet to enjoy a proper meal, having endured hunger throughout. With the sect offering benefits, is it wrong for her to seize the opportunity to meet her needs? In a matter of moments, onlookers and the serving lady watch in astonishment as Wei Xiaoxi devours every morsel from both plates. A collective gasp ensues. Where does this glutton come from? Wei Xiaoxi, patting her moderately full belly, turned back to the window with a skip. "Auntie, please serve me another portion just like before." Moments later, 2/4 of an hour passed, and Wei Xiaoxi, feeling her round belly, sauntered out of the spirit dining hall, utterly content. Although the food was not from spirit beasts, it might have been procured nearby the sect, possessing a modicum of spiritual energy. It felt as though the energy she had lacked over the past month had been replenished. The sect leader of Wandao Sect truly is a benevolent person, empathetic to the needs of the people. The little figure disappeared at the entrance of the dining hall, while the serving aunt quietly withdrew her gaze. She resolved to suggest to her superiors the imposition of limits on free portions, oblivious to the psychological impact her casual dining had on others. Wei Xiaoxi made her way directly to the mission hall. She still had the night patrol matter to resolve. Chapter 29. Then I shall thank Brother Wei. The mission hall was spacious, somewhat akin to the registration hall of a large hospital on Blue Star. The walls displayed a list of tasks, and beneath the task list were tables delineating 5 windows for task issuance and handover. Perhaps due to mealtime, there were hardly any people in the hall, save for one staff member on duty. This individual, appearing to be in his 30s, sported a mustache that hinted at a cunning disposition. Dressed in the outer disciple's garb, he bore a nameplate of the mission hall emblazoned with the name Wei Xiaoxi. Wei Xiaoxi approached him with a smile. Brother Wei, I am here to sign up for a night patrol task assigned to someone named Zhao Qian. Wei Xiaoxi glanced at her without uttering a word, rummaged through a shelf behind him, and tossed her a booklet. Sign here. Wei Xiaoxi nodded slightly, picked up a small brush from the table, and awkwardly inscribed her name. Voluntarily assuming responsibility? Nonsense. Something significant would surely occur tonight, particularly in the area Zhao Qian was responsible for. Even if she were to be implicated, it would be by necessity. Zhao Qian was the primary person in charge. With such thoughts, a cold smirk crept upon Wei Xiaoxi's lips. You have deprived me of 10 days of rest for study and cultivation. I shall repay you with several months. With that in mind, she set the brush down, nodded at Wei Xiaoxi, and turned to leave. Wait, you have omitted something, a voice called from behind. Wei Xiaoxi frowned and returned to the window, reviewing the names in the booklet. It was indeed Wei Xiaoxi. She replied, I have already signed. There is nothing missing. Wei Xiaoxi, pinching his mustache, spoke in a low tone. You did not write a guarantee of voluntary assumption of responsibility. Wei Xiaoxi abruptly looked up. You. Earlier, she had noticed that there were indeed authorized representatives in the signature book, yet none of them had written such a guarantee. What is wrong? Where did I err? Their gazes met, and the air in the spacious task hall grew thick with tension. Her expression darkened. What if I refuse to comply? Is it Zhao Qian who has come to greet me? Or is it Li Xiangming who has instructed these departments to cooperate? In such a vast sect, can they truly wield such power with merely a hint of influence? Are they not afraid of being reported to the law enforcement hall? Or is it that the law enforcement hall has its own protectors, rendering them immune to any disturbance I might cause? In that fleeting moment, Wei Xiaoxi began to doubt whether she had erred in stretching her neck into the blade of Li Xiangming, all for the sake of acquiring superior heart techniques upon entering the Wandao Sect. You have no choice in the matter, Wei Xiaoxi sneered, contemplating whether it would be better to endure a beating here and then face another upon returning to her dormitory, or to obediently sign the guarantee and receive 20 breaths of respite. Wei Xiaoxi lowered her eyelids, her fists clenched tightly. The relentless pressure to secure my signature. What scheme are they concocting for this evening? Intending to frame me as a disciple who has erred and subsequently cast me into the spiritual mines to toil? Many tales of cultivation depict such scenarios. If that were truly the case, her fate would be irrevocably sealed. What to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered within her. Wei Xiaoxi closed her eyes and concentrated, extending her consciousness into the storage pouch at her waist. She was grateful to Zhongzhen for having assisted her in developing her sea of consciousness ahead of time when bestowing the inheritance upon her. She also appreciated her past self for dedicating the previous year to studying formations, refining her spiritual roots, and diligently practicing the secret techniques contained within the inheritance through meditation and mental fortitude. Typically, cultivators awaken their consciousness only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Who would have anticipated that a mere mortal, one without the ability to draw energy into their body, could achieve such a feat? Though her consciousness grew slowly due to her human form, it remained stronger than that of an ordinary qi refining stage cultivator. She feigned anger as she stepped forward, using the cover of the table to discreetly maneuver the communication talisman into her hand and crush it. The talisman warmed slightly in her grasp as she fixed her gaze on Wei Xiaoxi and demanded loudly, I am merely filling in for Zhao Qian's night shift. Why are you coercing me into signing a liability guarantee? Did you not volunteer? No, I refuse. On the contrary, you shall comply. The talisman continued to radiate warmth, allowing for further recording. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled quietly in relief and pressed on with her argument. Is this coercion a result of some benefit you have received from Zhao Qian or another party? What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. Then why are you aiding Zhao Qian and pressuring me? She assaulted me in the dormitory today, forcing me to assist her during her shift, and as she left, she demanded I sign a guarantee to keep me in line. Now that I refuse to sign, you are assisting her in coercing me. There must be some collusion at play. Child, some matters are better left unspoken, known only to ourselves. Is it truly necessary to bring everything into the open? Very well, you have admitted to it. Observing the smug expression on his face as he leisurely twirled his mustache, Wei Xiaoxi suppressed the urge to smirk. Suddenly recalling something, she adopted a fade of feigned bravado and shouted, I will report you to the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall. To save you? Wei Xiaoxi, I urge you to reconsider. You, a mere ant, will not be taken seriously by the sect, even in death. Your absence will elicit no concern. I have heard that your family resides in a quaint village. Do you still expect them to come to your aid? Awaken to reality and obediently sign the guarantee letter. Your arrogance is quite astonishing. Do you have acquaintances in the law enforcement hall? And if so, what of it? Wei Xiaoxi laughed heartily. Go ahead, inform them that Wei Xiaoxi and Zhao Qian coerced you into patrolling at night and pressured you to sign a liability agreement. And see who they believe, you or us. By the way, let me offer you a piece of advice. Devise a plausible explanation for why we would trouble a powerless new disciple like you. What is it about you that we might covet? Wei Xiaoxi continued to probe, gritting her teeth. Indeed. I too am curious as to why you treat me this way when I possess nothing. Are there unseen forces manipulating you? She sought to extract the name of Li Xiangming. Regrettably, her adversary ceased to engage in wordplay, his smile vanishing, replaced by a menacing glint in his eyes. Hurry up. Do not waste my time further, or I shall make you regret your very existence. I cannot read. I cannot sign. Wei Xiaoxi seemed momentarily intimidated, her voice dwindling. If you cannot read, how do you know my surname is Wei? Because I know my own name. I too am a Wei. Very well. I can assist you in signing, but I must record the process to demonstrate that you requested my help. As he spoke, the talisman in his hand crumbled to ashes. Wei Xiaoxi fiddled with her burning fingertips, a faint smile gracing her lips. She sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Brother Wei. Thank you, you fool. Wei Xiaoxi felt the genuineness of her smile, though he found it perplexing. The little ant's emotions shifted rather swiftly. Nevertheless, he dismissed any further contemplation. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old girl, previously subdued and humiliated. What else could she do but bow in submission? Tomorrow. I will seek out Zhao Qian to collect the fee for the recording stone. Upon exiting the task hall, the sun was already sinking low. The fiery clouds on the horizon rolled tumultuously, as if they were clamoring, raging, and roaring. Wei Xiaoxi squinted at the spectacle. Since entering this narrative, those around her, whether intentionally or inadvertently, had been igniting passions against her, much like the glaring flames of the clouds above. In her village, she had an elder sister to provide warmth, albeit without tangible aid, enough to warm her heart. Now, within the sect, she found herself truly isolated. But what of it? She would find a way to survive. Not far off, strong winds raced through the valley, bending the grass low. Once the wind passed, the grass would rise again. This cycle continued, resilient and steadfast, life enduring. Within her consciousness, another communication talisman in her storage pouch continued to shimmer. As long as she did not crush it, the recording would remain intact. Chapter 30. Junior Sister Wei, are you ready yet? She did not take the evidence to the law enforcement hall, but instead headed straight back to her dormitory. Regardless of whether Wei Xiaoxi's claims about someone being present were true, even if she could find a reliable individual to expose him and Zhao Qian, the punishment would be minimal. To retaliate, she would need to inflict considerable pain upon them, pain that penetrates the heart, flesh, and marrow. Only then would they think twice before extending their claws again. As for Li Xiangming, once I have dealt with these minions, you shall be next. Surely, you revel in the sensation of manipulating others to do your bidding? From orchestrating the villagers to obstruct my entry into the sect, to directing the disciples to harass me during my cultivation, it seems to have become increasingly effortless for you. We'll see about that. Wei Xiaoxi did not linger any longer and returned directly to her room. Zhao Qian and the insect-like female cultivator were absent. As she stepped into her room, she was suddenly called out. Wei Xiaoxi. She paused, puzzled, and turned around. It was her reclusive roommate, a girl who had not shown herself before. Appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, with unremarkable features, yet possessing a pair of round, bright apricot eyes that were clear and innocent. Her fair complexion and pure demeanor were accentuated by the grayish-white outer disciple robe she wore, enhancing her air of cleanliness. Hello, did you need something from me? Wei Xiaoxi responded with a lack of enthusiasm, yet without any deliberate emotional undertones. My name is Jiang Qianshu. The little girl appeared somewhat timid. She glanced nervously at the 2 rooms on her right, then at the door, ensuring no one was around before taking 2 steps forward and thrusting a small bottle into Wei Xiaoxi's hand. This is a powder that can stop bleeding and accelerate wound healing. I made it myself. I saw them pushing you earlier, but I was too afraid to give it to you then. Wei Xiaoxi opened her mouth, intending to express her gratitude. However, footsteps echoed from outside, causing Jiang Qianshu to dart back into her room like a startled rabbit, her voice low and fearful. Don't mention that I gave this to you. Keep it a secret. A sound echoed from Jiang Yin's room, followed by a ripple forming at her door. The defensive array had been activated. Well then, Wei Xiaoxi chuckled softly, clutching the bottle as she entered her own room, also activating her protective barrier. She placed the vial on the table without using it. Jiang Qianshu appeared innocent and timid. Perhaps she had also been oppressed by Zhao Qian and her ilk? Was she seeking an ally? Wei Xiaoxi could only speculate. Yet, in this realm of cultivation, where the strong prey upon the weak, she was all too aware that there is no such thing as unconditional affection. She had to remain vigilant. It would be wise to observe for now. With a long night of trekking along mountain paths ahead, Wei Xiaoxi should conserve her energy. However, having napped for nearly an entire afternoon, she now found herself unable to sleep. The night patrol duty spanned from the initial hour of the dog to the final hour of the hare. A full 6 hours of incessantly patrolling the base of the mountain. Their assigned area began at the female disciples' dormitory, winding around the western base of the mountain, returning to the dormitory, and then circling the eastern base, just in time to conclude their shift. As Wei Xiaoxi approached the willow tree beside the female disciples' dormitory, the night was shrouded in a gray haze. There stood a boy of around 12 or 13 years, clad in the disciples' garb, rooted like a pine or bamboo. As she drew closer, she noticed a patrol insignia pinned to his left chest, inscribed with the name by Kong. Wei Xiaoxi had just received a similar badge, and she took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, senior brother Bai. I'm here to substitute for senior sister Zhao Qian tonight." The boy furrowed his brow, an expression of impatience flickering across his face. This irritation was not directed at Wei Xiaoxi, but rather at Zhao Qian. According to the duty roster, once paired with someone, the arrangement seldom changed. Bai Tsong had been grouped with Zhao Qian, and over the years, he had scarcely seen her. It was usually her roommates who filled in for her. Recently, he had heard that a female cultivator from Zhao Qian's dormitory had just passed away, and now, barely a few days later, another novice had been enlisted. He couldn't help but wonder how long this newcomer would last. In truth, having substitutes was not uncommon. As the nighttime patrols carried a semi-mandatory nature, the remuneration was meager and the task was tiresome, leading many to spend spirit stones to find someone to take their place. A practice the sect turned a blind eye to. Bai Tsong had grown accustomed to this, albeit he found it rather displeasing to continually adjust to new partners. However, he could endure this discomfort. Yet, the notion of having a novice who had yet to harness their qi accompanying him was quite troubling. This implied he would not only have to face potential unforeseen circumstances alone, but also be responsible for looking after Wei Xiaoxi. How vexing. As the patrol time approached, he cast a glance toward the female dormitory, suppressing his irritation as he said to Wei Xiaoxi, "Let us go." Lacking any significant background and possessing only mediocre talents, he could not afford to offend Zhao Qian. Otherwise, he would not have endured her whims for so many years. Seeking a confrontation with her now would likely lead to futility. Even if he managed to find her, if she remained resolute, there would be little he could do. Wei Xiaoxi sensed Bai Tsong's frustration and silently offered him a flicker of support in her heart. Little did he know that his troubles were only just beginning. Bai Tsong, though taciturn, made an effort to accommodate the fragile Wei Xiaoxi, periodically pausing to allow her brief moments of rest. She felt grateful for this, as it would assist her in her forthcoming endeavors. As they completed their first circuit and neared the female disciples' dormitory, Wei Xiaoxi clutched her abdomen and began to feign discomfort. "Senior brother Bai, I'm feeling unwell. I need to." Under the dim moonlight, her face flushed crimson, clearly grappling with the embarrassment of her predicament. Bai Tsong closed his eyes momentarily and waved his hand dismissively. "Quickly go and return." With that, he turned his back to her, letting out a sigh of relief. Wei Xiaoxi scampered away, her legs pressed together in urgency, fully committing to her ruse. Once she veered behind a tree by the river and confirmed that Bai Tsong remained oblivious to her, she plunged her consciousness into her sea of awareness, summoning the flowing light 8 trigrams array to her hand. The flowing light was an extraordinary treasure, a key capable of dismantling myriad formations. The expenditure of spiritual energy is determined by the grand array's target. Moreover, Liuguang itself serves as an excellent mentor. As long as Wei Xiaoxi devotes herself to meticulous contemplation and learning, she will gradually enhance her understanding of the array principles it embodies. To put it plainly, it is akin to an immersive instructor in the art of formations. However, the knowledge Wei Xiaoxi currently possesses is but a mere fraction, exceedingly rudimentary. Soon, she intends to infiltrate Lin Shanshan and Zhao Qian's quarters to execute her plans. Relying solely on her current capabilities, it is undoubtedly insufficient. Thus, she must employ the Liuguang array disk. Regrettably, this approach demands a substantial amount of spirit stones. She extracted a mid-grade spirit stone from its slot. Gently rubbing it between her fingers, its surface had grown increasingly coarse, and upon closer inspection, she could discern several fine cracks. Was it on the verge of disintegration? She hesitated, contemplating whether to replace it with a low-grade spirit stone. Should her spiritual energy be depleted during the operation, and she is discovered, her adversaries would undoubtedly regard her as a threat and strike. With her frail physique, lacking the protection of an array disk, she would be unable to withstand even a single blow from a cultivator. Instant demise was not out of the question. Yet, a mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade ones. Surely, the frieliest of camels is larger than a horse, isn't it? Junior sister Wei, are you ready? Almost there, senior brother, just a moment. Wei Xiaoxi called out. Evading this individual without arousing suspicion proved to be a challenge. She hoped that once he realized her absence, he would not promptly report it and initiate a widespread search. As she was merely an inconspicuous presence, she wished to avoid such a predicament. Taking a deep breath, she traced her fingertips along the surface of the liuguang. Moments later, her figure gradually became transparent, completely vanishing into the darkness. Within the concealment array, Wei Xiaoxi lifted a stone the size of a human head and hurried to the riverbank. Ah, help! Splash! The considerable commotion resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Baizong turned sharply in surprise. Under the moonlight, there was no one to be seen. Only the ripples on the river's surface recounted the events that had just transpired. He hastened towards the riverbank. Wei Xiaoxi quickly sketched a few more lines on the array disk, rendering the sound entirely inaudible. She hurriedly retreated to conceal herself behind a tree. Junior sister Wei, where are you? Junior sister Wei? Wei Xiaoxi dared not linger. Darting around the tree towards the female disciple's dormitory. The door to Li Xiangming's room was tightly locked. Fortunately, the window was ajar, and she had activated the defensive array. Wei Xiaoxi pressed the liuguang against the barrier, causing ripples to spread outward. The barrier, uniformly provided by the sect, could only withstand attacks from those at the Foundation establishment stage or below. The liuguang, being a master-level weapon, could easily breach it. As she traced her fingertips, the barrier resembled tofu, effortlessly punctured by her touch. The room was not large, with the bed positioned beside the window. Her objective was the communication bell attached to Lin Shanshan's waist storage pouch. The Zhao family had long coveted this bell, a fact that the Lin family was acutely aware of. If she managed to steal the bell tonight and place it on Zhao Qian, it was certain that Lin Xiangshan would relentlessly pursue her nemesis once it was discovered. Wei Xiaoxi, though of modest stature, intended to bring in someone of greater influence. Even if she could not deal with Li Xiangming, Zhao Qian would prove to be a different matter. However, a dilemma presented itself. Lin Xiangshan was at the 7th level of Qi training, her strength formidable. Any hint of disturbance could rouse her from slumber instantaneously. Gritting her teeth, Wei Xiaoxi resorted to tracing a formation with her fingertip upon the surface of the flowing light, activating it to ensnare Lin Xiangshan in an illusionary realm. She would surely be plunged into a peculiar dream. Wei Xiaoxi retrieved a stick she had prepared in advance, extending it through the window. One end of the stick was wrapped in iron wire, serving as a hook. The room was cloaked in darkness, the night shrouded in mist. After much effort, she failed to catch the strap of the storage pouch. Anxiety coursed through her, beads of sweat forming in her palms, making it nearly impossible to maintain her grip on the stick. In the stillness, she seemingly heard a faint cracking sound. Could it be that the mid-grade spirit stone was reaching its limit? She glanced down at the indentation, noticing the flickering white light dimming further, intermittent. From the bed, Lin Xiangshan let out a soft moan. Wei Xiaoxi's scalp tingled, nearly causing her to leap up. Was the spiritual energy faltering in the illusion, threatening to free Lin Xiangshan from her dream? Under the moonlight, the figure on the bed had her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes darting as if on the verge of awakening. Damn it! Was the plan about to unravel? No, if it wasn't resolved tonight, the low-grade spirit stone would likely prove even less effective. Moreover, her patrol partner tomorrow night was not by Kong. Indeed, Zhao Qian was insidious. She actually only had to take turns once a month. The remaining 9 days were merely favors she dispensed to others. To complicate matters further, she had just caused a commotion with Bai Kong. He would certainly suspect the presence of a dangerous individual. It was uncertain whether he had summoned anyone yet. If tonight's endeavor failed, future patrols would undoubtedly become more stringent. This would render her incapable of executing her plan in the near term, condemning her to a period of servitude under Zhao Qian. This was unacceptable. The plan had to be completed tonight. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and steeled her resolve, intensifying the output of the flowing light with determination. With a sharp crack, a faint sound of a rope snapping echoed. Wei Xiaoxi dared not hesitate further and secured the storage pouch. Just as she was about to retract the stick and dissolve the illusion, a series of sharp cracks sounded as the mid-grade spirit stone shattered completely. Wei Xiaoxi's figure emerged against the backdrop of the night, while Lin Xiangshan opened her eyes wide. Wei Xiaoxi inhaled sharply, her figure vanishing in an instant from the window. Who is it? Lin Xiangshan sprang up in alarm. She scanned her surroundings, her hands incessantly wiping the sweat from her forehead. She had just experienced a nightmare. The room was eerily empty. Aside from her, there was no one else present. Furrowing her brow, she felt an unsettling sense of something amiss. Rising from her bed, she began to investigate. The door was securely closed, the defensive array intact, and the furnishings within the room undisturbed. It should be fine, she sighed in relief. Murmuring to herself, it was merely an illusion born from the nightmare. Reflecting on her sensory perceptions just before waking, She recalled the flow of air within the room as she approached the window. After taking a few steps, her hand inadvertently brushed against her waist. A jolt of fear struck her, and Li Xiangming quickly looked down. The spatial pouch she usually wore at her side was missing. Meanwhile, as soon as Wei Xiaoxi left Li Xiangming's window, she retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from her own spatial pouch and inserted it into a groove, rendering her figure concealed once more. A sense of calm washed over her, yet she dared not linger, hastening towards Zhao Qian's window. She was uncertain whether Li Xiangming would discover the theft, or when it might occur. Relying on hope alone was not an option. Fortunately, their lodgings were adjacent. Wei Xiaoxi proceeded with her plan, disabling Zhao Qian's defensive formation and placing the spatial pouch on Zhao Qian's desk. Framing her was halfway accomplished. Just then, a loud crash echoed from Li Xiangming's door as it swung open. Footsteps followed, seemingly rushing toward the entrance. After a moment's consideration, Wei Xiaoxi opted not to flee. Instead, she approached her own dormitory door and gently bumped it to create some noise. She had left it ajar for her mission that night, allowing her to slip away unnoticed. As a cultivator, Li Xiangming, now fully awake, certainly heard the sound. In the quiet of the night, her footsteps were particularly jarring. The direction of her hurried steps led straight to Wei Xiaoxi's dormitory. Passing by Zhao Qian's window, Li Xiangming instinctively glanced inside. Suddenly, she halted, the soles of her shoes screeching against the floor. She fixated on the desk within the room and then glanced at the spatial pouch at Zhao Qian's waist. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Zhao Qian, how dare you steal from me?" Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Wei Xiaoxi's lips. "Zhao Qian, I shall make you understand the meaning of suffering in silence." Having completed her scheming, she did not dare to linger. Instead, she turned and dashed in the direction separate from Baikong. That route posed its own challenges, necessitating a careful resolution and the creation of an alibi to evade scrutiny. Chapter 32. The show begins. Baizong was not waiting idly. His search yielded no results, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. A person mysteriously vanished, leaving one to ponder whether a formidable figure had emerged from the sect. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced the patrolling jade token and activated it with his spiritual energy. A red dot illuminated the token, indicating an urgent matter at hand. The enforcers from the law enforcement hall would likely arrive shortly. Having completed this, he ventured downstream along the riverbank in search of clues. After inspecting a stretch, he faintly discerned a commotion emanating from the female disciple's dormitory. Alarmed, he swiftly pivoted and raced toward the source of the noise. The moonlight shone brightly, and with agile grace, Baizong sped forth. As he passed by the concealed Wei Xiaoxi, the gust of wind stirred her withered, yellowing strands of hair. It was rather refreshing. Wei Xiaoxi shook her head, chiding herself for standing idly and savoring the cool breeze. Time was of the essence. After all, the consumption of spirit stones was a tangible reality. She dashed downstream along the riverbank until she reached a bend, where she halted to deactivate the formation. With a leap, Wei Xiaoxi plunged into the river and crawled onto the grassy bank, reclining on her back. Accidentally falling into the river and being swept downstream. Wasn't that a flawless excuse? Of course, feigning unconsciousness and knowing nothing at all was also a reasonable pretext. Under the ethereal moonlight, Wei Xiaoxi gazed for a long while before tremblingly drifting off to sleep. Tomorrow promised to unveil a splendid spectacle. In stark contrast to Wei Xiaoxi's buoyant spirits, the female disciple's dormitory was in an uproar. The once darkened valley now sparkled with lights. As personnel hurried about, the fish in the river fled in alarm. The two modest houses beside the birch trees were encircled by layers of people, creating an impenetrable barrier. Their focus was on the confrontation unfolding before the door, where Zhao Qian faced off against Li Xiangming, flanked by several law enforcement hall personnel. "Did I steal your storage bag? Why would I brazenly leave it on the table for you to find? Am I a fool?" Zhao Qian roared, her face flushed, an expression unraveling. Clearly having explained herself numerous times. "How could you think you're not a fool? Haven't you committed enough foolish acts in the past? Perhaps you simply couldn't unlock my storage bag, got flustered, and forgot to secure it while dozing off." Li Xiangming replied with a smirk, her tone light and airy, starkly contrasting Zhao Qian's despair. It was evident to onlookers that Li Xiangming was deliberately provoking and irritating Zhao Qian, and judging by Zhao Qian's crumbling demeanor, she succeeded. "Do you even hear yourself? Such a feeble excuse, and you think anyone would believe it? Do you take others for fools? I don't care. My storage bag appeared in your room. When I arrived, your defensive formation was active, and no one could enter your room unscathed except for you. No one else. I did not. Why would I steal your storage bag?" Zhao Qian exclaimed, exasperated. Li Xiangming let out a cold laugh. "Your Zhao family has coveted the secrets of our family's communication bell for quite some time, hasn't he it? Who doesn't know that?" After a brief pause, she added, "You're envious of my ability to communicate with senior brother Chun through this bell. If you had stolen it, you could directly contact him. TSK. Not only could you take it back for research, but you could also flirt with senior brother Chen. A perfect scheme, indeed. Zhao Qian felt her head buzzing with anger, wishing she could simply vanish on the spot. This woman completely disregarded the suspicions surrounding the incident and chose instead to confront her in her own room with accusations. The matter had now escalated from a family feud to a smear on her reputation, painting her as a ruthless person willing to resort to any means to steal a man. Those who knew her character understood that her pursuit of senior brother Chen Yin was always above board. She would never resort to underhanded tactics. Yet, what did the crowd of onlookers see? A harlot? A schemer? Fools. Ah, she was on the verge of exploding. You are speaking nonsense. I told you. I did not steal your storage bag. Can you not comprehend human language? She roared once more. Li Xiangming found her frantic demeanor utterly amusing. Indeed, the points raised by Zhao Qian were grounded in reality. However, given the scale of this uproar, regardless of who was orchestrating it from behind the scenes, she intended to relentlessly pursue Zhao Qian. Truth be told, it was quite exhilarating. She shrugged nonchalantly. One must speak with evidence. You, a suspect caught red-handed, lack credibility. What do you think, Captain Zhou? The latter part of her statement was directed towards Zhou Feng, the leader of the enforcement team. He, a pinnacle cultivator at the foundation level, was primarily responsible for overseeing all matters of misconduct within the sect. He nodded slightly, detained the suspect Zhao Qian. She will be taken to the enforcement hall shortly. No, I protest. I am being framed. You cannot arrest me. Zhao Qian exclaimed. You've had your time to confront Li Xiangming. If you cannot produce evidence to prove your innocence, we will investigate further. If you continue to resist arrest, we shall resort to coercive measures. Zhao Qian's face turned ashen. Realizing her predicament, Zhou Feng turned to Li Xiangming. Do you have any additional leads to provide? I have already recounted the events surrounding my sleep and awakening. However, Li Xiangming's eyes darted mischievously as she pointed at Zhao Qian and declared loudly, I wish to report her. The patrol tonight was supposed to be her duty, yet she coerced a newly arrived disciple from the dormitory. That female disciple has yet to even cultivate her qi. What? The crowd turned to Zhao Qian in unison, their expressions a mix of disbelief. If you need someone to cover your shift, why choose a mere mortal and invite trouble upon yourself? After all, the sect explicitly stated that the personnel on night patrol must be at least qi refinement level cultivators. It was one thing to remain unaware. But once this situation was exposed, Zhao Qian would certainly face severe consequences. The charge of disrespecting sect regulations was no small matter. Everyone suddenly perceived the subtle shift in Zhao Qian's demeanor, realizing her foolishness. Zhao Qian thought to herself, what are these imbeciles staring at? Our sect is fortified with protective arrays. How could anything go awry? She was certainly no fool. Her intellect was sharp. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, she retorted, what are you all looking at? Silence. Zhou Feng, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, admonished her and raised his voice, inquiring, where is the disciple in charge? Bai Zong squeezed through the throng, saying, Captain Zhou, the disciple is named Wei Xiaoxi, who just entered today. I was patrolling with her. When we passed near the female disciple's dormitory, she felt unwell and went to relieve herself. Then she vanished. Vanished? The crowd fell silent. Zhou Feng frowned. What transpired? Why was this not reported earlier? Bai Zong explained, I attempted to inform you, but before I could rendezvous with you, an incident of theft occurred near the female dormitory. And everyone was focused on senior sister Zhao Qian, leaving me no opportunity to speak. He then recounted the events surrounding Wei Xiaoxi's disappearance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian felt she had uncovered the truth and exclaimed, I see it now. She must have used the excuse of needing to relieve herself to sneak back and steal Li Xiangming's storage bag, framing me. Chapter 33. Hold your grievances. One could not deny her deduction, yet no one believed her. Who would trust that a mere mortal, yet to cultivate their qi, could traverse seamlessly between two defensive arrays under the watchful eyes of two qi practitioners, executing a theft and framing someone so effortlessly? This was even less plausible than Zhao Qian herself stealing Li Xiangming's storage bag and forgetting to secure it. Only someone with a decade of wit missing could utter such nonsense. Li Xiangming mocked mercilessly. I told you that you were a fool, and you refused to acknowledge it. Now the truth is out. Laughter erupted around them, and Zhao Qian's face turned pale. Unable to counter the mockery of the crowd, she gritted her teeth and fixed her gaze on Zhou Feng. He was thoroughly displeased. What a fool, incapable of achieving anything. Only to bring calamity upon Wei Xiaoxi on her very first night. And now she harbored delusions of him supporting her absurd claims? In public? Did she wish for him to risk the credibility of the enforcement hall by appearing foolish alongside her? Did she want him to falter in the upcoming Vice Hall Master competition? He wondered if he would be implicated as well. Had he known, he would have steered clear of this misfortune. Zhou Feng took a deep breath to quell his rising irritation and declared solemnly, the rest of you may disperse. Wang Dan. Accompany Bai Tsong to investigate the location where Wei Xiaoxi disappeared. Report any findings promptly. Understood. The order was given. Zhou Feng gestured for his subordinates to escort Zhao Qian away, then turned decisively towards the enforcement hall, with no spectacle left to witness. The crowd scattered like birds taking flight at dawn. On the grassy bend of the riverbank, Wei Xiaoxi was gently roused from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of two large faces. One belonged to Bai Tsong, while the other was unfamiliar. Wei Shimi, what transpired last night during your convenience? Bai Tsong inquired, his expression tinged with concern. Wei Xiaoxi, still in a daze, responded, my head aches terribly. After attending to my needs, I went to the riverbank to wash my hands, and after that, I can recall nothing. Bai Tsong exchanged a grave glance with the other male cultivator. Wei Xiaoxi, tugging at Bai Tsong's sleeve, nervously asked, what happened? Why am I here? Bai Tsong quickly recounted the events of the previous night. Wei Xiaoxi gasped in shock. But our Wandao Sect is a prominent sect. Why would such underhanded dealings occur? And if someone truly set me up without anyone noticing, will we be in danger in our dormitory from now on? Moreover, why did this mysterious individual render me unconscious? I am merely a newcomer. Have I inadvertently offended someone? At this point, her face paled, and she hurriedly reached for her waist pouch. It was still there, much to her relief. Bai Tsong and his companion initially felt pity for her anxious demeanor and wished to offer comfort. But they were taken aback when they saw her treating the sect-issued disciple supplies as if they were treasures. Would a powerful figure truly covet such meager spiritual stones, talismans, and pills? It was evident she was still an inexperienced child. However, the genuine fear of an unworldly child prompted Bai Tsong to reassure her. Do not worry. You may have been mistakenly harmed. They are unlikely to be interested in your bag of belongings. You should accompany us to the law enforcement hall. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes widened in alarm. The law enforcement hall. Am I also a suspect? Brother Bai, I know nothing. I am the victim. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She was indeed a timid and vulnerable little creature. Who would believe that such a child could be involved in theft or frame someone? Furthermore, she was an ordinary person without any cultivation, utterly incapable of executing the events of the previous night. Zhao Qian, in her attempt to deflect blame, was truly shameless. Wang Dan spoke softly, we understand. The law enforcement hall merely follows protocol to ask you a few questions, and you will be out in no time. There is nothing to fear. Wei Xiaoxi, feeling somewhat reassured, allowed her panic to subside, replying, all right. As she attempted to rise, she stumbled halfway and fell to the side. Wang Dan, quick to react, caught her just as he was about to inquire if she could walk. However, the young girl gasped in pain, her left arm, which he had grasped, struggling fiercely against his hold. What is wrong? Wang Dan asked, bewildered. It hurts, Wei Xiaoxi replied, her expression contorted in agony, as she tearfully rolled up her sleeve. On her slender forearm were 2 rows of bite marks, resembling those left by a fish. The disciple's garment possesses a gradual self-cleaning function, and after a night's passage, the bloodstains have vanished. Thus, the two had not noticed anything amiss until now. Bai Tsong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wei Xiaoxi's wound. Could it truly be that she fell into the river and was swept here by the current? Are there any other injuries you have sustained? He inquired. Wei Xiaoxi attempted to move, only to turn crimson, covering the outer side of her thigh and shaking her head vigorously. The wound was not inflicted intentionally. It was a result of jumping into the river last night when a fish had bitten her. This forced her to activate her flowing light ability to escape. Alas, spirit stones are indeed a precious commodity, yet she possesses so few. In the enforcement hall's interrogation room, Zhou Feng and Zhao Qian sat across from one another. The cramped, dimly lit chamber was devoid of anything save for the sharply defined table and chairs. On one wall, a dark, small window and a tightly shut door could be found. Upon closer inspection, one might discern an array etched beside the window, with a black orb embedded at its center. This was the adjacent punishment room, from which a faint yet persistent scent of blood wafted. Cold, hard, sharp, and oppressive. These were the dominant themes of this chamber. And, of course, there was the pervasive gloom. Zhao Qian found herself quite disliking this place. She cut to the chase. Master Zhou, I have coerced Wei Zhongyang into forcing Wei Xiaoxi to sign a voluntary responsibility agreement. Will I not face severe repercussions? Do not rush. Wait until Wei Zhongyang brings the signed document for review. What you should be concerned about now is how to clarify that you did not steal Li Xiangming's storage bag, as you were caught red-handed. Zhou Feng responded impatiently. With everyone watching, the sect must impose a heavy penalty to maintain its credibility. Zhao Qian's complexion turned pale. But Li Xiangming is my sworn enemy. She clings to this matter. What can I do? Then let your family apologize to the Lin family, offering some benefits to secure your safety and persuade them to drop their pursuit. Only then will the sect consider a lighter punishment. Even a light punishment begins with a month at the Cliff of Reflection. That place is perpetually buffeted by harsh winds, devoid of spiritual energy. Anyone, no matter how attractive, will become destitute after a few days there. Cultivation? It is non-existent. In such a dire environment, merely surviving requires all one's mental and physical strength. To not regress in cultivation is already a feat. Further progress is a mere fantasy. Fortunately, it is only a month, and given Zhao Qian's mediocre aptitude, wasting a month is of little consequence. But I am assisting Li. Silence. Zhou Feng interrupted her sharply. Consider your words carefully. Know what can and cannot be said. You must weigh your options wisely. That senior brother is favored by the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master. You are well aware of his affection for her. Are you not? To involve her means not just you and I will suffer, but your entire family will face dire consequences. Zhao Qian opened her mouth, swallowing her words in frustration, falling silent thereafter. Zhou Feng cast her a cold glance. If you are dissatisfied, keep it to yourself. The priority now is to convict Wei Xiaoxi. A knock resounded at the door. Captain Zhou, the person has arrived. Chapter 34. Trustworthy. The newcomer was Wei Xiaoxi, who held a signature book in his hand. After the disciples from the law enforcement hall escorted him in, they withdrew, closing the door behind them. The room was once again shrouded in dimness. Wei Xiaoxi exchanged greetings with the two individuals and took a seat beside Zhao Qian, turning the pages of the signature book to the one bearing Wei Xiaoxi's signature, which he then pushed across the table. Zhou Feng scanned the signature and furrowed his brow. Why do the handwriting on the signature and the responsibility letter differ? He inquired. She claimed she could not read and asked me to write on her behalf. But fret not, I have recorded it with the recording stone. As he spoke, Wei Xiaoxi activated the recording stone with his spiritual power, projecting the footage onto the vacant wall beside them. The image flickered momentarily, revealing smiles on Zhou Feng and Zhao Qian's faces. After a brief pause, Zhou Feng announced, Wang Dan has sent word that they have located Wei Xiaoxi. You should say this. Wei Xiaoxi and Zhao Qian leaned forward, drawing closer to Zhou Feng. The three heads huddled together, whispering for a while. Finally, Zhou Feng stated, that individual does not wish for her to leave the sect and intends to keep her under watch. I will apply for a heavier punishment. Either 6 months at the Reflection Cliff or 3 months mining nearby will suffice. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously. In this way, the golden period for the new disciples' learning will have nearly passed. Perfect. You two have exerted considerable effort this time. You shall certainly be compensated, especially you, Zhao Qian. Zhou Feng added. Wei Xiaoxi and Zhao Qian exchanged smiles and nods. Zhou Feng leaned back in his chair, a trace of pleasure appearing on his typically stern face. With that individual assisting from behind, the competition for the Deputy Hall Master next year is all but assured. A knock echoed from the door. Captain Zhou. The individuals have arrived. Enter. The door creaked open as Wang Dan led by Tsong and Wei Xiaoxi into the interrogation room. After greeting Zhou Feng, they slightly bowed and stepped back out. With a resounding thud, the door closed, plunging the interrogation room back into a cramped, cold, and shadowy atmosphere. Wei Xiaoxi by Tsong, Wei Xiaoxi, and Zhao Qian sat in a straight line. Zhou Feng held the signature book and the recording stone, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. By Tsong, last night, you were fully aware that the personnel accompanying you, Wei Xiaoxi, was an ordinary disciple, yet you failed to report it. Therefore, I impose a penalty requiring you to eliminate the spiritual pests from the sect's rice for a month. Do you have any objections? Bai Tsong opened his mouth to defend himself, wishing to explain that he only discovered she was an ordinary disciple upon arriving for duty. You held on to a sliver of hope, disregarding the sect's regulations to avoid offending Zhao Qian. Is there a problem with that? Zhou Feng's voice was calm, yet unyielding. The sound of his fingers tapping on the table echoed ominously, akin to a funeral bell, sending shivers down one's spine. You are adept at manipulating others. Wei Xiaoxi silently assessed in her mind. Bai Tsong lowered his head. I have no objections. I accept the punishment willingly. Wei Xiaoxi remained quietly in her corner, observing everything around her, particularly Zhou Feng. This man had a square jaw, sharp eyes, and a conspicuous furrow in his brow. Integrity, seriousness, and rigidity were the first impressions he left on Wei Xiaoxi. However, his recent judgment regarding Bai Tsong revealed a blend of empathy and fairness. In truth, Bai Tsong could have chosen to call the enforcement team to expose Zhao Qian last night, yet he refrained from doing so. Instead, he opted to assign him the task of capturing the rice pests, considering that his lack of power and influence rendered him vulnerable to someone like Zhao Qian, a spoiled daughter of a prominent family. Thus, he compassionately issued a warning. Wei Xiaoxi quietly nodded, only to suddenly meet Zhou Feng's penetrating gaze, which caused her to instinctively straighten her posture. Wei Xiaoxi, Zhao Qian claims that upon your arrival at the dormitory, you voluntarily offered to cover her night patrol shift. Is this true? His inquiry was not a direct accusation. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled a sigh of relief and responded, no. I was coerced by senior sister Zhao and another senior from the same dormitory. She pointed to the injuries on her chin and neck. This serves as evidence. Zhou Feng then turned his attention to Zhao Qian. Who is the other person? Do you have anything to say? It's Hanju. She can testify that I was relentlessly pursued by Wei Xiaoxi, compelling me to allow her to cover my shift. Captain Zhou, you know that individuals from prestigious families often have people scrambling to curry favor. I have encountered many like Wei Xiaoxi. I repeatedly emphasized that one must be a cultivator to undertake night patrols and asked her not to bother me, yet she persisted, claiming that mutual assistance among dorm mates was essential. Considering we would see each other often, I reluctantly agreed. The injury on my chin was indeed caused by my push, but it was out of impatience due to her incessant nagging. Wei Xiaoxi retorted, "You shamelessly twist the truth." Bai Zong was left speechless, astonished by her audacity. No one would believe her fabricated story. Over the past few years, she had often coerced others into covering shifts. Zhao Qian, indifferent to their opinions, continued. "If you doubt it, isn't there a voluntary responsibility letter from Wei Xiaoxi on the signature log? In black and white, let her explain it herself." Wei Zhongyang nodded repeatedly and replayed the recorded footage. In the video, a desperate-looking Wei Xiaoxi pleaded with Wei Zhongyang, "Senior brother Wei, please help me sign the responsibility letter. I can't read." "Very well," he replied. The scene then showed Wei Zhongyang writing while Wei Xiaoxi eagerly watched. The video concluded with her heartfelt thanks as she turned to leave the task hall. Bai Zong was once again taken aback, staring incredulously at Wei Xiaoxi. To be candid, he had initially felt sympathy for her, but the reality struck him like a slap. Beneath her timid facade lay a heart full of deceit and scheming. A chill ran through Bai Zong, prompting him to instinctively shift away from Wei Xiaoxi. Noticing the disdainful gazes from those around her, Wei Xiaoxi slightly lowered her eyelids. Although the young man viewed her as a burden, he still exhibited a degree of care. Before the undeniable evidence, she felt a wave of disdain. Sighing deeply, she scanned her surroundings with an expressionless face. In the dim light, Wei Zhongyang stroked his handlebar mustache, his smile enigmatic. Zhao Qian wore a smug expression, her lips curling in a mocking grin. Opposite her, Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with disapproval, subtle disgust, and heartache. It pained him to see a disciple he had painstakingly recruited behave in such a manner. Did Wei Zongmin truly mourn the loss of a disciple? He was indeed a responsible elder. "Wei Xiaoxi, do you have anything to say?" he inquired, his voice deep and steady, inspiring an involuntary trust. Wei Xiaoxi lowered her head, her heart in turmoil. There was only one communication talisman. After listening once, there would be no second opportunity. Could Zhou Feng be trusted? Even if he were trustworthy, there were only a few individuals present. If Li Xiangming were to intervene and compel Zhou Feng to retract his statements or even slander him, what then? Her expression wavered in uncertainty. Seasoned as he was, Zhou Feng discerned that Wei Xiaoxi likely possessed some leverage. Was it a witness or evidence? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Feng softened his tone, coaxing gently. "You may speak freely. Even if you distrust anyone present, you can still trust the recording stone of the enforcement team." With that, he gestured towards a black stone embedded in the wall, similar to the one Wei Zhongyang had held that day, differing only in size. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes brightened. If the recording could be preserved. Chapter 35. The film emperor, noticing Wei Xiaoxi's expression, Bai Zong suddenly began to doubt his own judgment. She did not appear to be feigning. Could it be that she was truly being coerced? Had he wronged her? Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, Wei Zhongyang, and Zhou Feng exchanged glances, each detecting amusement in the other's eyes. After all, she was merely a naive child, easily revealing her thoughts. But what of the recording stone? It required spiritual energy to function. If the spirit stone embedded in the formation was exhausted, causing a glitch in the recording at some point, what was so strange about that? Wei Xiaoxi's gaze lingered on the recording stone, catching a glimpse of a barely there smile on Zhou Feng's lips. Why did it feel peculiar? Reflecting on his earlier words, a sudden jolt of realization struck her. She had never stated her disbelief in him or the enforcement team, yet Zhou Feng had brought it up unprompted. Clearly, he felt cornered. Thus, the acquaintance Wei Zhongyang referred to within the enforcement team must be this Captain Zhou. With this thought, a tempest surged within Wei Xiaoxi. This man was cunning. It was said he was a peak foundation establishment cultivator. If her expression betrayed her now, she would certainly not leave this interrogation room unscathed. The confined space felt even more stifling. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood wafted in from the window. That direction led to the torture chamber, where the lingering stench of blood suggested unspeakable torment inflicted upon countless souls. Branding irons? Rodents gnawing at flesh? Molten iron? The excruciating agony of dismemberment? The chilling cries echoed in her mind, causing Wei Xiaoxi's spine to shiver, nearly compelling her to leap from her chair and flee. The mundane could easily transform into a gruesome reality at the hands of a cultivator. One careless move could result in utter annihilation. Wei Xiaoxi forcibly restrained her facial muscles, striving to maintain an expression of exuberance. With a smile, she declared, "That is truly splendid. I trust you completely, and I have evidence. Zhou Feng's smile deepened. Oh, what is it? Do share. It's a recording, though it's not with me. I secured it in a very safe location, Wei Xiaoxi replied innocently, her eyes brimming with trust as she gazed at Zhou Feng. When did you make this recording? With what device? Zhao Qian interjected sharply. Impossible. How could you record anything while I and Han Zhu were closing in on you? At this point, she shot a piercing glance at Wei Xiaoxi, whose face had drained of color. It dawned on him that at that moment, Wei Xiaoxi had been leaning against the edge of the table, her petite stature creating a blind spot in his line of sight. He inhaled sharply, fixating on Wei Xiaoxi. You truly are cunning. Ignoring him, Wei Xiaoxi stepped closer to Zhou Feng. Captain Zhou, let us retrieve the evidence together. Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Where is it? I can send someone to fetch it. Wei Xiaoxi tilted her head thoughtfully, her expression momentarily troubled. I hid it during last night's patrol, but the location is somewhat secluded. I'm not familiar with the terrain yet, so I will need to search for it. Zhou Feng maintained his smile. Very well. Let us go and collect it now. With that, he rose, taking Wei Xiaoxi by the hand as they made their way outside. As he turned, he discreetly exchanged a glance with Wei Xiaoxi. Oblivious, Wei Xiaoxi beamed with joy, even daring to provoke Wei Xiaoxi and Zhao Qian with a triumphant glance. The two were nearly amused to the point of laughter. You will soon be the one in tears. As Zhou Feng led Wei Xiaoxi towards the door, his hand rested on the doorknob. Behind him, Wei Xiaoxi's thoughts raced. They were going to retrieve the evidence, undoubtedly ensuring a clean resolution. But why had Zhou Feng signaled him? Was he uncertain? Did he suspect Wei Xiaoxi had ulterior motives? In a flash of insight, understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, this cunning girl was adept at manipulation. By recording their conversation while feigning innocence, she was now playing the role of a compliant accomplice to ensnare Zhou Feng and the others. How clever! Who would believe that such guile could emerge from a mere 6-year-old child from a village? With this realization, Wei Xiaoxi summoned his spiritual energy, reaching out towards the door. In an instant, the storage pouch at Wei Xiaoxi's waist was pulled from her. Ah! Wei Xiaoxi gasped, spinning around in shock and fury. Captain Zhou. Zhou Feng turned around, his voice booming as he reprimanded. Wei Xiaoxi, you possess great audacity. With that, he feigned an intention to strike Wei Xiaoxi. Suddenly, the contents of the storage bag spilled out, clattering against the hard tabletop. 5 low-grade spirit stones, 2 jade vials, and 8 talismans. Indeed, there were communication talismans. The cunning girl had cleverly opted for talismans instead of a recording stone. Very well. However, only 8 talismans were present, all of which were offensive or speed-enhancing. Lacking any communication talismans, the evidence was absent. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over all the items on the table. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, sending Wei Xiaoxi flying. With a crash, Wei Xiaoxi, along with his chair, toppled to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Zhao Qian and Bai Tsong jumped up in shock. Recoiling from Wei Xiaoxi, Zhou Feng sneered, daring to act recklessly in my law enforcement hall, utterly ignorant. As he spoke, he reached out, gathering the items from the table into his hands, neatly packing them before handing them to Wei Xiaoxi with a gentle smile. You were startled, weren't you? Here. No one can harm you in my presence. Wei Xiaoxi expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Captain Zhou. You are truly a good person. Yet, inwardly she scoffed. The Oscars owe you a little golden man, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, utterly oblivious to the actions of a 9th-layer qi refinement practitioner. If he were truly this dull, Zhou Feng would have perished long ago, perhaps 8 centuries past. Is he taking advantage of her naivety as a newcomer to the sect? Unfamiliar with the nuances of the cultivation world? She has perused countless novels. The door swung open, light flooding into the dim interrogation room. Fresh air rushing in to dilute the metallic scent of blood. How delightful. Take these 3 into custody. We shall interrogate them later. Passing through the hall of the law enforcement hall, the two paused at the entrance. With a flick of his hand, a flying sword emerged from the chinkoan bag, extending with the wind. Flying away, Wei Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned. The path from the law enforcement hall to the female disciples' dormitory would pass through the task hall, which was particularly crowded. She had planned to raise her voice there, drawing attention to publicly expose Zhou Feng and compel the law enforcement team to address the matter before witnesses. However, with the flying sword, she would have no chance to do so. Sweat dripped from Wei Xiaoxi's forehead, nearly blurring her vision. Come up. Zhou Feng's deep, steady voice resonated. Wei Xiaoxi forced a smile, slowly moving her feet, her eyes darting about. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. 3 yards away, a tall, lean middle-aged man was striding towards the entrance of the law enforcement hall, engaged in conversation with someone beside him, appearing travel-worn. Wei Xiaoxi's keen eyes caught sight of the insignia on his chest, indicating a rank equal to Zhou Feng's, bordered in gold. A level above the ordinary disciples of the law enforcement hall. The name Gong Ming was inscribed above. Wei Xiaoxi recognized this individual. Upon his entrance, This individual held the position of Deputy Hall Master. In addressing a matter related to the female protagonist, he displayed unwavering impartiality, refusing to show leniency to the Sword 9 Taoist and several senior brothers, strictly adhering to protocol, which caused the female protagonist considerable distress. He is a rare neutral figure unaffected by her aura, unfortunately, due to his excessively rigid and just nature, lacking in adaptability. He later found his position revoked by the female protagonist's senior brother under the guise of justification. Now, he remains merely a captain. She glanced at Zhou Feng's silhouette, then at Gong Ming. Both were captains, inevitably leading to a clash for promotion, whether contending for the position of Deputy Hall Master or in terms of character. Gong Ming was worth her wager. Just as Gong Ming was about to step through the gates of the law enforcement hall, Wei Xiaoxi bit her teeth and stamped her foot, lunging towards him. Chapter 36. Do not speak nonsense. Captain Gong, I wish to report Zhou Feng. A sudden weight appeared on his thigh, and Gong Ming instinctively raised his hand to swat it away. Upon discerning the voice and recognizing the individual, his hand halted abruptly in midair. Inside the hall, passers-by unconsciously paused, casting their gazes in their direction, feeling the scrutiny of those around him. He spoke in a low voice. Do not speak nonsense. Reporting a member of the law enforcement hall in front of passers-by is detrimental to its credibility. Absurd. At these words, Wei Xiaoxi's heart sank. Had she placed her trust in the wrong individual, rendering him untrustworthy? If so, her chance for redemption would vanish entirely. Zhou Feng wore a smile. My time is limited, and I cannot waste it here with you. Let us quickly gather evidence, and upon our return, I shall address your slander and the damage to the law enforcement hall's credibility. His voice resonated like that of a demon dragging one into the abyss, imbued with a sense of superiority and malice. Wei Xiaoxi's heart tightened, and she clung more tightly to Gong Ming's thigh. I am not speaking nonsense. I suspect Captain Zhou intends to assist those intimidating me in destroying evidence. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Feng's eyes sharpened, his hand rising to seize her. However, Gong Ming intervened. Wait. Her case is under my jurisdiction. Captain Gong should not overstep. Individuals with vested interests in the complaint cannot serve as interrogators. Gong Ming stood resolute, his expression solemn. Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness. Zhou Feng's face darkened. He clenched his hands behind his back, wishing he could swat away these two individuals before him. Gong Ming lowered his gaze to Wei Xiaoxi, his expression grave. You claim you wish to report Zhou Feng? Yes. Yes. Gong Ming's countenance darkened. You cannot casually defame members of the law enforcement hall. Wei Xiaoxi replied. I possess evidence, but I would like to make a request. Since I was persecuted by members of the law enforcement hall earlier, I request a public trial. A collective gasp arose from those surrounding them. A public trial is typically reserved for extreme and heinous offenses, such as treachery against the sect, or for serious misconduct by high-ranking members, such as the sect leader or peak masters, which could tarnish the sect's reputation. Moreover, there are exceptional events that may shake the very foundations of the sect, involving fundamental regulations that necessitate amendment, akin to the modification of a national constitution on Blue Star. Each instance is undoubtedly significant. This new disciple, suspecting persecution by the enforcement hall personnel, demands a public trial. Such trivial matters should not warrant public attention. Who does she think she is? In pursuit of a kill the chicken to scare the monkeys effect, a public trial would involve numerous individuals, particularly a multitude of ordinary disciples. Everyone is preoccupied with their cultivation. Time is of the essence. If disagreements lead to public trials, how can one continue their pursuit of immortality? Wei Xiaoxi, having perused various texts, is well aware of this fact. However, she harbors distrust towards the enforcement team and cannot guarantee that Gong Ming can withstand the influence of the female protagonist and the forces behind her. The communication talisman is a one-time use. She cannot afford to take risks. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaoxi declared, Today, I publicly accuse the personnel of the enforcement hall, as their actions have indeed undermined the credibility of the enforcement hall and the sect itself. The veins on Gong Ming's temple throbbed. He certainly understood the detrimental implications of this matter, which is precisely why he was willing to handle her case, to clarify the situation and provide an explanation to the entire sect. Regardless of his thoughts, Wei Xiaoxi continued, Every place has the potential to harbor vermin. This is not frightening, for if one appears, it can simply be dealt with. The real horror lies in knowing there are rats and roaches, yet choosing to shut the door and conceal them from others. You claim to have eradicated the bad apples. But who can ascertain the truth? Who would dare enter? Today's public trial will serve as a platform. If I am indeed in the wrong, then the enforcement hall can rightfully restore its reputation. Should my accusations hold merit, the enforcement hall will deal with the vermin in accordance with regulations, and everyone will witness the fairness and impartiality of the enforcement hall. This reflects the enforcement hall's willingness to accept public denunciation. which is undoubtedly beneficial in enhancing the credibility of both the enforcement hall and the sect. Though she was small in stature, her voice resonated powerfully, and those around her listened intently. The ordinary disciples nodded in agreement. Indeed, disciples of the enforcement hall, due to their status, possess the authority to apprehend and convict them. They are a class that supersedes the ordinary disciples. Moreover, everyone possesses an intrinsic sense of justice. Any place, given enough time, will inevitably harbor corruption. As ordinary disciples, they too feel their safety is jeopardized, and thus, they align themselves with Wei Xiaoxi. If there is truly nothing amiss, then let the trial be conducted openly. Why resort to covert proceedings, shrouded in secrecy? Is there something sinister afoot? If the enforcement hall lacks impartiality, then should we encounter issues in the future, we shall openly publicize them, bringing them to the attention of the peak master and sect leader, ensuring greater scrutiny to diminish the chances of wrongful accusations. Zhou Feng was nearly apoplectic, his concealed hands trembling with rage. He sensed that the situation was spiraling beyond his control. He wished to convey something to Gongming to dissuade him from following Wei Xiaoxi into madness, yet the words eluded him, as they would directly reveal his own guilty conscience. Gongming sensed the mounting pressure around him and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded. Please wait. I must consult with the hall master. A weight lifted from Wei Xiaoxi's heart, and a smile graced her face. However, Zhou Feng's complexion turned ashen. His mind fixated on two words: it's over. The public trial indeed received the hall master's consent. Nonetheless, as he was away on business, he designated Deputy Hall Master Tao Zheng to preside over the proceedings. Cultivation was often a dull endeavor. Upon hearing the news, the disciples sprang into action, invigorated as if infused with adrenaline, hastening to the trial square. This location was typically reserved for the announcement of charges and executions. To achieve the effect of deterring others through example, the platform was grand and elevated, with a spacious, level area beneath it capable of accommodating thousands. Of course, public trials were also conducted here, though they occurred only once every few decades. Deputy Hall Master Tao Zheng sat upright on the main platform, his posture straight. His gaze swept over the dense throng of spectators before settling upon the kneeling Zhou Feng and Wei Xiaoxi, a mere 2 yards away. Wei Xiaoxi, do you claim that Zhou Feng intended to destroy you, having been intimidated by Wei Zhongyang? Do you possess any witnesses or evidence? Indeed, the recording stone from the interrogation room can serve as proof. At this, a cold smirk crept onto Zhou Feng's lips as he hung his head. The recording stone's content began only after Bai Zong and Wei Xiaoxi entered. Throughout the ordeal, he had upheld the law impartially, at least on the surface, and the recording stone could not capture the thoughts swirling within his mind. Wei Xiaoxi was woefully naive. Tao Zheng dispatched an individual to retrieve the recording stone. Moments later, the footage played publicly, and every eye was riveted to the display. As they viewed it, none found anything amiss. Wei Xiaoxi raised her voice. Might I inquire, Deputy Hall Master Tao? How is it that a Peak Foundation establishment expert could be completely oblivious to an ambush from a mere qi refining practitioner, allowing him to abscond with the storage bag at my waist? Does that not seem highly suspicious? I simply did not notice. Is that a crime? Zhou Feng retorted, his gaze at Wei Xiaoxi laced with derision. In the realm of cultivation, resources were scarce, and the rules dictated a survival of the fittest. It was often a matter of life or death. Zhou Feng's ascension to his current level of cultivation could not possibly have stemmed solely from the resources amassed within the sect, could it? He raised his chin slightly. Certainly not. I am not one of those privileged second-generation heirs. My origins are humble, and I have achieved my current standing through my own diligent efforts. Wei Xiaoxi nodded slightly. If that is the case, how is it that Zhou Feng, with such poor vigilance, has not perished outside the sect 800 years ago? Chapter 37. I choose him. You. Zhou Feng's expression shifted dramatically. How dare she curse him? Yet in the next instant, his face drained of color. Indeed, he was no sheltered flower. He possessed a fundamental level of awareness. Yet the inability to detect an ambush from a qi refining practitioner was truly baffling. It is reminiscent of a child stealthily approaching an adult from behind to strike him. An assertion that is difficult to believe. Clearly, the onlookers were acutely aware of this. A buzz of murmurs erupted from the crowd below, pointing fingers at Zhou Feng. Tao Zheng furrowed his brow and exerted his authority. Silence. The crowd, feeling the weight of his presence, turned pale and fell into an immediate hush. Tao Zheng then directed his gaze toward Wei Xiaoxi, offering a slight nod. Your identification of this matter can only be considered a suspicion. It is insufficient to convict Zhou Feng based solely on this. At these words, Zhou Feng felt a surge of relief, straightening his posture slightly. Indeed, this was merely conjecture. While it lacked rationale, it was understandable for anyone to let their guard down in moments of fatigue and distraction. Wei Xiaoxi proclaimed loudly, I have further evidence. What? Zhou Feng turned to her in confusion. Had she recorded something else? A chill ran down his spine as he frantically recalled every detail of their time together. No, she had no means of communication, nor any opportunity, and he had behaved appropriately. What a deceiver! She nearly frightened him to death. Zhou Feng shot her an indignant glare. Tao Zheng and the curious crowd also fixed their intense gaze upon Wei Xiaoxi. Calm and unperturbed, she articulated her words deliberately. Wei Xiaoxi, who threatened me, explicitly stated that he has connections within the law enforcement hall. Any attempt to report him would be futile as he is protected. Coincidentally, it was Captain Zhou's turn on duty yesterday, and considering his recent suspicious behavior, it is highly likely that the individual shielding Wei Xiaoxi is none other than Captain Zhou himself. At her declaration, the crowd erupted once more in astonishment. How brazen! I have always held a disdain for Wei Xiaoxi. It is evident that he has powerful backing. An investigation must be conducted thoroughly. Otherwise, we could face unjust treatment at any moment. Silence. Tao Zheng had to once again impose his authority and inquired, Wei Xiaoxi, where is the evidence? In my dormitory. What? Wasn't it said to be at the foot of a mountain along the patrol route? Zhou Feng gasped in shock, realizing the implication, and felt a surge of resentment. She truly was a cunning fox. At that moment, someone in the crowd discreetly nodded to a companion beside them. That individual quietly slipped away from the crowd, heading straight for the female disciples' dormitory. On the elevated platform, Wei Xiaoxi continued speaking. Master Tao, I have a request. If I present the evidence, could you also review my case regarding the intimidation that led to my night patrol? The two matters are interconnected, which should not pose a problem. Furthermore, from Wei Xiaoxi's lips, one could extract the identity of his protector. Tao Zheng nodded. Very well. Thank you. Wei Xiaoxi sincerely bowed her head in gratitude. Gongming, accompany Wei Xiaoxi to her dormitory and retrieve the evidence. Gongming stepped forward, ready to comply. Unexpectedly, she interjected, Master Tao, I have another request. Tao Zheng, the crowd. Gongming turned to cast a glance at Wei Xiaoxi, his eyes issuing a warning. Tao Zheng was not known for his amiable temperament. Wei Xiaoxi's repeated demands were audaciously bold. Unfazed, she straightened her posture and resolutely stated, I kindly implore the hall master for understanding. For I have recently felt persecuted by the disciples of the enforcement hall, and thus, I harbor doubts about them. Tao Zheng's expression darkened significantly. You are questioning my authority. No, I am not questioning you, hall master, but it is precisely because I hold you in high regard that I dare to voice this request. In my eyes, you embody justice, fairness, and a sense of humanity. Wei Xiaoxi hastily lavished praise to placate him. I merely wish to select a few individuals to accompany me. May I do so? Tao Zheng surveyed the expressions of those below, most of whom nodded in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled in relief, sincerely bowed her head once more, and then rose to survey her surroundings. As she had only just arrived, she was not familiar with many individuals. As she raised her hand, intending to casually select a handful, her gaze suddenly sharpened. On the periphery of the crowd, approximately 10 paces away, a young man garbed in a pale moon-white robe was walking alone with an air of elegance. Having undergone physical transformation for nearly a year, Wei Xiaoxi possessed keen eyesight. This individual was notably tall, estimated to be nearly 6 feet 3 inches. With raven hair and snow-white skin, his features were as if crafted by an artist, strolling amidst the verdant hills and waters, resembling an ethereal figure from a painting. Indeed, he exuded the essence of a masterpiece, a significant character from the literature. One of such temperament was none other than Li Xiangming's elusive muse, Jiang Qianshu. This individual also shared a peculiar relationship with the original protagonist of the tale and was a pivotal reason behind the female lead's actions against her predecessor. Jiang Qianshu was now 17, possessing dual spiritual roots of gold and wood, and at the 9th level of qi cultivation. If all goes as anticipated, he would soon reach the pinnacle of qi cultivation by next year. Achieving this milestone before the age of 20 signifies exceptional talent. Yet he was set to attain it at 18, a rare phenomenon indeed. Adding to the envy, he was also an alchemist and a weapon refiner, both at a foundational level. It is worth noting that in the realm of Three Realms Island, reaching the intermediate level in alchemy, weapon refinement, formations, or talisman crafting makes one a cornerstone of any sect, while the advanced level is regarded as a treasure of the sect. Given time, he would easily surpass the intermediate level and might even reach the advanced tier. His aptitude was comparable to that of Qianyu, whom she encountered in the secret realm, if not more impressive, for Jiang Qianshu excelled in both alchemy and weapon refinement. Furthermore, he bore a unique identity. 13 years prior, at the tender age of 4, he was discovered by the master of Baichao Peak, Baichao Daojun, who took him in as an adopted son and direct disciple. His discovery took place by the riverside during the blooming season of the fallen cherry blossoms, hence he was named Jiang Qianshu. This individual is not only remarkably attractive, But what pleases Wei Xiaoxi even more is that he is one of the few who remains unaffected by the protagonist's halo, at least in the initial stages. Otherwise, he would not be the beloved white moonlight of Li Xiangming, but merely a small fish in a vast sea. His esteemed status shields him from the threats posed by the Sword 9 lineage. Of course, Wei Xiaoxi did not immediately recognize him. Her suspicions were corroborated by the jade medallion at his waist, a vibrant green hue typical of the alchemy sect, with features that resemble a painting. It is undoubtedly Jiang Qianshu, the alchemist. Wei Xiaoxi paused momentarily, pointing directly at Jiang Qianshu. I choose him. Chapter 38. Captain Gong, did you hear that? The crowd turned to look, and someone immediately burst into laughter. Who is Jiang Qianshu? A remarkable talent within the sect, not only for his lineage and innate gifts, but also for his temperament. Another peak master, a friend of the Taoist Lord of Herbs, had a daughter who fancied him and sought an excuse to visit Bai Chao Peak to discuss alchemy. Within mere moments of their exchange, he bluntly told the girl, "You have no aptitude for alchemy. Your presence here is merely a waste of my time. You should first establish a solid foundation down the mountain." After offering such candid advice, he unceremoniously expelled her. He showed no regard for the girl's delicate sensibilities, nor did he consider the connections of his adoptive father. On another occasion, a direct disciple of the sect leader sought him out for a sparring match. After only a few exchanges, he brought the disciple to the ground, stating without remorse, "Your swordsmanship pales in comparison to mine. Engaging with me will only lead to feelings of defeat and waste my time. Seek someone else." Again, he provided a brutally honest yet heartfelt suggestion, sending the disciple away without a second thought, disregarding the fact that the individual was a close disciple of the sect leader. Numerous similar incidents have occurred. With every word he utters, he is likely to offend someone. He often complains about others wasting his time, preferring instead to cultivate flowers and grasses on the mountain, watching the sunrise and sunset, rather than investing time in nurturing relationships with others. To the onlookers, Wei Xiaoxi's choice of him seemed like an exercise in futility. They believed it improbable that Jiang Qianshu would pay her any heed. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianshu had come to a halt, turning to gaze at the high platform. He was not there to seek attention, but was merely passing by. However, as a practitioner with keen senses, he had already overheard the unfolding events and recognized that the little girl on stage was pointing at him to compel him to follow her to the dormitory for evidence. Wei Xiaoxi adeptly utilized her surroundings to her advantage. He was unaware of the circumstances she was entangled in or why she was so abruptly subjected to public scrutiny. Yet, the very act of public judgment indicated the extraordinary nature of her situation or the matter at hand. The 6-year-old girl, with her eloquence, skillfully enlisted a group of supporters from the audience to exert pressure on Tao Zheng to achieve her goals. Much like him, she excelled at leveraging her environment and turning it to her advantage. Individuals like them are akin to resilient grass, tenacious and enduring, capable of thriving in any circumstance. He would not fare poorly if that lad, Qianyu, possessed the same level of awareness as Wei Xiaoxi at her age. His accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass what he has achieved thus far. Perhaps the legacy of Zhongzhen would belong to him. Contemplating this, Jiang Qianshu lightly nodded towards Wei Xiaoxi on the stage. Good. Observing one's own reflection in another is quite a subtle experience, imbued with a peculiar sense of detachment. As his words fell, a gentle breeze swept through, plunging the square into an uncanny silence. Everyone was taken aback, some even questioning their own perceptions. Wasn't he this peculiar flower one to value time? Engaging with the law enforcement team, and Wei Xiaoxi would surely consume a considerable amount of time. Why would he be so willing? Could it be that he and Wei Xiaoxi were previously acquainted? The crowd was perplexed, their astonished gazes shifting between Wei Xiaoxi and Jiang Qianshu. They appeared to be strangers, as if they hailed from entirely different realms. Among the throng, Li Xiangming was equally astounded. She was well aware of Jiang Qianshu, having noticed him in her past life, a remarkably gifted individual. In her eyes, he was the epitome of the role model she aspired to emulate. She yearned to be as formidable as he. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. People are naturally drawn to that which pleases the eye. She quietly gritted her teeth and cast a subtle glare at Wei Xiaoxi. That wretched girl. Why does she deserve Jiang Qianshu's favor? She had previously attempted to engage him in conversation, only to receive a cold dismissal of no time. On the elevated platform, Tao Zheng was equally astonished, casting a cryptic glance at Wei Xiaoxi, deep in thought. Had they known each other before? Zhou Feng's face paled, his thoughts mirroring Tao Zheng's. If Wei Xiaoxi was acquainted with Jiang Qianshu, it was over. In stark contrast to the astonished and complex expressions of the crowd, Wei Xiaoxi felt as if enveloped in a warm spring breeze. Jiang Qianshu was one of the few individuals who had shown her kindness since her arrival in this world. Naturally, she did not discount the additional allure of his striking appearance. Unperturbed by the probing gazes of the crowd, Jiang Qianshu remained still, standing elegantly and upright like a solitary white birch. exuding grace and tranquility. His acquiescence prompted many female disciples below to eagerly volunteer, seeking the opportunity for close interaction with him. Wei Xiaoxi casually selected 3 strangers and, accompanied by Gong Ming, made her way towards the female disciples' dormitory. Jiang Qianshu and the others awaited outside her room as Wei Xiaoxi entered her own chamber. Upon entering, she immediately sensed something amiss. Her belongings had been tampered with. The previous afternoon, after returning from a meal, she had idly tucked the corners of her pillowcase beneath the pillow. Now, those corners hung freely, having lost their previous arrangement. Wei Xiaoxi let out a cold laugh. She paid little heed, closed the door, and activated the defensive barrier, conjuring a stream of light from her mind. The artifact given by Zhongzhen lacked storage capabilities. However, the recess could accommodate items to be stored together. Spirit stones could fit, and naturally, folded talismans could as well. Carefully extracting the items, Wei Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment before reinserting a spirit stone into the recess, just in case. As she exited the room, she encountered Hanju, who had just emerged from the opposite door. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, and she immediately addressed the outside. Captain Gong, another individual involved in my intimidation is here. Could you take her to the Judgment Square as well? Hanju's expression changed. On what grounds? Step aside quickly, or I will ensure you regret it. Captain Gong. She is suspected of intimidating and assaulting a new disciple, as well as showing contempt for sect rules. You heard that, right? Hanju. Gongming glanced around the room, paused in silence, then nodded. Take her as well. Wei Xiaoxi beamed with joy. It is said that Captain Gong is the backbone of maintaining order in the sect. And indeed, this is true. The crowd. Wei Xiaoxi felt elated, and upon raising her eyes, she met Jiang Qianshu's gaze, momentarily taken aback. What did the inquisitive, contemplative smile on his face mean? When the group returned to the Judgment Square, Zhao Qian, Wei Zhongyang, and Bai Tsong were also brought over. Upon seeing Wei Xiaoxi clutching a talisman, Wei Zhongyang's pupils constricted. The talisman in the hands of that insufferable child was likely a reflection of his words from the previous night in the mission hall. Since waking, he had replayed the events of last night in his mind repeatedly. Cultivators possess excellent memories. Each recollection deepened his despair, especially upon learning he was to be taken to the Judgment Square for a public trial. He knew he was utterly finished. The sight of Wei Xiaoxi, advancing step by step with the talisman, felt akin to the king of hell marking his name off the ledger of life and death. Wei Zhongyang trembled slightly, struggling to remain upright. Zhou Feng was equally anxious, uncertain of the talisman's contents and whether his name would be mentioned. His heart raced with unease, if fortune favored him. Perhaps he would not be dismissed, at worst facing suspicion that would bar him from next year's Deputy Hall Master election. At least that would not mean death. With such thoughts, he gazed at Wei Xiaoxi with a hint of hope, silently praying. Chapter 39. Deep Schemes. Zhao Qian had never witnessed such a grand spectacle, especially not in such a negative light. She was overwhelmed with shame and anger, her face pale, nearly fainting. Bai Tsong, brought to this place, was also quite anxious. However, compared to the panicked trio beside him, he fared much better. After all, he had not wronged Wei Xiaoxi and had not committed any grave error in this matter. After the communication talisman is used, it vanishes, and to preserve the evidence, Tao Zheng instructed someone to record it with a recording stone. Additionally, to ensure that everyone present could hear, a magical amplification device was employed. At this point, the talisman was shattered. The dispute between a man and a child reverberated through the surroundings, striking the eardrums of the onlookers. I merely came to cover for Zhao Qian during her night shift. Why must you coerce me into signing a liability waiver? Did you not volunteer? No, I refuse. Yes, you do. Then why are you aiding Zhao Qian and pressuring me? She assaulted me in the dormitory today, forced me to cover her shift, and insisted I sign the waiver before leaving, warning me to be compliant. Now that I refuse to sign, you are supporting her coercion. There must be some collusion between you. Child, some matters are best left unspoken. Must we bring everything to light? Your arrogance. Do you have acquaintances in the law enforcement hall? If so, what of it? Go ahead. Tell them that Wei Zhongyang and Zhao Qian compelled you to patrol at night and pressured you into signing a liability waiver. Let us see whether they believe you or us. Quickly, do not waste my time any longer, or I shall make you regret your very existence. As the communication talisman burned to ashes, the voices faded. Yet, the crowd could only perceive Wei Zhongyang's arrogant declarations and Wei Xiaoxi's restrained, innocent tone echoing in their minds, repeatedly assaulting their consciousness. Outrage surged, particularly among the ordinary disciples. Today, it was Wei Xiaoxi suffering this indignity. Tomorrow, it could be any of them. ISNT they're saying, when the death knell tolls, do not question for whom it tolls. Do not doubt, it tolls for you. An overwhelming sense of insecurity shattered their reason. Someone shouted, Wei Zhongyang is the disgrace of our Wandao Sect. With him present, he tarnishes our reputation and undermines our integrity. And Zhao Qian, this person, leveraging her family background, intimidates new disciples. If word spreads, who would dare join the Wandao Sect? She is undermining the very foundation of our sect. Moreover, who is that person from the law enforcement hall? Wei Xiaoxi, you must reveal his identity. With your protective shield, let us perish outside the sect together. Eliminate them. Eliminate them. The crowd was incensed. In contrast, a small group observed Wei Xiaoxi on the dais with complex expressions. She knelt quietly, her eyes cast down, showing no sign of triumph amidst the supportive shouts around her. Indeed, this demeanor aligned with the character she portrayed through the communication talisman, a mere 6-year-old girl. Leading Wei Xiaoxi to divulge his misdeeds, coercion, intimidation, bribery, and collusion with interested parties. She even mentioned the names Wei Xiaoxi and Zhao Qian, implicating the law enforcement hall. Her clarity of thought and composed demeanor stood in stark contrast to Wei Xiaoxi's hubris and ignorance of the trap he had fallen into. It was ironic, absurd, and utterly ludicrous. At 6 years of age, she was yet to grasp the complexities of life, while he had already surpassed the age of 40. The disparity was stark and alarming. Below the stage, Li Xiangming cast a somber gaze upon Wei Xiaoxi, her lips pressed tightly together. In her previous life, Wei Xiaoxi had been taken away by the sword sovereign Jiudao at merely 5 years old, leaving Li Xiangming uncertain of the path that followed. In this life, however, Li Xiangming had reincarnated just days before she had pushed Wei Xiaoxi down the slope. During those fleeting days, Wei Xiaoxi exhibited a demeanor of inferiority and timidity. Although she did not approach Li Xiangming, her gaze reflected a sense of envy. When had the transformation occurred? It must have been after Wei Xiaoxi awakened, nearly meeting her demise when caught in the window. Could it be that she too had experienced a rebirth, harboring resentment for the fortune that had been snatched away, and turning her wrath upon herself? It seemed unlikely. In Wei Xiaoxi's eyes, there was no hint of admiration or affection towards the sword sovereign. In her past life, Wei Xiaoxi had been doted upon by the sword sovereign and his 3 disciples, their bond undoubtedly profound. How could there be no semblance of closeness? Was it a case of possession, or had a blow to the head altered her very nature? Li Xiangming's thoughts were a tumultuous whirl. Regardless of the truth, as long as it did not involve reincarnation, she could breathe a sigh of relief, armed with the knowledge from her previous existence. Whether Wei Xiaoxi was a victim of possession or a personality shift, her fortunes would undoubtedly be seized in advance. In this life, Wei Xiaoxi would remain beneath her heel, a mere plaything. Struggling desperately, she was akin to the figure on stage exerting every ounce of strength to escape. With this thought, Li Xiangming exhaled deeply, refocusing her attention on the slender figure before her. Wei Xiaoxi stood tall, her expression serene, an air of defiance and pride emanating from her brow. Her gaze imbued with wisdom. Li Xiangming furrowed her brow slightly. Future dealings with her would require utmost caution. Zhao Qian, as a pawn, had proven to be ineffective, potentially leading to a series of unforeseen complications. With this in mind, she cast a furtive glance at her elder brother Qiyang, who was holding her close. Sensing her unease, he gently patted her head and reassured her in a soft voice, "Do not worry." Meanwhile, Jiang Qianshu had not departed. He stood at a distance from the crowd, his eyes fixed intently upon the unfolding drama on stage. As he had anticipated, Wei Xiaoxi had the remarkable ability to thrive, no matter the circumstances. Today, she would gain renown. Any future attempts to bully her would require careful consideration. Who could predict the lengths she might go to expose one's vulnerabilities? In the square, the crowd was a cacophony of voices, some red-faced and shouting accusations at Wei Xiaoxi, while others murmured their discontent to those beside them, buzzing with agitation for quite some time. Once the emotions of the ordinary disciples had simmered down, Tao Zheng utilized his imposing presence to silence the throng once more. He directed his gaze at Wei Xiaoxi, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "Who is the disciple of the law enforcement hall you speak of?" Wei Xiaoxi flinched, his face paling. In his panic, he instinctively glanced towards Zhou Feng, who felt a sinking dread and mentally cursed the fool. In the absence of any enforcement personnel, the accusations are mere fabrications, and the charges may be lessened. "Fool, what do you expect me to do?" Utterly foolish. Zhou Feng maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the glances cast in his direction. Wei Xiaoxi, engulfed in despair, stammered, "I didn't." Yet he was compelled to confess under pressure. Suddenly, Tao Zheng's expression hardened, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. Under the overwhelming pressure, Wei Xiaoxi, already injured, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. He felt as though he were a fish out of water, gasping for breath, struggling to articulate. "It's Zhou Feng, Captain Zhou Feng. How dare you recklessly accuse me?" Zhou Feng, both furious and anxious, exclaimed. Silence. Another wave of formidable pressure resonated, and Zhou Feng's complexion turned pale as he was forced to bow his back, refraining from further speech. When it was Zhao Qian's turn for interrogation, her eyes darted around, seeking a way for Li Xiangming to intercede on her behalf. However, upon meeting Qi Yang's icy gaze of warning, she crumpled to the ground, trembling as she fabricated her story. Her grievances against her close friend had led her to deliberately create trouble for amusement. Tears streamed down her face as her mind buzzed uncontrollably. Unless she wished for her family's downfall, she could not betray Li Xiaoming. Why had a simple act of squashing an ant spiraled into such chaos? Chapter 40. The removal of obnoxious elements under Tao Zhang's thunderous and unyielding judgment. The truth swiftly emerged. Zhao Qian's actions were driven by unfounded malice, involving contempt for sect rules, oppression of new disciples, bribery of sect officials, and had an exceedingly detrimental impact. She was sentenced to 5 years of labor in the mines, with no option for release and no hiring of substitutes permitted. Han Zhu, as an accomplice, faced a severe sentence of 1 year in the mines. Upon hearing her sentence, Zhao Qian fainted on the spot. 5 years of labor would hinder her cultivation and tarnish her reputation. Even as a legitimate daughter, her future prospects were bleak. Not only was Chun Yin uninterested in her, but even a mere third-rate family would shun her. No matter how insignificant the family, her tarnished name would hinder any chance of acceptance. Her life was irrevocably ruined. Han Zhu did not faint, but felt a wave of darkness enveloping her vision. Coming from a modest background, she had relied on Zhao Qian for resources. Now, with her support gone, she too was condemned to the mines. Hearing tales of the harsh realities there, she realized that, as a mere 4th-level Qi cultivator, she was among the weakest. The mine stones might be seized by local bullies. Day after day, she would face peril. Despair consumed Han Zhu. Wei Xiaoxi, as a public official, had accepted bribes, disrespected sect rules, intimidated new disciples, and attempted to destroy evidence, which also bore grave consequences. He was sentenced to 5 years of labor in the mines, with the prohibition of holding any sect position in the future. As for Zhou Feng, he insisted upon his innocence, and due to insufficient evidence, he must await further investigation. However, he was stripped of his position as captain of the enforcement hall. Zhou Feng calmly accepted the punishment. Bai Tsong, who failed to report information, was sentenced to capture spirit rice pests for a month. Wei Xiaoxi, grateful for his past kindness towards her, interceded on his behalf, leading Tao Zheng to reduce Bai Tsong's sentence by half a month. His penalty was the lightest among them. Strangely, as he observed the individuals beside him, either collapsing or breaking down, Bai Tsong felt a fleeting sense of superiority and exhilaration. One reaps what one sows. Naturally, he was filled with gratitude for Wei Xiaoxi's plea. At least his care for her had not been in vain last night. Aside from Zhao Qian, who needed to cooperate with the investigation regarding the theft and would remain in custody for the time being, the other 3 were immediately subjected to their sentences. As for Wei Xiaoxi, having just entered the sect, she faced oppression from her peers, which was deemed a mismanagement by the sect, earning her compensation of 50 low-grade spirit stones and 5 pairs of communication talismans. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes brightened at the prospect of receiving the spirit stones, which she desperately needed. Although insufficient to purchase spirit plants that could transform her root, it would ensure a steady supply for Liu Guang in the future. At the very least, it would safeguard her life in critical moments and allow her to engage in other special endeavors. With matters settled, Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Zhao Qian would be imprisoned for 5 years, and Han Zhu for 1. This meant at least a year of peace in her dormitory. Ample time for her to focus on studying the knowledge and techniques of the cultivation world. Moreover, the absence of bothersome individuals would surely lift her spirits. She planned to reward herself with a hearty lunch at the spirit dining hall, perhaps ordering 5 servings of dishes. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden chill ran down her spine. Turning slightly, she met a sharp, icy gaze. Zhou Feng. Wei Xiaoxi's heart sank. The inability to ascend the ranks was a matter of deep enmity. Clenching her fists, she felt no guilt. She had acted in self-defense. It was all that wretched Li Xiangming's fault for instigating such trouble. With this thought, her gaze shifted to the right front of the stage. During the trial, she had noticed Zhou Feng and Zhao Qian deliberately glancing in that direction. At that moment, Li Xiangming was being held in the arms of a man dressed in black. He had sharp facial features, a cold demeanor, and an imposing presence, yet spoke to Li Xiangming with an air of affection. Li Xiangming had 3 senior brothers. The third brother, Chen Yan, donned a red robe, while Lin Shanshan dressed similarly to align with his tastes. The second brother was a wealthy heir, flamboyantly dressed in various colors. As for the one in black, he was the eldest brother, Qi Yang, the esteemed son of the sect leader. Possessing a noble status and exceptional talent, he trained under the sword master Jiao Dao, boasting a golden spiritual root with a purity level of 97. At the age of 100, he had already reached the late stage of the golden core. At this pace, he would likely attain childbirth before turning 150. Among his peers, he was among the elite. His aura was as unyielding and frigid as his spiritual root attribute. However, there exists an undeniable favoritism towards Li Xiangming. This is the treatment reserved for a beloved heroine. Sensing something amiss, Qiyang turned his head, their eyes locking momentarily. Wei Xiaoxi felt as though she had been struck by a sharp blade, an overwhelming discomfort washing over her. The narrative had previously indicated that he discerned early on Li Xiangming's disdain for the original protagonist, suggesting that it would be simpler to eliminate her. Yet, Li Xiangming insisted on keeping her around for amusement, and so he acquiesced. Thus, his presence here today was to safeguard his mischievous junior sister, forbidding Zhou Feng and Zhao Qian from uttering anything detrimental about Li Xiangming. Wei Xiaoxi quietly averted her gaze and departed with the crowd. To her surprise, Li Xiangming approached her. "Xiaoxi, you seem startled," she remarked. Wei Xiaoxi smiled. "Yes, a little. It's all due to that vile person's antics." Li Xiangming, suspecting that Wei Xiaoxi was subtly alluding to her, had no evidence to substantiate her suspicion. No. She must be referring to Zhao Qian, not her. After a brief moment of stiffness, Li Xiangming smiled again, saying, "It's best to leave the past behind, Xiaoxi. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I can protect you." Her demeanor bore an air of condescension and benevolence as she handed Wei Xiaoxi a communication talisman. "Take this." Wei Xiaoxi accepted it discreetly, feigning gratitude. "Thank you. I'll contact you if anything arises." Although she found it distasteful to engage in such insincere niceties with the heroine, revealing her true feelings at this juncture would be disadvantageous. The more formidable heroine would act without restraint against her. It was wiser to maintain a fade of cordiality for the time being, as this would cause Li Xiangming to tread cautiously in her subsequent maneuvers, making her attempts indirect and circuitous, akin to this instance where several intermediaries were involved. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoxi could occasionally provoke her with veiled jabs. The two schemers exchanged a few insincere pleasantries before parting ways. Qiyang approached once more, lifting the heroine into his arms as he stepped onto his flying sword. Soaring into the void, upon the flying sword, he remarked, "This Wei Xiaoxi harbors deep intentions. It would be prudent for you to limit your interactions with her. I fear she may lead you astray, but she is my fellow townsfolk, and our arrival at this sect together is a matter of fate," Li Xiangming retorted. "Remember how, in the past, you sought her out in the village, and she spurned you? You have been brooding over it for a year. Now that she has returned, her demeanor remains indifferent. What is the point?" Earlier that morning, the junior sister had hurried to him, distressed, recounting her conversation with Zhao Qian the previous afternoon, where she had mentioned Wei Xiaoxi and requested that she look after her. Zhao Qian had misconstrued the intent and had acted inappropriately. Seeing her so frightened tugged at Qiyang's heart, prompting him to personally confront Zhou Feng and Zhao Qian, instructing them to keep their mouths shut and not involve his junior sister. "She is an outer disciple. It costs me little to look after her," he said. While Li Xiangming lamented, "She will understand." Qiyang's lips moved as if to say something, yet he ultimately chose silence. "Let it be. As long as my junior sister desires it, he is capable of accommodating her every whim." Chapter 41. My personal interrogation on the other side. Wei Xiaoxi let out a long sigh. Upon turning, she caught sight of a figure adorned in a moonlit hue. He stood beneath the shade of a tree, tilting his head as if gazing at the departing forms of Li Xiangming and another, or perhaps lost in thought. Upon sensing her gaze, Jiang Qianshu turned slightly. Locking eyes with Wei Xiaoxi, she beamed a smile, intending to express her gratitude once more. However, he merely turned and walked away. Wei Xiaoxi shrugged, her spirits unaffected. After all, having eliminated a few repugnant nuisances, the days ahead promised to be significantly more tranquil, a most delightful prospect. In the law enforcement hall, the interrogation room, Tao Zheng stood with arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing the disheveled Zhou Feng across from him. "I shall ask you once more, did you partake in this matter? Did you merely accept a bribe, or were you coerced by someone?" "I did not participate," Zhou Feng stubbornly retorted. Tao Zheng snorted disdainfully, raising his hand to reveal a golden insignia that hovered ominously between them. Zhou Feng's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "What is this?" Without responding, Tao Zheng deftly traced a magical seal with his fingers. The insignia erupted in a blinding golden light, casting its glow upon Zhou Feng. "I ask you again, did you collude with Wei Xiaoyang and Zhao Qian?" Zhou Feng gritted his teeth, wanting to deny it. His resolve was indeed formidable. Yet under the oppressive golden radiance, he was rendered vulnerable. This was a high-level magical artifact, imbued with properties of pressure and persuasion, its efficacy dictated by its wielder. Tao Zheng, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, was more than sufficient to handle Zhou Feng of the Foundation Establishment realm. The overwhelming pressure and psychological suggestions washed over Zhou Feng's mind repeatedly. In a fleeting moment, he surrendered. He yearned to confess all his past misdeeds. Tears welled in his eyes as he bowed his head. "Yes, I accepted benefits from Zhao Qian. This morning, young Master Qiyang came to speak with me, instructing me to ensure that Li Xiangming was not implicated." Tao Zheng remained silent. After a considerable pause, he waved his hand, reclaiming the insignia. Indeed, he had not misjudged. Zhou Feng and Zhao Qian were, whether deliberately or inadvertently, aligned with Qi Yang. Had he not uncovered this? He possessed a myriad of methods to extract the truth from Zhou Feng in the square today. After a long while, he spoke calmly. That Wei Xiaoxi is rather sinister. A new disciple without any cultivation, either blessed with extraordinary luck or shielded by someone. You would do well to remain prudent, should trouble arise. Another stroke of fortune may not come your way. Yes, Zhou Feng lowered his head. Get out. Yes. Summon Gongming. Yes. Zhou Feng exited. Moments later, Gongming pushed open the door to the interrogation room. Deputy Tao. The theft incident last night was exceedingly peculiar. Bring Zhao Qian here. And also fetch Li Xiangming and Wei Xiaoxi. I wish to interrogate them personally. As Wei Xiaoxi had only just walked a few hundred meters, she was called to a halt. With a perplexed expression, she inquired, "What is it, Captain Gong? We need your cooperation regarding the theft that occurred last night." Came the reply. A chill ran through Wei Xiaoxi. She had nearly forgotten about that incident. Striving to maintain her composure, she nodded and responded, "All right." Upon reaching the entrance of the law enforcement hall, Wei Xiaoxi spotted Li Xiangming. The latter scrutinized her from head to toe before leaning in to whisper, "Junior Sister Wei, do you have any connection to the matter of the storage bag from last night?" Stunned, Wei Xiaoxi's mouth fell open in disbelief. "Sister Lin, are you serious?" Li Xiangming fell momentarily silent, although she too found the suggestion ludicrous. Yet, often it is the one who stands to gain the most who becomes the primary suspect. She merely wished to pry for information. However, she soon dismissed the thought, realizing it was impossible. A mere mortal could hardly orchestrate such a scheme unnoticed beneath the watchful eyes of two Qi refinement practitioners, let alone traverse two defensive arrays with ease. With this in mind, her brows knitted tighter. If it wasn't Wei Xiaoxi, could it be Zhao Qian? Or was it truly the work of a mysterious prankster? That would be utterly absurd. Shaking her head, she cast a knowing glance at Wei Xiaoxi. From their first encounter in that small county, she had sensed that Wei Xiaoxi was no ordinary girl. She possessed cunning. However, she had not anticipated the extent of her shrewdness, managing to bring down Zhao Qian, Wei Zhongyang, and Zhou Feng, leaving them utterly incapacitated. And yet, this was merely a 6-year-old girl. How terrifying. This individual was not to be trifled with. After reflecting on the situation, Li Xiangming reached her conclusion and resolved to act accordingly. Thus, she offered Wei Xiaoxi a smile and initiated some casual conversation. As they conversed, they arrived at the door of the interrogation room. Li Xiangming entered first. Approximately 15 minutes later, she emerged, her forehead glistening with cold sweat, as if she had endured some horrific torment. Yet, aside from the perspiration, she bore no visible injuries. Was it merely psychological pressure? Wei Xiaoxi felt a twinge of anxiety, her body tensing up. "Junior Sister Wei, it's your turn," urged a disciple of the law enforcement hall. She pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. "All right." The interrogation room remained as dim, cold, and cramped as before. Wei Xiaoxi genuinely disliked this place. Inside, only Tao Zheng was present. Although he had recently offered her a measure of justice, his presence still unsettled her. "Have a seat." Tao Zheng tapped the icy tabletop twice, exuding an air of calm confidence, as if everything was well within his control. Wei Xiaoxi nodded slightly and took a seat at the table, waiting for him to speak. To her surprise, he produced a golden token and tossed it into the air. The token gleamed in a resplendent gold, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an aura of ancient mystery, unmistakably hinting that it was no ordinary object. A wave of unease washed over Wei Xiaoxi, who instinctively clenched her fists. Tao Zheng, perceptive to her unease, regarded her with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes and inquired, "Are you feeling anxious?" Wei Xiaoxi, aware that denying it would only betray her trepidation, opted instead to swallow hard and asked nervously, "What is this? It looks strange, and I find myself a bit frightened." Tao Zheng remained silent, his gaze piercingly fixed on Wei Xiaoxi. An oppressive tension enveloped the dimly lit room, while a faint, metallic scent wafted in through the window. Wei Xiaoxi felt a chilling sensation creep over her as she met his unwavering stare, her palms damp with sweat, her mind swirling in chaos. This man was seasoned. He undoubtedly sensed the multitude of discrepancies surrounding last night's events. The timing of her disappearance was too coincidental, especially with Zhao Qian involved, which provided a potential motive. The token before her was an enigma, yet she could surmise it was akin to a lie detector or perhaps something even more sophisticated, given that they resided in a world of cultivation where countless extraordinary tools could exist. Cursed be her past, for she had approached this realm with a mindset shaped in Blue Star, naively believing she could commit the perfect crime. Just then, Tao Zheng, observing Wei Xiaoxi's rigid form, suddenly smiled, wasting no time as he directed a spell towards the token. A blinding golden light erupted. dispelling the gloom of the room but plunging her into a dizzying disorientation. Wei Xiaoxi felt a weighty, intangible pressure descend upon her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Her complexion paling. After parting with Baizong last night, where did you go? A voice whispered within her mind. Speak, and you shall find relief. You need not bear the weight of guilt in this world. With a clear conscience, you shall face challenges with ease. Speak, reveal all. The thought of framing Zhao Qian and enlisting Li Xiangming to handle her sent tears streaming down Wei Xiaoxi's face as she felt an overwhelming urge to confess. No, do not speak. She couldn't, for it would be her downfall. In a moment of clarity, she hastily summoned her spiritual light, recognizing it as an illusion that could be dispelled. In her mind, the spiritual light shimmered. The oppressive pressure and seductive whispers receded like a retreating tide. The spirit stones nestled within the grooves of the light flickered with a faint white glow, rapidly depleting. A wave of relief washed over her as clarity returned. She felt a surge of fear. How could a mere disciple manipulate the sect with such audacity? It was a transgression beyond forgiveness. Wei Xiaoxi dared not reveal her regained lucidity and instead continued to tremble, stammering, I have a stomach ache. I need to use the restroom. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tao Zheng's eyes. After a moment of silence, he continued to inquire, what happened next? I went to the riverbank to wash my hands. And then I lost all consciousness, only to awaken the next day on the grass, shaken by senior brother Baizong and senior brother Wang Dan. Tao Zheng fell into a contemplative silence. An eerie quietude spread once more. In Tao's perspective, Wei Xiaoxi's earlier demeanor was decidedly suspicious. The talisman was under his control, and it was certainly not something an ordinary person without internal energy could withstand. Regardless of her cunning, it was simply impossible. Neither Lin Shanshan, Zhao Qian, nor Wei Xiaoxi had uttered a lie. Thus, it was highly probable that a mysterious expert had infiltrated the sect. This was troubling. Tao Zheng's expression grew serious. This matter must be reported to the Hall Master. Future patrols would need to be intensified, arranging disciples with elevated cultivation levels for night patrols. With this thought, he waved his hand, retracting the talisman into his storage bag, and nodded slightly to Wei Xiaoxi. All right, you may leave now. Wei Xiaoxi let out a significant sigh of relief, though she dared not show it on her face. Yet, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she shuffled her feet, stalling, casting furtive glances in Tao Zheng's direction. He raised an eyebrow. Do you have something else to discuss? Wei Xiaoxi nervously scratched her right cheek, revealing an awkward smile. Hall Master Tao, what about my compensation for emotional distress? Tao Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly recalling his own early days in the sect, he tempered his expression. The little girl, for reasons unknown, had offended Li Xiangming and was struggling. It was indeed pitiful. However, given her potential and her intricate ties with Jiang Qianshu, fostering a good relationship was not out of the question. With this in mind, he waved his hand, producing 50 low-grade spirit stones and 5 pairs of communication talismans from his storage bag. After a moment's thought, he additionally retrieved another communication talisman and a healing elixir. Placing them into the storage bag she had extended towards him before returning it. Look at you in such a hurry. I'll lend you this elixir to swiftly mend your injuries, and inside is also a talisman to contact me. In urgent situations, you may reach out, and I may assist depending on the circumstances. Last night, she had been soaked, and her chin, neck, and the spots bitten by fish were swollen. The elixir was timely and considerate. Along with an uncertain promise, Wei Xiaoxi felt his goodwill. Sincerely, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master. You are truly a benevolent hero. To have the fortune to witness your grandeur is a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. All right, you may go now. Wei Xiaoxi slightly bowed, offered her thanks once more, and then departed with a light step. On Sword 9 Peak, within the main hall, Lord Jinzhou heard disciples outside chattering about today's public trial. He also caught wind of a familiar name, Wei Xiaoxi. Wasn't she the little girl from Xiaqian, who had lived in the same village as Ming'er a year ago? At that time, he had found her disrespectful to her parents, full of falsehoods, and had taken a strong dislike to her. To his surprise, she had indeed been admitted into the Wandao Sect. Upon entering, she thought to herself that it was merely the initiation into an outer sect disciple, with a rather limited future, incapable of stirring any significant waves. Unexpectedly, on merely the second day within the sect, she had already orchestrated a monumental event, truly remarkable. This only further displeased the esteemed Sword 9 Taoist, who found her to be excessively cunning, unlike his beloved disciple Ming'er, who was innocent, clever, and diligent in her cultivation. Such promising talent was indeed a rarity. Wei Xiaoxi, oblivious to the discontent she had stirred in Sword 9 Taoist, was hurrying towards the spirit dining hall. Having toiled all morning and now feeling famished. A quarter of an hour later, she left, enduring the reproachful gaze of the auntie, rubbing her round belly as she strolled back to her dormitory. It was not that she lacked a love for learning. Rather, She had been preoccupied the previous night, patrolling in the first half, framing others in the latter half, and enduring the chill of the night breeze on the grass, resulting in a sleepless night. Her spirits were low, compounded by a slight cold, leaving her mentally sluggish. She needed to recuperate and prepare for the challenges of the morrow. As she walked, her thoughts meandered. Li Xiangming was exceedingly arrogant and had too much leisure time, persistently seeking to make her life difficult. She had to devise a plan to occupy the female lead, preventing her from causing further distress. Before long, she returned to her dormitory, and upon entering, encountered Jiang Yin. "Junior sister Wei, you're back. Congratulations on clearing your name." "Thank you. It is I who should express my gratitude to you," Wei Xiaoxi replied. Jiang Yin smiled, her face radiating joy. "From now on, our dormitory will no longer." She abruptly halted, casting a nervous glance towards the door, perhaps intending to mention that the two bothersome individuals, Zhao Qian and Han Zhu, had finally been removed, yet fearing the repercussions of being overheard. Wei Xiaoxi found the situation amusing. Indeed, Jiang Yin's timid nature resembled that of a rabbit. Once inside her room, Wei Xiaoxi closed the door, activated her defensive array, and sat at her desk. She retrieved the elixir given by Deputy Hall Master Tao and consumed it. The potion melted upon her tongue, releasing a warm current that coursed through her body. Moments later, she felt a tingling sensation at several of her wounds. Was healing commencing? She took out the small, uneven copper mirror she had brought from home. Through its hazy reflection, she noticed the reddish-brown blemish on her chin gradually diminishing, while the marks on her neck slowly faded away. She rolled up her sleeve, observing the visible improvement. Before long, her skin regained its smoothness. Wei Xiaoxi sighed in relief, marveling at the wonders of this fantastical world. She threw herself onto her bed, enveloping herself in the blanket and letting her thoughts race. To encounter such tribulations so soon upon entering the sect was indeed disheartening. However, ridding herself of a series of vexatious nuisances, clearing away the debris, instilling fear in Li Xiangming, securing Tao Zheng's promise, and acquiring an unexpected fortune, left her with a sense of satisfaction. Moreover, there was a further advantage to this incident. Typically, individuals like her, lacking lineage or connections upon entering a sect, were susceptible to exploitation and harassment by senior disciples and foundational staff. She gained fame overnight due to this matter, inadvertently scaring away various malevolent entities and sparing herself from unnecessary troubles. Her future life is likely to be far more tranquil and carefree, a delightful surprise in its own right. However, she must remain cautious regarding Zhou Feng and also concerning Li Xiangming. In this narrative, she and Li Xiangming are natural adversaries, their fates intertwined, neither able to extinguish the other. To ensure peace for her upcoming cultivation, she cannot remain a passive target. She must devise tasks for the female protagonist. Wei Xiaoxi murmured, her eyes closed, as she slowly recalled the contents of the book. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, a wicked smile gracing her lips. "I have a plan." Chapter 43. There's no bargaining when it comes to traps. The text reveals that alongside Li Xiangming, another prodigy entered the sect in the same year, possessing strength comparable to hers. Li Xiangming's consistent victories can be attributed to a formidable weapon, the Nine Nether Mysterious Fire, a type of exotic flame. Alchemy and artifact forging both require fire, and those with only golden or wooden spiritual roots aspiring to become alchemists or artifact masters must utilize exotic flames. The Nine Nether Mysterious Fire is one such flame, ranked third among the top-tier exotic fires. This fire originates from the netherworld and can assault the soul, intruding upon the sea of consciousness, making it exceedingly formidable. Li Xiangming expertly exploited this fire's properties to inflict damage upon her opponents. In their hesitation, they were unable to retaliate effectively, allowing Li Xiangming to seize the advantage and claim the championship, ultimately obtaining the cleansing herb to refine her meridians, laying a foundation for her future ascent. Moreover, when used in alchemy, the Nine Nether Mysterious Fire can concoct soul-related elixirs, enhancing their quality. Similarly, in artifact forging, the assistance of the Nine Nether Mysterious Fire increases the likelihood of embedding a spirit within the instrument, yielding superior magical artifacts. Regrettably, it is not a common commodity. It is extremely rare, with only 3 individuals in the realm of cultivation having acquired it over millennia. The female protagonist in the narrative is the fourth. This fourth, Wei Xiaoxi mused, shall become mine. She recalled that all exotic fires can be contained in special vessels for trade. After the female protagonist obtained the Nine Nether Mysterious Fire, she not only amassed a fortune but also leveraged its sale and gifting to acquire numerous spiritual stones, rare treasures, and the goodwill of powerful figures. Her path in cultivation appeared to grow increasingly smooth. Wei Xiaoxi remembered distinctly that Li Xiangming had obtained it 10 days prior to the grand competition while hunting beasts in the sect's rear mountains. A stroke of luck not originally intended for her. A smirk of derision curled at Wei Xiaoxi's lips. You believe that by utilizing memories from your past life, You can usurp the original owner's fortune. Little do you know, everything you are aware of, I am also aware of, and what you are oblivious to. I grasp in great detail. For instance, the inheritance of Zhongzhan and the forthcoming 9 nether mysterious fire. To subdue the 9 nether mysterious fire, one must rely on a contract. The prerequisite for such a contract is to become a cultivator. With this thought, Wei Xiaoxi rose from her bed, seated herself upon a mat, closed her eyes, and began to attempt drawing energy into her body. In the rear mountains of Xia village, she had made attempts. Unfortunately, the concentration of spiritual energy there was exceedingly low, with merely a handful of elemental particles per cubic meter. Even with her formation for gathering spiritual energy, she could only elevate the concentration to a few dozen particles per cubic meter. The situation was markedly different in the sect. Even in the densely populated dormitory areas, there were casually over 100 elemental particles present. This was precisely why she was determined to join the Wandao Sect. The prime locations occupied by second-tier sects did not possess a spiritual energy concentration comparable to that of Wandao Sect. Wei Xiaoxi calmed her mind and began to mobilize her consciousness, intertwining with the elemental particles surrounding her, guiding them into her body, forming a stream of particles that coursed through her meridians. This step was executed with remarkable ease. Those at the beginning of their cultivation journey did not possess the same fortune as her to have consciousness. They relied solely on their innate affinity for the elemental forces, dictated by the quality of their spiritual roots, to sense them. The so-called heavenly spiritual roots were coveted precisely for their high affinity to their respective elements, making the absorption of energy into the body effortless, often achieved within a fortnight. Wei Xiaoxi, however, was different. She communicated with, and even forcefully seized the elements with her consciousness, provided the spiritual energy concentration was sufficiently high, allowing for instantaneous results. If the heavenly spiritual roots were akin to a nurturing teacher with an inherent affinity for children, Wei Xiaoxi was the mischievous rogue who coaxed and tricked the children home. She guided the flow of particles through her body in successive cycles, ultimately converging in her qi within the dantian. At last, when the spiritual energy within her dantian reached a critical threshold, she perceived a faint sound emanating from within her. The once carefully guided flow of spiritual energy had begun to operate autonomously. Success! She had attained the first layer of qi refinement. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled deeply and rose, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort and lightness. It was an exquisite sensation. Outside the window, darkness enveloped the night. It is said that in the realm of cultivation, time ceases to exist. In the blink of an eye, several hours had slipped away. Approaching the window, she pushed it open and gazed at the twinkling stars above. Lost in contemplation, achieving the absorption of energy into her body on her second day of entry was nothing short of astounding. Particularly, her spiritual root was a mere 62 at its highest. Even Li Xiangming, with her heavenly spiritual root, required 10 days to achieve the same. While Wei Xiaoxi succeeded in just 1 day, anyone who learned of her accomplishment would undoubtedly be astonished. She wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Otherwise, it would not only incite Li Xiangming's jealousy, but could also lead to even more intense suppression. It might even attract the attention of those with ulterior motives who would wish to dissect her upon discovering her awakened consciousness in the flow of light. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. However, to conceal her cultivation level, she currently had to rely solely on the flow of light. The 12 hours of operation daily would deplete her spiritual stones rapidly. Contemplating this, Wei Xiaoxi felt a tightening in her chest. She was uncertain how many spiritual stones a concealing artifact would cost. After a prolonged silence, she closed the window and retired to bed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The night passed without incident. Wei Xiaoxi rose early, greeted by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms that filled the air with the refreshing scent of grass and trees. Upon stepping out of her dormitory, she was met with a multitude of curious and even distant glances. Undeterred, she proceeded directly to the dining hall. Unfortunately, she encountered an acquaintance there, a girl who had been selected to join her on the 10-day journey to the sect, who had intended to send a message to her mother. Wei Xiaoxi recalled how her words had influenced her escape from peril, prompting her to approach for a greeting. To her dismay, the girl recoiled as if confronted by a plague, hastily retreating and abandoning the camaraderie they had shared during their travels. Wei Xiaoxi thought to herself, well, it seems I am perceived as a harbinger of misfortune. Accepting this, she chose not to dwell on it, silently finishing her breakfast before heading to the lecture area. The schedule indicated that an elder would impart teachings on the heart method that day, an invaluable lesson, as absence could significantly impact her future cultivation. Wei Xiaoxi felt fortunate to arrive in time, regretting only the foundational knowledge of the cultivation world she had missed the previous day, which she would have to remedy by poring over texts in the library. Such is the nature of learning. Without a solid foundation, one must expend greater effort later to catch up, often yielding diminishing returns. The new disciples gathered for their lessons in a large classroom capable of accommodating hundreds. At the front stood a small platform for the lecturing elder, while neatly arranged mats lined the floor below. When Wei Xiaoxi arrived, the room was still sparsely populated. Seating was assigned based on aptitude, and she chose a seat toward the back. Just as she settled in, someone tapped her shoulder. "Good morning, Wei Xiaoxi," turning in confusion. She found herself facing a chubby young boy with a pair of smiling eyes that squinted adorably due to the roundness of his face. A prominent dimple adorned his left cheek, adding to his endearing and somewhat comical appearance, though the bruise around his left eye hinted at recent altercations. "Who are you?" she asked, bemused. "My name is Jin," he replied cheerfully. "I've long admired your reputation. Meeting you today finally fulfills one of my wishes." Wei Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "How can you admire me upon just entering the sect? Are you jesting?" She offered an elegant yet polite smile. "I am honored, truly." "Haha." Jin plopped down beside her, grinning. "I really must thank you." "Thank me?" she echoed, intrigued. "You likely don't know, but many of us were extorted by some of the older disciples right after receiving our spirit stones, including those from various halls. Most dared not voice their anger and surrendered obediently. I, however, stood my ground and confronted my assailants." Wei Xiaoxi's gaze drifted to his slightly bruised eye, her confusion deepening. "Then why do you thank me? Did you not just have a confrontation?" "After class yesterday, the senior who had extorted our spirit stones hastily returned them, ingratiating himself with flattery and even offering me a healing elixir. Just look at my eyes. They are the result of the treatment." The inferior counterfeit elixirs he provided were far from those bestowed by Tao Zhang. Wei Xiaoxi silently mused, still perplexed. What relevance does this have to me? Following the public trial, the enforcement hall swiftly initiated an action, establishing complaint boxes in various halls and pavilions, allowing disciples to report any grievances at their convenience. They were evidently frightened. Understanding dawned on Wei Xiaoxi, and she inquired, "Were you not in class yesterday? How did you recognize me?" Just as Jin was about to respond, a few people passed by and greeted him. "Jin, you're quite early today." Just arrived. By the way, the cafeteria lady mentioned they have sweet and sour ribs and squirrel fish for lunch today. If I go, can I get a bit more? Shall we eat together at noon?" Sure, let us eat together." In the span of a few moments, 3 or 4 groups of people passed by, comprising both males and females. Jin could name each one and greeted them warmly. Wei Xiaoxi's mouth fell agape. This was the legendary social butterfly. Xiaoxi. Where were we? Jin waved his hand in front of Wei Xiaoxi. She slowly closed her mouth and smiled. We had already concluded that topic. She no longer questioned how he recognized her. There was no information a social butterfly could not uncover. Jin acknowledged her with an "oh." Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone entering. His eyes brightened, and he nudged Wei Xiaoxi with his elbow. "Did you see that newcomer? His name is Xiaomo, and he possesses the best aptitude among our cohort." Wei Xiaoxi followed his gaze. It was a young boy, clad in a dark blue robe, with porcelain-like skin and a jade crown adorning his head. His movements were dignified yet exuded a graceful fluidity, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing through a brook, bringing a refreshing aura. Xiaomo walked directly to the center of the front row, elegantly lifted his robe, seated himself, and casually took out a book from his storage ring, engrossed in reading. Seemingly oblivious to the curious glances from those around him, particularly the eager gazes of the young girls. "This is the stumbling block I will face in the quest for the cleansing grass next year," Wei Xiaoxi promptly assessed. Xiaomo was a child of the direct lineage of the Xiao family from Yuyang City, a city of great renown at the foot of the Wandao Sect. One of the foremost cities across the Three Realms Isle. The Xiao family was a prestigious lineage in Yuyang City, and their esteemed status was evident. Jin continued to elucidate. He originally possessed a water spirit root of 99. But the Xiao family sought rare treasures from heaven and earth to elevate him to a heavenly spirit root. It is said that a month ago, he successfully drew qi into his body. If all goes well, he will be a strong contender for the cleansing grass next year. Wei Xiaoxi silently regarded the dark blue-clad figure and remarked, "Impressive indeed. Talent and resources are not stumbling blocks, but rather obstacles to be reckoned with. Isn't that so?" It is said that on the day he completed his spiritual route, he was precisely 6 years old and, after 12 days, was able to draw energy into his body. 12 days, you say? Wei Xiaoxi listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Although not as swift as the previous generation's Li Xiangming, his prowess was still formidable. Particularly given that he was not born with a natural spiritual root, a slight difference was only to be expected. By the way, regarding this year's new disciple competition, it is rumored that there is a particularly strong sword cultivator who might contend with Li Xiangming for supremacy. Wei Xiaoxi smiled while absorbing a plethora of intriguing information. She had certainly chosen a worthy companion in Jin. The new disciples generally attended 2 classes in the morning, leaving the afternoons free for cultivation. After lunch, Wei Xiaoxi decided not to return to her dormitory just yet. Instead, she spent a low-grade spirit stone to use the teleportation array, making her way directly to Yuyang City at the foot of the mountain. Today, she concealed her aura with the technique of flowing light, burning through spirit stones. In just 3 short hours, she had consumed nearly half of her reserves. Wei Xiaoxi estimated that a low-grade spirit stone could last approximately 12 hours. When it came time to sleep at night, 1 stone could sustain her for 2 days. She walked straight into a shop selling protective gear. After inquiring around, she discovered that even the most affordable items cost over 100 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, anything 2 realms above her level would be impossible to conceal, expensive and unreliable. What a waste. Frustrated, Wei Xiaoxi exited the armor shop, her mind beginning to tally her expenses. An ordinary disciple typically requires a month to draw energy into their body, which is not particularly fast, but would not attract undue attention. Concealing her presence for a month would consume about 15 stones. So be it. Thankfully, after yesterday's incident, she had enough spirit stones to maintain her disguise. Yet, the thought still pained her heart. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly caught sight of a shop selling array materials. These materials consisted of various ores and natural items imbued with the energies of the 5 elements. The most affordable basic materials, such as gold xianxia and earth kunci, still cost 5 low-grade spirit stones for a small piece. Variants with mutated attributes, like thunderblast stones, required 7. Wei Xiaoxi glanced several times, but ultimately did not purchase anything and walked out of the materials shop. Indeed, engaging in the art of formations was a costly endeavor. Returning to the sect, she immersed herself in the library. After much searching, she finally located a place named Yuhan Cave marked on the map in the northwest corner of the sect's back mountain. This was where Li Xiangming had obtained the 9 nether fiery flames. Wei Xiaoxi committed the location of Yuhan Cave firmly to memory, set the map aside, and sought out spellbooks to study. With 17 or 18 days remaining until the female protagonist captured the 9 nether fiery flames, she felt no urgency. The cave, due to the presence of the flames, was exceedingly cold and could inflict dual harm on both the body and mind. In the book, the female protagonist accidentally stumbled into the cave and nearly suffered spiritual injury. Chen Yan, who shielded her from harm, had to lie in bed for several months. Armed with this information, Wei Xiaoxi understood the importance of preparation. Lacking the funds to purchase protective garments against the cold, she resolved to practice her fireball technique to fend off some of the chill when the time came. As for her spirit, it shimmered with ethereal light. Regrettably, this would require the consumption of a considerable number of spirit stones. Contemplating this, Wei Xiaoxi felt a twinge of melancholy. She had been studying the formations within the shimmering light for over a year, yet, constrained by a lack of spirit stones to procure the 5 elemental materials, she had been unable to cross the threshold into the realm of an apprentice formation master. Once she attained the apprentice level, she could set up a defensive formation on herself, which would provide some protection against physical and mental harm. The defensive formation she could create herself would require far less spirit energy than that used to manipulate the shimmering light. Alas, times were tough. As the days passed, Wei Xiaoxi diligently practiced her offensive and defensive techniques, feeling a sense of reassurance only when she had mastered them sufficiently. 10 days later, the location of the Yuhan Cave lay on the outskirts of a forest, surrounded by low-level demonic beasts, all at the early stages of qi cultivation, specifically levels 1, 2, and 3. Generally, someone like Wei Xiaoxi, who had just begun to draw qi into her body, would not dare venture here alone, as a moment's carelessness could lead to her demise. However, with the shimmering light to protect her, she felt assured that she could withstand some danger in critical moments. Jiuyou, as legend has it, is the deepest part of the underworld, a desolate place devoid of flora and devoid of water, haunted by wandering souls and ghosts. Strangely, Jiuyou had emerged within the Yuhan Cave. Its origin was a mystery. Perhaps the cave's entrance exuded some essence of Jiuyou, deterring even the most instinctively perceptive of demonic beasts from approaching. As she drew closer to the Yuhan Cave, the encounters with demonic beasts dwindled. The moment she stepped into the cave's mouth, a chilling aura enveloped her, penetrating deep within her being. She could not suppress a shiver, goosebumps prickling across her skin. After a moment of hesitation, she even detected a faint whiff of decay in the air. Was it the fermentation of soil bacteria, or the stench of rotting corpses? Wei Xiaoxi clenched her fist. For the sake of her future tranquil days, she could not falter. Gazing into the dark abyss of the cave, she took a deep breath and retrieved a lantern from her storage bag. This was an ordinary lantern she had purchased in the city with her dwindling silver, meant for illumination. With a resolute stamp of her foot, Wei Xiaoxi stepped inside. The passage within the cave was narrow and constricted, its stone walls uneven and riddled with crevices. The flickering light danced upon the surfaces, casting shadows that resembled clawing, ghostly hands, writhing and clamoring as if they might reach out for her at any moment. Breathless, Wei Xiaoxi panted. Her mind flooded with images from horror films she had watched in her past life, convinced that something would leap out at her from any of the myriad forks in the path ahead, especially as chilling winds brushed against her skin, lifting her garments and disturbing her lantern. Thump, thump, thump. The beating of her heart felt as if it might leap from her throat. Gripping the lantern's handle tightly, she conjured a fireball spell with her other hand, feeling a modicum of warmth return to her body and a slight easing of her anxiety. She forced herself to cast aside her chaotic thoughts and quickened her pace. There were numerous forks in the path, but she recalled that the heroine had always turned right. As she traversed through corridor after corridor, she lost track of time. Upon reaching yet another fork in the path, her steps abruptly halted. She noticed a suspicious black-gray powder scattered across the ground. Perhaps it was an illusion, but in the dim light, the powder bore an uncanny resemblance to a human figure. A chill ran down Wei Xiaoxi's spine, and instinctively, she felt the urge to flee. Yet, she restrained herself and cautiously approached, bringing the fireball closer. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. It was indeed a human form. Had someone been burned alive here? Who could have done such a thing? Was it the spirit of the Nine Nether Inferno? Casting a wary glance down the pitch-black corridor, anxiety crept into her heart. With no flames in sight, it seemed a considerable distance from the stone chamber where it resided. It couldn't possibly be the fire spirit, could it? Perhaps a monstrous beast lurked within? As long as the protagonist with the halo hadn't entered, it seemed all others had been eliminated. Wei Xiaoxi stood hesitantly, her mind racing with uncertainty. After a moment, she gathered her composure, directing her lantern further into the darkness, and followed suit with deliberate steps. The echo of her footsteps resonated throughout the profound, silent corridor, rebounding off the surrounding stone walls. With every step deeper into the abyss, she felt the air growing heavier, penetrating her skin, seeping into her bones, and drilling into her very soul. She noticed ripples of silver-gray light occasionally undulating within her consciousness. It was no mere illusion. The aura of the Nine Nether Inferno was indeed beginning to affect her spirit. Steeling herself, Wei Xiaoxi activated her defensive array. A mournful wind, seemingly from nowhere, wailed and lamented. Could there be other openings within the cavern? How could such airflow produce such haunting sounds? A flurry of speculations coursed through her mind, and goosebumps erupted along her arms, every hair standing on end. The stench of decay intensified, and she struggled to suppress the urge to retch. Her gaze remained fixed on the encroaching darkness ahead. Suddenly, her foot was caught by an unseen obstacle. She lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. The lantern slipped from her grasp, extinguishing the flame and plunging her into an impenetrable darkness. To make matters worse, her hand inadvertently pressed against something round, which shattered with a crisp crack. Wei Xiaoxi exclaimed in shock. Her startled cries echoed through the corridor, reverberating back in a haunting chorus. The interplay of her voice and the echoes created a dissonant symphony that rattled her eardrums and stirred her very essence. A frigid dread coursed through her, and she dared not conserve her internal energy. She conjured another fireball. As the darkness receded, her eyes fell upon the ground, and her heart raced. Before her lay a human skeleton, also in shades of black and gray. The object she had pressed upon was none other than a shattered skull, its fragments identical to the powder she had seen earlier. A sudden chill coursed through her heart, prompting her to close her eyes momentarily. She quickly reopened them, her thoughts racing. It must have been the fire spirit, she surmised. If it were a demon beast, the corpse would not remain so intact. Yet, why did the bodies closer to the outside turn to ashes? The reasons eluded her, but she had two conjectures. First, the fire spirit had matured enough to operate within a certain radius. Second, proceeding further could indeed lead to death. The chilling echoes finally ceased, plunging the passage back into an oppressive silence. After a brief moment, Wei Xiaoxi confirmed that the flowing light was indeed functioning, and with a long exhale, she expelled the tainted air from her lungs and slowly rose. She retrieved her lantern, ignited it, and took another step forward. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged behind her. Was it the noise of someone spitting? Wei Xiaoxi even discerned two flickering blue lights, reminiscent of eerie eyes belonging to a ghostly entity. Her breath caught in her throat. Whether it was an illusion or not, she dared not linger any longer and took off running with fervor. The dim and tranquil passage echoed solely with the sound of her footsteps, reverberating like distant thunder. The stench of decay intensified in her nostrils, and behind her, a series of soft, persistent sounds pursued her. She did not dare to look back. Instead, she sprinted onward, veering right at every fork in the path. She felt the breathy noise hovering behind her, her hair whipping about, unsure if it was the wind or something sinister stirring it. The flowing light in her consciousness glimmered as the spirit stones within the grooves radiated brightly. Something truly was chasing her. Wei Xiaoxi pressed on, fervently wishing to reach the location of the Nine Nether Inferno. Regardless of what lurked behind her, She was determined to contract the fire spirit today. In her heart, she cursed the author for being such a trickster. The narrative claimed that the protagonist and Chun Yan had fled to this very place without mentioning any supernatural occurrences. Could it be that with so many people, they had simply overlooked them? What a predicament this was. As she dashed forward, the wind battered her face, extinguishing the lantern's flame repeatedly, while the spectral hands on the stone walls writhed in frenetic motion. Behind her, the ghostly blue light flickered ominously. After several attempts, she grew weary of reigniting the lantern and opted instead to use her spiritual energy to control a fireball for illumination, while also dispelling the increasingly frigid air around her. At last, upon turning yet another corner, her surroundings brightened unexpectedly. A radiant flame rushed towards her face. The breathy sound behind her morphed into a shriek, seemingly quickening its pace. Wei Xiaoxi was taken aback, her body instinctively shifting to the side. In her peripheral vision, the flame collided with the pursuing specter, merging into a larger blaze. It altered its course and lunged at her once more, its speed akin to thunder, enveloping her in an icy aura, striking her forehead directly. Crack. Chapter 46. The prey. The fire collided with the protective shield. The ethereal blue flames danced wildly. The spiritual energy in the inferior spirit stone was depleted, turning to ash, and the defensive array shattered. Wei Xiaoxi was taken aback. With the low-grade spirit stone exhausted, she needed to replenish it urgently. Without hesitation, she gathered the flowing light in her hand and inserted it into a new spirit stone. At that moment, a voice of curiosity echoed within the stone chamber. Wei Xiaoxi warily glanced towards the center of the chamber. There stood a humanoid flame, predominantly blue and white, roughly the height of a human forearm, complete with a nose and eyes. Below it was an elongated fissure in the ground, from which the ethereal blue flames continuously emanated, merging into its form. This must be the fire spirit of the 9 nether mystic fire. Wei Xiaoxi found it somewhat peculiar. Was it not stated in the text that the color of the fire spirit was bluish-purple? Why was she now witnessing a blue-white hue? Could it be that this was not the 9 nether mystic fire, but some other inferior variant? Puzzled, Wei Xiaoxi kept her gaze fixed on it, and it returned her stare. The fire spirit appeared intrigued. In the past, any intruder that ventured in would be met with a single glance from it, collapsing to the ground in terror, waiting to be slowly incinerated. Today was different. How amusing. Finally, something unique had arrived, and it was exhilarated, flickering in erratic motions, emitting a series of sounds. The eerie noises sent shivers down Wei Xiaoxi's spine. The voice was strange, a mix of childlike tones with an inexplicable chill, reminiscent of a ghostly doll. A cold dread crept up her back as the flowing light in her hand flickered with silver brilliance. The sounds were aggressive, truly unsettling. The spiritual energy of the inferior spirit stone would not last long. A swift resolution was imperative. Taking a deep breath, she conjured a water sphere in her hand and hurled it towards the fire spirit. The fire spirit let out a derisive laugh and spat forth a burst of flames. Water and fire clashed midair. The water sphere instantly vaporized into mist. The ethereal blue flames, still potent, continued to advance toward her. Fearing the rapid consumption of the spirit stone within the flowing light, Wei Xiaoxi quickly dodged, casting her lantern, which struck the flames directly. In an instant, the red lantern disintegrated into ashes, akin to the bone dust outside. Wei Xiaoxi gasped in horror. Although she could not ascertain whether it was truly the 9 nether mystic fire, its destructive power was undeniably terrifying. Had her physical body made contact, she would likely meet a fate similar to that of the lantern, reduced to ashes with no remains left behind. In recent days, she had perused the tomes in the library, learning that once a fire spirit developed intelligence, its attack power would be at least at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, which meant it surpassed Wei Xiaoxi by at least 3 minor realms. The entity before her, expressing surprise, had evidently attained sentience. With formidable strength and intelligence, not only would a contract be challenging, but Wei Xiaoxi would also find it difficult to ensure her own survival beneath its might. In the narrative, Li Xiangming, with the assistance of her 3rd senior brother, Chun Yan, who has achieved the pinnacle of Qi cultivation, successfully establishes a contract. Wei Xiaoxi tightly grips the luminous object in her hand. Fear not, for this is a master-level artifact, far superior to Chun Yan's Qi cultivation prowess, and it shall surely subdue the entity before her. Without further delay, she leaps into the deep pit, directly advancing towards the fire spirit. The invasion of her territory incites the fire spirit's wrath. Historically, any intruder who approached the depths of the stone chamber was reduced to ashes by its flames. The fire spirit swells in size, towering over Wei Xiaoxi. It unleashes fiery bursts from its mouth and hands, targeting the audacious intruder. Wei Xiaoxi executes her newly acquired movement technique with caution, skillfully dodging while continuing her approach. The flames collide with the light, scattering and rapidly depleting the spirit stones. She can even hear the faint cracking of the stones. Resolute, Wei Xiaoxi retrieves a diamond talisman issued by her sect from her storage pouch, draping it over herself to temporarily release the luminous energy, which she hurls towards the fire spirit. Initially, the fire spirit harbors no fear of this human child. To it, her strength pales in comparison to its own. Her seemingly laughable movements are rife with openings. The only source of concern lies in the formidable aura of the object she wields, instilling fear within the fire spirit. Nevertheless, it dismisses this as merely a protective charm lacking offensive capability. With a swift motion, it appears in another crevice. Capable of teleporting to any location engulfed in flames, one of its innate abilities. Wei Xiaoxi recognizes this tactic, sensing the challenge it presents. With a flicker of her consciousness, she commands the light to strike at the fire spirit once more. The fire spirit scoffs, employing its movement technique to shift to another fiery location. Unexpectedly, the light emanating from the artifact intensifies, enveloping the entire fissure spanning a length of 10 feet. The fire spirit is alarmed and attempts to break free. But the encroaching light constricts, compressing its towering form to that of a mere forearm's length. A sense of relief washes over Wei Xiaoxi, a smile gracing her lips as she reaches out, drawing both the luminous energy and the fire spirit back into her grasp. She has achieved half of her goal. The fire spirit, enraged, charges violently against the light barrier. The collision produces a cacophony of explosive sounds accompanied by the spirit's furious shrieks. The piercing wails resemble the grating of stones against glass, sending shivers down one's spine and inducing a throbbing headache. Suppressing her discomfort, Wei Xiaoxi commands, "Silence." The fire spirit, unrelenting, escalates its ferocity. Gritting her teeth against the agony pulsating in her head, she rapidly constricts the binding formation. The fire spirit, compelled to shrink under the pressure, emits increasingly desperate and piercing cries. Wei Xiaoxi's mind begins to tremble. She hastily seals her auditory perception, finding some relief. The meager spiritual energy of the lower-grade spirit stones is insufficient, and she dares not tarry. Her fingers dance as the master-servant contract slowly takes shape. Wei Xiaoxi forced a drop of blood from her heart onto the contract, her fingertip flicking as she softly commanded, "Go." The contract's imprint surged through the confinement array, aiming straight for the fire spirit's brow. It was on the verge of success. Wei Xiaoxi's gaze remained fixed, unblinking, her heart racing with anticipation. Thump, thump. A mysterious, ancient aura approached, and the fire spirit sensed impending danger, struggling violently. It refused to be anyone's servant. With a fierce resolve, the flames surrounding the fire spirit flared brightly, its human form exploding in an instant. Crack! As the confinement array shattered, the fire spirit darted away, leaping to Zhang in a flash. The contract missed its mark, dissipating into the ether. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several flames, significantly lighter in hue than before, shot towards Wei Xiaoxi once more. She dodged two, but was struck by a third. Crack! The diamond talisman turned to ash. The distance was too short. Wei Xiaoxi could not evade in time, and felt the residual flames graze her arm. Sizzle! The sound of roasting flesh filled the air, accompanied by a foul odor that assaulted her senses. It was only then that Wei Xiaoxi became acutely aware of the pain. Her expression contorted in agony. A chilling, eerie energy seeped into her consciousness, sending shivers down her spine. She muttered under her breath. Every time a critical moment arrived, the low-grade spirit stones failed her. How frustrating. Truly, poverty was a harsh burden. Despite these thoughts, she did not dare to delay, swiftly inserting a new spirit stone. Simultaneously, she executed a retreat, keeping a vigilant eye on the fire spirit. The latter, perhaps weakened by the recent explosion, exhibited more white than blue in its flames, and its form appeared more illusory. Its size had diminished as well, and it refrained from launching another attack, warily locking eyes with her. The stone chamber fell into an eerie stalemate, with only the flickering flames in the corners sporadically illuminating the darkness. Wei Xiaoxi, suppressing the chill in her mind, contemplated her next move. Should she seize this opportunity to capture the weakened entity with her flowing light technique, or should she withdraw? Chapter 47. Entering the Jade Cold Cave again. She was out of diamond talismans. Should another self-detonation occur, her arm would not be the only thing at risk. Her very soul could be in jeopardy. The risk was too great. In her weakened state, her control over flowing light would also diminish. It would be wise to prepare thoroughly before returning. With 7 to 8 days before Li Xiangming's arrival, she should have sufficient time. With that thought, Wei Xiaoxi faced the fire spirit and slowly retreated. The fire spirit watched her with a haunting gaze, making no attempt to obstruct her. She gradually backed away to the entrance of the corridor, fading into the darkness. As the sound of her footsteps echoed, the stone chamber returned to its prior tranquility, only occasionally disturbed by the flicker of flames. That night, Wei Xiaoxi lay in bed, unable to find rest. Ever since exiting the Jade Cold Cave, an unsettling chill had lingered within her consciousness, proving exceedingly uncomfortable. Perhaps the flames that once wounded her have been dulled, rendering them incapable of inflicting a fatal blow. As time passes, she finds herself feeling somewhat better. She turned over, gazing out at the myriad stars, her brow slightly furrowed. Today, in the Jade Cold Cave, she had come so close to success, just a hair's breadth away. It was such a pity. Yet, her efforts were not entirely in vain. She managed to acquire a low-grade spirit stone, albeit with great difficulty in contracting the fire spirit. It seems that next time, she must refrain from using the flowing light to shield herself, as this would allow her to ensnare the fire spirit more effectively and prolong her engagement. Today, the fire spirit's self-detonation had rendered it somewhat weakened. She ought to return by tomorrow or the day after at the latest, taking advantage of its current state before it fully recuperates. Additionally, she requires the Vajra talismans for defense against the fire spirit's attacks, or perhaps a defensive array. The Vajra talismans are single-use, and even an apprentice-level talisman requires 5 low-grade spirit stones. While the lower-grade versions may last a bit longer, they still necessitate 10 low-grade spirit stones and are likewise single-use, proving to be an impractical choice. It would be wiser to purchase materials of the 5 elemental types, which can be reused. Even with some wear, they would sustain her for a considerable time. The confinement array would primarily need materials from the metal and earth elements. As she seeks to restrain the fire spirit, there is no need to procure wood element materials. However, it would be prudent to incorporate water element materials to counteract the fire spirit's powers to some degree. Thus, she would need a total of 15 spirit stones. Sitting up, she rummaged through her spirit stones, counting them meticulously. After dispatching Zhao Qian and her companions, she had a total of 55 stones remaining. A few days prior, she had used 5 stones to conceal her strength, and during her journey, 2 stones were consumed while encountering a beast in stealth. 2 more were spent in the Jade Cold Cave, leaving her with 46 stones. With 20 days until the end of the month, she would require at least 10. This leaves her with 36 stones at her disposal. Tomorrow, she must purchase at least 3 types of materials, one costing 5 stones, totaling 15 stones, leaving her with 21 stones. To be on the safe side, she should also buy 2 apprentice-level Vajra talismans. Yes, that seems prudent. These spirit stones flow like money, slipping away with such ease. After this incident, she must earn significantly more. Just think, the flames spewed by the fire spirit could yield a considerable profit. They would at least start at the value of medium-grade spirit stones. I am making an investment, not merely spending money. Yes, that is precisely it. Wei Xiaoxi murmured to herself, lying back down and closing her eyes. With hopeful expectations for the future, she finally drifted off to sleep. The following day, after her classes, she used her spirit stones to access the teleportation array, heading towards Yuyang City. Upon entering the array materials shop, she cleverly employed the flowing light illusion array to disguise her form and voice, presenting herself as an adult before stepping into the store. There was no choice. Those individuals still coveted the master-level array inheritance. One cannot deny that these noble families are intensely dedicated to this legacy for good reason. After all, it is genuinely effective. She purchased 3 types of fundamental single-element array materials: Metal Child, Earth Mound, and Water Lingzi. In the array shop, the materials available include those of dual and even tri-elemental properties, some of which are exceptionally suited for the arrangement of specific formations. Regrettably, the prices are exorbitant. Starting at 20 spirit stones, Wei Xiaoxi, being financially constrained, had no choice but to abandon her intentions and hastily return to her sect. Upon arriving at the mountain gate, she did not proceed directly to the Yuhan cave, but instead returned to her dormitory. This excursion, if unsuccessful, would result in a waste of several spirit stones and 2 talismans, an expenditure she could ill afford. She first familiarized herself with the materials for setting up the formation in a static context, then practiced mimicking the dynamic arrangement from combat scenarios. The fire spirit would not grant her the luxury of a tranquil setup. A day passed, and Wei Xiaoxi returned to the Yuhan cave. Upon seeing her, the fire spirit seethed with anger, having barely recovered from its previous injury. How dare she return? It was infuriating. This time, it vowed to reduce her to ashes. The fire spirit screeched furiously, hands on its hips, pointing at her as if to scold her. Wei Xiaoxi merely scoffed and tuned out its noise. Having learned from their last encounter, she was thoroughly prepared. While it had spent the past 2 days relying on its flames to mend itself, she had external forces at her disposal. Today, she would demonstrate to this fire spirit what the fruits of human civilization truly entailed. Without wasting a moment, she quickly donned the talisman and arranged her formation, enveloping herself in a triple layer of protection. She swiftly drew an old spirit stone and replaced it with a new one, hurling it directly at the fire spirit. The fire spirit, swift as a flash, found itself a distance away, 1 zhang off. Although it was fast, how could a fire spirit, comparable to a perfected qi refinement practitioner, withstand the master-level formation she had laid out? The fire spirit, still feeling the remnants of its previous weakness, could only vent its fury by spewing flames at the approaching stream of light. Wei Xiaoxi skillfully manipulated the stream to evade, preventing the rapid consumption of her spirit stones. Frustrated by its inability to hit the stream, the fire spirit turned its ire towards Wei Xiaoxi. With a series of puffs, arcs of blue and purple flames collided with her defensive formation. In her peripheral vision, she noticed the water spirit visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. Without the water spirit's support, her formation, which did not meet the required standards, would soon collapse. Fortunately, she had taken precautions. Taking a deep breath, she seized the opportunity while the fire spirit was preoccupied with its fiery onslaught to expand the encircling formation's range. The fire spirit attempted to evade, but the stream was equally swift and could suddenly widen the formation. Within mere breaths, it found itself ensnared by the illuminating barrier. Enraged, the fire spirit unleashed flames upon the encasing light, the flames erupting in bursts reminiscent of blooming fireworks. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled in relief, beckoning the stream back into her grasp as the confinement began to constrict inch by inch. She dared not delay, swiftly forming seals with her hands and forcing a drop of blood from her heart into the formation. With a sudden strike directed at the fire spirit ensnared in its predicament, it appeared intent on self-detonation, much like the last time. Wei Xiaoxi manipulated the flowing light to constrict its movements until it was rendered immobile. She continued to compress the space, forcing the creature into excruciating contortions, leaving it no room to focus on its self-destructive desires. The fire spirit thrashed violently, yet found itself powerless to escape. The master-servant contract surged toward its brow amidst its reluctance. It persisted in resisting. Wei Xiaoxi sensed a formidable resistance. In a moment of resolve, she commanded the flowing light to transform into a lethal formation, launching an assault on the fire spirit. An overwhelming agony struck, scattering its thoughts. In a moment of vulnerability, the contract firmly embedded itself within its consciousness. The bond was forged. A connection blossomed between their souls. She could hear the fire spirit's wails, filled with despair, yet oddly amusing due to its childish tone. Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of relief wash over her, collapsing onto the ground. The fire spirit lay motionless, seemingly in disbelief, gazing blankly at the ceiling as its howls ceased. It appeared unable to accept this outcome, retreating into a state of despondence. After resting for a while, Wei Xiaoxi looked toward it. Was that an expression of utter disillusionment? A smile threatened to break free as she mused in her mind. Are you not content? The fire spirit, reluctant to respond, understood the reality of its servitude. Angering its master could lead to unilateral annihilation. Master, may I have a moment of peace? It implored. What kind of otherworldly flame are you? Wei Xiaoxi seemingly ignored its request. The fire spirit took a deep breath, responding with a hint of pride despite its resignation. I am the Nine Nether Inferno. You lie. The Nine Nether Inferno is a blue-violet flame, whereas you are blue-white. I am not lying. I am still in my growth phase, hence this hue. I will transform into blue-violet in time. Wei Xiaoxi pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you nearing maturity? Indeed. Had you not wounded me that day, I would have entered my mature phase in a few days. Ah, I see. Wei Xiaoxi nodded inwardly. In the book, when Li Xiangming tamed the fire spirit, it was already in its mature phase, making it exceedingly difficult to tame, requiring substantial resources from the protagonist and Shen Yan. If the fire spirit had been mature when she arrived, her escape might have been jeopardized. How fortunate. Suddenly, Wei Xiaoxi felt a surge of relief. After contemplating, she declared, from now on, I shall call you Xiaoyu. The fire spirit remained silent, tacitly accepting the name. I must take you away from here. If deprived of these 9 nether flames, how long will it take for you to reach maturity? She asked. I do not know. If I devour otherworldly flames, as long as their quality is not too inferior, one will suffice for my maturation. Wei Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, glancing at the flickering flames in the crevice, and resolutely stated, absorb the flames from the fissure now, and we shall depart. The fire spirit remained silent, obediently wandering around the crevice. The flicker of flames was entirely absorbed, leaving the chasm stark and desolate, devoid of any remarkable features. It remained uncertain how many days would pass before new netherfire would emerge. Wei Xiaoxi wasted no time. With a swift motion, the fire spirit was drawn into her being. She closed her eyes to attune herself. Within her consciousness, a cluster of eerie blue flames hovered above, exuding a chilling aura. However, at this moment, it posed no threat to her. Even the residual dark energy that lingered in her consciousness was completely reclaimed by it. Little Yu seemed to have developed a psychological aversion to the flowing light, swaying as it retreated to a corner, distancing itself from the array. After a moment of contemplation, she pointed her finger. Boom. The nearby stone wall erupted, creating a depression roughly half a meter square. This level of destructive power, Wei Xiaoxi had witnessed in cultivators of the third layer of qi refinement. Pondering further, she cast a fireball spell, hurling it at the stone wall. Another resounding boom echoed. The depression was only the size of an adult's head. In terms of sheer attack power, she could easily overpower those in the first and second layers of qi refinement, rivaling those in the third. Moreover, with the addition of her spiritual attacks, she could even injure cultivators in the fourth layer. Against Li Xiangming, she possessed a fighting chance. This was encouraging. As her cultivation level increased, and she harnessed the effects of the nether fire, her abilities would only rise. This was her trump card. In this world of endless pitfalls, she had often felt anxious. Now, she finally felt a semblance of security. Even if little Yu was somewhat reluctant, she appreciated having a companion. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled a deep breath and rose, making her way toward the cave's entrance. Recently, due to the mysterious incident she had caused, the sect had intensified patrols, and inspections at night were quite rigorous. As someone who had yet to cultivate qi, she needed to avoid attracting the attention of the patrolling teams. She had to return before nightfall. Yet another sleepless night awaited her. While she was undoubtedly pleased to have acquired the nether fire, it was not enough. Even without it, Li Xiangming could still triumph in the upcoming competition for new disciples. Her envy was not directed at Li Xiangming's potential acquisition of the cleansing herb. After all, in just over a year, she had already secured significant opportunities with her array inheritance and the nether fire, and more opportunities would surely come her way in the future. What troubled her was the possibility that if Li Xiangming remained untroubled and in a good mood, she might seek to create difficulties for her. This was something Wei Xiaoxi wished to avoid. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative. She now had a rough plan. The nether fire could harm the spirit. If Li Xiangming continued to venture into the Yuhan cave, believing she could capture the nether fire, and was ambushed, sustaining spiritual injuries, not only would she be unable to participate in the competition for the cleansing herb, but she might also be bedridden for an extended period. It is well known that injuries related to the spirit and soul are the most troublesome, and only rare treasures of heaven and earth can provide relief. This plan is nothing short of flawless, yet its execution remains a challenge. Little Yu has been bound by her own contract, and she cannot stray too far from herself. Thus, she must weave an illusionary array within the fissures of the Jade Cold Cave, crafting a deceptive fodder to convince the protagonist and her companions that the essence of the 9 nether fires still resides there. Embedded within this illusion are lethal traps capable of injuring or even killing the protagonist. To achieve this, one must attain the qualifications of an apprentice-level array master, ensuring that the formation is sophisticated enough to deceive Chen Yin and his ilk. With only 7 to 8 days remaining before the protagonist enters the cave, she finds herself lacking both the funds to procure materials and the time to practice extensively and elevate her array skills. This predicament proves daunting. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Wei Xiaoxi succumbed to slumber. Days passed, and only 3 remained until Li Xiangming would enter the Jade Cold Cave. Wei Xiaoxi's progress in array techniques was stagnant. One day, she, along with Xuejin and several of his friends, ventured to the spirit dining hall for lunch, intending to glean some recent gossip within their sect. Xuejin, a social butterfly, served as her primary source for sect news. However, upon entering the hall, she unexpectedly spotted Li Xiangming. A sense of curiosity washed over Wei Xiaoxi. The protagonist, being the beloved of the Sword Nine Peak, rarely descended to the dining hall for meals. Thus, her presence today felt ominous. As anticipated, Li Xiangming had already noticed her and approached with a smile. "Xiaoxi, I looked for you in the classroom but didn't find you. Coming here was indeed the right choice." Wei Xiaoxi's lips curled slightly. "What do you want with me?" "Today, my second senior brother gifted me something novel and amusing, and I thought you would definitely appreciate it. Back in the village, you toiled endlessly, and unlike my parents, yours were not inclined to spend money on treats. You always loved visiting the market or peering into others' homes to see fascinating curiosities. So, when my senior brother presented this to me, you immediately came to mind." With that, she retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted box from her storage pouch, roughly the size of a palm. As Wei Xiaoxi sensed the subtle glances of those around her, a cold smile flickered within her. How quaint this was. The protagonist's little ploy to elicit disdain from those nearby or to alienate her newfound friends. In truth, she ought to express gratitude to the protagonist for aiding her in discerning whom to associate with. Noticing Wei Xiaoxi's indifferent demeanor, unaffected by her display, Li Xiangming bit her lip and opened the box. It was 2 palms wide, and upon lifting the lid, it revealed an empty interior. Curious eyes gathered around, only to be met with disappointment. An empty box, what value did it hold as a gift? Such a lack of sincerity, they murmured among themselves. Yet, with a simple incantation, Li Xiangming conjured into existence a few gracefully dancing butterflies that flitted above an empty box, while clusters of vibrant flowers sprouted below. It was akin to a diminutive garden, perfectly illuminated by a beam of sunlight, radiating with brilliance. It was truly enchanting. To add to the marvel, a melodious tune accompanied the spectacle, a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. Wei Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. An upgraded music box? However, the surrounding companions were far less composed than Wei Xiaoxi, with even those who had been dining drawn closer in curiosity. Wow, how beautiful! How could this appear out of thin air? What kind of magical artifact is this? It must be a magical artifact. I can sense its aura swirling about. Does it possess any offensive or defensive capabilities? Li Xiangming lifted her chin slightly, her brows arching with pride. It's merely a low-grade magical artifact, lacking any real function, just a playful trinket. My second senior brother crafted it for me, fearing I might grow bored. My heavens, your second senior brother is exceedingly generous. But speaking of which, you just received it. And now you're passing it to Wei Xiaoxi. Doesn't that seem a bit inconsiderate? Not at all. My second senior brother said that once he gives it to me, I may do as I please with it. It's just a little novelty, and he never scolds me. The crowd erupted with admiration, exclaiming how fortunate Li Xiangming was to have such a benevolent second senior brother, expressing their envy and desire for a brother like him. The gazes directed towards Li Xiangming brimmed with envy. As for ordinary disciples like them, acquiring even an apprentice-level magical artifact was a rare feat, typically reserved for those who had reached the foundational stage. Yet, Li Xiangming's second senior brother had created such a flashy, yet impractical item merely to amuse his junior sister. Truly, the fates of individuals vary greatly. However, Wei Xiaoxi appeared exceptionally fortunate to have won Li Xiangming's favor. Li Xiangming's chin lifted even higher. Her second senior brother, Jin Chuan, hailed from a family whose wealth rivaled nations, a lavish benefactor who had gifted her even more extravagant trinkets to elicit her joy. What was this? As she pondered, a glimmer of triumph flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Wei Xiaoxi. In her previous life, all these had belonged to Wei Xiaoxi, yet now they were hers to claim. If Wei Xiaoxi were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be devastated. With merely a couple of steps between them, Li Xiangming was surrounded by admirers, enveloped in layers of adoration, akin to the moon surrounded by stars, while Wei Xiaoxi stood forlornly to the side, quite pitiably. Oh, but she was not entirely alone. A small chubby figure stood beside her. This little child, utterly oblivious to the discontent he had stirred in Li Xiangming, pinched his plump chin, his squinty eyes darting between Wei Xiaoxi and Li Xiangming, deep in thought. Why did it feel as though senior sister Xiangming was so disingenuous? It appears that one must treat Xiaoxi with kindness, yet she herself displays an air of haughty condescension, belittling and undermining Xiaoxi with her words. How intriguing. The fragrant tea fairy, what kind of magical artifact is this? Why, upon casting a spell, does a small garden materialize so vividly? Oh, it is merely an illusion array. Observe, Li Xiangming is pointing at the several elemental stones embedded at the bottom of the box. In truth, the artifact employs genuine materials of the 5 elements, allowing it to create an illusionary formation that is remarkably lifelike. As she spoke, she cast another spell, causing the butterflies on the box to vanish, and the sounds ceased. Indeed, to deceive our senses, one must utilize authentic materials. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoxi felt a spark of realization. Yes, the most effective method to achieve realism is indeed the use of genuine materials. She had previously been blinded by a singular perspective, focused solely on setting up an apprentice-level illusion array in the Yuhan cave to ambush Li Xiangming. However, the risks of being discovered were excessively high, and the success rate was dismal. To truly deceive others and fulfill her objectives, one must employ real materials. She possessed the ability to conceal herself with ease. Yet, without the fire spirit in the fissure, how could she hope to fool the heroine and Chunyan? Thus, the optimal strategy would be to place the fire spirit in the fissure while she controlled the surroundings to ambush the heroine. With this thought, she exhaled a long breath of relief. Truly, she ought to express her gratitude to the heroine. By mere chance, she had illuminated a new path for herself. What a good person. Xiaoxi, what do you think? Wei Xiaoxi regained her focus, meeting Li Xiangming's inquiring gaze. She lowered her eyes to the music box artifact in the heroine's hands, her smile becoming subtly enigmatic. This little garden box is large and round. It is quite splendid. Li Xiangming, the crowd. Why does this praise sound so peculiar? Here, I present it to you. Li Xiangming generously extended the box towards her. The onlookers cast envious glances at Wei Xiaoxi, murmuring about how close they appeared and how kind the fragrant tea fairy was to her. Just as Wei Xiaoxi was about to decline, the heroine spoke again, her expression apologetic. Ah, I forgot that you have not yet introduced the qi into your body and cannot utilize it. My oversight, I apologize. She stood there, adorned in delicate makeup and a green robe, resembling a refreshing and pristine tea tree, evoking delight in those who beheld her. Upon witnessing her expression of guilt, the crowd hurried to reassure her. Receiving such a fine gift and thinking of Xiaoxi is already a great kindness. No one is perfect, It is normal to overlook details. In time, she will also be able to use it, so there is no need for guilt. Shuijin's expression was peculiar as he regarded Wei Xiaoxi, a flicker of sympathy rising in his eyes. Wei Xiaoxi found herself both amused and exasperated. Once again, Li Xiangming had unwittingly placed her in a position of discomfort. She truly brewed a fine cup of tea. Feeling somewhat nauseated, she smiled and said, "No merit, no reward. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. Yet, weren't you once quite fond of such novel trinkets? In the past, I was merely an ordinary individual, but now I have transcended to the status of a cultivator. What I truly require are spiritual stones. If you genuinely wish to show me kindness, bestow upon me some spiritual stones." Li Xiangming, surrounded by onlookers, heard Shuijin nearly stifle a laugh. Li Xiangming's smile became rigid as she responded, "Xiaoxi, you must be jesting. What nonsense. Spiritual stones aid in cultivation. I would never part with them." Moreover, her visit today was specifically intended to humiliate Xiaoxi, to remind her of her insignificance and solitude. How could Xiaoxi not only fail to comprehend her intentions, but audaciously demand spiritual stones? Wei Xiaoxi was well aware of Li Xiangming's ulterior motives and smirked with disdain in her heart. If Li Xiangming sought to embarrass her, she should brace herself for her own humiliation. She slightly shook her head and sincerely stated, "I am not jesting. I have outgrown frivolous pursuits. The essence of my current endeavors lies in cultivation. How about this? Since you are willing to offer me this item, I shall sell it later. To save myself an extra trip, why not convert it directly into spiritual stones for me? You have always been understanding. Surely, you wouldn't deny me this modest request?" Chapter 50. The fortunate one. Her expression was earnest and sincere, her eyes sparkling with hope. The bystanders gaped in disbelief. Having never encountered someone as brazen as Wei Xiaoxi, when someone offers you something, you should simply accept it. Why make so many demands? Was she truly so oblivious to her situation? However, they had heard of Wei Xiaoxi's past exploits, where she had undermined a second-generation cultivator roommate, secured a task disciple position, and acquired a position of authority within the enforcement hall, thus refraining from openly criticizing her for fear of reprisal. Yet, someone murmured softly, "After all, it is a superficial item, of no benefit to cultivation. People say that gifts should touch the heart to be considered sincere. Is it not enough to offer something with genuine intent? If you dislike Hunan cuisine and I present you with a bowl, would you refuse to eat it?" Listening to the whispers around her, Shuijin could hardly conceal his amusement, casting an appreciative glance at Wei Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, well done." Li Xiangming's smile grew increasingly strained. She had already established a persona of goodwill towards Wei Xiaoxi in front of the crowd. To turn her back now would be unwise. After a considerable pause, she forced a smile. "I do not possess such a quantity of spiritual stones at the moment. Once I gather enough, I shall seek you out." Having said that, one would expect Wei Xiaoxi to gracefully withdraw, but she merely scoffed at the notion. "A delay tactic, I see." She laughed lightly, not pressing the matter further. "Thank you, Senior Sister Xiaoming. An unexpected source of income is indeed quite delightful. In the future, whenever Li Xiangming displeased her, she would collect her dues, relishing the thought of driving her to frustration." After the protagonist departed, Shuijin's friends began to regard Wei Xiaoxi with peculiar expressions, having never witnessed such an audacious individual before. Such a person, who continually pushes boundaries, is not worthy of deep friendship. As she pondered, a group of individuals discreetly distanced themselves from Wei Xiaoxi, no longer engaging her in conversation as they once did. Yet, Shuijin's demeanor remained unchanged. He continued to chatter away about gossip with the same lively spirit. Wei Xiaoxi cast a glance at Shuijin, feeling a sense of admiration. There was a reason for his sociable nature. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he maintained an unflappable exterior. 3 days swiftly passed. After class that day, Shuijin approached her. "Xiaoxi, shall we have lunch together?" "Oh, I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps another day?" "I see. Then I shall see you tomorrow." "Tomorrow it is." Wei Xiaoxi replied with a smile and a nod. Since the incident at the Ling canteen, Shuijin had sought her company with increasing frequency, which brought her a sense of joy. She contemplated her upcoming plans while avoiding the gaze of the disciples from her sect. Making her way to the Yuhan cave in the northwest corner of the back mountain. In the book, Li Xiangming and a few others had inadvertently provoked a black mountain long-toothed pig, which was at the threshold of Foundation establishment. They fled in a panic towards the forest's edge. Ultimately, they took refuge in the Yuhan cave. The pig, enraged by the loss of its litter, blocked the cave's entrance, disregarding the ominous aura surrounding it. Unfortunately, its large size prevented it from entering the narrow passage, forcing it to remain outside while the protagonists were trapped inside. With no escape route, the protagonists decided to explore the depths of the cave, hoping to find another exit, and unexpectedly stumbled upon the stone chamber where the fire spirit resided. There were no alternate exits, and it was only after the protagonists subdued the 9 nether fire injuring the pig's spirit that they managed to escape. It was noted in the book that they entered the cave in the afternoon and emerged only after nightfall. Fearing unforeseen complications, Wei Xiaoxi skipped lunch and hurried to the northwest corner of the back mountain, arriving at the Yuhan cave ahead of time to stake out the area. Fortunately, the protagonist group had not yet arrived. After several days of absence, the fissures in the ground had once again begun to exude traces of nine nether fire. The dark blue flames appeared even less conspicuous in the shadowy cavern than when the fire spirit was present. Xiaoyu, you shall return there, she instructed, releasing the fire spirit and pointing towards the fissure, then urging it to expand the flames as much as possible. Why? Although Xiaoyu had gained some intelligence, it was akin to that of a toddler, struggling to comprehend the complexity of her instructions. I noticed during our last encounter that you seemed capable of manifesting in each cluster of flames. Those must be your avatars, correct? Indeed. Wei Xiaoxi nodded inwardly. Just do as I say. Xiaoyu, though somewhat displeased, obediently descended into the fissure, re-establishing the flames from the web-like cracks and allowing them to spread outward. Wei Xiaoxi nodded in satisfaction. The last time she managed to subdue it, she had undoubtedly gained a significant advantage due to her intellect. Such an impressive technique of manifestation was unique to the nine nether fire among all strange flames. As long as the flames filled the entire stone chamber or spread into the corridor, the flowing light could not conceal them at all. Each cluster of flames could serve as its avatar or its very essence. Once Wei Xiaoxi grew alongside it, the two would merge into a singular entity, granting her the ability to switch between these avatars and her true form at will. Imagine your adversary not only unleashing fire that harms your soul to torment you, but also capable of appearing from any direction to launch a surprise attack. Truly a harrowing prospect. Should she master this skill in the future, it would become a nightmare for those of equal standing or even those stronger than herself. Of course, at present, Wei Xiaoxi was not yet capable of this. Her gaze returned to the fire spirit nestled within the fissure in the ground. Fortunately, its foolishness afforded her the opportunity to subdue it. However, the situation had changed. It now had her. Li Xiangming would soon face a nightmare. Wei Xiaoxi circled the Tianzhong Square stone chamber, halting at the corner directly opposite the entrance to the corridor, where she settled down to await silently. From this vantage point, she could maximize her view of any incoming movements. Approximately half an hour passed. The sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps began to echo faintly within the cave, filtering through the corridor to reach Wei Xiaoxi's ears. Xiaoyu, someone will be coming in shortly. Do not act rashly and remain silent. Follow my instructions, she instructed. Understood. With that, Wei Xiaoxi activated her flowing light invisibility, her eyes fixed intently on the corridor entrance, ears pricked in concentration. The stone chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence, with the bluish flames flickering ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Before long, voices began to drift faintly into Wei Xiaoxi's ears. Brother Chun, the long-toothed boar cannot enter here. We need not run any further, right? This cave is eerie and strange. Even fierce beasts dare not enter. We should not go in, said one of the two women, her tone laced with anxiety. But we cannot exit either. Rather than waste time here, we might as well explore inside, countered a man, his tone resolute. Indeed, there are 6 of us, and Brother Chun has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. He is strong. Both he and I possess fire spirits, which can suppress the malevolent forces. Was that Lin Shanshan's voice? Wei Xiaoxi thought, her expression peculiar. But no buts. If you do not wish to enter, you can stay here while we proceed, came the man's assertive voice once more. Chapter 51. I will avenge you. A brief pause in conversation was followed by the hurried, disordered footsteps drawing closer to the stone chamber. Wei Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. In the text, this group was led by Chun Yan, who was 21 years old, possessed a singular fire spirit root with a purity of 95, and had barely reached the pinnacle of qi refinement before turning 20. In this realm, only those who achieve the consummate stage of qi refinement, specifically the 10th level, before the age of 20 possess the merit for cultivation. Resources are finite. Those with inadequate potential yield disproportionate results, rendering the effort unworthy. The consummate stage of qi refinement represents a crucial juncture for cultivators, signifying the transition from humanity to a different form of life. The journey from the 1st to the 9th level of qi refinement is fundamentally about laying a solid foundation, expanding the meridians, and transforming the body in preparation for the metamorphosis that the consummate stage entails. Upon reaching this pinnacle, one must consume 5 to 6 rare treasures of heaven and earth to forge the foundation of the spirit. Only then can one endure the tribulation of foundation establishment, entirely severing ties with the mundane and embarking on the true path of cultivation. A fire spirit root with a purity of 95 is somewhat beneath the notice of the esteemed sword master of the 9th path. Chun Yan, endowed with remarkable talent in swordsmanship, was exceptionally admitted to the 9th peak of the sword. Presently, He stands at the 10th level of Qi refinement, the strongest within the group, thus justifying his position as the temporary leader. Their conversation indicates that their assessment is indeed accurate. However, Wei Xiaoxi harbors some doubts. Li Xiangming is conspicuously absent from the narrative. Could it be that she has traversed into the story, causing a divergence in the plot? Li Xiangming had remained silent and did not follow. Wei Xiaoxi suddenly worries whether her efforts have been in vain. Shaking her head, she suppresses her impatience, focusing her breath and awaiting patiently. Approximately 15 minutes later, the group finally emerges at the entrance of the stone chamber. 4 women and 2 men. At the forefront stands a youth clad in crimson, with pronounced brows, clearly of an impetuous temperament. He wields a sword in one hand while manipulating a fireball with the other. The flames illuminate the passage, casting the features of the 1 man and 4 women behind him into sharp relief before Wei Xiaoxi's eyes. Indeed, Li Xiangming is present. Li Xiangming is there as well. What a relief. Yenge, look. That is a fire spirit, exclaims Li Xiangming, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The others, upon hearing this, become animated. A fire spirit. What variety of extraordinary fire could it be? It must be the 9 nether flame, Li Xiangming elucidates. I once encountered it in the library. The group is filled with astonishment and delight, turning eagerly towards Chunyan. Is that true, Brother Chen? Chunyan nods slightly. It should be. Little junior sister. I will assist you shortly. You should attempt to subdue it. Li Xiangming begins to speak, but the others interject. Yenge, for those of us attuned to fire, capturing a fire spirit will enhance our understanding of fire. However, Li junior sister possesses an ice spirit root. Chunyan interrupts. You merely wish to share in the spoils. The fire spirit is singular. Here is my proposal. I will appraise the value of the 9 nether flame and spirit stones and distribute them among you. The fire spirit will belong to my little junior sister. How does that sound? Though framed as a negotiation, his tone leaves no room for dissent. The others feel displeased. Yet the reality of the scarcity of the fire spirit is undeniable, making this the most pragmatic approach. After all, they cannot contend with Chunyan. Moreover, both Chunyan and Li Xiangming are direct disciples of the esteemed sword master of the first path, and offending them could lead to considerable trouble. Amidst the collective gloom, Li Xiangming found herself unable to remain silent. With tears welling in her eyes, she glared at Chunyan, demanding, "What if I refuse?" Chunyan furrowed his brow, retorting, "What will you do then? I possess the fire spirit root. The contract would be more suitable for me. No, I will compensate you with spirit stones. The 9 nether inferno must belong to Ming Er." His tone was resolute. Li Xiangming, defiantly raising her chin, remained unyielding, tears glistening in her eyes. Frustration flickered across Chun Yen's features. Do you not understand? Ming Er is weak. She faces danger on missions. With the new disciples' competition approaching, securing the 9 nether inferno will bolster her chances for the top spot. Stop being unreasonable. Listening to his meticulous considerations for Li Xiangming, Li Xiangming felt a surge of jealousy. She bit her lip fiercely and suddenly turned to Li Xiangming, exclaiming, "Junior sister Li, you speak." Li Xiangming shot her a startled glance, retreating behind Chunyan. Master said to heed my senior brother when we go out. The onlookers murmured, with Wei Xiaoxi interjecting, "Ah, what a splendid brew of Biluakun tea, its fragrance wafting through the air." Li Xiangming was about to voice her thoughts, but Chunyan interrupted impatiently. "Enough, Xiangxian. This matter is settled. If you are dissatisfied, do not blame me for being impolite." He drew his sword, placing it between them. At last, Li Xiangming could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks as she turned away, unwilling to witness his defense of Li Xiangming. The other 3 exchanged glances, inwardly lamenting the drama unfolding before them and secretly envying Li Xiangming. The young girl not only possessed remarkable talent, but also had an excellent master and the protection of Chunyan. Rumors had long circulated about Chunyan and Li Xiangming's close relationship, with whispers of their childhood bond potentially leading to a future as partners. Yet, he was now fiercely defending a junior sister. The spectators' expressions were a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Li Xiangming wore a subtle smile, relishing the moment. This kind of protection was akin to what Wei Xiaoxi had experienced in her previous life. All of this now belonged to her, including the 9 nether inferno, which she viewed as rightfully hers. Wei Xiaoxi, already a cultivator, discerned the faint smile at the corner of Li Xiangming's lips even in the dim light. Unable to suppress her laughter. "Soon, it will be your turn to weep. Ming Er, step back. Let your senior brother subdue the fire spirit first, and you can finalize the contract afterward." "All right," Li Xiangming replied obediently, stepping aside with grace. "Xianxian, Feng Peng, come over and lend a hand." "What?" Li Xiangming's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want me to assist?" Her expression was one of utter incredulity. Wei Xiaoxi shared in the shock, realizing Chunyan was striking a harsh blow to Li Xiangming's heart. Not only Wei Xiaoxi, but even the other 3 cultivators, including Li Xiangming, regarded her with a look of pity. The pitiful maiden. Indeed, the narrative revolves entirely around the protagonist. However, Sister Lin, do not fret, I shall avenge you shortly. Considering it a repayment for the times you have inadvertently assisted me, Wei Xiaoxi mused inwardly. Lin Shanshan, in a fit of defiance, refused to join, and Chun Yin, furrowing his brow, ceased his persuasion, instead directing his attention to the other three. After promising them certain benefits, they finally acquiesced. Minger, remain here and do not move. When the time is right, your senior brother will call for you. Chun Yin instructed her, placing several talismans upon her, and producing a defensive artifact, which he activated and placed in Li Xiangming's hands. Very well, I shall heed my senior brother's words and will not wander, Li Xiangming responded obediently. Quietly standing within the small safe space Chun Yin had arranged for her, she appeared as a serene fairy, smiling as she gazed at Chun Yin and the others as they descended into the fissure, tending to their tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Shanshan did not receive any special attention from Chun Yin. There were no instructions, nor any defensive talismans provided. Wei Xiaoxi diverted her focus from the two women and, through her spiritual connection, instructed Xiaoyu, prepare for battle. Chapter 52. Something is amiss. Receiving the command, Xiaoyu responded through their spiritual link. At that moment, Chun Yin and the others cautiously approached, each wielding their respective artifacts. Wei Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. This Chun Yin, though seemingly impatient and stern, exhibited a commendable caution in battle. Indeed, he was not to be underestimated as one of the protagonist's supporters. She dismissed further distractions and issued directives to Xiaoyu. Around the fissure, Xiaoyu leapt into the air, swiftly distancing herself from the advancing quartet. Chun Yan's expression shifted to one of solemnity. It is attempting to flee. It appears to have developed sentience. Exercise caution. Its realm is at least at the peak of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, the others turned pale. They were merely at the later stages of qi refinement. Facing such a creature would be tantamount to delivering themselves as offerings. The pressure of its realm was daunting enough, coupled with the chilling, eerie winds that occasionally surged through their bodies, sending shivers down their spines and hindering their movements. How could they possibly fight under such circumstances? Chun Yin sensed the disdainful gazes directed at him from behind, aware of their dissatisfaction. Frustration brewed within him. They had not yet engaged in combat, yet they were already displaying signs of fear. What chance would they have later? Contemplating this, his expression hardened, and his voice took on a grave tone. Just provide me with cover. The others exchanged uneasy glances, their apprehension palpable, yet none dared to voice their concerns. While your Jinjiu peak may be formidable, it pales in comparison to the value of our own lives. As they spoke, Xiaoyu launched her assault. Luminous flames arced through the dimness, illuminating the surroundings. Chun Yin brandished his sword across his chest, springing into action, the blade gleaming brilliantly. Boom, boom, boom. The clusters of flames were scattered, reminiscent of the magnificent fireworks illuminating the night sky. The three bystanders, engulfed by the ominous flames, felt a chill creeping into their hearts. Yet they could not help but admire Chun Yan's prowess. With a single sweep of his sword, he effortlessly dispelled the ominous flames of the nine hells. Such terrifying prowess. Li Xiangming gazed at her tall senior brother, a smile curving at the corners of her lips, her eyes sparkling like stars. Even though he was the weakest among them, he could still shield her from adversity. Ah, the silhouette of my senior brother is truly handsome, and the way he wields his sword is even more striking. Lin Shanshan shared a similar sentiment, yet her emotions starkly contrasted with those of Li Xiangming. She bit her lip in frustration, catching a glimpse of the excited Li Xiangming, her hands instinctively covering her eyes. In the crevice of the earth, Master, since my self-detonation, I have yet to regain my strength. I can no longer reach the peak of qi training, and the opponent's swordsmanship is formidable, rendering me incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Wei Xiaoxi fixed her gaze on the youth before her, her brows furrowed. To be frank, this individual was one of Li Xiangming's devoted admirers, and she yearned to teach him a lesson. However, her lack of strength constrained her actions. Moreover, she sensed the dwindling light within her sea of consciousness. The brilliance of the groove spirit stone was dimming and would not last much longer. A swift resolution was imperative. With this thought in mind, she hesitated not. Instructing Xiaoyu, seek an opportunity to feign capture. Do not reveal your doppelganger technique just yet. She was uncertain whether Chun Yin and the others had delved deeply into the mysteries of the nine hell's infernal flames. Yet, refraining from action at this moment could lead them to underestimate the situation, which would not be without merit. Understood. Xiaoyu and Chun Yin exchanged blows for a few rounds, pretending to be overpowered as Chun Yin subdued him with his spiritual power. Chun Yin, controlling the fire spirit in his grasp, let out a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared that subduing the fire spirit was a simple task for him. However, the nine hell's flames emanated a chilling aura that seeped through the sword, traveling to the hilt and into his hand. were it not for his innate fire affinity, which granted him some resistance to such sinister energies. He would likely have suffered severe mental damage by now. Even so, a slight discomfort coursed through his body, his complexion pale and sweat beading on his forehead. Once this matter was resolved, he could finally retreat for a proper meditation. Grasping the fire spirit, Chun Yin hastened to Li Xiangming's side, urging, "Ming'er, quickly form a contract with it." "Senior brother, you look unwell. Are you injured?" Li Xiangming inquired. Concern etched upon her face. "It's nothing serious. Hurry, the 9 hell's flames are treacherous. Be cautious, and do not draw too close." Li Xiangming nodded slightly, dispelling her protective talisman and forming the necessary seals with her hands. Lin Shanshan, observing Chun Yan's pale visage, felt her heart shatter. "Yin Gu, truly, for Li Xiangming, you disregard your own well-being." Unable to bear the sight any longer, she turned her head away, tears streaming down her cheeks. The other 3 cultivators exchanged complex glances. The male cultivator deemed Chun Yin foolish for neglecting his own path of cultivation for the sake of his junior sister, as merging with an exotic flame could enhance one's understanding of fire. To willingly relinquish such an opportunity was nothing short of foolishness. The 2 female cultivators, however, gazed upon him with envy. If they had a senior brother who unconditionally sheltered them and always thought of their well-being during good times, who wouldn't he adore such a remarkable figure? If Wei Xiaoxi were to hear the heartfelt sentiments of these 2 female cultivators, she would likely be overwhelmed with laughter. Soon enough, they might no longer desire such a good senior brother. Meanwhile, Li Xiangming suppressed the joy bubbling within her. The 9 nether inferno flame, though she had not delved deeply into its nature, it was evident from Chun Yin and his companions' discussions that it was a valuable asset. Regardless, once she formed a contract with it, her strength would undoubtedly amplify. A flame capable of injuring the soul, she mused. Would it render Wei Xiaoxi a fool in the future? It was said that damage to the soul was notoriously difficult to recover from. A fool would not be amusing. Knowing nothing would strip away any sense of superiority when bullying her. Instead, she could wait for the moment Wei Xiaoxi displeased her, and then use the 9 nether inferno to inflict pain on her soul, causing her headaches for months, concurrently hampering her cultivation. A flawless plan. With this thought, Li Xiangming could hardly contain her ecstatic delight, almost bursting into laughter. Wei Xiaoxi observed from a distance, witnessing the calculating glint in Li Xiangming's eyes, and a cold smirk formed within her. Through the soul contract, she commanded, "Xiaoyu, proceed." Suddenly, the eerie cries of ghostly infants echoed, reminiscent of stones scraping against glass. A raspy, yet infantile sound that was chillingly terrifying. Anyone who heard it felt a shiver run down their spine. Not just Lin Shanshan and Chun Yin, but even Wei Xiaoxi, who had built up resistance, was startled, her skin crawling and hair standing on end. Li Xiangming, facing the source, was in a dire situation. She felt a surge of terror, her expression stricken with fear, her hand movements disrupted. The flames that came crashing down pierced through her 2 layers of protective talismans. Li Xiangming, being of weaker strength, managed to mitigate the damage, but the force knocked her to the ground. Chun Yin sensed the impending danger and instinctively increased his spiritual power output to pull the fire spirit away from Li Xiangming. Xiaoyu flashed and vanished, hiding within another cluster of flames not far from Li Xiangming. Chun Yin was alarmed. At that moment, the only protection for Li Xiangming was the talismans, devoid of any defensive artifacts. He urged urgently, "Ming'er, quickly activate the defensive artifact." He stepped forward to shield her, but alas, the fire spirit was concealed among the flames. In the dim light, he could not discern from which direction it would emerge. At this juncture, he began to sense that something was amiss. Why hadn't the fire spirit employed this tactic during their previous confrontation? It had merely spewed flames like a fool. He had believed it lacked intelligence, only capable of such actions. Little did he realize that it had been biding its time for this very moment. It was reminiscent of a cunning and treacherous fox. How could a newly awakened fire spirit accomplish such a feat? Is there someone manipulating events from the shadows? His brow furrowed tightly. A profound sense of unease enveloped him as he surveyed his surroundings. The stone chamber was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering azure light, leaving no place to conceal oneself. In the blink of an eye, a series of unforeseen events unfolded. Wei Xiaoxi would certainly not permit Chun Yin to reach Li Xiangming in time to activate her defensive talisman. Xiaoyu, hidden amidst the flickering flames, unleashed a barrage of fire toward Li Xiangming, spewing forth a dozen bursts of flames. The first 5 or 6 extinguished the diamond talisman, while the subsequent 7 or 8 struck Li Xiangming directly. With a cry of agony, Li Xiangming tumbled to the ground, writhing in pain. Swish! Chun Yin swung his sword. Xiaoyu darted away, retreating back into the flames. Chun Yin, feeling the urgency, gazed at the dark blue flames surrounding him, acutely aware that he was powerless against this avatar of fire. Left with no choice and unwilling to linger in battle, he turned towards Li Xiangming, intent on healing his young disciple. Minger, how are you? The only response was the ominous sound of sizzling flesh, mingled with a foul stench. The flames clung to Li Xiangming as if they were parasites, adhering to her garments. Most were warded off by her protective attire. Yet a portion of the ghostly fire seeped into her skin, searing her flesh and scorching her spirit. Li Xiangming felt as if she had descended into the depths of hell. Her mind echoed with torment, akin to needles incessantly pricking her brain, an unbearable agony. It was as if she were being slowly roasted over a fire, trapped in molten lava, on the brink of becoming charred ash. Even more so, she felt as though she were submerged in frigid waters, the cold penetrating to her bones, threatening to transform her into a block of ice. This was an indescribable suffering. Ah, brother, it hurts so much. Please, save me. Li Xiangming writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames clinging to her. Yet the excruciating pain contorted her body, twisting and curling like a worm in filth, a sight both tragic and absurd. Where was the image of the serene fairy who sought no conflict? Chunyin stood frozen, his heart aching. Mingyu, I am so sorry, it is my fault. I will heal you right away. With that, he rushed forward, lifting her in his arms, ready to administer aid. At the same time, he activated his defensive talisman, enveloping them both within its protective embrace. He could no longer concern himself with the fire spirit outside or the fate of his companions. Chunyin forced a medicinal pill into Li Xiangming's mouth and sat cross-legged, channeling energy to expel the ghostly flames. Meanwhile, Li Xiangming and the others, witnessing this sudden turn of events, gasped in shock and instinctively retreated. Out of the corner of their eyes, they caught sight of and heard Li Xiangming's heart-wrenching screams. The sound was piercing, sending shivers down their spines, reminiscent of the unsettling wails from earlier. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of dark satisfaction stirred within them. Although they had previously claimed to have received Chunyan's promise of sharing the spirit stones, it had been under duress. If you were willing to negotiate, that would be acceptable. However, such a domineering and overbearing attitude is truly irksome. That Li Xiangming, too, speaks of listening to her senior brother, her eyes brimming with pride. Surely, she must have relished the feeling of being doted upon just moments ago. Now, they are all inclined to laugh. Protecting your senior brother has swiftly transformed him into a tormentor, plunging you into anguish. Can you still endure this? Li Xiangming shares a similar sentiment. But her emotions are far more complex. She harbors a wish that Li Xiangming would be reduced to a fool. Yet, she hesitates at the thought. For if that were to happen, Chunyin would bear guilt for a lifetime. In truth, she feels immensely grateful that Chunyin stopped her earlier, otherwise, it would have been her writhing on the ground in agony. Perhaps this is fate? For some reason, Li Xiangming feels an urge to laugh. Yet no sound escapes her lips, and tears stream down her face more fiercely, especially upon witnessing Chunyin donning the defensive artifact upon himself, disregarding their plight as weaker individuals. The other three had no time for convoluted thoughts. They cautiously retreated from Xiaoyu. One female cultivator even kindly tugged Li Xiangming, urging her to retreat towards the corridor. After all, Chunyin, who could withstand the fire spirit, had already turned his attention away from them. If they did not save themselves, they might share Li Xiangming's unfortunate fate. As they departed, they did not forget to cast a fierce glare at Chunyin, vowing never to team up with these two again, for it was utterly disastrous. No, they resolved never to partner with anyone from Sword Nine Peak again. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu ceased her pursuit. Wei Xiaoxi, who did not wish to appear overly contrived, felt it necessary to feign an attack on those individuals to avoid raising suspicion. After all, it was quite dubious for the fire spirit to withdraw after gaining the upper hand. However, the spiritual energy reserves of her spirit stones were alarmingly low. Curse it, I must acquire a mid-grade spirit stone. Facing such predicaments due to insufficient energy is exceedingly distressing. Wei Xiaoxi grumbled internally, hurriedly making her way towards the corridor. Remaining here any longer would risk her exposure. As she ran, she manipulated Xiaoyu to gather the flames from the stone chamber, replenishing her energy. Only then did she chase after Li Xiangming and the others out of the corridor. Just before exiting the stone chamber, she glanced towards Chunyin and Li Xiangming, a smirk playing on her lips. Dear protagonist, I trust you are satisfied with this little gift of retribution I have bestowed upon you. For the next few months, do rest comfortably in bed and refrain from popping up to serve tea elsewhere. In the corridor, as Wei Xiaoxi rushed in, her spiritual stones were completely depleted, revealing her form. Alarmed, cold sweat trickled down her brow, and she quickly halted, flustered as she began to install new spirit stones, fearing that the individuals ahead might suddenly turn to see her. Meanwhile, Li Xiangming and her companions, pursued by the fire spirit, were in a state of sheer panic, frantically fleeing without a moment to look back. They were terrified that a mere moment of delay would result in their downfall, ending up as foolish as Li Xiangming. Their footsteps resounded loudly, completely drowning out Wei Xiaoxi's. After turning a corner, instead of continuing outward, she veered into another passage to rest. She was utterly exhausted. As Li Xiangming and the others' footsteps receded, Wei Xiaoxi waved her hand, and Xiaoyu ceased its pursuit, retreating into Wei Xiaoxi's consciousness. With a sigh, she leaned against the wall and exhaled a breath of stale air. That was close. As an inexperienced novice, she felt that. In the presence of seasoned practitioners at the peak of their cultivation, a single slap could spell her demise. Had she lingered even a moment longer, she would have met a grim fate. Alas, low-grade spirit stones were indeed unreliable. Once she escaped, she would seek an opportunity to discreetly sell a portion of the 9 nether flame to acquire some mid-grade spirit stones for her own security, to avoid continually finding herself in dire straits. Why was it getting colder? Was dusk approaching? She needed to exit promptly. As Wei Xiaoxi began to regain her breath and pushed her hands against the ground to rise, she felt something icy yet resilient beneath her palm. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand. Chapter 54. Spirit stones present themselves while sitting there. She had sensed a chill, attributing it merely to the environment, as the jade-cold cave was perpetually frigid. Although she was no longer susceptible to the harm of the 9 nether flame like an ordinary person, she could still feel the cold. However, she soon realized that the chill surrounding her had a specific cause. After considering for a moment, she focused her attention to listen for any sounds from the stone chamber or the direction Li Xiangming and the others had departed. There were no footsteps to be heard. Hesitating briefly, she circulated her spiritual energy and conjured a small fireball at her fingertips. The flickering light dispelled the darkness in the corners. Then, a small silver flower caught her eye, nestled within the cracks of the wall. The flower's stem was slender and delicate, about the height of a human finger, and it gleamed a pure silver. The ground surrounding it was coated in a thin layer of white frost, causing Wei Xiaoxi's breath to quicken. Could it be the Ice Soul Silver Flower, which enhances the comprehension of ice attribute practitioners? In this realm, there existed rare treasures capable of augmenting a cultivator's understanding. For instance, fire attribute practitioners could consume exotic flames to deepen their affinity for fire. The Ice Soul grass corresponded to those with ice spiritual roots. Of course, the enhancement it offered varied. The Ice Soul Silver Flower had its limits. In the literature, Li Xiangming had once harvested this flower, thereby increasing her comprehension of the ice element, surpassing her peers among ice spiritual root cultivators. Despite its seemingly modest enhancement, sometimes, that slight edge could lead to sudden enlightenment and a transformative understanding of one's path. Such treasures that elevate comprehension, when brought to market, would command no less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. When Wei Xiaoxi first entered the jade-cold cave, she had contemplated searching for this small flower. Yet, the texts only indicated its presence within the cave without specifying its exact location. As a mere novice at the first layer of qi refinement, how could she dare to wander recklessly? Unexpectedly, today turned out to be a serendipitous encounter. Fate, it seems. Wei Xiaoxi, her face beaming with joy, retrieved a dagger from her storage pouch and began to excavate the ice spirit silver flower. Just as she was troubled by the matter of spirit stones, fortune smiled upon her with a bounty at hand. To avoid encountering Li Xiangming and others on her way out, she activated the concealment formation once more. As she neared the cave's mouth, she finally spotted 3 cultivators slumped in the passageway. Why 3, one might wonder. It was because Wei Xiaoxi had seen Li Xiangming heading towards the stone chamber during her exit. Perhaps she was worried about Chunyan's predicament? Wei Xiaoxi could not fathom why this girl would willingly demean herself so. They say that the wise do not fall into the snares of love. Thus, Wei Xiaoxi resolved to never become love-stricken. Cautiously sidestepping the 3 individuals, Wei Xiaoxi approached the cave entrance. She gazed at the formidable black mountain long-toothed boar blocking her path, and fell silent. This creature, entirely black, possessed 2 sharp tusks protruding from either side of its snout, each about half a foot long, emitting a chilling glimmer in the darkness. One could only imagine that a mere poke from it could launch a normal person skyward. Furthermore, its bristly fur was as hard as steel needles. A careless brush against it would surely strip one of their skin. Even more daunting was the fact that this beast could not temper its oppressive presence like human cultivators could. The aura of a half-step foundation establishment emanating from it rendered Wei Xiaoxi's complexion pale, making it difficult to approach. How was she to escape? Wei Xiaoxi's mind was in a whirl. Just when she was on the verge of success, an unexpected complication arose. The long-toothed boar snorted loudly, filling the cave with a foul stench that nearly made her retch. The 3 cultivators around the corner seemed accustomed to it, remaining utterly still. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xiaoxi suddenly noticed a sliver of golden-red twilight seeping into the stone cave. It was evening. A wave of anxiety washed over her. If she hesitated any longer, she would face an inquiry upon her return. A novice who had not yet established their aura, what business did she have outside the mountain gates? Or had she entered from the back mountain? Such suspicious behavior would undoubtedly warrant investigation. Should this situation arise, it would be quite troublesome. Moreover, If Chen Yin and the others had not subdued Xiaoyu and were unable to exit, they would surely seek help. What if, at that moment, Swordmaster Zhou Dao personally came to investigate? What then? Although master-level formations were formidable, what if? She dared not take such a gamble. Most critically, the location of the 3 cultivators allowed them to see the cave entrance. If her spirit stones were depleted, she would be vulnerable to discovery at any moment. Thus, Wei Xiaoxi shivered, unwilling to entertain further thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and cautiously approached the cave's mouth. She moved with such delicacy that she barely stirred the air. Yet, unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to the innate sensitivity of demonic beasts, the long-toothed boar suddenly opened its eyes wide and turned its head towards her direction. The sharp, elongated fangs grazed through her hair, nearly severing her head. Wei Xiaoxi inhaled sharply, paralyzed with fear, holding her breath. Damn it! With a loud snort, it expelled a foul odor in her direction, causing her withered hair to rise. She nearly retched. She even felt that her hair must have absorbed the stench. Once outside, she would certainly need to wash in the river. The long-toothed beast appeared puzzled yet oblivious, grunting a few times before casting a menacing glance at the 3 diminutive figures around the corner, then laid its head back down. What was it doing? Who cared? It couldn't come in anyway. The 3 were startled by the creature's movements, murmuring quietly before resuming their positions against the stone wall. Gathering their strength, Wei Xiaoxi glanced towards the trio of cultivators. This stalemate was untenable. The spiritual energy within the spirit stones would inevitably deplete. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled her resolve and, taking advantage of the cultivators' inattention, flicked her fingertip to unleash a burst of ethereal violet flames, aimed directly at the beast's nostrils. The creature emitted a sudden, piercing wail, thrashing its head violently as if attempting to expel the infernal flames. Its cries echoed hauntingly, reminiscent of the ghastly sounds Wei Xiaoxi had heard in her past life at the slaughterhouse, resonating through the cave as dust fell in response. Hastily, she covered her nose and stumbled back, narrowly avoiding its jagged fangs. The 3 cultivators leaped to their feet, gazing at the now frantic beast at the cave entrance with palpable terror. What was happening? It was rolling outside the cave. Should we attempt to escape? Or perhaps not. What if we were too slow and it crushed us? The trio fidgeted, torn between impulse and caution. Coincidentally, Wei Xiaoxi shared their apprehension. Gazing at the fading rays of the setting sun streaming into the cave, she felt increasingly anxious. She too feared being crushed. After a while, the pig's anguished cries diminished, giving way to soft grunts, as it seemed to adapt to the torment inflicted by the infernal flames. The 3 cultivators exchanged glances. Their hopes dashed as they retreated back into the shadows. Why wouldn't it roll elsewhere? They muttered among themselves, and seizing the moment while they were distracted, Wei Xiaoxi quickly sent 2 more bursts of flames into the beast's mouth. It was taken aback. The creature, bewildered by the relentless onslaught of the infernal fire, finally realized it was being sabotaged. Unable to bear the indignity, it rose in fury, disregarding the pain, and began to charge at the cave walls, its long fangs leading the way. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently. Dust and debris cascaded from the cave's ceiling, enveloping the space in a cloud of smoke. Coughing, Wei Xiaoxi hurriedly stifled her sounds. The luminescence of the spirit stones grew dimmer. The 3 cultivators remained watchful, while the long-toothed beast continued its rampage. Sweat poured from her brow. This was it. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Chapter 55. A home rich in resources. The 2 arrogant fangs of the boar demon suddenly sank deeply into the stone wall, becoming firmly lodged. Its forelegs scraped against the ground a few times, leaving behind 2 deep grooves, yet it could not extract its teeth. It appeared to be utterly befuddled by its own folly, grunting in frustration as it vigorously shook its head, its body darting back and forth in a futile attempt to dislodge itself. Every few breaths, it moved further away from the cave's entrance, creating a narrow gap barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. If not now, when would she escape? Without daring to hesitate any longer, she employed her agility, swiftly slipping through the narrow opening against the stone wall. After sprinting several paces, she finally felt the thrill of survival. The evening breeze caressed her face, and the noxious odor that had clung to her dissipated completely. In the distance, lush grass and verdant forest stretched endlessly, bathed in the resplendent glow of the setting sun. The world outside was truly beautiful. Faintly, she discerned the voices of 3 cultivators conversing from within the cave behind her. Should we venture out? This is a rare opportunity. But what if it chases us once we leave? Do you wish to be buried alive here? Or burned to death by the 9 underworld's inferno? Should we wait for Senior Brother Chin? Don't be ridiculous. He probably doesn't even care about us anymore. He might have already used some teleportation talisman to escape. Let us split up when we leave. A single boar demon can't possibly chase all 3 of us. whether we survive or not. It's in the hands of fate. Indeed, fate has allowed the boar demon to go mad and become stuck in the stone wall, granting us this chance to flee. Let us go. Wei Xiaoxi wore a subtle smile. Fate indeed. Huh. Upon returning to her dormitory after dinner, the sky had darkened. Wei Xiaoxi entered her room, closed the door and windows, activated the defensive array, and sat at her desk, emptying the contents of her storage bag. After entering the Jade Cold Cave, she was left with only 9 spirit stones, and having spent 4 today, she was now back to 5, once again reduced to poverty. I always disparage these inferior spirit stones as useless, yet only when I lose them do I truly understand the feeling of suffocation. Wei Xiaoxi held the 5 sparkling stones, observing them in silence for a brief moment before setting them down. Fortunately, I possess the Ice Soul Silver Flower. At least I can exchange it for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I shall trade it tomorrow. Her gaze shifted, and her eyes widened in alarm. The once resplendent silver flower now appeared wilted and listless, resembling something that had been picked several days prior, limp like a deflated rope. A tightness gripped her heart as she pinched the flower between her fingers. The texture lacked any icy sensation. It was merely cooler than the surrounding environment. Could it be? In just over an hour, it has withered to this extent? Truly precious. It seems a special healing artifact is required to preserve its medicinal properties. If this continues, by the time I reach Yuyang City tomorrow, will I only have dried grass left? Can it still be salvaged? Wei Xiaoxi stared in disbelief. As she was engulfed in sorrow, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. Master, this flower can be directly refined. It will enhance your resistance to soul-type attacks, as well as to ice attribute assaults, and will also bolster your fortitude against freezing. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she released Xiaoyu. How do you know this? I've always known, Xiaoyu replied, imitating her posture and sitting cross-legged on the table with an air of arrogance. Is it a legacy? Uncertain, but I simply know. Wei Xiaoxi meticulously recalled the contents of her book. In the 9 netherworlds, there is not a blade of grass, nor a drop of water in the ravines. Yet beyond the 9 netherworlds, the chilling aura that emanated was not as potent, allowing the ice spirit silver flower to flourish. In other words, the 9 netherworlds' ghostly fire and the ice spirit silver flower could be considered companion entities. It was not surprising that Xiaoyu was aware of its effects. The protagonist in the book indeed exhibited a stronger resistance to soul-type attacks than ordinary cultivators. As for resilience to freezing and ice attacks, she herself possessed an ice spiritual root, although the book did not specifically highlight this trait. Since Xiaoyu could articulate the concept of soul resistance, it was reasonable to conclude that her fortitude against freezing was genuine as well. Pondering this, she nodded slightly to Xiaoyu. Thank you for informing me. Xiaoyu returned the gesture. Then, Master, seek out the for me to devour. I wish to upgrade. Wei Xiaoxi thought to herself, you truly are a clever little creature. But she smiled and replied, yes, once my strength increases, I shall take you out to find the. Unbeknownst to the somewhat simple-minded Xiaoyu, who lacked an understanding of false promises and the treachery of human nature, she stood up excitedly and chirped. Thank you, Master. Wei Xiaoxi smiled faintly, beckoning to draw the fire spirit into her consciousness. She grasped the ice spirit silver flower, contemplating its potential. The wilted ice spirit silver flower could hardly fetch a fortune. Moreover, since it was born alongside the 9 netherworlds' ghostly fire, selling it might attract unwanted attention from Li Xiangming's associates. Perhaps it would be wiser to consume it herself. After all, spirit stones could be earned at any time, but one's life is singular. With this thought, she rose and seated herself on the mat, opening her mouth to ingest the silver flower, channeling her spiritual energy. The flower was icy, a chill spreading through her. She gently guided her wood-type spiritual energy, initiating the circulation of the great circulation within her body as the medicinal properties flowed into her energy sea. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. Within her consciousness, the statue of Zhongzhun trembled slightly, white powder dispersing around the consciousness sea, merging into her veins and flesh, gradually accumulating in her dantian. Agonizing pain coursed through her entire body, cold sweat streaming down Wei Xiaoxi's face. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of the process she had undergone to enhance her spiritual roots' purity in the back mountains of Zaiqi village. However, that had been a deliberate act of transformation on her part. Why was the statue of Zhongzhun now seemingly going awry on its own? Moreover, she did not possess an ice spiritual root. Could it truly be modified? Wait a moment. As a certain possibility dawned upon her, Wei Xiaoxi's breath quickened. Daring not to indulge in reckless thoughts any longer, she embraced a sense of resolve. Enduring the excruciating pain as she commenced the full-hearted refinement of the ice essence silver flower in the manner she had previously transformed her spiritual roots. Time dripped away amidst her suppressed groans. As dawn broke with a gentle light, Wei Xiaoxi exhaled a deep breath, and in the crisp September air, her breath crystallized into frost. A flicker of complexity passed through her eyes. Within her dantian, the sixth spiritual root, an ice-type root, had manifested, boasting a purity level of around 10. Such extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, like the ice essence silver flower, were not mentioned throughout the entirety of the text. Yet their consumption could lead to the emergence of spiritual roots. The abruptness of her receiving such a distinction was likely due to the influence of the legacy of Zhongzhen. Theoretically, possessing Zhongzhen's inheritance meant one could cultivate any spiritual root desired. Given an abundance of treasures, one could undoubtedly attain a celestial spiritual root. However, she found no joy in this. With 5 spiritual roots, the amount of spiritual energy she needed to absorb was 5-fold compared to others, while those with a single spiritual root only needed to absorb 1/5 of the energy to reach the same level. The chances of achieving great perfection in chi refinement before turning 20 were significantly higher. Yet, with 5 roots, one had to absorb quintuple the spiritual energy, whether by investing 5 times the effort or having ample resources at one's disposal. Otherwise, reaching the foundation establishment stage in her lifetime would be considered a blessing from the heavens. Individuals like Jiang Qianshu, with dual gold and fire celestial spiritual roots, could attain great perfection in chi refinement by the age of 17 or 18, thanks to substantial resources. One was fortunate to have a wealthy adoptive father, while the other was diligent enough to refine elixirs and cultivate to earn money, ensuring an ample supply of spirit stones to aid in their training or to rent the sect's premier spirit gathering chambers for cultivation. In fact, having multiple spiritual roots offered greater variability, with enhanced defensive and offensive capabilities, typically rendering one more formidable than peers of the same realm. Thus, families with wealth tended to prefer children with dual spiritual roots over those with a single root. Yet, Wei Xiaoxi was merely a pauper. What could she do? Chapter 56. How can it be deemed despicable? The only reliable means for her to earn money now was to have Xiao Yu exhale some flames to sell discreetly in the market, avoiding large-scale or ostentatious sales. Otherwise, the madmen of Sword 9 Peak were not to be trifled with. Initially, she had hoped that refining the ice essence silver flower would grant her resistance to soul attacks. Cold and ice, which brought her joy. However, with the inexplicable addition of a low-purity ice spiritual root, she found it impossible to smile. She lay back upon her bed, resting her head on her arms, and began to contemplate, to extend her training time and enhance her cultivation, even with her utmost efforts. It was impossible to satisfy the demand for 6-fold spiritual energy. Thus, she could only focus on acquiring spirit stones and optimizing her cultivation environment. Consequently, she had 2 objectives ahead. First, to earn spirit stones, and second, to find a rich source of spiritual energy, such as the premier spirit gathering chambers rented out to disciples by the sect. Ultimately, to secure the necessary rent, she must first earn spirit stones. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wei Xiaoxi discreetly wiped away her tears, rose to her feet, cast a cleansing spell upon herself, and stepped out of the room. In this vast world, the importance of sustenance cannot be overstated. A few days later, Shuejin mysteriously approached Wei Xiaoxi, whispering, "Xiaoxi, I have delightful news that will surely bring you joy." "What is it?" Wei Xiaoxi inquired, puzzled. Shuejin had been preoccupied lately, vanishing immediately after class and neglecting meals and training with peers. "Li Xiangming has been injured." Wei Xiaoxi blinked in surprise. "Oh, and what does that have to do with my happiness?" "Stop pretending. I know your cordiality is merely superficial," Shuejin retorted. Wei Xiaoxi smiled in silence. Unfazed by her lack of acknowledgement, Shuejin continued. "A few days ago, she was severely tricked by her 3rd senior brother. Now, her spirit is damaged, and it is said that her 2nd senior brother, Jin Xuan, is searching for spirit-repairing herbs to help mend her soul. Though it's uncertain if he will succeed in time. Will he manage?" Wei Xiaoxi rose, heading towards the Ling Canton, intrigued by the prospect of the new disciple competition. Indeed, Shuejin followed eagerly. "What bad luck. However, I believe her 3rd senior brother, Qin Yan, is even more unfortunate. He could easily qualify for the sect's annual list of the most ill-fated individuals." Wei Xiaoxi glanced at the pudgy companion beside her, her expression bemused. She had been attentive to the news from Sword 9 Peak in recent days, yet discussions were scarce. It seemed few were aware of Li Xiangming's predicament. Shuejin, too, was unclear about the source of her information. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "What misfortune befell him?" Shuejin's eyes squinted with delight as she began to enumerate. First, the team he led inadvertently disturbed a den of pig demons, and in their frantic escape, they stumbled into the Yuhang Cave, where the 9 Nether Inferno resides. In an attempt to help Li Xiangming capture the 9 Nether Inferno, he offended his childhood friend Lin Shanshan and irked his fellow teammates due to his domineering methods. Now, Chun Yan's reputation is tarnished. It's likely no one will dare to join him in the future. Wei Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. Chun Yan was also one of Li Xiangming's staunch supporters. This outcome could be seen as a subtle weakening of her influence. What a delightful surprise. After pondering for a moment, she questioned, Chun Yin is a sword cultivator of considerable strength. Surely, many would still wish to team up with him? Nonsense. Xuejin scoffed. It's not just him. I've asked several others, and as long as Li Xiangming and those 3 senior brothers from Sword 9 Peak are around, they will refuse to team up with them, because they are all overly protective of Li Xiangming? Precisely. Whenever Li Xiangming is present, those 3 behave as if deranged, unconditionally defending her, and no one wishes to endure such indignities. Wei Xiaoxi chuckled. Chen Yin, well done. Listen to me, without interruption, Xuejin insisted. Moreover, none of the aforementioned are the crux of the matter. The highlight is, haha, do you know? I know. I am aware of everything, Wei Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Remaining silent, he expended spirit stones to compensate his teammates, but the 9 nether fiery blaze he acquired inadvertently harmed the beloved Li Xiaoming. Upon returning to the peak, he was met with a beating from 2 senior brothers and reprimanded by the Sword 9 Dao Lord, resulting in 6 months of solitary reflection. The guilt of having wounded Li Xiangming weighed heavily on his conscience. It can be said that he endeavored to accomplish one task, but ended up botching every aspect, alienating numerous individuals in the process. It seems he must have angered the fates this year. No, it is not merely a matter of bad luck. Rather, he has become a support for Li Xiangming, which has irked me, remarked Wei Xiaoxi with a subtle smile. Indeed, his fortune appears quite unfortunate. However, I believe he is not the most ill-fated of all. Xuejin inquired, puzzled. As for Li Xiangming, with the grand competition approaching and her spirit being wounded, it seems she is destined to be far from claiming the top position, doesn't it? The rejuvenating grass, what a splendid treasure. It is a coveted resource for all those in the early stages of qi training. Upon hearing this, Xuejin nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her words. You speak wisely. Not only is she unlikely to attain the first place, but she is also uncertain if she will even be able to compete. You must understand that even if she does not secure the top spot, as long as she ranks within the top 50, she can still access the sect's secret realms to gather resources. Wei Xiaoxi cast him a sidelong glance. Why do I sense an air of schadenfreude about you? It could be worse, Xuejin modestly replied. Wei Xiaoxi bestowed upon him a sincere smile. It was evident that Xuejin harbored a disdain for Li Xiangming, and she perceived this. With such clarity of thought, she regarded him with increased respect. Unbeknownst to Xuejin, she contemplated his inner thoughts, and with a sidelong glance, she suddenly called out to someone in the front left. Luo Xing, may I inquire about something? Luo Xing? Oh, is he not the genius who competed with Li Xiangming for the first place in the freshman competition? She turned to look. With large round eyes and a petite cherry-like mouth, he was an undeniably adorable boy. Wei Xiaoxi's lips twitched as she cast an admiring glance at Xuejin. Truly impressive. Even senior brothers from different grades recognized him. Luo Xing halted his steps, offering Xuejin a slight nod with a shy yet affable smile. What is it? Goodness. They seem to share quite a good rapport, she thought, her respect for Xuejin deepening. Xuejin eagerly approached. Li Xiangming has been injured, which increases your chances of securing the first place in the freshman competition. What are your thoughts on this? Surely you must feel it is an unworthy victory, unable to prove your own strength, and consequently be disheartened? Such is the mindset of most prodigies, Wei Xiaoxi mused, discreetly assessing the bashful young genius before her. Oh, I feel immensely honored, Luo Xing replied bashfully. This must be the heavens showing me favor. The first place should rightfully belong to me. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes widened. This lad is rather arrogant. You do not only have Li Xiangming as your opponent. Do you think everyone else is a mere stepping stone? With a demeanor of bashful innocence, he spoke as if he were worthy to stand alongside the sun. How could his demeanor and personality be so incongruous? She wondered if her expression was too exaggerated. Luo Xing glanced over at her. Junior sister Wei, your gaze towards me makes me feel rather despicable. Wei Xiaoxi, what have I done? And how do you recognize me again? She inwardly scoffed, yet smiled on the surface. Brother Luo, you jest. How could this possibly be despicable? One might say it is merely a bit unscrupulous, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 57. Are you that lunatic? Luo Xing, Xuejin. Wei Xiaoxi laughed heartily, waving her hand. I'm merely jesting. In my eyes, luck is indeed a form of strength. The realm of cultivation is fundamentally about opportunities, and perhaps this moment signifies your destined chance. Luo Xing's eyes sparkled, and he stepped forward. Sister Wei, you truly resonate with me. Let us dine together. You ought to treat me to a meal, for your fortune stems from my contribution, Wei Xiaoxi mused inwardly. Maintaining her smile, thank you, Brother Luo. I want to join too. Xuejin eagerly chimed in. I wish to eat the swiftwind rabbit. Very well, let us go. The swiftwind rabbit is a spirit beast, provided by the spirit dining hall, though one must purchase it with spirit stones. Luo Xing, being a direct disciple, frequented the spirit dining hall, just like most of his peers. Few, like Li Xiangming, indulged in the luxury of private meals at the peak. Spirit beast meat is a delicacy. It is said to convert the spiritual energy within into one's own, surpassing mere meditation. I have yet to taste it. Luo Xing is indeed a kind soul, thought Wei Xiaoxi with a smile reminiscent of her aunt. The three swiftly arrived at the spirit dining hall. Luo Xing waved his hand grandly, ordering a swift-wind rabbit and half a unicorn leg, spending 100 low-grade spirit stones. Truly, direct disciples are extravagant, Wei Xiaoxi thought enviously. Typically, she could consume 5 large platters of food in one sitting. Today, however, the spirit beast meat, a mere half rabbit and a leg of lamb, satisfied her completely. Indeed, the energy was substantial. Wei Xiaoxi set down her chopsticks. Luo Xing was astonished. Sister Wei, you haven't even entered the qi gathering stage. How can you consume so much? Xuejin, having recently entered qi gathering, could manage a quarter of a rabbit. Given Wei Xiaoxi's ordinary background, he estimated she could handle just a leg of the rabbit. He, being at the 3rd level of qi refinement, could take care of the leftovers. Yet, Wei Xiaoxi's dining was a blend of elegance and speed. While he chatted with Xuejin, she had already devoured a third of the meal. Remarkably, she wasn't even overstuffed. Incredible. You might not know this, but I can usually eat 5 large platters in one meal. Wei Xiaoxi smiled outwardly, though she inwardly lamented, wishing she could slap herself. How could she have forgotten this detail? What if it aroused suspicion? Well, it has almost been a month. Perhaps it is time to shed my disguise. I shall announce my entry into the 1st level of qi refinement tomorrow. Xuejin was equally astonished. That is odd. No ordinary person, no matter how large their appetite, could consume such an amount of spirit beast meat without dire consequences. Wei Xiaoxi smiled. Could you not wish me well? Perhaps it is indeed my innate talent that sets me apart. My physical condition is rather unique, and I fear others might wish to study me. Could you refrain from sharing this matter? It is not of great significance. Though Xuejin and the others were perplexed, they nodded in agreement. Luo Xing, with evident curiosity, inquired, can you still eat? Ling Yu is quite delectable. I shall order some more. How could I impose? Wei Xiaoxi replied modestly. Luo Xing chuckled. Is one fish sufficient? Shall I order a chicken as well? Guests may indulge as they please. Wei Xiaoxi remained humble. Luo Xing and Xuejin exchanged glances. And as Luo Xing rose to order, only 2 remained at the table. Xuejin gave Wei Xiaoxi a thumbs up, and suddenly leaning closer, whispered, did you know? The Sword 9 Daojun visited Yuhan Cave to investigate the situation regarding the 9 Nether Inferno. It is said that the fire spirit has vanished. He suspects that the fire spirit has long been contracted by someone, and that day, someone specifically dug a pit to ensnare Li Xiangming. Wei Xiaoxi was taken aback. However, upon reflection, she calmed herself. The likelihood of suspicion falling upon her was minimal. There was no need for alarm. It seems that in the future, discretion in selling the 9 Nether Inferno is paramount. Furthermore, it would be wise to steer clear of the Jinchuan family. Reflecting on this, she gazed at Xuejin with increasing respect. You are aware of such covert matters regarding Sword 9 Peak. Xuejin laughed heartily. I have many friends. I learn much through them. What have you learned? Luo Xing resumed his seat, inquiring. His slightly small mouth lent a hint of shyness to his speech. Wei Xiaoxi recounted the discussion she and Xuejin had just held. Is it possible? What kind of madness compels someone to plot against Li Xiangming, a mere novice? Though she possesses considerable talent, she is not without other spiritual roots. What merit does she possess to warrant such treachery? Luo Xing furrowed his brow tightly, evidently struggling to comprehend the situation. Wei Xiaoxi smiled at him. I believe you possess ample motivation. With the imminent competition, should Li Xiangming be unable to participate, the remaining talents, especially you, Brother Luo, stand to gain significantly. Xuejin also regarded him. Oh, are you that madman? Luo Xing rolled his eyes. Enough of this. I must return to my training. Are you coming or not? Let's go. In the evening, after parting ways with Luo Xing and Xuejin, Wei Xiaoxi strolled slowly back to her dormitory. Her thoughts were in turmoil. Luo Xing is exceedingly wealthy. He possesses both fire and wood spiritual roots, with purity levels exceeding 90, making him a natural alchemist. Last year, the 100 Herbs Daojun took him in as a direct disciple. Indeed, he is a junior of Jiang Qianshu. Their lineage specializes in alchemy. In the world of cultivation, alchemists are the most prosperous. Much like in my previous life on Blue Star, amidst economic downturns and business closures, hospitals thrive, and skyscrapers rise one after another. Who can guarantee they will not fall ill or be injured? Consequently, throughout the sect, and indeed the entire realm of cultivation, alchemists are predominantly the wealthiest. Luo Xing hailed from a merchant family of the mundane world. Upon successfully passing the test, his family sold several properties to gather a modest sum of spirit stones for him, merely 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, by noon today, he had already spent over 100 low-grade spirit stones merely treating her and Xuejin to a meal. He was not even an apprentice alchemist yet, exhibiting such extravagance. Either his master bestowed him with ample resources, or he had sold the potions he crafted. Typically, cultivators would utilize potions of apprentice level or higher, but it was not uncommon for those of lesser means to settle for low-grade potions. Therefore, it was evident that Luo Xing had begun to earn spirit stones. Wei Xiaoxi, on the other hand, was in dire need of spirit stones, an abundance of them. She required them for cultivation, to purchase spirit plants to transform her spiritual root, and to sustain the life of Liu Guang's groove. Initially, she contemplated selling a portion of the 9 nether fire for quick profit. However, today Xuejin mentioned that Jianzhou Daojun suspected foul play against Li Xiangming, prompting his second disciple, Jin Xuan, to leverage his family's influence, keeping a watchful eye on various shops and auction houses. Under such circumstances, Wei Xiaoxi dared not engage in any illicit activities. I have resolved to embrace the path of an alchemist, Wei Xiaoxi mused as she stepped into her dormitory bathed in the twilight glow. Xiaoxi, you're back. Jiang Ying greeted her warmly. Yes, Wei Xiaoxi replied with a smile. Have you eaten? I have. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she retreated to her room, closed the door, and lay on her bed, her brow furrowed. Chapter 58. The rich flesh among the 4 arts of cultivation. The path she ought to pursue was that of formations. Her golden finger was the inheritance from Zhongzhan, promising her greater achievements in the realm of formations than the average individual. Engaging in combat and sparring, as well as in daily life, would undoubtedly necessitate this knowledge. She could not continue to conceal her skills as she had over the past year, with her mastery of formation techniques remaining hidden from the world. Joining the peak of the formation path would serve to protect her identity as Zhongzhan's disciple. Yet, those who coveted Zhongzhan's legacy would likely foresee this too, and it was obvious that they would assign someone to monitor the newly emerged formation masters in the coming years. I shall deliberately choose a contrary path, she thought. Curious to see if you can unearth me amidst the alchemical peak. Wei Xiaoxi gradually relaxed her furrowed brow, resolving that in a few years, she would join the formation path. Returning to the matter of alchemy, in this field, devoid of a golden finger, she could only diligently seek a master to learn from. Her initial choice was the 100 Herbs Peak. Firstly, the level of Baichao Daojun was unparalleled within the sect and among the finest in the Three Realms Island. Gaining admission under his tutelage would be most fortuitous. With her inadequate aptitude, she had no hope of becoming a direct disciple of 100 Herbs Peak. At 15, she could participate in the public competition of 100 Herbs Peak, potentially becoming an external disciple, thus granting her the opportunity to seek teachings from those in the peak. And perhaps, if she excelled, receive guidance from Baichao Daojun himself. Of course, for now, she was close to the source, able to accompany Luo Xing and glean knowledge about herbal alchemy. With these thoughts in mind, Wei Xiaoxi settled onto a mat and began her meditation. The meat of spiritual beasts harbors abundant energy. After an entire afternoon of cultivation, she had yet to fully absorb it. Time was of the essence. She had been at the first level of qi refinement for nearly a month, and the accumulated spiritual energy was insufficient. Assuming that ascending from the first to the second level of qi refinement required 10 cubic units of spiritual energy. Her efforts over the past month had yielded only about 1 cubic unit. The meal of spiritual beast meat she had at noon would provide an additional 0.2 cubic units. In other words, if she consumed spiritual beast meat daily, the cumulative amount over 5 days would equal the results of her previous month's efforts. Such is the audacity of those who invest heavily in their cultivation. Of course, low-level cultivators cannot indulge in spiritual beast meat daily, as excessive consumption could be detrimental to their health. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but feel envious of Luo Xing. I need to focus on happier thoughts, Wei Xiaoxi reminded herself. I must consider that I spent several days causing the protagonist's soul to suffer. Not only will she require 2 to 3 months of recuperation, but she will also miss the new disciple competition and the opportunity to enter the sect's secret realm to collect resources. I possess knowledge of the plot and critical character information, making me far more formidable than any heavy investor. With this thought, Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Enough of this. I must cultivate diligently and strive for growth during these months. Time in cultivation knows no bounds. Upon reopening her eyes, it was already dawn, and outside, swallows flew gracefully with mud in their beaks. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled deeply, her expression unreadable as she rose. The spiritual energy within the sect was rich, but that was relative to the small village of Xiaoa. At her current pace, it might take her 3 years to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet, she needed to break through to the 4th level within 2 years to have any hope of achieving complete mastery by the age of 20. With a firm exhalation, Wei Xiaoxi expelled the stagnant air from her lungs, stepping out of her room. As for spiritual stones, they were not easily earned in the short term. She had heard that the spiritual energy at the mountainside and peak was 2 to 3 times greater, if not more. Perhaps she could attempt to take advantage of that? At noon, Wei Xiaoxi went to the spiritual dining hall with Xuejin. Upon spotting Luo Xing, she called out warmly, "Senior brother Luo, over here. Come join us for a meal." Luo Xing glanced at the two of them, nodded, and proceeded to collect his complimentary meal before sitting across from Wei Xiaoxi. "It's past mealtime. Your eating pace is rather slow," he remarked. "Isn't it because we haven't seen you in a while? We were waiting for you," Wei Xiaoxi replied. Luo Xing looked bemused. "We saw each other just yesterday. That's not the point. Haha, by the way. Yesterday you mentioned that you felt your swordplay and movement techniques lacked agility and wanted to improve to increase your chances of claiming first place, correct?" "Indeed," Wei Xiaoxi affirmed. "I know a senior brother at the 5th level of Qi refinement whose swordplay and movement techniques are quite swift. Training with him might yield great benefits." With a sincere expression, she offered her suggestion. If needed, he would likely be willing to come to Baichao Peak to practice with you, saving you the trouble of descending the mountain and wasting time. This prospect intrigued Luo Xing. "Who is this person?" Wei Xiaoxi smiled as she retrieved a communication talisman from her storage pouch. "I will contact him shortly and bring him directly to Baichao Peak. How does that sound? At that moment, I will call upon you. If you are present, we shall proceed directly." Luo Xing accepted the communication talisman, smiling shyly at her. "Thank you so much, junior sister Xiaoxi." "No need for such formality," Wei Xiaoxi replied, pushing the untouched plate of food beside her towards him. "As friends, it is only natural that we assist one another." Xuejin fixed her with a peculiar gaze for a while, suddenly inquiring, "Pray tell, what schemes do you harbor?" Luo Xing too sensed her ulterior motives, blinking her large eyes at her. Unfazed, Wei Xiaoxi responded, "How can this be construed as a scheme? As good friends, it is our duty to support one another." The two exchanged glances that spoke volumes of their skepticism. Wei Xiaoxi cleared her throat lightly before grinning. "You see, with the vast expanse of Baichao Peak, I trust you wouldn't mind a few more cultivators joining for training?" Luo Xing's understanding dawned. So, she had her sights set on the rich spiritual energy of their peak. Indeed, the concentration of spiritual energy above was 2 to 3 times that of the lower slopes, making cultivation remarkably efficient. Were it not for the sect's regulations, the disciples below would have surely rushed up en masse to cultivate. The young lady before him, with her slender, fox-like eyes, was indeed acting like a cunning little fox. However, Luo Xing found no aversion to her tactics. A fair exchange of value? He could acquiesce to that. Moreover, she had previously single-handedly subdued a group that had suppressed her. Such cunning strategies were not possessed by just anyone. He recognized his own limitations. Hence, when he first heard of her exploits, he had taken special notice of Wei Xiaoxi. This was why he could call her name upon seeing her yesterday. Luo Xing picked up a piece of fish head from the plate she had pushed towards him and, nodding slightly, said, "1 or 2 are fine, but any more would be excessive. Who else do you wish to bring?" Wei Xiaoxi let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had heard that the peaks of the Taoist lords were not easily accessible to outer disciples. However, if an inner disciple were to make arrangements with the Taoist lord and bring a friend along for some diversion, typically the peak master would not be overly strict. Nevertheless, the round trip would consume considerable time. It took at least an hour to walk there. 2 hours for a round trip. What cultivation could be accomplished in such a short span? If only she could establish herself there overnight, she mused inwardly. But knowing that was impossible, she turned to Xuejin. "Would you be interested in joining me at Baichao Peak for cultivation? I've heard the concentration of spiritual energy there is 2 to 3 times denser than where we usually practice." Xuejin naturally nodded, yet felt something was amiss, tentatively asking, "Should I be grateful that you thought of me?" Chapter 59. On the Art of Deception, You Are an Expert. Xuejin had known Wei Xiaoxi for quite some time. She never acted without purpose, as evidenced by her enthusiastic introduction of Luo Xing to potential training partners. For instance, there is no need for him to cultivate in the sacred lands, as Wei Xiaoxi offered an awkward smile, reminding him that they were good friends and that mutual assistance was only natural. "By the way, I recall you possess 1,000 paper cranes, do you not?" The 1,000 paper crane is an apprentice-level magical artifact that can soar through the skies of the sect, reaching Baichao Peak in approximately 15 minutes, given its straight path. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "I have heard that the journey from here to Baichao Peak is quite lengthy. And as you are merely at the first layer of Qi refinement, your Dantian likely lacks sufficient spiritual energy to sustain such a flight. I can help to share the burden." Xuejin, Luo Xing, Wei Xiaoxi, you are truly remarkable. Upon exiting the spirit dining hall, the two temporarily parted ways with Luo Xing. "I will contact you once I locate that senior brother." Luo Xing nodded, retrieving a floating cloud from his storage bag, tossing it to the ground before leaping onto it and soaring into the air. Gazing at the cloud, which resembled a beautiful cotton candy, Wei Xiaoxi was filled with envy. That was a low-level magical artifact, valued at 100 medium-grade spirit stones. The flight back to Baichao Peak would likely take just over a quarter of an hour. Would it not? "Stop staring." Jin poked her shoulder with a finger. I was unaware you knew a senior brother proficient in both movement and sword techniques. Oh, that? Wei Xiaoxi snapped back to reality. I know him. I met senior brother Baizong during my patrol. His agility and swordsmanship are quite adept, making him an ideal sparring partner for our dear senior brother Luo. Your dear senior brother is providing you with spiritual energy, and you call him dear? Could you be a bit more realistic? Jin thought to herself before asking. Since you have been with me since yesterday afternoon, apart from returning to the dormitory to rest, when did you find the time to seek out senior brother Baizong? Shall we not go find him now? Wei Xiaoxi shot her a glance. Jin, she was truly exasperated with her. Wei Xiaoxi had not contributed anything yet managed to arrange matters concerning him, Baizong, Luo Xing, and the spiritual energy of Baijiao Peak with such clarity. She traded the goodwill of introducing a sparring partner for Luo Xing's consent for her to cultivate at Baijiao Peak, in exchange for the cultivation spot at Baijiao Peak. She sought his 1,000 paper cranes. As for Baizong, he took a deep breath and inquired, what excuse do you plan to use to lure Baizong into doing your bidding? Wei Xiaoxi blinked innocently. Isn't it delightful to develop connections with a personal disciple? Or is the spiritual energy at Baijiao Peak not sufficiently rich? Or perhaps neither of these advantages appeals to you? Jin, he regarded her with newfound respect. Giving her a thumbs up, Xiaoxi, when it comes to outsmarting others, you are an expert. Wei Xiaoxi smiled shyly. You flatter me. The next day at noon, the sun shone brightly. Wei Xiaoxi and Jin exited the spirit dining hall together. A familiar new disciple hurried to catch up with them. Jin, Wei Xiaoxi, wait for me. I am headed to the library pavilion as well. The two halted. Jin chuckled. Sun Yu, we are not going to the library pavilion. Oh, I see. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and casually inquired. Where are you headed? We're off to Baijiao Peak. Baijiao Peak? What business do you have there? We're looking for someone. Jin chuckled, pulling Wei Xiaoxi along. Let's have a meal together another day. To ascend and cultivate in such a prime location was indeed enviable. Jin was not foolish enough to flaunt it and attract unnecessary trouble. Behind him, Sun Yu stood still, lost in thought, until someone bumped into him. What are you staring at so intently? Aren't you headed to the library pavilion? I'll join you. Oh, I just found Jin and Wei Xiaoxi's expressions rather peculiar. Sun Yu replied with curiosity as they walked side by side toward the library pavilion. Strange is right, the other person remarked. I heard from my roommate that they will be practicing at Baijiao Peak from now on. Ah, the spiritual energy at Fengshan is incredibly rich. I wish to go as well. Unless your cultivation reaches the 4th level of qi refinement, you'll need to train alongside Luo Xing. Yes. He's a direct disciple from Baijiao Peak. As a sparring partner, or you must have the same connections as Jin to get along well with Luo Xing. What about Wei Xiaoxi? Is she close with Luo Xing? Her? It is said she just met Luo Xing a few days ago. The person stroked their chin in contemplation before suddenly stating, perhaps she is more renowned and has deeper schemes. Luo Xing might fear her jealousy. Sun Yu replied, well, he certainly does not meet any of those criteria. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoxi and Jin did not head directly to Baijiao Peak, but instead diverted to the martial arts pavilion. After each disciple successfully draws qi into their body, they can receive a weapon crafted from Qingmu wood free of charge. Qingmu is an exceptionally hard wood. Known for its excellent energy conduction properties, it is readily available and can be easily cut into shape according to blueprints, without the need for the intricate forging required for magical artifacts. This results in a low cost. The elder of the martial arts pavilion instructed Wei Xiaoxi to practice with each type of weapon, ultimately suggesting the broadsword. She was entirely unfamiliar with this, so she heeded the expert's advice. Thank you, Elder Lu. This is the basic sword technique. Once you have mastered it, return to select new martial skills. The techniques and movements within the martial arts pavilion are uniformly developed by the sect, tailored for beginners. Somewhat akin to the foundational knowledge taught in the various subjects of middle and high school back on Blue Star. Once the basics are solidified, students can choose paths that align more closely with their own interests and innate talents, much like selecting a major in college. Wei Xiaoxi received the jade token for the sword technique, pressed it to her forehead to imprint it in her mind, and then returned it to Elder Lu, expressing her gratitude once more. To be honest, in her past life, Wei Xiaoxi prided herself on her remarkable memory, often feeling self-satisfied. Arriving in the cultivation realm, she realized that such an ability was a fundamental skill for every cultivator. After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Jin retrieved a paper crane from his storage bag and tossed it into the air. The crane unfurled gracefully in the wind, landing on the ground as a sizable structure, ample enough to accommodate both of them. For the second time manipulating the paper crane, Wei Xiaoxi was still not adept, resulting in a somewhat wobbly flight. Onlookers from the mountain below couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety as they witnessed the scene unfold. Before long, a conversation wafted through the breeze to the ears of those on the ground. Wei Xiaoxi, you are truly incorrigible. Do you intend to let me fall again? This is only my second time controlling the paper crane. Surely you could grant me some time to adjust. Do you think everyone is as clever as you? Silence. Flattery is futile. Find a moment to practice alone at the peak. If this happens again, what do you intend to do? Speak up. I command you to be quiet. Laughter erupted. At the waist of Baichao Peak, ethereal mist enveloped the area where several courtyards and towering trees were artfully arranged, adorned with blossoms and shrubs, interspersed with delicate medicinal fields, as if harboring a harmonious essence. How beautiful! Wei Xiaoxi marveled, guiding the paper crane towards the two practicing nearby. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a figure clad in moonlight. Jiang Qianshu. He stood beside a thicket, tall and slender, his long fingers delicately pinching a stem of red grass, his expression focused. What a splendid blend of mountains, scenery, and a remarkable person. Truly a picturesque scene. Wei Xiaoxi sighed again. Hey. Wei Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Watch the road. For heaven's sake, can you not steer? Shuijin shouted, his voice rising dramatically towards the end. Be quiet. I have it under control. Bang. The startled birds flapped their wings and chirped as they took flight from the branches. Luo Xing and Bai Tsong halted their practice, their mouths agape, staring towards the thicket. Jiang Qianshu lowered his gaze, momentarily pausing. Junior Sister Wei. There is no need for such grand gestures. Chapter 60. Jiang Qianshu listening to the teasing voice from above. The typically articulate Wei Xiaoxi found herself at a loss for words, her face flushing crimson, her thoughts momentarily frozen. How embarrassing. Oh, divine power. Please open a crevice in the ground for me to hide. Wei Xiaoxi, with her head half raised, abruptly ducked back down, resembling a quail. A hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Qianshu's eyes as he prepared to speak, but was interrupted. Pa. Shuijin sprang up, spitting out the mud and grass from his mouth, his face a canvas of frustration. Wei Xiaoxi, can you be any more troublesome? Don't think I'll let you off simply because you play dead. Shuijin, I have never found you so tiresome, akin to a crow cawing incessantly. Can you not read the atmosphere? Wei Xiaoxi thought to herself. Greetings, senior brother Wei Xiaojing. Shuijin finally shifted his attention back to another disciple of Baichao Peak. Offering a polite greeting, he did not forget to pull Wei Xiaoxi up, squeezing her palm firmly to express his displeasure while reminding her to maintain decorum in front of Jiang Qianshu. Unable to feign ignorance any longer, Wei Xiaoxi struggled to rise. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she dared not look at Jiang Qianshu, murmuring shyly, Good afternoon, senior brother Jiang. This senior brother had already reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Surely he and T noticed that she had been entranced by his beauty and had thus fallen? How unfortunate that she had fallen right before him. Alas, Jiang Qianshu observed the two little ones fidgeting and pulling at each other. A smile gracing his lips as he slightly nodded. Hello to you both. Do exercise caution next time. His gaze lingered meaningfully on Wei Xiaoxi. The latter, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, hastily assured him, I understand, it won't happen again. Jiang Qianshu nodded slightly, casting a cleaning spell on his garment before redirecting his attention to the spirit plant in his hands, choosing to disregard the two little ones henceforth. They turned to leave. Shuijin tugged at Wei Xiaoxi, leaning in to whisper, You owe me for the injury to my spirit. My admirable image has been tarnished because of you. You must compensate. Wei Xiaoxi shot him a fierce glare. Tainted image? Why remind her of that? Her previously established grand and formidable persona, which had gained renown during the public trial, lay in ruins after her tumble before Jiang Qianshu. Though she now appeared rather frail, she still bore the burden of her idol status, especially in front of such a picturesque senior brother. Shuijin, incredulous, retorted, How can you still muster the audacity to glare at me? Fine, let me treat you to a meal at the spirit dining hall. Can we let this matter rest? Spirit beast meat? Shuijin's spirits lifted slightly as he cast a cleaning spell on himself, also taking the liberty to tidy up Wei Xiaoxi. What are you thinking? Just ordinary fare, he added. The crowd responded. Is this even considered treating someone? The regular meals at the spirit dining hall are free. Do you really need to treat us? Could you possibly be more insincere? Shuijin was taken aback by her brazen shamelessness, his hand poised mid-spell, frozen in disbelief. He had acted too swiftly. She should have remained unkempt and splendidly beautiful amidst the wind. Luo Xing and Bai Tsong, too, were taken aback. Yet, Jiang Qianshu chuckled softly. Wei Junior Sister, you are indeed a remarkable person. Wei Xiaoxi mused inwardly, entangled in her thoughts. My senior brother is speaking to me. Should I turn back and respond to show my respect? But how to engage? A compliment laced with an indescribable nuance of awkwardness. Shuijin tugged at her once more, turning around to signal her not to appear rude. Leaving a poor impression on a formidable senior brother was decidedly unwise. Wei Xiaoxi, reluctantly compelled to engage, raised her head and awkwardly smiled at Jiang Qianshu. I apologize for the embarrassment. Meeting his smiling gaze, her cheeks flushed instantly. Indeed, This young man's smile was breathtakingly beautiful. No, it was not just handsome. It was ethereal, akin to a painting. He had not smiled in the square last time. Witnessing it up close was overwhelming, especially those gentle, clear brown eyes, radiating warmth and kindness. She had always been drawn to good looks, particularly unable to resist the charm of a gentleman from ancient times. Jiang Qianshu, unaware of her inner turmoil, found her embarrassment endearing, his expression softening further. He slightly bent forward, his fingers gently tapping the tip of her petite, well-defined nose. You are injured. Wei Xiaoxi blinked, on the verge of speaking, yet felt a warm, comforting sensation enveloping her nose, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The sharp pain at her nose and chin gradually faded away. She blinked again, her mind swirling in a haze. Was he tending to his own wounds? Why did she suddenly feel so elated? Who said he had a peculiar temperament and lacked emotional intelligence? Was he not a fine individual? Shuejin stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him, feeling as if he were caught in a dream. The rumors he had heard suggested that Jiang Qianshu was not one to approach lightly. Luo Xing had also mentioned that this senior brother was generally averse to being disturbed, with a temperament that could make one feel awkwardly out of place if displeased. Observing Wei Xiaoxi's now flawless, radiant face, he felt a stirring in the root of his palm, which was bleeding slightly. Asking for a small favor from the other party could showcase his own useful skills, a tactic he had found to be effective in the past. Yet, in the face of Jiang Qianshu, he hesitated. The aura he exuded felt even more formidable than that of the elders in the various lecture halls, particularly those hazel eyes, their pale hue reminiscent of a cold-blooded creature, radiating an unintended chill. After a moment, Shuejin lowered his hands, allowing the soft cuffs to conceal the injury at his palm. What if his interruption was unwelcome to Jiang Qianshu? He preferred to err on the side of caution rather than take unnecessary risks. Luo Xing's emotions were equally complex. The reputation of Jiang Qianshu's eccentricity was not without foundation. Generally, he was fine, but should one disturb him during his serious endeavors, it was certain that the discomfort would befall the intruder. When he had just become Jiang Qianshu's junior disciple, he was still unfamiliar with the other's temperament. On one occasion, Luo Xing noticed him squatting in a medicinal field, staring blankly at the ground, and thought he might be bored, so he approached to inquire about cultivation matters. However, as soon as he stood before him, Jiang Qianshu coolly remarked, "You stepped on my ant." Luo Xing nearly questioned his own hearing. Why would stepping on an ant warrant such a stoic expression? Did he not realize it could be frightening? What was so captivating about an ant compared to guiding a junior disciple in cultivation? Yet, Jiang Qianshu's commanding presence rendered Luo Xing speechless, and he hastily retreated. Ever since then, he had not dared to approach Jiang Qianshu without due caution. Through a year of close observation, he gradually discerned the peculiarities of Jiang Qianshu's character. There were discernible patterns. When others interrupted him during important tasks, he would unflinchingly communicate his displeasure in various direct manners, prompting one to take the hint and swiftly depart. Jiang Qianshu had a strong sense of purpose. For him, everyone and everything around him existed solely to serve his goals. If something was unrelated to his pursuits, he would dismiss it without hesitation, treating it as mere refuse. Though Luo Xing remained uncertain as to why he found himself observing ants, he often rose early to watch the raindrops drift towards the peaks and valleys. In the past year, he had witnessed countless similar scenes. For instance, he had previously sought to approach a certain female disciple of his senior brother under the guise of seeking enlightenment on the Tao of alchemy. He had also feigned interest in swordsmanship, intending instead to ride on his brother's coattails to fame through another disciple. Even in his dealings with Jiang Qianshu's adoptive father and mentor, the esteemed Baichao Daojun, he had exhibited a similar lack of discernment regarding context and individuals, which understandably led to discomfort among those involved. Rumors of his peculiar temperament had circulated widely, thus it was not surprising. However, the current scene left Luo Xing perplexed. Just moments ago, his fourth senior brother had been inspecting the spiritual plants he had sown, seemingly in search of materials for alchemy. Upon discovering a particularly fine specimen, he furrowed his brow, lost in thought. This was indeed a serious endeavor. Yet, the two foolish individuals, Wei Xiaoxi and her companion, had unwittingly stumbled into a precarious situation, and Luo Xing found himself unable to intervene. His fourth senior brother was clearly disturbed by the intrusion, yet rather than displaying anger, he appeared to be in good spirits. He cast a complex glance at Wei Xiaoxi. Could it be that her comical entrance had amused him? It must be said that Luo Xing had come to understand the truth. Jiang Qianshu remained oblivious to the impact his actions had on others. He gazed at the little girl, her dazed expression and slightly parted lips eliciting a smile from him. The contrast to his earlier sharp tongue and playful demeanor was stark. With a finger that had been hovering in the air, he gently tapped the tip of her nose, saying, "Why are you in a daze? Here, this is for you. You may carry it with you daily." He then placed a small red herb into Wei Xiaoxi's hand. The fleeting touch on her nose was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The cool sensation, accompanied by a delightful herbal fragrance, lingered as his jade-like fingers, imbued with a faint green spiritual energy, painted a picturesque scene. Wei Xiaoxi felt as though she had momentarily lost her breath, fearing that even a heavy sigh might disperse the beauty before her. "Ah, fourth senior brother, I want one too," Luo Xing exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness. This was a low-grade spiritual herb known as yuan feng grass, useful for refining the Peiyuan pill, which fortified the body and enhanced vitality. Simply wearing the plant could yield similar benefits, valued at around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Rushing before Jiang Qianshu, he instinctively glanced at Wei Xiaoxi. The girl, always so frail and delicate, indeed needed to nurture her health, making the yuan feng grass a perfect choice. How considerate of the fourth senior brother. Why was he being so kind to someone he barely knew? Although the specimen he held was somewhat flawed and not ideal for alchemy, its efficacy remained uncompromised when worn. At the very least, it was worth 800 low-grade spirit stones, and he felt a twinge of envy. Jiang Qianshu had now stood up, and, upon hearing Luo Xing's thoughts, regarded him with a bemused smile. "Do you think I would give it to you?" As Luo Xing's expression soured, his small mouth murmured in discontent, "Senior brother, you are being rather biased, aren't you?" "Indeed, I am biased. What of it?" Jiang Qianshu replied with a hint of melancholy. Luo Xing's face flushed crimson, and his awkward demeanor revealed his youthful innocence. "I respect your choice. Fortunately, I refrained from approaching earlier and embarrassing myself. Otherwise, I would have had to find an escape route like Xinggu," Xuejin thought with a sigh of relief. Jiang Qianshu gently patted his junior's head. "Good." With that, he did not linger any longer and turned towards his own courtyard. It was only then that Wei Xiaoxi realized her surroundings and hurried a few steps. "Thank you, senior brother Jiang." Go and cultivate." Jiang Qianshu waved his hand, and Wei Xiaoxi was abruptly halted by a barrier, a clear indication that she was not to disturb him further. Stunned, she paused, stretching her neck to admire his slender, upright silhouette, savoring the cool touch of his fingertip on her nose. Momentarily, she tucked the small red grass into her pocket and turned around with a smile. It promised to be a delightful afternoon for cultivation. The trio of young boys, Luo Xing, Xuejin, and Bai Tsong, watched the light-footed girl, casting a glance towards Jiang Qianshu's courtyard, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. They had suddenly glimpsed an unknown facet of Jiang Qianshu, akin to witnessing a grand performance, accompanied by a subtle sense of superiority. Yet, they also felt an inexplicable discomfort at the apparent favoritism. The brief interlude passed, and the four resumed their cultivation. Wei Xiaoxi had just acquired the Qingmu blade and its accompanying techniques, diligently beginning her practice. After approximately half an hour, her internal spiritual energy was depleted, prompting her to sit beside a tree to meditate. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, she cast furtive glances at Luo Xing, who was training with Bai Tsong. Her face contemplative. Bai Tsong, at the 5th level of qi refinement, had suppressed his cultivation to match Luo Xing at the 3rd level for their sparring. His higher cultivation and agile techniques afforded him considerable advantages. However, Luo Xing, with his rich reservoir of spiritual energy and composed, balanced techniques, held his ground remarkably well. Seizing an opening, he unexpectedly launched a fireball at Bai Kong. The latter barely managed to evade it, his form flickering away just in time. Bang! The fireball exploded against the mountainside, creating a sizable crater. Had Bai Tsong not escaped promptly, he might have been reduced to cinders. Such power! I could also evoke with Xiaoyu. My attacks are on par with his, Wei Xiaoxi mused. Yet, in terms of agility and technique, she fell considerably short. Even Bai Tsong, at the 5th level of qi refinement, did not exhibit the steadiness of Luo Xing, who, despite being at the 3rd level, demonstrated superior purity and thickness of spiritual energy, executing foundational techniques with unwavering precision. As a direct disciple, Luo Xing had access to far better resources and guidance than Bai Tsong, who was merely an outer disciple. Wei Xiaoxi aspired to obtain the Shijin grass to transform her spiritual roots, and a year later, she would face Xiao Mo, who might even surpass Luo Xing in strength. Due to Xiao Mo's diligent nature and composed temperament, coupled with the advantageous dual resources of her family and sect, she stands in a formidable position. Her aptitude is comparable to Bai Tsong's, and had it not been for Xiao Yu inflicting spiritual damage upon her, her chances of success would have been nearly non-existent. Furthermore, she foresees that once Li Xiangming recovers, she will undoubtedly create further troubles for her. In terms of resources, esteemed mentors, environment, and time, none can rival Xiao Mo. To triumph, one could only hope for divine favor. With a heavy heart, Wei Xiaoxi withdrew her gaze and entered a meditative state to restore her spiritual energy. Indeed, the aura at the mountainside is remarkably dense. Previously, filling her dantian would take her at least half an hour in her dormitory. but now it takes less than 15 minutes. Impressive. Rising once more, she did not continue familiarizing herself with the sword techniques, but instead approached the resting Luo Xing. Senior brother Luo, may I challenge you to a duel shortly? Before Luo Xing could respond, Shui Jin interjected, his expression one of incredulity. You wish to spar with Xingge? Have you considered the implications of your words? Do you wish to witness the disparity in your strengths? Are you certain your slight frame can withstand even a single blow from Luo Xing? Although practitioners at the first 3 levels of qi refinement are all in the early stages, this is a foundational phase. Each ascent in level significantly enhances the strength of one's dantian and bones. It is not a leap that can be easily achieved unless one's innate talent is extraordinary or one compensates with premium artifacts. Wei Xiaoxi glanced at him, perplexed. I merely wish to understand the approximate strength of a genius like Luo Xing at the 3rd level of qi refinement. What is the issue with that? Chapter 62. A return gift. Shui Jin, quick-witted, soon caught on. You wish to challenge Xiao Mo at the new disciple competition? He widened his eyes in shock. What kind of expression is that, Shui Jin? Kindly rein it in, Wei Xiaoxi replied, her displeasure evident. I am not attempting to undermine you, but could you please be realistic? It is daytime. Refrain from daydreaming. Baizong could not help but interject. Wei Shimi, your ambitions are quite lofty. He bore an expression that suggested she was an ignorant fool unaware of the vastness of the world, which only served to heighten Wei Xiaoxi's irritation. Grinding her back teeth, she retorted, a cultivator who does not aspire to claim the first position is not a worthy one. I wholeheartedly agree, Luo Xing said with a shy smile. Wei Xiaoxi shot him an appreciative glance, intending to commend his discernment, but he interrupted her. Of course, we must establish a realistic objective first. Wei Xiaoxi gazed at the 3 youthful faces before her, which practically shouted, consider your own limitations first. She fell silent, inwardly lamenting. You have no idea what I am capable of. With the legacy and Xiao Yu at her side, she possesses the means to bring down cultivators of higher realms when the moment is critical. For instance, in the cave, facing off against that duo of Chun Yin with your trio of misfits, I could easily plunge you into existential doubt. Alas, in a public setting, I cannot unveil my trump cards. I must resort to subtle, underhanded tactics. Truth be told, her current aim is not to engage in debate with them, but rather to spar with Luo Xing. She turned to the youthful boy with the cherry lips and smiled, saying, will you fight me or not? Luo Xing hesitated momentarily. Initially, he thought her silence indicated a realization of reality, but unexpectedly, he inhaled deeply and replied with a smile. Of course, but let me first recover my spiritual energy. What time could a mere 1st-level qi cultivator require? Shui Jin shook his head and patted Wei Xiaoxi's shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed his thoughts on her stubbornness. Baizong also wore a helpless, affectionate smile. Dreams are worth having. Who knows if they might come true? In the courtyard, Jiang Qianshu glanced at the 4 beneath the trees and chuckled softly. He held a different perspective. Just yesterday afternoon, upon their first meeting, Shui Jin had recounted to the others how Wei Xiaoxi adeptly took advantage of her surroundings. A person so skilled at utilizing every available resource, even with somewhat lesser talent, might find it challenging to seize the top spot, yet it is not entirely impossible. In the evening, the 4 of them went to the spirit dining hall for a meal. Suddenly, Shui Jin remarked, Xiaoxi, tomorrow I must leave the sect for a while, so I won't be going to Baichao Peak. Therefore, you won't be able to tag along with me to the 1,000 paper cranes. All right, I understand. Wei Xiaoxi replied with a slight nod, turning to Bai Kong. What about you, senior brother Bai? I went this morning. I will bring lunch up with me. Bai Tsung responded, somewhat awkwardly. He had been doing this for the past few days, making the round trip, which wasted too much time. He wished to focus on his cultivation on the peak. Wei Xiaoxi felt a tinge of disappointment and turned her gaze to Luo Xing. You usually come down for lunch, right? Shall we go up together tomorrow? That is correct, Luo Xing affirmed. But my master mentioned that the day after tomorrow is the grand competition. And tomorrow he needs to discuss some matters with me. I'm uncertain when he will be free. I might miss meal times. In other words, the timing is uncertain. Wei Xiaoxi inhaled deeply. All right, I understand. The grand competition for last year's newly initiated disciples begins the day after tomorrow and lasts approximately 10 days. The sect has decided to allow Wei Xiaoxi's cohort to broaden their horizons. Hence, there will be no classes during the competition, permitting them to observe freely. Shui Jin and Bai Tsung will each attend the competition and undertake tasks, while she will have to trek up the mountain, which seems rather time-consuming. After parting ways with the others, Wei Xiaoxi walked pensively back to her dormitory. If only she possessed a flying artifact, she would not feel so constrained. Relying on other schedules is rather disheartening. Shaking her head, Wei Xiaoxi hastened towards her dormitory. She had something of great importance to attend to, returning a favor to Jiang Qianshu. Today, he had gifted her a precious item, and she felt compelled to reciprocate, for it is only proper to honor the exchange of gifts. Listening to Luo Xing, She often wears the yuan foam grass she carries, as it can consolidate her foundation and nourish her essence. Previously, in Xia village, due to the transformation of her spiritual roots, her body was perpetually in a state of energy deficit, inevitably resulting in her emaciated form. Upon arriving at the sect, although her intake increased and she absorbed more spiritual energy, it merely allowed for a precarious balance. The prospect of becoming plump and fair seemed rather unattainable. The yuanfeng grass, to a certain extent, could replenish some of the deficiencies in her body, resonating deeply with her needs. Selling it was out of the question. She would meticulously cherish it, not wishing to squander the goodwill of her beautiful senior brother. Wei Xiaoxi tucked the small red grass into the pouch she used in the mundane world, fastening it delicately to her waist. After completing this, she took out a white handkerchief from her storage bag, laid it on the table, and lit an oil lamp. She then retrieved a brush and began to paint. In her previous life, she had studied sketching and was preparing to create a small piece of art. Since she could not afford to give an extravagant gift, a unique creation would suffice. It is said that the most challenging debts to repay in the world are those of human kindness. Although Jiang Qianshu might have acted casually, for her, it represented a bond, a sentiment, and a burden. Wei Xiaoxi despised the weight of burdens and longed to cast them aside swiftly. Time slipped away rapidly amid her delicate strokes. A picturesque scene of mountains sprang to life on the handkerchief. At the misty mountain's waist, courtyards and trees were arranged harmoniously, adorned with vibrant flowers and grasses. A small river flowed past the courtyard, seemingly bustling with playful fish. On a branch, a pair of orioles whispered to each other. A slender youth stood tall beside the bushes, twirling a blade of grass, his features as exquisite as a painting. His brows were not furrowed but relaxed, mirroring the tranquil mountain landscape surrounding him. Wei Xiaoxi set down her brush, stroking her chin in thoughtful observation of the painting. She felt as though something was amiss. After a long while, she shook her head, lifted her gaze to the pitch-black night sky, and stood to stretch. She could not immediately discern what was wrong. Perhaps she would address it later. She lay down on her bed, closed her eyes, and pondered. During the upcoming grand competition, she would likely not have the opportunity to visit the 100 Herbs Peak. Perhaps she should go to the task hall to accept a mission? Completing sect tasks would allow disciples to earn contribution points. 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, no one would genuinely exchange contribution points for spirit stones, as the items obtained with sect contribution points were generally at cost price, cheaper than those outside. Additionally, some rare materials could not be purchased outside, only available within the sect. For instance, the washing muscle grass, which both Li Xiangming and she, along with all early-stage qi refining practitioners, yearned for. Naturally, the sect could only cultivate a limited quantity of washing muscle grass each year, and sometimes it would take years to produce some. It would not be readily available for disciples to exchange. The sect would prioritize supplying the quota for the grand competition. It is often necessary for a new batch of cleansing herbs to emerge, and only then are they placed in the treasure pavilion for exchange. Otherwise, a high-ranking individual like Sword 9 Dao Jun, who has made significant contributions, would have long since redeemed cleansing herbs for the disciples he favors. Contribution points can also be exchanged for certain spiritual plants capable of transforming spiritual roots. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. Once my spiritual root quality improves, my efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy will undoubtedly increase. Indeed, I shall undertake tasks. Resolute in her decision, Wei Xiaoxi fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 63. Terrifying indeed. The following day unfolded without much spectacle. Wei Xiaoxi said to Luo Xing, I shall return to witness your brilliance in the finals, where you will undoubtedly seize first place and reign supreme within the sect. Luo Xing smiled shyly. I am grateful for your unwavering support. You are off to undertake tasks, correct? Here, take this. It is a fasting pill I crafted myself. It lacks a grade, and its effects are uncertain, but it generally sustains one for a day or two. Keep it on hand, just in case. Wei Xiaoxi graciously accepted with a beaming smile. Thank you, Xinggo, for your generous sponsorship. After bidding farewell to her companions, Wei Xiaoxi proceeded directly to the task hall. She accepted 3 missions, all centered around the collection of spiritual plants. Her actions were not aimless. Rather, she sought to familiarize herself with various spiritual plants in preparation for future alchemical endeavors. The sect's back mountain was vast, a realm of towering peaks and dense forests stretching for thousands of miles, known as the Yun'an mountain range. With her low cultivation, the spiritual plants she aimed to gather were located in the outskirts of the forest, where the demonic beasts of the qi refining stage roamed. Junior Sister Wei. While these spiritual plants are not difficult to collect, their growing locations can be perilous. You must take care to avoid those areas. A kind-hearted disciple from the task hall advised. Wei Xiaoxi glanced at her nameplate, Huang Lu, and nodded, humbly inquiring, what peculiarities exist in that area? Could you enlighten me? Sister Huang? In the task list, the usual spiritual plants required 10 specimens for 1 contribution point, with a maximum of 10 points. However, the 3 types of spiritual plants she had accepted granted 1 contribution point for 7 specimens, with a maximum of 15 points. Clearly, the plants she sought presented a greater challenge. She needed to clarify the details. Huang Lu produced a jade map from behind her. Projecting it onto the table and magnifying a specific area, she pointed to a valley, explaining, "Junior Sister Wei, this place is called the Fury Valley. The spiritual energy here is dense, yet chaotic, hence the name. Additionally, it is also referred to as the Death Valley of the Qi refining stage." Wei Xiaoxi furrowed her brow. "What leads you to say that? Any demonic beasts or cultivators who inadvertently enter this place, as long as they are below the peak of the Qi refining stage, will inevitably lose their minds within 3 days. If they remain for 10 days, their meridians and dantian will be ravaged by the frenzied spiritual energy. Is it truly that terrifying?" Wei Xiaoxi gasped in astonishment. "Indeed. For cultivators below the peak of the Qi refining stage, it is invariably fatal. A few years ago, there was a prodigy possessing talent comparable to Li Xiangming, named Meng Yang, who had reached the 6th layer of Qi refining, yet he never returned." Wei Xiaoxi pressed her lips together thoughtfully. Huang Lu's expression was grave. "The spiritual plant you seek lies at the edge of this valley, so you must exercise utmost caution." At the mention of the edge, Wei Xiaoxi felt a slight sense of relief. With both rewards and risks coexisting, Huang Lu advised, "You are merely at the 1st level of Qi refinement. Perhaps it would be wiser to undertake a different task. The contribution points are important, but they pale in comparison to our lives. Thank you for your kindness." Wei Xiaoxi replied earnestly. "However, I truly need the contribution points, and time is of the essence. This location is the most suitable." Observing her determination, Huang Lu seized her counsel. Wei Xiaoxi then inquired about some minor details regarding the task before expressing her gratitude and exiting the task hall. She first indulged in a hearty meal at the spirit dining hall before heading straight to the back mountain. As Wei Xiaoxi traversed the terrain with her agile movements, she soon found her spiritual energy waning and decided to pause for meditation. She arrived near the Wild Valley a day later. Gathering the first 2 types of spiritual plants was manageable. However, the third proved elusive. After wandering around the Wild Valley for an entire day without success, she unexpectedly encountered a 3-tailed brown cat, a type of spiritual beast that typically refrains from attacking humans. Yet, it charged at Wei Xiaoxi unprovoked. During the confrontation, she noticed its vertical eyes, a deep crimson like blood, which was quite terrifying. Realizing that the creature had likely been driven mad by the chaotic spiritual energy within the Wild Valley, she understood the danger it posed. The beast was incredibly swift. Several times, Wei Xiaoxi narrowly escaped its claws. Even dispatching her spirit companion to burn it failed to match its speed. Ultimately, by using a glimmering light to ignite a spiritual stone, she inadvertently trapped it, leading to its demise. With the brown cat secured in her storage bag, Wei Xiaoxi's expression turned serious. Amid the chase, she had lost her bearings and felt the air thick with spiritual energy, making her breath feel as if it were slicing through her lungs. She suspected she had inadvertently wandered into the Wild Valley. Raising her head to survey her surroundings, she suddenly caught sight of a cluster of purplish-red flowers on a slope to her left. It appeared to be the spiritual plant she sought, the purple Yingxiaolon. Indeed, her efforts had not been in vain, as fortune smiled upon her. Hastily, she approached and crouched down to examine the plant, even tugging at it with her hands. The delicate stalks and pliable roots resisted her attempts to uproot them, confirming it was indeed the purple Yingxiaolon. However, it seemed a tad small, likely lacking in quality. "I should search for a specimen of better caliber," Wei Xiaoxi murmured to herself. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her Qingmu knife, channeling her spiritual energy, and forcefully struck the ground. Although it might not be of high grade, it could still prove useful, perhaps yielding some spiritual stones to sell. With a series of determined strikes, she finally extracted the plant, roots and soil intact, and placed it into the designated spirit plant bag provided by the task hall. "If there's one here, there must be more nearby," she reasoned, continuing her exploration uphill, where she discovered even more of the plants, with their numbers increasing as she ascended. Certainly, the so-called abundance amounts to merely 2 or 3 stalks, and their quality is rather mediocre. It was not until she arrived at a precipice that she discovered clusters of vivid, flame-like crimson flora, dazzling to the eye. Before Wei Xiaoxi could reach the edge of the cliff, she heard the howling mountain winds from beyond the precipice, felt the bone-chilling and tumultuous currents, and observed the overcast hues of the sky. In the distance, the mountains and forests stretched endlessly. Standing at the edge of this nameless cliff, she felt like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, surfing on tumultuous waves, perilously close to capsizing into the depths below. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her heavy feet and slowly approached the precipice. Peering down, Wei Xiaoxi turned pale. Goodness, such spiritual plants should yield a contribution point per stalk, with a maximum of 100. Not only were they difficult to pluck from the sheer cliff face, but more importantly, the valley beneath was truly a tempestuous realm. As she leaned over to take a look, she felt the chaotic currents of spiritual energy rush past, nearly lifting her from her stance. The valley below was expansive, with a vibrant river coursing through it, while numerous beasts scurried about in a frenzy. Two of them, upon encountering each other, began to clash indiscriminately, reminiscent of a frenzied brown cat. The cacophony of beastly roars and avian cries was utterly chilling. Wei Xiaoxi took a deep breath, feeling a pulsating throb at her temples. It was at this moment that she began to understand why these crimson-hued plants had particularly robust roots. In the swirling maelstrom of chaotic spiritual energy, the relentless erosion over the years had rendered softer flora extinct. What remained were resilient and tenacious specimens, much like the creatures at the valley's base, which either bore thick scales or had tough hides. Such horror! No wonder those cultivators who ventured here found their meridians and dantians obliterated. The frenzied spiritual energy could also muddle one's mind, and Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Chapter 64. What grudge, what enmity? Uncertain if it was a matter of spiritual energy concentration, she observed that the closer the purple and crimson flora grew to the cliff's edge, the larger their stature became. Where she stood, the quality of the plants was not significantly different from those on the slope earlier. This meant that in order to complete her task, she would need to venture deeper into the cliff's depths, harnessing her spiritual energy to coordinate with the Qingmu blade, prodding each stalk one by one. Wei Xiaoxi found herself in a predicament. Even from her current position, she could sense the chaotic turbulence within the spiritual energy. In her consciousness, the elemental particles surrounding her were of remarkably high density, comparable to those atop the 100-herb peak. It was likely that the concentration in the valley below was even more potent. If this were normal spiritual energy, Wei Xiaoxi would undoubtedly take root here to cultivate. After meticulously probing with her spiritual consciousness, she discerned that the surrounding spiritual energy particles of the 5 elements were either conjoined in pairs or trios, or cloaked in a plethora of chaotic impurities. The nature of these impurities was indeterminate. Their surfaces were uneven, occasionally featuring sharp edges akin to gravel. One could imagine that inhaling such particles would strip the mucous membranes of the lungs. If one were to absorb these spiritual energy particles through breathing techniques, the consequences for the meridians and dantian would be alarmingly similar. No wonder the meridians and dantian of those cultivators had suffered destruction. Taking a quiet breath, Wei Xiaoxi slowly retreated. In truth, she possessed 6 spiritual roots, and the conjoined 5-element particles were manageable. They wouldn't cause the rapid disintegration seen in cultivators with singular spiritual roots who absorbed foreign elements. The real concern lay with the surface impurities. Suspended in midair while foraging for herbs, she pondered the dire consequences of a fall. Should she plummet, her fate would mirror that of the cultivators and demonic beasts who perished within, first succumbing to madness, then suffering the ruin of their meridians and dantian. Unable to escape the valley, ultimately meeting their demise, Wei Xiaoxi took another step back, halting in her tracks. Having accepted a sect mission, failure to complete it within the stipulated time would result in a double deduction of contribution points. She hadn't even accumulated any contribution points yet, and the prospect of a deduction was utterly disheartening, especially since even with the 2 types of spiritual plants she could present, her points would be entirely erased. Valued at 200 inferior spirit stones, she was unwilling to toil without reward and could not bear to part with those 20 contribution points, equivalent to 200 inferior spirit stones. Was a pauper like her not allowed to be particular? Resolutely, she stamped her foot and gritted her teeth, pulling out another set of outer disciple robes. What was it but plucking a few herbs suspended in the air? It wasn't as if she had to descend into the valley. There were no demonic beasts above. What was there to fear? The outer disciple robes issued by the sect were apprentice-level defensive garments, adjustable to fit the cultivator's physique, and could indeed be elongated. However, the maximum extension was limited to 3 zhang, or roughly 10 meters. One robe was insufficient, so she removed the other she was wearing and tied them together. The cliff was adorned with several trees, standing sturdy and resilient, having withstood the test of time. She secured the makeshift rope around one of the trees with a tight knot, fastening the other into her waist. With meticulous care, she checked each knot repeatedly to ensure they would not slip before feeling a measure of reassurance. Approaching the cliff's edge, she glanced downward and quickly recoiled. After a moment of hesitation, steeling her resolve, she crouched and clung to the cliff face, inching her way down. The quality of the ziying orchids on the precipice was significantly superior, suitable for apprentice-level cultivation. Wei Xiaoxi observed that even lower down, there were plants of inferior quality. Yet, valuing her own life, she refused to engage in reckless, high-risk maneuvers to harvest those below. The rope had reached its limit, and before her lay the apprentice-level spiritual plants. Drawing forth her Qingmu knife, she channeled her spiritual power and struck the cliff face. Thud, 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 damn it. The stones on the cliff are significantly harder than those on the slope. With each strike, the recoil propels her further away. As she teeters on the precipice, Wei Xiaoxi feels akin to a plastic bag, tossed about by the currents of the wind. Is the sensation of being tethered to the rope bearable? Closing her eyes, she suppresses her growing agitation and continues her task. The greenwood knife proves effective, combined with her spiritual energy. She can excavate a single specimen with a dozen strikes on the cliff face. After approximately half an hour, her arms tremble from the vibrations, and her spiritual energy is nearly depleted. After a brief rest, Wei Xiaoxi resolves to ascend for a moment of meditation to restore her energy before descending once more. With a bit of caution, the task is not overly challenging, though it is time-consuming. With this thought, she stows the greenwood knife back into her storage bag, grips her disciple robe tightly, and begins to climb upward. However, her arms feel weak, and she struggles to exert force, causing her ascent to slow. Just half a meter up, a sudden, piercing cry echoes from the valley below, reminiscent of stones scraping against glass, sending chills down her spine. Birds? Avian creatures? Can they reach this height? Wei Xiaoxi gasps and peers down. In the valley, a bird and a beast are engaged in a fierce confrontation. From her vantage point of over 100 meters away, she cannot discern the exact species of the two creatures. The avian creature is blue, resembling a hawk, while the beast appears to be something akin to a wild bull. The distance renders it impossible for her to gauge their respective levels of cultivation. Yet, judging by their offensive capabilities and the destruction they wreak upon their surroundings, they are undoubtedly at the mid-stage of qi refinement. As for her, she is at the early stage, barely scraping the bottom of the first layer of qi refinement. It is evident that a mere encounter with either of them would result in her swift demise. The blue hawk gains the upper hand, mercilessly pecking at the wild bull, leaving it battered and bruised. Wei Xiaoxi's eyelids twitch in response. The wild bull, with its tough hide and thick flesh, is surprisingly pierced by the beak of the blue hawk. One can only imagine the terror that beak must inspire. Yet, the blue hawk is not unscathed either. Wei Xiaoxi notices several patches of its plumage have been stripped away, and one wing appears unnaturally bent, likely a result of its injuries, causing its flight to be less than agile. She dares not linger, hastening her ascent along the cliff. With the echoing roars of defiance, the sound of a heavy body collapsing follows. Wei Xiaoxi's heart skips a beat, and she cannot resist glancing down once more. The wild bull lies toppled on the ground. In an instant, an astonishing thought flashes through her mind. If only I could descend, capture the wild bull in my storage bag, and flee. The sect has a long-standing demand for the inner cores of demon beasts, regardless of their attributes, for use in alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formation. She also collected some special materials, such as beast blood for crafting talismans, and the hard parts like teeth and claws for weapon forging. Animal hides could be fashioned into defensive robes, and there was an abundance of them, all exchangeable for contribution points. Unfortunately, she could only fantasize about it. Below, the blue falcon had emerged victorious, seemingly ecstatic, soaring above the valley with incessant cries, spiraling and darting erratically, up and down. It occasionally collided with the cliffs, sending shards of rock tumbling down like a rain of dust. The ledge upon which she stood trembled in response. She could feel the precariousness of her footing, as if the jutting rock might slip from beneath her toes at any moment. Wei Xiaoxi's heart raced with trepidation. Sensing danger, she hastened her ascent, her peripheral vision uncontrollably observing the tumult below, fearing that the maddened bird might turn its wrath upon her. Uncertain whether it was her exaggerated movements or a strange intuition, the blue falcon abruptly lifted its head, their gazes locking. In truth, she could not discern the details of its emerald eyes, but she faintly perceived flickers of red light. Was it a manifestation of madness? Before she could contemplate further, the blue falcon shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Its hardened scales sliced through the air, producing a crackling sound reminiscent of a steel drill, relentlessly aimed at her, its sworn enemy. I am merely an inconsequential passerby, not having encroached upon your territory. What enmity exists? Wei Xiaoxi felt a rush of anxiety. Chapter 65. The protagonist has her abilities, so why shouldn't he, this foolish bird? She yearned to sprout a pair of wings and flee from this perilous place. Dreams were grand, yet reality was harsh. She possessed no wings, only her limbs, one of which felt weak and limp. Her dwindling spiritual energy was nearly depleted, compounded by her precarious grip on the cliff, threatening to send her plummeting at any moment. As her thoughts raced, the blue falcon was now a mere 10 zhang away. This distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. With no time to ponder, she flicked her fingers, sending a burst of deep indigo flames hurtling towards the falcon. The frenzied beast was taken aback, astonished that such a small ant could launch a surprise attack, and an attack so dreadfully fierce at that. It was unaware of the nature of the flames, but the chilling aura felt as if it originated from the depths of hell. Innately perceptive, the beast was gripped by fear. Moving too swiftly, it found escape impossible, and even attempting to dodge proved futile. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive strikes landed squarely on its neck and wing, accompanied by the foul stench of roasting flesh. The falcon let out a mournful cry. Its spirit wounded, it writhed in agony, its trajectory skewed. With a resounding crash, it collided against the cliff beside Wei Xiaoxi, sending a cloud of dust cascading down upon her. The debris rained down as the mountain trembled, causing Wei Xiaoxi's footing to slip, unable to withstand the force. She began to slide downwards uncontrollably. The hands grasping the robe rubbed swiftly against each other, sending piercing pain coursing through her. Bang! The robe's tether suddenly tightened, halting her descent. Her waist felt as though it might snap, bending her into a shrimp-like shape. Dangling in midair, every tug intensified her agony. A gust from the valley swept by, further destabilizing her precarious position. She gasped, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Nearby, a falcon let out several mournful cries, unsteadily pulling its head from the cliff, its body spiraling downward uncontrollably. Wei Xiaoxi exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she dared not linger in her sentimentality, enduring the searing pain in her waist and hands, gripping the robe tightly as she began to scale the cliff once more. It was evident that in extreme circumstances, one could unleash astonishing strength. Like a monkey, she propelled herself rapidly towards the cliff summit. The falcon, mid-fall, finally managed to halt its descent. In its chaotic state, a singular thought consumed its mind: to peck to death this tiny ant that dared to attack it without provocation. Unforgivable. With a shrill cry, it surged upward, the air once again erupting with a sharp, abrasive sound. As Wei Xiaoxi neared the summit, every hair on her body stood on end. The shrieks and the sound of air being sliced grew alarmingly close. 3 paces, 2 paces, her heart raced like a drum. She leapt toward the cliff face, yet still required 2 breaths to reach safety. The falcon, however, needed but a heartbeat to collide with her. In a flash, she recalled the shimmering light in her mind. She felt an urge to slap herself. In her frantic state, she had forgotten her golden opportunity. She hastily summoned her spiritual awareness. Buzz, in the falconess' eyes. It was poised to peck the fragile creature. But where was the creature? It felt momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Infuriated, it screeched, its small, bead-like eyes darting around in confusion. Suddenly, its gaze fixed upon something moving. Surely that was her. In an instant, the falcon dove, aiming for the moving robe. Within the concealment array, Wei Xiaoxi nearly exploded with frustration. Fool! It's merely a piece of clothing. What wrong has it done to deserve your wrath? Is it mad? It was hovering right above her, making it impossible for her to ascend. If it charged forward, it would likely impale itself on its own beak. What to do? The flowing light still contained low-grade spirit stones, and her storage pouch held only 3 remaining. Moreover, even if she possessed enough spirit stones to sustain the light flow, her hands were firmly clutching the swaying robe's tether, rendering her incapable of exchanging them for the recessed spirit stones. This was dire. Bang! Thud! The sound of collapsing stones rained down upon her like confetti, dust swirling in the air. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Xiaoxi could no longer suppress her cough. She felt utterly dreadful. Her back ached, her hands throbbed, her breathing was labored, and her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Every part of her body was weary and in pain. For a fleeting moment, she even contemplated surrendering to her fate, wishing to become a mere salted fish, plummeting to her demise in the valley below. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed as she shook her head vigorously. Before her stood nothing but a senseless, foolish bird. A mere trifling challenge compared to the intelligent adversaries she would soon face, such as the protagonist, Xiaomo. If she could handle the likes of Li Xiangming, surely she could deal with a foolish bird. Reassured, she mustered her spirits. Utilizing the cover of the flowing light, she once again directed her energy towards the mindless bird, unleashing a burst of azure flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several clusters of ethereal blue flames surged forth, striking at the creature. Once again ambushed, the hawk began to thrash violently, its wings flapping as it let out a piercing cry, spiraling in the air above the cliff. Seeing this, Wei Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. Elated, she intended to leap and scale the cliff summit. Yet, the foolish bird had succumbed to sheer madness. It dove once more, crashing directly into her taut robe. Its long beak pierced through the fabric, pinning it firmly against the cliff face. The outer disciple's robe, a novice-level artifact, was designed to withstand attacks below the foundational level. After enduring countless vicious pecks from the hawk, it was already compromised, and this final strike rendered it utterly defenseless, transforming it into a mere rag. Wei Xiaoxi's upward momentum could not be halted, and she collided forcefully with the foolish bird. The impact threatened to shatter her skull, leaving her mind in a blank haze. She was violently rebounded, hurtling downwards towards the abyss. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric rang clearly in her ears, reminiscent of a guillotine claiming a life, jolting Wei Xiaoxi from her stupor. Dazed, she looked up, her pupils dilating in shock. In her line of sight, the foolish bird was embedded halfway into the cliff. Motionless, its fate uncertain. Blood dripped steadily, staining her outer disciple's robe crimson. The portion of fabric that had been pinned was unable to bear the sudden weight of her fall, quickly ripping apart. Rip! In that moment, Wei Xiaoxi felt as though the world had fallen silent. She reached out, desperate to grasp something. Yet her hands flailed helplessly in the air, clutching only at emptiness. The turbulent winds grazed her skin painfully. It was over. Her life was forfeit. A fleeting thought crossed her mind as her body plummeted like a kite cut from its string, hurtling down towards the valley below. It was certain death, a distance of 100 feet. With her fragile frame, she was doomed to perish without a doubt. No, there had to be a way. The Array inheritance? At her level, even if she could manipulate the flowing light to alter the air current slightly, the resulting buoyancy would scarcely counteract the force of her descent. Little you? Useless. The ethereal energy of the wood spirit catalyzes the growth of branches. However, the spiritual essence within her dantian is insufficient for such an endeavor, leaving her uncertain if the resulting length will even reach a yard. Moreover, there are no points of leverage. No, this is untenable. Chapter 66. Perilous yet, I still possess a blade. With this thought, she summoned the Qingmu blade from her storage pouch, gripping the hilt with a reverse hold, channeling her spiritual energy to envelop the blade's body, and forcefully executed her technique to twist midair. Bang! The Qingmu blade plunged deeply into the cliff face. The tremendous impact left her hands raw and trembling, her arm numb. The inertia caused her body to crash violently against the cliff wall. Her left shoulder and leg struck the surface with a resounding thud. The sharp sound of two bones fracturing resonated clearly within Wei Xiaoxi's mind. A surge of blood rushed within her chest, the taste of iron rising, prompting her to involuntarily spit out blood. Her face turned pale and contorted, almost wishing to utter a curse. Yet, reality would not permit her any superfluous actions. The sturdy Qingmu blade remained embedded in the cliff, and under the enhancement of her spiritual energy, it seemed to slide downwards as if sinking into a pile of sand. A deep gash appeared on the cliff face, while loose stones and dust cascaded down, landing atop her head and shoulders before continuing their descent, vanishing into the dark abyss below, akin to falling into the gaping maw of a fearsome beast. The blade halted the descent in an instant, yet, under the force of gravity, Wei Xiaoxi was compelled to accelerate downwards once more. There remained dozens of yards beneath her. If this continued, her fate was certain, death from the fall. Hastily, she withdrew the spiritual energy flowing through the Qingmu blade. Without her energy, the blade could no longer cleave through the air with the same ferocity. It became lodged, and Wei Xiaoxi's body stuttered to a stop. At last, she had halted. What a close call. As her spirit eased slightly, she realized her right arm felt nearly dislocated, aching and swollen, almost unable to maintain her grip on the hilt. She dared not relax, for she could not switch hands. The impact on her left shoulder had fractured the bone, further impairing her strength. This was dire. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled sharply, striving to divert her focus from the pain. She extended her consciousness, attempting to gradually maneuver her left hand to retrieve the small healing elixir and replenishing pill from her storage pouch. Moments later, beads of sweat dripped down her forehead as she shakily placed the pills into her mouth, swallowing them along with her own blood. After a brief interval, she sensed a slight recovery within her body and tried to stir. The pain persisted, but her mental state had improved marginally. The bleeding from her wounds slowed, and a modicum of vitality returned to her. The spiritual energy within her dantian had roughly regained half of its former potency. Wei Xiaoxi looked up. The brief sense of reprieve was dashed as she surveyed the distance above, approximately 70 to 80 yards, or over 200 meters. In her past life, this equated to the height of a 60-story building. How could her battered body ascend such heights? Looking down, she noted the drop of 20 to 30 yards, a more manageable height, yet still equivalent to over 30 stories. Plummeting down would likely result in nothing more than a gruesome demise, she lamented internally. How could she possibly ascend and escape this dreadful place? Thud, thud, thud. The sounds from the valley below grew increasingly ominous. Numerous ferocious beasts were hastening towards her precarious cliffside perch. She had heard noises earlier but dismissed them, considering it normal for frenzied beasts to wander below. Yet now, as she cast her gaze over the valley and its flanking cliffs, she was met with a cacophony of roars and screeches, as a multitude of frenzied beasts surged forth from either side, rushing towards the base of her cliff. A plethora of species was represented among them. It seemed that the ruckus caused by the earlier battle between the azure falcon and the wild bull beast, along with the falcon's erratic antics against the cliff, had attracted this unwelcome assembly. Her face turned pale with dread. What was she to do? With no means of ascent and a stalemate looming, it was inevitable she would eventually plummet. Even if she survived the fall, she would surely be torn to shreds by the beasts below. Moreover, who knew if there were other flying predators lurking about? Furrowing her brow tightly, she pondered her escape. Suddenly, her ears twitched, catching a faint rustling sound from above. Was it a serpent slithering? Her heart raced, and she quickly looked up. There were no snakes, but the azure falcon, now wedged against the cliff, was gradually sliding downward due to gravity. Alarmingly, she found herself almost perfectly aligned with the falconess descent. Darkness clouded her vision as despair washed over her. What had she done to deserve this fate? She hadn't even had the chance to light a candle for herself in her thoughts. A heavy object sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. The falcon loomed larger in her sight, perilously close to crashing down upon her. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she summoned the spiritual energy within her, conjuring a blade in her left hand, which she plunged fiercely into the cliffside. A sharp pain radiated from her left shoulder blade, draining her of color, and beads of sweat streamed down her face. Yet she bit down hard on her lip to suppress her cries. The foolish bird hurtled past her, plummeting straight into the valley below. Thud! A hapless beast met its demise beneath the falcon's weight, its brain splattering across the ground. The other beasts, witnessing the carnage, surged forward, colliding and trampling one another. Gory remnants flew through the air, transforming the scene into a veritable hellscape. Her eyes twitched at the horrifying spectacle, and she felt her composure slipping away. Thankfully, she had not fallen, she thought to herself. Yet, the spiritual energy within her was alarmingly low, her golden energy was quickly depleting, and the blade she had summoned flickered out of existence. A cry of despair escaped her lips as she hurriedly reached for the greenwood blade to drive into the cliffside once more. With a sharp thud, her body plummeted once again. This time, the greenwood knife was not embedded deeply enough, and her strength was swiftly waning, preventing her from anchoring herself against the cliff as she had done before. She could only rely on the friction of the knife against the rock face to slow her descent. At this rate and distance, she should survive the fall, though it was likely she would be trampled by the ferocious beasts below. Taking a deep breath, she dared not hesitate any longer and urgently summoned her companion. Drive them all away. At the valley's bottom, a chilling blue flame surged forth, carrying the sinister aura from the depths of hell into the throng of beasts. The inherently sharp senses of the creatures, even in their frenzied state, could not resist the primal fear that coursed through their veins. They scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Wei Xiaoxi felt a slight relief. She released the flowing light from her consciousness and cast it downward. Balancing on its surface, she managed to slightly diminish her fall's force. With a resounding thud, the flowing light was retracted just before it hit the ground, and scathed. She tumbled down the steep slope, rolling several times before landing on the ground. Below her lay a pool of thick, viscous blood and flesh, accompanied by the jarring presence of bones and stones. Her hand inadvertently brushed against a rounded skull, likely that of a human child. Wei Xiaoxi speculated that perhaps this unfortunate soul had also fallen while harvesting spiritual plants, meeting a grimmer fate than hers. She pushed the thought aside. The pain in her body was overwhelming. I'm in agony. Wei Xiaoxi felt as if her entire being was on the verge of disintegration, her face contorted in distress as she quickly rolled over and fled. Just before she dashed off, she caught sight of a wild bull beast lying nearly 10 yards from the cliff's edge, remarkably intact and undisturbed by the chaos. Shaking her head vigorously, she hastened her departure. Thud, thud, thud. The beast she had just evaded turned back, charging toward her with reckless abandon. The pure aura emanating from her made her a delectable target. As they dashed about, they collided with other beasts, igniting a frenzy of chaos. In Wei Xiaoxi's perception, these creatures were primarily in the mid-level of qi refining, with even one at a higher stage. All of them had eyes gleaming with a mad red light, resembling deranged lunatics. They had gone mad, completely mad. The cacophony of their screams and roars reverberated in her ears, making her head throb and her blood surge. Enduring the discomfort, she swiftly activated the light concealment formation. With their target mysteriously vanished, the frenzied beasts erupted in fury, unleashing their wrath upon anything nearby. Sweating profusely, Wei Xiaoxi noted that these foolish creatures were indeed easier to deceive. The area was awash in blood, and the air howled with chaos, splattering her with crimson. Favoring her injured foot, she barely managed to slip through the midst of the fray. After running approximately 30 yards, she glanced back and saw the beasts still in a hysterical frenzy, tearing each other apart. After a moment's hesitation, she suppressed her yearning for the points of contribution before her and turned to leave in a particular direction. Cultivators who enter this place inevitably descend into madness within 3 days. Even the prodigy Meng Yang, at the 6th level of qi refinement, could not escape. So how could she, at merely the first level, dare to waste precious time here, whether it was an illusion or not. She felt the air she inhaled was laden with malice. She knew it was not merely a figment of her imagination. The particles in the air were indeed problematic, reminiscent of the smog from her previous life. With this thought, she hastily removed the disciple robe wrapped around her waist and cast a cleansing spell. She tore off a piece to fashion a mask and used her spiritual awareness to push away the chaotic elemental particles that sought to invade her body. Only then did she feel a modicum of comfort. The commotion at the valley's bottom was indeed overwhelming, with numerous frenzied beasts emerging nearby. Wei Xiaoxi did not look back, but hobbled away from the spot. After walking for nearly an hour, she discovered a location devoid of significant signs of beast activity. Leaning against a stone wall, she gingerly explored her right shoulder with her left hand, took a deep breath, and then exerted force. With a crack, she stifled a groan as beads of sweat began to cascade down her forehead. After a moment, the pain subsided, and she tentatively attempted to move her dislocated arm. It was better. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, she slid down, lying supine on the ground, gazing up at the overcast sky with a pallid complexion. The valley was vast, with towering cliffs on either side. Looking up from below, she could see a narrow strip of sky, the cliffs soaring into the clouds. She shut her eyes briefly. Huang Lu had mentioned that cultivators below the great perfection of qi refinement would inevitably succumb to madness within 3 days of entering this place. The quickest escape would be to scale the cliff, yet that was beyond her capabilities. Her body was battered, pain radiating from every part. Her hands, feet, shoulders, and back bore varying degrees of abrasions and bleeding, with injuries and fractures making climbing nearly impossible. Moreover, in this chaotic spiritual environment, attempting to absorb the surrounding energy to expedite her healing was nothing short of a fool's errand. She had 9 spirit replenishing pills remaining, but they were of apprentice grade and thus of low efficacy, each capable of replenishing approximately 70 to 80% of her Dantian's energy, requiring time for the medicinal effects to take hold. After all, in such an environment, any attempt to absorb energy would only invite those chaotic particles to invade her body once more. The effectiveness of the pills here was decidedly mediocre. At this moment, her entire body ached, and she was fractured. What could she possibly do to escape? The thought was too burdensome to entertain further. Taking a slight breath, she withdrew a fasting pill from her storage pouch and placed it in her mouth. Fortunately, Luo Xing had gifted her a bottle of fasting pills. At least she would not starve. Upon introspecting her body, she discovered as many as 8 fractures, affecting her hands, feet, and collarbones, with numerous wounds on the surface still bleeding. She needed to consume another small healing pill. After taking another pill, she closed her eyes to rest. Her hand reaching into her pouch, she possessed 3 communication talismans, one belonging to the Golden Core cultivator Tao Zheng and another to Luo Xing. There is also Shui Jin. The last 2 came over to deliver provisions as well. She retrieved Tao Zheng's communication talisman from her storage pouch. As soon as she took it out, the talisman resonated with a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy. Clenching it tightly, she brought the talisman close to her lips and crushed it. The talisman ignited in flames. Hey, Tao! The chaotic currents whipped past, causing the talisman to flutter like a plastic bag caught in the wind, tossing and turning in every direction. Jagged particles of spiritual energy collided with the surface of the talisman, disrupting the red lines that sealed some spatial laws. Sensing this, Wei Xiaoxi grew anxious. Quickly positioning herself to shield the talisman, and hurriedly spoke. Master Tao, in the Valley of Fury, turbulence is omnipresent. Suddenly, the half-burned talisman extinguished. Wei Xiaoxi was taken aback. Her heart sinking. Her path to survival had vanished. She covered her eyes with her hands. Her closed eyelids felt warm, and tears began to well up at the corners of her eyes. Why is this happening? Wei Xiaoxi was at a loss for words, her fingers instinctively brushing against the small pouch at her waist. It contained yuanfeng grass, which had once belonged to a powerful individual capable of swiftly healing wounds. If only she had no injuries, she could attempt to scale the cliff and escape this cursed place. Wei Xiaoxi remained motionless. After a long while, the sky darkened. Night fell. The spiritual energy in her dantian had recovered to 60%, and her body no longer bled profusely. Although her cultivation level was indeed low, her recovery rate surpassed that of an ordinary person. Injuries could heal without the need for 100 days of rest. 50 days would suffice. Yet, she had no time for recuperation. She needed to find a way out of the valley. Picking up a nearby greenwood knife, she leaned on it for support and limped onward. The surroundings were dim, nearly devoid of visibility, so Wei Xiaoxi released Xiaoyu to illuminate the path ahead. The bluish flame provided rather poor illumination compared to a warm yellow fireball, but she needed to conserve her spiritual energy for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the ominous energy emitted by Xiaoyu could repel demonic beasts. Compared to other predecessors who had perished here, She considered herself fortunate for having Xiaoyu. After traversing approximately 2 miles, she halted. Wei Xiaoxi gazed at a human corpse on the ground, her heart heavy. Huang Lu had mentioned that nearly every year, disciples from various sects or wandering cultivators met their demise here. Countless lives were lost. Yet, after such a long journey, she had only encountered this one corpse, illustrating the vastness of the valley and the difficulty of escaping it. Under the eerie glow of the flame, the ground was strewn with shattered stones and rubble, overgrown with wild grass. The well-preserved remains lay scattered, obscured by unidentifiable foliage. The storage pouch had lost its efficacy, resembling a tattered bag from which threads hung, with disordered bottles, weapons, and other items scattered across the ground, hidden beneath the grass. Wei Xiaoxi's brow furrowed with increasing gravity, perhaps due to its secluded nature. The remains were relatively well-preserved. The skeleton of the deceased was mostly intact, save for the skull and the bones of the fingers, which bore pockmarked depressions and fissures. These injuries resembled those inflicted by repeated impacts against a hard surface. Had he stumbled upon this place, driven mad by fear? Or had the environment truly twisted his reason, leading him to meet his demise like that foolish bird, crashing into oblivion? The color of the remains was somewhat darkened, indicating that some years had passed, making it impossible to ascertain the cause of death. As Wei Xiaoxi gazed upon the scene, a wave of melancholy washed over her, reminiscent of the sorrow felt for a fallen comrade. I might also end up like this predecessor, inexplicably perishing here, my body left to decay in the wilderness, unknown and unremembered, with no one to retrieve my remains. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to return to Blue Star. Her mind was in turmoil, her gaze wavering around her surroundings. Suddenly, her focus sharpened, and she instructed, Xiaoyu, illuminate the area and shift slightly to the left. Chapter 68. Your poison. My ambrosia. She knelt down, parting the grass, her face nearly touching the ground. Moments later, she pinched a fragment of stone between her fingers, closing her eyes to sense its essence. The stone retained a faint trace of spiritual energy. This was a shard of a spiritual stone. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. She hastily drew her dagger and began to sift through the surrounding area once more. A quarter of an hour later, her brows lifted in joy. Within her storage bag, only 3 low-grade spiritual stones remained, and the supply was dwindling. Yet here, a bounty of spiritual stones had presented itself. Most of the shattered pieces were indeed low-grade, but after her recent search, she had unearthed 7 complete stones, each containing spiritual energy at least 20 to 30 times that of a standard low-grade stone. These were likely mid-grade spiritual stones, albeit weathered over the years, resulting in some energy leakage. Nevertheless, a starving camel is larger than a horse. For reasons unknown, Wei Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. It had been a struggle, so very arduous. Since approaching this valley of death, fortune had eluded her, while misfortune had relentlessly pursued her. At last, a small consolation had graced her. Continuing her search, she unearthed 2 more stones before confirming there were no others, and rising to her feet, she dug a pit and buried the remains. Thank you, Brother Meng. Wei Xiaoxi offered a profound bow to the newly formed grave. Indeed, this was Meng Yang, who had perished here years prior. During her search for spiritual stones, she had discovered a disciple's token from the 10,000 Path sect, similar to the one at her waist, but more exquisitely crafted, clearly belonging to an inner disciple. The name Meng Yang was inscribed upon it. Wei Xiaoxi pondered why his master had not come to retrieve his body. However, having benefited from his kindness, she felt it was her duty to lay him to rest. Having concluded this matter, she stood still, gazing around, her mind now brimming with renewed vigor after her unexpected windfall. She glanced towards the advancing northeastern corner, then cast her gaze back to the direction from which she had fallen, her expression wavering. The fierce battle that had raged in the afternoon must have claimed the lives of numerous demonic beasts. She wondered if any of them possessed a demon core. A first-tier demon core, equivalent to that of a Qi refinement stage, could yield 3 contribution points. The sect accepted them without limit, unlike spiritual plants, which had a cap on each task. Furthermore, the skins, beaks, claws, teeth, and bones of these beasts were indeed valuable. They must have scattered by now. Contemplating this, Wei Xiaoxi felt a surge of excitement. Yet soon, she regained her composure, questioning her sanity. She should prioritize leaving the violent valley swiftly rather than succumbing to greed. Had she truly lost her mind after merely half a day of falling? With this thought, Wei Xiaoxi shuddered. Life was paramount. She must not allow profit to cloud her judgment. She murmured to herself, clutching her Qingmu blade, and continued on the path she had chosen earlier. 3 days later, Wei Xiaoxi, using the Qingmu blade as a walking stick, trudged away from the valley's depths. 3 days had passed, yet she had failed to escape this wretched place. The turbulent currents around her remained relentless. No wonder it was deemed a death zone for cultivators below the great perfection of Qi refinement. The expanse was vast. Perhaps there were formations at play? Her skill level was insufficient to discern them, and she could only ascertain that she had walked for an eternity without spotting an exit. Moreover, the frenzy of demonic beasts roamed freely. Even the sane would perish at their hands. It was exceedingly difficult. Her stomach growled. Hunger struck once more. Wei Xiaoxi produced a pill to quell her hunger. She silently expressed her gratitude to Luo Xing. As she returned the vial to her storage bag, her consciousness swept over its contents, and tears welled in her eyes. During these days, she had traversed a single direction, encountering numerous human corpses along the way. Just like Meng Yang, many of the deceased cultivators still bore remnants of their possessions. Some were too ancient, reduced to dust, yet many treasures remained to be salvaged. At that moment, she was strapped with 2 storage bags at her waist. Inside one lay several unknown spiritual plants, preserved in a healing artifact, still retaining their medicinal potency, which would fetch a handsome sum in spirit stones upon her return. Additionally, there were over 30 inferior mid-grade spirit stones, and even 3 flawed high-grade spirit stones. Wei Xiaoxi felt wealthier than ever before. Yet what was the use? She remained trapped, unable to escape. The 3-day deadline loomed, and she felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. Suddenly, Wei Xiaoxi halted, her expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Madness. Could it truly manifest in an instant? Logically, one would gradually lose their sanity. The chaotic spiritual energy in the air eroded the sea of consciousness, impairing the mind, leading to a slow descent into irrationality. Such was the fate of those demonic beasts that found themselves ensnared in this place. On that day, she observed a bird in flight, appearing to be in good condition, as if searching for an escape from its surroundings. The following day, she encountered it once more. The foolish creature was now occasionally colliding with trees and walls. Yet, she pondered, it seemed she was unaffected. Suddenly, she chuckled softly. Indeed, this concern held no weight for her. She had already attained spiritual awareness. When she initially guided energy into her body, this awareness enabled her to capture the 5 elemental particles within. In recent days, she had consistently employed her spiritual perception to separate the chaotic spiritual energy around her, refraining from absorption. Ordinary practitioners of qi refinement assimilate spiritual energy based on their affinity with the surrounding spiritual force, drawing it in naturally. Here, they might not wish to absorb the disordered spiritual energy. However, the turbulence of this energy is fierce, with many forces directly crashing into the human body, which over time could adversely affect both their physical and mental states. Wei Xiaoxi was different. She had isolated herself with her spiritual perception. She suddenly understood why people referred to this place as the Valley of Death for qi refinement. It was because they had not yet cultivated their spiritual awareness to withstand the chaotic energy currents. In contrast, Wei Xiaoxi, having reached the peak of qi refinement, surmised that some might possess the capability to escape the Valley of Death within 3 days, perhaps by scaling a cliff. Thus, they would merely be affected without meeting their demise here. Those beneath the peak of qi refinement could not escape due to their lack of spiritual awareness to combat the chaotic energy currents. Nor could they contend with the manic beasts dwelling within the valley. Yet she possessed the spiritual awareness characteristic of foundation-building practitioners, along with the protection of Liu Guang and Xiaoyu. Contemplating this, she could not help but laugh aloud, exclaiming, "I shall not succumb to madness. Given time, I will surely find my way out." Wei Xiaoxi truly laughed heartily. "Ha! The heavens do not forsake those without hope." With a lightened heart, she stepped forward. Suddenly, she pivoted on her toes and turned back. "I will not go mad. I have the pill of valley avoidance, so there is no rush to leave. I have Xiaoyu to fend off the beasts and Liu Guang to conceal my form. My life is safeguarded by dual protections. This may be a burial ground for others, but it is a treasure trove for me to accumulate contribution points." Half a day later, Wei Xiaoxi sat atop a large stone, propping her chin with interest as she gazed at a spot 30 yards away. There, 2 mid-stage qi refinement beasts were engaged in combat. One was a canine creature at the 5th level of qi refinement, while the other appeared to be a fox at the 4th level. She was unfamiliar with their species and could not fathom why these two, not particularly rugged in nature, found themselves here. Perhaps they had inadvertently wandered into this place? She could not say. As time passed amidst the clash and roars, Wei Xiaoxi stifled a yawn, her eyelids growing heavy. These 2 foolish creatures had been fighting for so long without succumbing. She was beginning to feel drowsy. Poor performance. Another quarter of an hour passed. Boom. The fox collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. The beast licked its paws a couple of times, then lifted its crimson gaze and took a few steps forward, seemingly intent on trampling the corpse of the fox in a fit of rage. Typically, a creature with a sound mind would devour the flesh of its fallen opponent to replenish its energy. If the adversary possessed a demon core that aligned with its own spiritual attributes, it would consume it as well. Only a fool would desecrate a corpse. Wei Xiaoxi felt a twinge of annoyance and quickly instructed, "Xiaoyu, Drive that simpleton over to the cliffside and let it meet its demise. The fox was her spoils of war. This simpleton was utterly oblivious to the importance of preserving her prize. Chapter 69. What is it all for? The better the condition of the demon beast's corpse, the more contribution points one could exchange at the mission hall. Sensing the chilling aura from Jiao Yu, the beast instinctively turned and fled, barking harshly as it departed. Wei Xiaoxi paid no further attention to it and approached the fox's side, drawing her Qingmu knife. Channeling her spiritual energy, she thrust it down sharply into the creature's head. The blade pierced the flesh, creating a gaping wound. She reached inside and rummaged around. And suddenly her face lit up with joy. There was indeed a demon core. This clever little fox was truly remarkable. Whether a demon beast possesses a demon core often depends on fate. Typically, only those at the foundation establishment stage or higher possess one. After securing the demon core, she caressed the fox's pockmarked, bloodied hide, feeling a pang of sorrow. The fox's skin was excellent material for crafting robes, coveted by many female cultivators. With a sigh, she ultimately decided to store the fox in her spatial bag. Although somewhat damaged, who knew if the sect might accept it? Bang, bang, bang. From the direction of the cliff, Xiao Yu had conjured a ring of flames to encircle the beast. Filled with dread, it dared not flee. In a frantic scramble, it could only run desperately towards the one direction unshrouded by Jiao Yu's hellfire. Perhaps it believed that path led to freedom. Oh, the madness of it all was indeed terrifying, yet she found it exhilarating. Before long, the beast collapsed, utterly lifeless. After all, it had just endured a fierce battle. And persisting until now was no small feat. Wei Xiaoxi stepped forward and repeated her method. She found no demon core, only adding the beast's remains to her spatial bag. Her own bag was the most basic type, with a mere cubic meter of space. The other bag, however, boasted 10 cubic meters. Observing the ample space in the latter, Wei Xiaoxi felt it was a waste to leave it empty and resolved to fill it. Reflecting on her situation, she continued her aimless search. After wandering for about a quarter of an hour, she halted, frowning. This method was inefficient. She couldn't fend off a single beast on her own. The likelihood of encountering two beasts engaged in combat was exceedingly low. Why not guide this troop of fools to converge near her for mutual destruction? Little you can drive them away, while the pure spiritual energy surrounding me can attract them. Let us utilize the pure spiritual energy. With this thought, she waved her hand grandly, dispelling the concealed formation on her body. I shall become the bait. An hour later, Wei Xiaoxi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After she removed the concealment, the only beast that approached was a solitary creature, rather than a cluster of 2 or 3. Unable to contend with it, she hastily concealed herself once more as the beast drew near. The creature, unable to decipher her illusionary formation, assumed there was no pure spiritual energy present and meandered away nonchalantly. Wei Xiaoxi pondered, stroking her chin, contemplating how she might attract numerous beasts simultaneously, inciting them to battle amongst themselves, thus providing her with materials, spirit stones, and contribution points. After a lengthy contemplation, a sudden spark ignited in her eyes. I could attempt to create a gathering formation, just like in Xia village. Wei Xiaoxi rummaged through her storage bag for spirit stones. However, upon touching a subpar mid-grade spirit stone, she hesitated. These were precious items, essential for her survival in the future. To use them as bait would indeed be a waste. Who knows how long those foolish beasts would take to arrive? What if I deplete my spirit stones without success? Wouldn't that be a loss? This thought caused her to feel a tightness in her chest. She glanced around, sensing the rich, chaotic spiritual energy in the air. Perhaps I could create a natural gathering formation? But how could I purify this energy? Wei Xiaoxi seated herself upon a large rock, absent-mindedly tugging at her withered hair. Deep in thought, how do they separate impurities on Blue Star? Mining and high-temperature smelting. Rice hulls are separated through friction. Ultrasonic waves wash away dust and grime from objects. Is there anything beyond my capabilities? With a subtle smile, she again tugged at her disheveled hair. Feeling a spark of inspiration, Wei Xiaoxi retrieved materials for a 5-element formation from her storage bag, items she had scavenged from the remains of predecessors. Previously hindered by a lack of formation materials for practice, this presented a splendid opportunity to achieve the apprentice-level formation skill. One essential hallmark is the ability to create a mother-son formation, consisting of 2 interlinked formations that interact. To generate pure air, she must first design a section to deploy raw materials into a high-temperature furnace. She envisioned a confinement formation capable of continuously extracting the surrounding chaotic 5-element particles. After smelting, these would be separated based on their respective melting points. With her spiritual awareness, she could indeed manage such intricate tasks. The furnace formation would also need a unidirectional outlet to channel the pure spiritual energy into another formation. The second formation must be a vacuum, completely isolated from the outside world. Such freshly harvested pure spiritual energy would not be tainted. With a clear idea in mind, she retrieved all her fire-related materials, including several fire beast cores gathered from the valley. After 5 hours of labor, she straightened her back, wiped the sweat from her brow, and exhaled a deep breath of relief. Finally, it's done. Wei Xiaoxi stepped back a yard, observing the two interconnected formations in operation, nodding in satisfaction. I often study the formation stone tablets whenever I have leisure time, solidifying my foundational knowledge in the art of formations. My efforts have not been in vain. Achieving the rank of an apprentice formation master at the tender age of 6 could be considered a remarkable feat, perhaps the first in a millennium? Indeed, it should be. After all, at such an age, many young cultivators are still grappling with which skill to pursue. I am different. I stride ahead of the times, guided by esteemed mentors. Wei Xiaoxi smiled to herself, but suddenly, the smile faltered at the corners of her lips. A chaotic thought repeatedly flashed through her mind. The formation, which contained the pure spiritual energy, was completely isolated from the outside world. Thus, the beasts could not sense the pure spiritual energy within. How could she use it as bait to attract the beasts? Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of foolishness wash over her. What have I been laboring for all this time? The turbulent air battered against her weathered face. The small figure stood alone in the vast valley, feeling desolate and forlorn. She suddenly lay back on the ground, gazing up at the darkened sky, feeling utterly disheartened. Should I go out? Sitting up, she looked at the enthusiastic operation of the submother formation, her emotions tangled. What a fruitless endeavor. Yet, that was not entirely true. At least, she had become an apprentice formation master. A young individual at the forefront of the world. How commendable. Taking a deep breath, she rose to her feet, stepping forward to retrieve the flowing light, preparing to dismantle the formation and collect materials. Just as the flowing light manifested in her hands, she paused, a smile gradually returning to her face. Wait a moment. Chapter 70. Who can understand her suffering? The pure spiritual energy could not be sensed by the beasts as bait. Couldn't I use it for my own cultivation? Previously, I had shamelessly sought to absorb the dense spiritual energy of Baijiao Peak. Is this not a treasure trove laid out before me? How foolish I have been. She slapped her forehead. Pressing the flowing light against the formation brimming with pure spiritual energy, she stepped inside. The formation's barrier closed once more. Wei Xiaoxi stood within the array, taking a deep breath. Ah, the spiritual energy is so pure, the air so refreshing. In her consciousness, all 5 elemental particles separated distinctly. Pure beyond measure, devoid of any impurities. Perfect. A rough scan revealed that each cubic meter contained 600 to 700 elemental particles. Moreover, as time progressed, the concentration of spiritual energy would continue to rise. This concentration was double that of Baijiao Peak, perhaps even more. In other words, if she cultivates here for an hour, it would equate to 2 hours atop Baijiao Peak. Previously, she could barely gather a cubic unit of spiritual energy in a month while in her dormitory. Yet now she can achieve the same result in merely 7 or 8 days. It used to take 10 months to reach the critical point of breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement. Now, in just over 2 months, she should be nearing that threshold. Contemplating this, Wei Xiaoxi felt a surge of excitement. What are 6 spiritual roots? Even if I were to possess a wind root and a thunder root, making me an 8 spirit root, I wouldn't be daunted. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, Wei Xiaoxi settled into a cross-legged position to meditate. Time becomes irrelevant during cultivation. Before she knew it, 2 days had passed, and hunger struck again. Wei Xiaoxi had no choice but to temporarily halt her practice and consume a fasting pill. Outside the formation, a small deer-like beast meandered past, seemingly oblivious to her presence. This was not surprising, for Wei Xiaoxi had set up an illusion array outside the confinement formation. Although its level was not high and ineffective against discerning individuals, it sufficed to deceive a horde of befuddled beasts. Moreover, Xiaoyu occasionally assisted in driving them away. Over the course of 2 days, she remained undisturbed. Truth be told, such unrestrained cultivation was quite exhilarating. The energy reserves in her dantian, previously capped at 12 cubic units, now swelled to 15. Her speed of accumulation was 5 times that of her dormitory days. How she wished to take root here. Rubbing her face, she redirected her gaze toward the array's perimeter. Her sect's contribution points, were slipping away as the deer-like beast wandered away before her eyes, leaving Wei Xiaoxi feeling somewhat aggrieved. She pressed her hand to her heart, wearing an expression of dismay. After pondering for a while, she suddenly slapped her thigh. Foolish me. Why must I rely on genuine pure spiritual energy? I can use the illusion array to make them believe there are treasures here. What a loss it has been these past 2 days. Wei Xiaoxi hastily emerged from the confinement array and set up an illusion array 30 yards away before returning to her original position. The beasts would only assume that something they desired lay nearby, lingering in the vicinity. If they tarried long enough, 1 or 2 might approach, allowing her to battle until dawn. Perfect. Wei Xiaoxi snapped her fingers and resumed her seated posture. To others, this was a valley of death. Yet for her, it was a land of opportunity. With imagination, every blade of grass, every frenzied beast, and every breath of air could be her treasure. As the great sages have said, the bolder one's aspirations, the greater the rewards. Everything is possible. Speaking of her cultivation array, the density of spiritual energy here would be classified as a mid-level giant spirit chamber in her sect, which would require 10 mid-grade spirit stones for just 1 hour. Perhaps I should establish a chi refinement array cluster here. Not too many, just 100 or 80 rooms. I could rent them out specifically to chi refinement practitioners. I'll keep the price reasonable, charging only half of what the sect demands. 5 mid-grade spirit stones would suffice. You may practice for an entire day. For the cost of the formation materials amounts to no more than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the operation of the formation requires no spirit stones, as it relies solely on freshly sourced, naturally free resources. Wei Xiaoxi smacked her lips, her expression one of deep regret. Were it not for the need to conceal the identity of the heir to the Zhong clan, I would undoubtedly establish a spirit-gathering chamber and become a landlord. Thus, even those with 6 spiritual roots could be cultivated into prodigies with 6 celestial roots. She sighed heavily, lamenting. Who can comprehend the anguish of holding a winning lottery ticket, yet being unable to claim the 5 million? After a moment of wistful sighing, Wei Xiaoxi closed her eyes and began to meditate. Time spent in joy always seems to pass swiftly. Upon opening her eyes for the first time, she felt the invigorating power of spiritual energy coursing through her, facilitating a rapid recovery. She was nearly restored to full health, though she found herself clad only in undergarments, lacking the outer disciple's robe, which left her feeling somewhat pitiable. Not dwelling on this, she rose and gazed longingly at the furnace array nearby, her heart aching with a sense of loss. The fire element materials had run out. Thus, her delightful excursion to the Valley of Death must come to an end here. Once I return to gather more materials, I shall return. With a heavy sigh, Wei Xiaoxi slowly made her way towards the illusion array 30 yards away. There, many beast corpses lay strewn about, at least 7 or 8 in number. Her 10-cubic storage bag already contained 20. A bounty indeed. She did not discriminate and hastily packed them into her storage bag. After organizing her haul, she glanced around, feeling somewhat lost. The expanse of this valley was indeterminate, and exiting it would consume considerable time, with no idea of how long the journey would take. Perhaps I should capture a sturdy laborer? After all, they are so foolish that a mere illusion array could easily handle them. Resolute, she set her sights on a donkey-like beast. This creature was at the 4th level of chi refining, beyond her capability to confront. Fortunately, she had no intention of engaging in battle. Wei Xiaoxi conjured an illusion array, dangling it enticingly before the beast. Like the ancient donkeys of Blue Star, it was tempted by a carrot it could never reach, compelled to move forward endlessly. Wei Xiaoxi climbed onto its back, adjusting the direction of the illusion to steer its path. The sensation of riding was truly delightful. She could not help but hum a tune. I have a little donkey, I never ride it, but one day I felt a whimsy. Amidst the revelry of the Valley of Joy, Wei Xiaoxi remained blissfully unaware that within the sect, some were driven nearly to madness because of her. No one could fathom how a mere 1st-level chi refiner could survive for 10 days in the Valley of Fury, even traversing the depths with such audacity. At the Wandao Sect, the arena square was expansive, capable of accommodating over 100 platforms simultaneously. A raised platform on one side allowed the sect's higher-ups to observe the competitions. The overall layout bore a striking resemblance to the grand stadiums of Blue Star. Today marked the final day of the new disciple competition, and it was the afternoon, with the last bout for the championship about to commence. It was none other than Luo Xing against another exceptionally talented disciple. 2 individuals were engaged in an intense battle on stage. Xue Jin squeezed through the crowd below, joining the throngs in fervent cheers for the contenders. Luo Xing, living up to expectations, emerged victorious, successfully acquiring the rare herb known as the washing muscle herb. As he descended from the stage, Xue Jin hurriedly approached to extend his congratulations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xue Jin remarked, "Once you have refined the washing muscle herb, we shall host a celebratory feast in your honor." Luo Xing smiled shyly and replied, "Very well, I shall see you then." The time for cultivators to hone their skills is exceedingly precious. The washing muscle herb possesses the remarkable ability to enhance and fortify one's meridians and dantian. Therefore, it is prudent to refine it swiftly to establish a solid foundation for future endeavors. Moreover, in just half a month, the top 50 disciples will be entering the sect's secret realm. Thus, the refinement of the washing muscle herb should not be delayed. As Luo Xing turned to follow the Taoist of herbs back to the peak, he paused, glancing around before inquiring of Xue Jin, "Has Xiaoxi returned yet?" Chapter 71. A frustrating hatred. Upon hearing this, Xue Jin furrowed his brow, I looked around before your competition began, and she was indeed absent. Luo Xing's brow also knitted in concern. She mentioned she would return in the last couple of days. I wonder if her task has delayed her for so long. Surely nothing untoward has occurred. She is quite clever, after all. Shui Jin, feeling uncertain, noted Luo Xing's deepening frown and added, well, you should hurry back to refine the washing muscle herb and not delay your training. Perhaps she has returned. We simply did not see her. Luo Xing seemed poised to say more when the Taoist of herbs called for him from a distance. He patted Shui Jin on the shoulder, saying, I shall retreat for seclusion and should emerge in a day or two. When I do, make sure to bring her to Baichao Peak. I must express my strong disapproval. Shui Jin nodded. Understood. See you another day. After parting ways, Shui Jin felt a lingering unease in his heart. Wei Xiaoxi was generally quite punctual. Whenever they planned to ascend the peak together or share a meal, she typically arrived on time. That day, she had mentioned she would be foraging for a few herbs in the back mountain, which should have taken 4 or 5 days at most. It was possible she might delay her return if she encountered something intriguing. Shui Jin reassured himself that it was common to face unforeseen circumstances while out in the world, so he did not dwell on it too much. Ultimately, as long as she returned on the final day, all would be well. Luo Xing was one of her more significant friends. It seemed improbable that she would let a remarkable experience cause her to miss such an important event for a dear friend. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, he hastened to approach Sun Yu, apologizing, I am sorry, Sun Yu, but I must make a trip to the task hall and cannot continue our practice together for the time being. Oh, all right. What business do you have at the task hall? I need to check on a few matters. By the way, have you seen Wei Xiaoxi recently? No. I haven't seen her in quite some time. Shui Jin felt a pang of disappointment at this response, but nodded slightly. Until we meet again. Have any of you seen Wei Xiaoxi today? On his way to the task hall, he inquired of every acquaintance he encountered. Wei Xiaoxi had previously risen to fame in the battle at the Judgment Square, and few were unfamiliar with her. Even those who had not witnessed the event would later seek to learn of her remarkable deeds and discover her appearance. Shui Jin, who actively cultivated various connections, had garnered a modest reputation, yet his recognition paled in comparison to that of Wei Xiaoxi. With each inquiry yielding negative responses, his mood grew increasingly somber. As he approached the task hall, he spotted Jiang Yin, his eyes brightening as he strode forward to intercept her. Sister Jiang, you share a dormitory with Xiaoxi. Do you know if she has returned to the sect? Startled by the sudden appearance of someone before her, Jiang Yin relaxed upon recognizing Shui Jin, who frequently sought out Wei Xiaoxi. She placed a hand on her chest and replied, I just left the dormitory half an hour ago and did not see her. What is the matter? Shui Jin briefly explained that Wei Xiaoxi had gone to the back mountain to gather spiritual herbs but had yet to return. Jiang Yin narrowed her eyes, then raised her gaze with a serious tone. Worrying here is futile. Let us inquire at the task hall. Perhaps she has returned but went elsewhere, missing the arena square. Shui Jin silently hoped this was the case as he proceeded towards the task hall, with Jiang Yin hastily following. The hall was bustling with people coming and going, both accepting and submitting tasks. Shui Jin chose a queue with fewer individuals. After approximately a quarter of an hour, it was finally his turn. To his misfortune, the attendant was Huang Lu. With a smile, she inquired, Junior brother, do you wish to submit a task or accept one? I wish to inquire about an individual's task status. Her name is Wei Xiaoxi. She left 11 days ago. Is she now back at the sect? Huang Lu furrowed her brow. I will need to check. She proceeded to pull up the task records, sifting through information from the past 10 days. Given the numerous tasks managed at the hall, typically, staff would not assist with inquiries unless they had a close relationship with the individual. Huang Lu had no personal ties to Wei Xiaoxi or Shui Jin. However, she had consistently clashed with her former colleague Wei Zhongyang, and since Wei Xiaoxi had dismissed him, she held a favorable view of her. This was also why she had sincerely urged Wei Xiaoxi to forego gathering the purple oolong flowers previously. Now, upon hearing of the potential danger that Wei Xiaoxi might be in, she felt a twinge of discomfort and was inclined to assist in checking the information. After a moment, she raised her face, her expression grave. Sister Wei has gone near the Berserk Valley. Given the length of her absence, it is highly likely she has encountered trouble. Jiang Yin's eyes widened, her expression extremely complex. Shui Jin, unfamiliar with this perilous valley, quickly asked, what kind of place is the Berserk Valley? After some time, Shui Jin exited the task hall, his countenance grim. It was October, the autumn air crisp and invigorating, yet he felt a chill. He retrieved a communication talisman from his storage bag and activated it. Xiaoxi, please respond immediately upon receiving this message. The talisman slowly burned to ashes. And within the storage pouch, Wei Xiaoxi's message talisman remained silent. Jiang Yin inquired, Shui Shidi, what shall we do now? He remained silent, retrieving another talisman and activating it. Xinggu, have you finished your retreat? If not, please respond immediately. Once again, the talisman was consumed by flames. and the storage pouch remained devoid of any response. Jin closed his eyes momentarily and strode away. Where shall we go now? Jiang Yin followed closely behind. Let us check your dormitory. Jin produced a paper crane. Perhaps Wei Xiaoxi is merely asleep in her room? It had been half an hour since Jiang Yin left her dormitory. Surely that was ample time, was it not? Jiang Yin glanced back towards the task hall, her expression wavering. Initially, she intended to head out to accept a mission. Gritting her teeth, she stomped her foot and exclaimed, "Wait for me. I shall accompany you." After the two departed, a figure materialized in the very spot they had vacated. It was Zhou Feng. He watched the paper crane drift away into the distance, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. That wretched girl, dying out there before I even made my move, is indeed a pity. Yet, perhaps it is for the best, sparing us the sight of her flaunting her power within the sect and annoying others. Having been stripped of his position as captain of the law enforcement hall, Zhou Feng's recent days had been quite arduous. Without a steady stipend and the adulation of fellow disciples, he was forced to undertake missions at the task hall to accumulate resources for his cultivation. It could be said that the bitterness he now endured was a direct consequence of Wei Xiaoxi's actions. Ironically, she thrived within the sect. Upon his return, he learned that Wei Xiaoxi had allied herself with Luo Xing of the 100 Herbs Peak and could bask in spiritual energy daily. The concentration there was equivalent to that of a low-level gathering chamber within the sect, where one had to pay by the hour to cultivate. Yet she could indulge freely for extended periods. The more she prospered, the more his resentment festered. Zhou Feng had long harbored intentions against Wei Xiaoxi. However, Tao Zheng had warned him to exercise restraint. The Sword Nine Peak had also advised against any interference with Wei Xiaoxi. He was wary of attracting suspicion, as she was far too renowned. Various reasons hindered his desire for vengeance, causing an accumulation of pent-up frustration. As time dragged on and his situation worsened, while Wei Xiaoxi continued to flourish, his internal turmoil intensified. Thus, hearing of her possible demise outside brought him a sense of joy. With thoughts racing, he drew forth his flying sword and made his way toward the Sword Nine Peak. Since being dismissed from his position and rendered devoid of value, the sect had provided little more than initial compensation and had since neglected his well-being. His current state was undeniably tied to Li Xiangming and Qi Yang. How could he so easily be discarded like refuse? This presented a perfect excuse to ascend the mountain. Chapter 72. A small painting in the female disciples' dormitory. The gender segregation in the cultivation world is not as stringent as in the mundane realm. The dormitory is constructed along the river valley, devoid of any enclosing walls, allowing male disciples to come and go without hindrance. Jin and Jiang Yin hurried back to their dormitory. Wei Xiaoxi's room was unlocked, and upon entering, they found a thin layer of dust covering the table. Disappointment and anxiety washed over Jin as he found no one inside. However, his attention was captured by a small painting hanging on the wall, revealing a striking expression on his face. Wei Xiaoxi had felt that something was missing from the painting, so she hung it on the wall for occasional contemplation, completely forgetting to take it with her when she left the sect. Jin instantly recognized that the painting depicted the hillside of Baichao Peak, with a figure amidst the shrubs, identified as Jiang Qianshu. This was the very scene from the day they had fallen at Jiang Qianshu's feet. An odd expression crossed Jin's face as he pondered the peculiar mindset of Wei Xiaoxi, who seemed to require a visual reminder of her past blunders. The realism of the artwork was striking, making it nearly impossible to overlook. Brief thoughts raced through his mind, yet he soon shifted his focus away from the painting. Sensing the faint dust in the air, he furrowed his brow and checked his communication talismans. Neither Wei Xiaoxi nor Luo Xing had responded. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the dormitory with a heavy heart. Senior Sister Huang Lu had mentioned that those below the peak of Qi refinement would surely succumb to madness within 3 days upon entering the valley. With little hope of survival after 10 days, Wei Xiaoxi had ventured out the day before the competition, marking today as the 11th day, even accounting for travel time. It had been approximately 10 days. Luo Xing had yet to reply, likely in seclusion. It seemed he would have to seek help elsewhere. With that thought, he retrieved a paper crane once more. Jiang Yin, feeling urgency, chased after him and inquired, "Shidi, where are we headed now?" "To seek assistance," he replied. Jin was acquainted with many individuals, including some advanced practitioners of Qi refinement, even those at the peak of the stage. Ideally, to investigate the Berserk Valley, it would be best to enlist the help of seniors who had attained foundation establishment or higher, as they could navigate the dangers more safely. However, he did not know anyone at that level. Within the Wandao Sect, once one breaks through to foundation establishment, they automatically ascend to the inner sect. As the backbone of the sect, inner disciples enjoy private courtyards, separate from the dormitories of outer disciples, making it somewhat challenging for Jin to cultivate connections within the inner circle. He now intended to return to the male disciples' dormitory to seek assistance from a senior at the peak of Qi refinement. Pausing briefly, he turned to Jiang Yin and asked, "Sister Jiang, Do you know any formidable seniors, preferably at the foundation establishment level, who could assist me in locating Sister Wei? Jiang Yin, having been a disciple for 3 years, might have connections to someone influential. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. I seldom interact with others and know very few people. The most capable one I know is a senior sister at the late stage of qi refinement. She is currently at the 4th level, which is not particularly impressive, and the more skilled seniors are reluctant to take her under their wing. She herself feared being despised by others. Thus, she often teamed up with peers of the same rank during missions. Xuejin nodded in disappointment, saying nothing further as he leapt onto the paper crane. I am going to find someone. Will you accompany me? Jiang Yi nodded eagerly. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the male disciples' dormitory, their expressions grim. Xuejin's brow furrowed with irritation. Earlier, he had approached 3 senior brothers at the pinnacle of qi refinement, but all negotiations had collapsed. Either their demands were exorbitant, which he could not afford, or they were reluctant to enter the violent valley, deeming it inauspicious. For those at the peak of qi refinement, their mental faculties could also be affected upon entering the violent valley. While the likelihood of emerging was high, the chance of perishing within was also present. They were unwilling to take such risks. The few senior brothers, who usually maintained a decent rapport with him, were not intentionally shirking their responsibilities or inflating their prices. One senior brother had even kindly warned him that the violent valley was not as straightforward as it appeared. Even those at the foundation establishment stage might suffer mental repercussions, and whether they would subsequently develop inner demons was uncertain. With such gravity in the conversation, Xuejin could not coerce others into risking their lives. He would have to seek out Luo Xing, who had more formidable connections. Sister Jiang, I will make a trip to Baichao Peak, without your entry token. I cannot take you with me. Allow me to escort you back to the female disciples' dormitory. Each true monarch and Dao monarch's peak is safeguarded by defensive barriers. Those not affiliated with the peak must have the disciples at the gate relay their intentions to gain entry. He and Wei Xiaoxi, as well as Bai Tsong, had the freedom to come and go, having received entry tokens through Luo Xing's petition to Baichao Daojun. Jiang Yin exclaimed and quickly waved her hand. You need not concern yourself with me. Go ahead. I will return on my own. Xuejin shook his head. I am merely stopping by Xiaoxi's room to retrieve something. It is on my way. Luo Xing was likely in seclusion at this hour, and he could not disturb him. He might have to seek assistance from Jiang Qianshu. This senior brother had an eccentric temperament, and he was uncertain of his ability to persuade him to help. Perhaps bringing along that painting would prove beneficial? At the mid-slope of Baichao Peak, before Luo Xing's courtyard, a servant informed Xuejin that the master had gone into seclusion. Each direct disciple had a servant. They were mostly ordinary folk who referred to their masters as Lord. Even a young lad like Luo Xing was treated thus. Xuejin felt neither surprised nor pleased. He expressed his gratitude to the servant and stood still, gazing towards the courtyard several paces away, hesitating. After braving the cold wind for a while, he took out the communication talisman exchanged with Wei Xiaoxi, his countenance heavy. There was no response. He surmised that Wei Xiaoxi was most likely deceased. Touching the scroll in his hand, Xuejin inhaled deeply and finally set off towards Jiang Qianshu's courtyard. Outside Jiang Qianshu's courtyard, a barrier had been erected. Once he crossed the thicket, further progress was impeded. Through the courtyard gate, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Qianshu sorting herbs within the house. Surely, he was occupied with important matters. Luo Xing had mentioned that when his senior brother was engaged in serious business, anyone who disturbed him would face his ire. Life and death were at stake. What did it matter if he felt some discomfort? He clenched his fists and pressed against the barrier, causing ripples to spread outward. Jiang Qianshu glanced up at him momentarily before lowering his gaze again, ignoring him thereafter. Xuejin observed keenly, noting how Jiang Qianshu deliberately held his gaze until their eyes met. Only then did he avert his eyes. Yet, he did not step outside, seemingly urging Xuejin to leave promptly. A chill settled in Xuejin's heart. The other 3 senior brothers and sisters of Luo Xing were all high-level cultivators, often traveling abroad on missions, and he and Wei Xiaoxi had never encountered them. The Baichao Daojun resided at the peak, a place inaccessible to ordinary folk. Furthermore, the Daojins were typically occupied with meetings and other duties. Even if he were to approach, it was highly probable he would find himself thwarted. Thus, his only option remained Jiang Qianshu. Yet, this person, Xuejin paced anxiously back and forth, and in what felt like an eternity. He could scarcely endure the wait. After a while, he finally noticed Jiang Qianshu had set down the herbs and cast a cleansing spell. Was he done? Unable to contain himself any longer, Xuejin mustered his courage and struck the barrier once more. The ripples expanded in concentric circles. Chapter 73. You are utterly unworthy of her affection. Those inside remained indifferent. Frustrated and anxious, Xuejin pounded insistently on the barrier. Inside, Jiang Qianshu's brow furrowed tightly. Clearly displeased, the incessant interruptions made it impossible for him to focus. This fellow lacked any sense of awareness. Next time, He would instruct Luo Xing to revoke the access token. They lived in such close proximity, sharing the same space. He had every right to make that request. Jiang Qianshu lowered the defensive barrier and said curtly, "You should descend the mountain." Shui Jin took a few steps forward, urgency radiating from him. "Senior brother Jiang, Xiaoxi is in danger. Could you lend a hand?" Jiang Qianshu's expression remained impassive as he replied, "I said, you should descend the mountain. If you cannot comprehend human speech, I have 100 ways to ensure you understand." At these words, Shui Jin acutely felt the essence of Jiang Qianshu's peculiar temperament. A normal person would at least inquire if someone they knew was in peril, yet Jiang Qianshu seemed utterly unmoved by the news of Wei Xiaoxi's danger. He had shown such fondness for her previously, yet now he displayed no concern, as though he were a stranger to her. Truly cold-hearted and unfeeling. Such a person sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Qianshu emanated an aura of authority that left Shui Jin too intimidated to voice his objections, even lowering his head to conceal his indignation. For the sake of his dear friend, he mustered his courage and implored, "Brother Jiang, Wei Xiaoxi may have inadvertently wandered into the frenzied valley, and there has been no news of her for 10 days. I wish to seek someone to find her. At the very least, I wish to see her alive or confirm her demise. Could you possibly?" He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Could you contact someone of Foundation establishment or above to assist in the search? I have heard that you possess many remarkable magical artifacts capable of withstanding the chaotic currents of the frenzied valley. Might you venture in to investigate?" He was reluctant to voice this latter suggestion, as magical artifacts are merely external tools, and asking Jiang Qianshu to face such peril felt somewhat unreasonable. After all, he had yet to attain even the peak of qi refinement. Jiang Qianshu's expression grew increasingly frigid. This fellow clearly lacked comprehension of human sentiment. He replied coldly, "Wei Xiaoxi is at the first level of qi refinement, and having taken on a mission near the frenzied valley without any word for 10 days. She is likely already dead within. No one you seek can save her life." As he spoke, he grasped the collar of the small figure beside him and strode toward the barrier at the mountainside. "Do not return to Baichao Peak until Luo Xing emerges from seclusion. Otherwise, I shall ensure you can never cultivate here again. I mean what I say." Hearing Jiang Qianshu declare Wei Xiaoxi's death in the frenzied valley, Shui Jin's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. It was as if a dagger had pierced his heart, and he could no longer contain his anguish, shouting, "You heartless wretch! How could you be so cold? Xiaoxi liked you so much. She even drew you a little picture. You are utterly unworthy of her affection. You are a scoundrel, a selfish fiend." With that, he hurled the scroll behind him with great force. The painting struck Jiang Qianshu's left forearm before tumbling to the ground, unfurling before them. Jiang Qianshu furrowed his brow. He paid little heed to Shui Jin's tirade, merely wishing to rid himself of this bothersome little pest. However, as his peripheral vision caught the imagery within the painting, he paused. The artistry was rather unique. Both figures and landscapes appeared strikingly three-dimensional and lifelike. Indeed, it was far more believable than the portraits crafted by artists based on Qian Yu's descriptions. Perhaps enlisting Wei Xiaoxi's assistance in locating the heir of the Zhong clan might yield some progress? With this thought, he set Shui Jin aside and picked up the painting from the ground. After examining it closely, he raised his gaze and inquired, "You say Wei Xiaoxi has fallen into the frenzied valley?" Shui Jin was elated and quickly elaborated, "I cannot say for certain, but she did indeed accept a mission to gather spiritual herbs there." It seemed this painting had proven its worth. It appeared that Wei Xiaoxi's affection had stirred some semblance of conscience within him. Of course, Shui Jin's reasoning was quite simplistic, as he did not perceive this as any romantic sentiment. In his eyes, Wei Xiaoxi's admiration for Jiang Qianshu was akin to a fondness for a flower or a blade of grass, no different at all. Jiang Qianshu remained oblivious to the depth of Shui Jin's musings. He cared little for notions of conscience or reputation. His actions were driven solely by his own desires. As for certain matters, one may lend a hand when the opportunity arises, playfully teasing here and there. Valuable individuals or affairs can be sustained and further developed. He said, "You may return. I shall personally venture to the Savage Valley." Shui Jin did not descend the mountain. He remained outside Luo Xing's courtyard, eager to receive news brought back by Jiang Qianshu at the earliest moment. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Qianshu arranged a room for him to rest, while he summoned his flying boat and soared into the sky. Shui Jin gazed blankly at the exquisite small flying vessel, filled with envy. It is often said that alchemists are affluent, and so are artifact smiths. Today, witnessing Jiang Qianshu, he truly comprehended this notion. Jiang Qianshu, a remarkable figure proficient in both qi cultivation and alchemy, was already in possession of a mid-grade artifact flying boat at merely the 9th level of qi cultivation. As the golden crow descended in the west, Sword 9 Peak appeared as if drenched in a layer of crimson ink, resplendent and dreamlike. However, Li Xiangming had no inclination to appreciate the scenery. Her spirit was wounded, leaving her only the option of recuperation. Today marked the grand competition for her cohort of disciples, and the washing muscle herb had already been seized by another. She felt quite dejected. Although her second senior brother assured her that he would procure a similarly effective spiritual herb to enhance her meridians, she remained disheartened. Firstly, the efficacy of the washing muscle herb was unparalleled, with few other spiritual herbs capable of completely substituting it. Consequently, her meridian foundation would surely not match that of Luo Xing in the future. Secondly, she had long anticipated this day, believing that she would shine brilliantly. How could it be that all blame fell upon her third senior brother? Li Xiangming languidly swayed on the swing, her eyes devoid of spirit. Suddenly, a servant approached her side, bowing slightly, and announced, "Milady, there is a disciple named Zhou Feng from outside the mountain seeking an audience." Li Xiangming furrowed her brow, contemplated for a moment, and nodded, "Bring him in." Shortly after, the servant led Zhou Feng into the courtyard and silently withdrew. With a wave of her hand, Li Xiangming activated the protective barrier, her expression somewhat displeased. "I have stated that unless necessary, it is best not to come here. You should have urgent matters to discuss." Zhou Feng lowered his gaze. "Fairy Xiangming, I bear good news to share with you." "What is it?" "Wei Xiaoxi has died." "What?" Li Xiangming tilted her ear, thinking she had misheard. It was simply inconceivable. In her previous life, Wei Xiaoxi was a favored child of destiny, with fortune on her side. It was hard to associate her with death. When Li Xiangming perished in her last life, Wei Xiaoxi was thriving. Upon hearing this news, she found it difficult to believe. Zhou Feng paused before continuing. "It is highly probable that she is deceased." He then recounted how Wei Xiaoxi had been harvesting spiritual herbs near the savage stock, and how Xue Jin had desperately sought information regarding her circumstances. Xue Jin shared a close bond with Wei Xiaoxi and must have had her contact information. However, since he could not reach her, he proceeded to Baijiao Peak, presumably to seek Luo Xing's assistance. All signs indicated that Wei Xiaoxi's prognosis was dire. Li Xiangming parted her lips, feeling an inexplicable sense of magic. After a while, she regained her composure, her gaze complex. "All right, I understand. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Chapter 74. How could you be here? Her reaction left Zhou Feng perplexed. Initially, it was Li Xiangming's suggestion to suppress Wei Xiaoxi, with Qi Yang merely assisting. She certainly harbored disdain for Wei Xiaoxi. Now, hearing that Wei Xiaoxi might have perished, why did she appear so melancholic? Zhou Feng found this surreal as well, yet it was of no concern to him. He leaned slightly forward and said, "There isn't much to discuss. It's just that since that incident, my situation has become considerably more challenging. I hope that Fairy Xiaoming." "Enough, I understand. You may return now. I will speak to my senior brother," Li Xiangming replied, somewhat impatiently. Zhou Feng was truly anxious and quite bothersome. Every time they met, he would, intentionally or not, remind her of the losses he endured to assist her, subtly implying that she ought to compensate him. She had indeed compensated him already. How greedy, having just committed a transgression. He was eager for her senior brother to find him work. Such blatant behavior. What if someone connected the dots back to her and her senior brother? A tarnished reputation for her senior brother would bode ill for both of them. Noticing her irritation, Zhou Feng lowered his brows, concealing his displeasure. Who had brought him to this state? And yet he dared to act condescendingly towards him, as if he were mere refuse? If it weren't for Qi Yang, this village girl Li Xiangming would amount to nothing. Unconsciously clenching his hands hidden beneath his sleeves, he slightly bowed and took his leave. As Zhou Feng departed, Li Xiangming's gaze returned to the flower bed. On the ground, an ant nest was visible, the yellow earth riddled with numerous small pits. With rain likely approaching, the ants formed a long line, scurrying back and forth, some carrying white eggs while others transported food, busily engaged in their tasks. Li Xiangming stared blankly, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Since her rebirth, she had taken joy in suppressing Wei Xiaoxi, deriving pleasure from belittling her. Suddenly losing her target left her feeling inexplicably hollow. Without Wei Xiaoxi, her authority over others was diminished, which was quite unsatisfactory. What a pity that such a worthy adversary had to die. Yet upon reflection, she realized that throughout her rebirth, she had not truly found much superiority over Wei Xiaoxi. With this thought, her lips drooped. Humph, that cunning girl is better off dead, sparing her from uttering any unpleasant words in the future. In this lifetime, Wei Xiaoxi was merely an insignificant creature. Her demise meant little. Why should she waste time lamenting the existence of an ant? Wouldn't it be more delightful to return and rest? She leapt from the swing and addressed the servant outside the courtyard. "Jinju, flood the ant hole beneath the flower thicket." The back mountain of the ancestral home, the turbulent winds of the wild valley were not only fierce, but also tainted. The warm orange rays of the setting sun could not penetrate this valley of death. Above the canyon, Jiang Qianshu stood suspended in midair, clad in a moon-white robe. Were Wei Xiaoxi to witness this scene, she would likely be left utterly astounded. It was no small feat to soar through the skies unaided by any magical instrument. Such prowess indicated at least a golden core cultivation level. Yet, to the world, Jiang Qianshu was merely a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. Not to mention standing in midair, he could not even manage to fly on a sword. Jiang Qianshu was well aware of this, which was precisely why he had resorted to using a flying vessel on Baijiao Peak. He extended his consciousness, surveying the vast expanse of the wild valley. Every blade of grass, every petal of flower, and every facet of stone lay bare before his perception. Here, apart from the rampaging beasts, there was no trace of human life. Furrowing his brow, his porcelain-white face displayed an inscrutable mix of emotions. After a moment, he shifted his gaze and took a step forward, reappearing on a cliff adorned with purple orchids. Several trees dotted the landscape, one of which bore a disciple's robe tethered to its trunk. To be precise, it was merely half a robe. He approached slowly, raising his hand to grasp the garment suspended in midair. As the fabric fluttered, the disciple's robe collided with his large palm. One half remained intact, while the other was tattered, stained with copious amounts of blood. The torn edge appeared to have been pecked at, with frayed threads indicative of a violent tear. He raised his eyelids slightly and stepped forward, hovering at the cliff's edge before gradually descending. The sheer walls of the cliff bore numerous signs of disturbance. Several excavated pits where spiritual plants had been uprooted, bloodied peck marks, scuff marks where shoes had slipped, and 2 deep gashes where a blade had scraped down the rock face. Scenes of peril experienced by the little one at this cliff began to take shape in his mind. A faint glimmer stirred in the depths of his otherwise placid eyes. A brave and clever young girl. He murmured softly as he reached the valley floor. His feet barely touched the ground. The area was exceedingly filthy, littered with dismembered flesh, dried blood, and decayed bones. Jiang Qianshu's gaze swept across the scene, suddenly fixating on a small half of a skull in a corner. It was diminutive, unmistakably belonging to a human child. The cranium was crushed, and the remaining fragment was stained with dried blood and remnants of flesh. Was the child truly dead? Jiang Qianshu scrutinized the surroundings of the cliff once more, a frown settling upon his brow. After some thought, he once again expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entire valley. Perhaps a person imbued with pure spiritual energy had appeared, stirring the beasts into restlessness. Or perhaps the sudden presence of such a formidable aura within the valley had instilled fear and trepidation in the creatures. The roars of the monstrous beasts echoed through the valley, a cacophony that stirred an inexplicable irritation within. Jiang Qianshu, with an impassive countenance, took a step forward, and the clamor of the creatures abruptly ceased. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the violent gusts of wind. This tumultuous valley led towards a certain path to the Wandao Sect. Wei Xiaoxi sat atop a donkey, humming a nursery rhyme while holding a stick with a carrot, ready to steer her course. Indeed, it was a genuine carrot. She deemed it wasteful and ostentatious to deceive the foolish donkey with illusions of light. So during her passage through a carrot patch at noon, she had decisively dug out several. The silly donkey, whether due to its prolonged stay in the turbulent valley or having been startled by her little ghost a few times, now appeared dazed and only knew to chase after the carrot, sparing Wei Xiaoxi considerable trouble. One must admit, the sensation of not having to walk was truly delightful. She resolved to ride the donkey back to the sect in a grand manner. Under the setting sun, the shadow of the forest where the sect resided became vaguely visible. With a beaming smile, Wei Xiaoxi thought to herself, holding a little whip, feeling quite pleased, as she exclaimed in her mind about the excitement of her journey. Abruptly halting the donkey, she widened her eyes, staring at a figure clad in moonlight ahead, her words stumbling. Jiang Xixiao. How are you here? Jiang Qianshu stowed away his flying vessel and surveyed the little girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Xiaoxi, dressed only in a simple outfit, with her hair casually tied in a high ponytail, wielding a stick, appeared relaxed, reminiscent of an old man chatting and boasting under a tree in the village. He could assert that if he offered her a rocking chair now, she would leisurely sway her legs all day long. Jiang Qianshu's expression was complex. He knew all too well that someone was nearly pulling their hair out over her. Chapter 75. Do you believe I came riding a little donkey? Upon emerging from the turbulent valley, Jiang Qianshu activated his flying vessel, intending to return to the sect, when unexpectedly he encountered her as he approached. The young girl had 2 storage bags hanging from her waist, along with a pouch. He caught a whiff of the fragrant yuan foam grass emanating from the pouch. Quite well behaved. Indeed, though dressed in a simple garment, she appeared a tad pitiful. After a moment's pause, Jiang Qianshu retrieved a set of clothing from his storage bag and tossed it to her. Turning away, you should put on the clothes first. Wei Xiaoxi's face flushed instantly. In her perspective, this outfit, albeit a sleepwear of sorts, was quite satisfactory. It covered her adequately, and she felt no psychological burden wearing it back. Yet, for reasons unknown, before this picturesque senior brother, she felt somewhat uneasy. She hurriedly caught the clothes, dismounted from the donkey, and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. The fabric of the clothing is exquisitely soft, its intricate texture revealing it to be crafted from the finest materials. Notably, there is a palpable aura flowing from it, more potent than that of the outer disciples' garments. It must surely be a low-level robe capable of withstanding the assaults of foundation-building cultivators. Wei Xiaoxi calculated the value of this robe, and in her excitement, paid no heed to the fact that it was designed for men, joyfully donning it. Moments later, she approached Jiang Qianshu, tugging at the sleeve with feigned innocence, saying, "When we return, I will wash it clean and return it to you." Jiang Qianshu lowered his gaze, observing the petite figure clad in the same moon-white robe as his own, and internally nodded in approval. Children should wear their clothes clean and tidy, as it adds to their spirit. Indeed, this design is more appealing than that of the outer disciples. He stated, "It's a gift to you." "Oh, how could I accept such kindness?" Wei Xiaoxi replied with a silly grin, sincerely showering him with compliments. "Senior brother Jiang is truly a good person. Alas, I still owe you a gift for the herbs you gave me last time, and now this. Must I paint another picture? It seems rather unoriginal." Such a dilemma. Jiang Qianshu appeared to smile slightly, then composed himself and inquired, "How did you manage to escape from the violent valley?" A sudden jolt ran through Wei Xiaoxi's heart. Clenching her fist, she retrieved a stick with a carrot from her storage bag, waving it before Jiang Qianshu, and tentatively asked, "What if I said I rode out on a little donkey? Would you believe me?" Their eyes met, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence, with only the dust in the air dancing in the golden light of the setting sun, creating an enchanting yet oddly out-of-place atmosphere. Suddenly, a foolish little donkey trotted over and seized the carrot. The air grew even more still, the wind rustling their garments. Jiang Qianshu slightly raised his brow, breaking the silence. "Let us return to the sect. Shui Jin has been frantically searching for you." Wei Xiaoxi's eyes widened in surprise. "You came specifically to find me? Shui Jin asked me to look for you." "Oh, then I am truly grateful that you were able to come. I will treat you to a meal another day." She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, considering that his willingness to venture out was worth 3 low-grade spirit stones worth of spirit beast chicken wings. Now a little affluent, 3 low-grade spirit stones were not a significant burden for her. Jiang Qianshu replied with a hint of amusement, "Are you inviting me to a complimentary meal at the spirit dining hall?" As night fell, the disciples of the sect finished their meals. At this hour, the task hall was sparsely populated. Huang Lu would soon complete her shift and hand over to the next colleague. As the time drew near, she glanced towards the entrance, wondering why senior brother Tao Kai had yet to arrive. Remembering Shui Jin's concerns about Wei Xiaoxi, a sense of unease settled in her heart. It was likely that she wouldn't return. What a pity. Lost in thought, her expression inevitably grew solemn as a group of over 10 individuals entered the task hall with a flurry. Huang Lu regained her composure and smiled as she exchanged pleasantries with the young woman at the forefront. "Su Yan, was your journey smooth?" Su Yan, now 20 years old and at the 8th level of qi refinement, was the leader of this mission. At such a young age, her level could hardly compare to that of a genius, yet it was sufficient to outpace 70% of cultivators. Her talent was average, and she hailed from humble beginnings. Her achievements were solely the result of her relentless effort. A fervent task enthusiast, she was either engaged in missions or en route to them, making her well known among all the personnel at the task hall. Su Yan replied with a smile, "It was acceptable. Are you on duty tonight?" "No, I will be off soon," Huang Lu responded. "I thought so. When I walked in, your expression suggested you were delayed." Huang Lu waved her hand dismissively. "Not quite." As they conversed, they began to confirm the details of the mission, tally the submitted items, and distribute contribution points. The other team members watched eagerly. Having spent nearly 20 days on this journey, hoping to earn a substantial number of contribution points. The completion rating was set at 600 contribution points for meeting the standard. Those who exceeded expectations might earn additional points, with a cap of 700. For their 12-member team, the contribution points they could acquire ranged between 50 and 58. "Is that so?" Su Yan inquired with a hint of concern. Huang Lu paused before continuing. "Do you all remember Wei Xiaoxi? The one from the Judgment Square? What happened to the young girl?" The other team members finally shifted their focus upon hearing Wei Xiaoxi's name. Such public trials occurred only once in several decades, and Wei Xiaoxi had compelled the sect to make an exception for her, rendering her impossible to overlook. As interest grew, so too did the rumors. On their way to the task hall, they had overheard discussions about how Wei Xiaoxi had recently managed to connect with a direct disciple of the Baichao Peak, gaining daily access to high concentrations of spiritual energy. A true talent. Under the scrutiny of eager eyes, Huang Lu sighed. Wei Xiaoxi may have perished in the violent valley. What? The crowd gasped, quickly questioning what happened. Wasn't she only at the first level of qi refinement? How could she venture into such a perilous place? Huang Lu recounted the incident of Wei Xiaoxi harvesting medicinal herbs near the Violent Valley and mentioned that Shui Jin had been unable to contact her that afternoon, seeking assistance to gather information. I had advised her when she took the task, but she was resolute in her decision. Su Yan and the others shook their heads in disapproval. Ignoring the counsel of the wise, she was now facing the consequences of her hubris. Perhaps she had overestimated her abilities, thinking that the wilderness would be as safe as the sect. Such naivety was disheartening. It was futile to say anything now, for decades. No cultivator below the great perfection of Qi refinement had returned after straying into that place, and even those at the great perfection had met their demise there. It is more than unfortunate. Even those at the foundation establishment stage do not dare to venture there. I find her clever and spirited. For her to meet such an end is truly lamentable. As the crowd murmured, two individuals entered the doorway. It was Tao Kai, the disciple on duty, accompanied by Tao Zhong, the deputy head of the law enforcement hall. These two hailed from the same clan. Upon seeing the esteemed Tao Zhong, the crowd promptly fell silent. Bowing respectfully in greeting, Tao Zhong waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they should continue their conversation while he took on a task. Regardless of status, rank, or position, everyone was required to undertake basic assignments each year, a strict regulation of the sect. Tao Zhong intended to complete all the tasks he had accumulated over the year before departing soon. None of Su Yan's group dared to speak first, fearful of offending the distinguished figure and leaving a negative impression. They preferred to remain silent rather than risk a misstep. The task hall was enveloped in an uncomfortable quiet, an atmosphere that often accompanies the presence of significant individuals. Having weathered many storms, Tao Zhong was unfazed by the awkwardness. Sensing the tension, Tao Kai stepped in to lighten the mood. Who are you all discussing? Who has met an unfortunate fate? As someone posed a question, a breakthrough occurred. Su Yan smiled and explained, with others chiming in. The atmosphere within the task hall began to warm. However, the more he listened, the more Tao Zheng's brows furrowed. Wei Xiaoxi was far too audacious, daring to venture out alone to complete a task at merely the first layer of Qi refinement. Especially near the Wild Valley, she was practically courting disaster. He rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved a communication talisman, intact and unactivated. What was going on? Did she not know to call for help in the face of danger? How foolish not to utilize his support. If she perished, who could she blame? Tao Zhong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A promising junior he had invested in was now lost, a matter that was quite disheartening. Outside the task hall, Wei Xiaoxi tugged at Jiang Qianshu's sleeve, reiterating her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Jiang, for accompanying me to submit this task. You truly are the kindest person I have ever met. Jiang Qianshu, preoccupied with his thoughts, waved her off. Go on. Tao Zhong, already at the golden core stage with heightened senses, perked up at the sound of Wei Xiaoxi's voice, instinctively glancing outside. He was astonished to see her, turning back repeatedly as she walked toward the task hall. Remarkably, she had not perished in the Wild Valley. It made sense. She must have only harvested spiritual plants and likely had the sense to avoid venturing too deep. Perhaps she had wisely chosen to abandon her task for other pursuits. The lack of contact must have been due to her not noticing the talisman's activation. As his thoughts raced, Tao Zhong pieced together a plausible sequence of events. His gaze fell upon the two storage bags hanging from her waist, and he nodded to himself in approval. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. She had likely gained significant rewards from her alternative endeavors. In stark contrast to the composed Tao Zhong, Huang Lu, Su Yan, and the other dozen Qi refinement disciples stood in astonishment. In the realm of the Savage Valley, it is akin to a valley of death for them. One individual exclaimed, Wei Shimi, how is it that you are still alive? The atmosphere instantly became thick with tension. Wei Xiaoxi took a deep breath and smiled, responding, If you were still alive, how could I dare to perish first? The person was taken aback and quickly waved his hands in apology. I did not mean it like that. They said you entered the Savage Valley, so I was not cursing you. Others hastily interjected to divert the topic, asking, Wei Shimi, have you returned from the Savage Valley? Did you truly enter it? If not, why have you been gone for so long and unreachable? Seeing that they bore no ill intent, Wei Xiaoxi retracted her hostility, pinched her cheek, and chuckled awkwardly. Yes, I went in and came back out. Heh. She was reluctant to admit it, but Jiang Qianshu had mentioned finding her robe at the cliff. To deny it would lead others to assume she had encountered some fortuitous event, while to affirm it would invite the curiosity of the inquisitive. Moreover, the demonic beasts in her bag were to be exchanged for contribution points, which she could not conceal. The flesh of the demonic beasts damaged by the chaotic spiritual energy was fundamentally different from that of ordinary ones, leaving everyone genuinely astonished. How could this be possible? Someone gasped. Speculation was one thing. Confirmation was another. It was astonishing that a cultivator of the first layer had safely wandered out of the Savage Valley, still retaining their sanity. Why were they so incredulous? A few years prior, Meng Yang, a cultivator of the 6th layer, had entered the Savage Valley by accident, burdened with wealth, and had not emerged. It was rumored that Wei Xiaoxi was impoverished, often shamelessly reliant on others from Baichao Peak for spiritual energy. How could she possess the equipment to survive 10 days in the Savage Valley? Wei Xiaoxi chuckled. Just lucky, just lucky. Su Yan and the others wore peculiar expressions, unsure whether to believe her. I too wish for such luck, one lamented. Do not dream. Do you think such opportunities are as common as cabbage? Sighed another. Oh, I am unable to possess it. Can I not even think of it? The group bantered among themselves. As the conversation continued, Wei Xiaoxi approached Tao Zheng. Ah, Master Tao. Do such esteemed individuals like yourself also undertake tasks? Tao Zheng replied. What a sweet-tongued young lady. He teased. Xiaoxi, you must have encountered many good people. Wei Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. What was he implying? After a moment, she realized it was in response to her earlier comment about Jiang Qianshu being a good person. Previously, in the interrogation room, she had also praised Tao Zheng, noting that he never altered his words. Embarrassed, she laughed. Ha ha, Master Tao, not only are you kind, but you are also quite humorous. Tao Zheng could not help but chuckle, gesturing for her to attend to her affairs. Wei Xiaoxi did not move. This scene felt strangely familiar, and Tao Zheng's eyelids twitched. What is it that you require? In the last interrogation room, a similar situation unfolded. He had provided her with a spirit stone. Wei Xiaoxi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her left cheek and retrieved a communication talisman from her storage pouch, presenting it to Tao Zheng. Master Tao, to be frank, the communication talisman you gifted me previously was attempted for use not long ago when I sought your assistance. Regrettably, the environment was unfavorable. It extinguished midway, and I ultimately failed to connect with you. I cannot help but wonder about the substandard quality of this counterfeit product. She mused internally, though her face maintained a courteous smile. Regardless, what you granted me was a promise of help, not merely a talisman. Wouldn't you agree? As she spoke, she held out a new communication talisman before Tao Zheng. Su Yan and the others watched with wide eyes. Is it truly possible to approach it this way? They collectively glanced towards Tao Zheng, who was both amused and bewildered. After a moment's pause, he took the talisman, shaking his head with a chuckle. You are indeed something else. A glimmer of indulgence flickered in his eyes. Who wouldn't appreciate a clever, resourceful junior with a knack for seizing opportunities and a healthy dose of courage? Jiang Qianshu, standing at the door, could not help but chuckle softly. He had indeed not misjudged Wei Xiaoxi. She was a promising talent, bold and adept at leveraging her surroundings. Indeed, she was far more astute than the clumsy Qianyu. On Huang Lu's side, mouths gaped in astonishment. So, this is how opportunities could be seized? Reflecting on the earlier moment when Tao Zheng entered, they had barely dared to speak, feeling disheartened. No wonder Wei Xiaoxi could tap into the spiritual energy of Baichao Peak, while they could not. This revealed the disparity between them. With the communication talisman successfully dispatched, Wei Xiaoxi felt a surge of joy and politely took her leave, smiling as she headed towards the task hall's window ledge. Su Yan and the others, recognizing her intent, pushed and jostled, clearing a path for her. Wei Xiaoxi, taken aback, exclaimed, Dear senior brothers and sisters, this is exceedingly courteous of you. As a junior, is it not inappropriate for me to cut in line? Su Yan and the others chuckled. We have already submitted our tasks and were merely engaging in idle chatter. Wei Xiaoxi earnestly replied. I must express my gratitude to all of you for your thoughtfulness in granting me passage. No trouble at all, they reassured her. With a smile, Wei Xiaoxi saluted and unfastened one of her storage pouches. This particular pouch contained the harvested spiritual plants and nearly 30 demon beasts she had meticulously sorted. Huang Lu took the pouch, examined its contents hastily, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Shimi, is this all from your recent outing? Chapter 77. Jealousy makes one ugly. Huang Lu, usually composed, now displayed exaggerated emotions, her voice piercing. The group turned their attention, curiosity piqued regarding the pouch's contents. Wei Xiaoxi pondered for a moment before responding. No, I lack such prowess. All of these were merely collected by me. The others reacted in unison, while Huang Lu, filled with envy, began to pour the contents of the pouch out. Beside every window, there are specially designed containers for holding demonic beasts, spiritual plants, and other items. The sound of clattering fills the air as Tao Kai hurriedly steps forward to assist with the inventory. Su Yan and the others are left in astonishment, while Tao Zheng cannot help but glance over in surprise. Good heavens! Regardless of their species, demonic beasts often possess utilitarian value. Their skin, flesh, blood, sinew, bones, teeth, and claws each command a purchase price ranging from 7 to 15, with rarer varieties fetching even higher prices. Wei Xiaoxi's bag contains nearly 30 beasts. Although their pelts seem somewhat inferior, calculating at 9 contribution points each, that totals nearly 300 contribution points. 300. Su Yan and the others feel a twitch at the corners of their eyes. They, a large group, have toiled for over 20 days, only to accumulate a mere 50 points. Wei Xiaoxi, having been out for just 10 days, has nearly 300, and she merely picked them up. Such envy and jealousy stir within them. Huang Lu feels equally unbalanced. She stands guard here daily, her calves suffering from varicose veins, earning merely 80 contribution points in a month. The disparity between people is infuriating. Someone tentatively suggests, what if we form a team and head to the Violent Valley? Perhaps there are more to collect. If you wish to perish, do so alone. Do not drag me into it. Outside the mission hall, Jiang Qianshu gazes at the round moon in the sky, his emotions tangled. Having lived in the Wandao Sect for over a decade, he has certainly heard of the Violent Valley's notorious reputation. Today, he has ventured inside for reconnaissance. It is truly unfriendly territory for cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Not only is the air hostile, but so are the demonic beasts. Wei Xiaoxi has submitted nearly 30 beasts. 1 or 2 may be plausible, but 20 or 30. Only a fool would believe they were merely found. Either a beast tide has occurred, or there has been some deliberate slaughter. He leans towards the latter theory. Within the Violent Valley, there is a place stained with much blood, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Moreover, a beast tide would involve thousands. It is impossible for only 20 or 30 to be present. Wei Xiaoxi, what secrets do you harbor? On Baichao Peak, within the courtyard of Luoxing, he emerges from his cave dwelling, hands clasped behind him, in a cheerful mood. As he approaches the courtyard, he notices Xue Jin peering out the door, looking perplexed. Why are you here so late? Upon seeing Luoxing, Xue Jin is equally startled. Weren't you in seclusion? How did you return so soon? Luoxing smiles bashfully. It may be related to my with spiritual root. I refined the muscle-cleansing herb exceptionally smoothly, and the results have been remarkable. I have fully absorbed it. As he speaks, he turns in place. Do you not feel that my aura has become significantly more robust? His meridians have strengthened and widened, and his presence indeed surpasses what it was during the day. Xue Jin nodded, envy etched across his face. Indeed, you have become significantly stronger. Had I not been aware of your realm, I would have assumed you had reached the 4th level of qi refinement. During the qi refinement stage, each small advancement, from the 3rd to the 4th level, from the 6th to the 7th, and from the 9th to the 10th, entails a profound transformation of one's sinews and marrow. The muscle, fascia, bone, and dantian would ascend to a higher tier compared to before. Utilizing the muscle-washing herb essentially grants one an additional opportunity for this transformative process. A chance coveted by all. Suppressing his envy, Xue Jin's voice turned somber. Xinggu, something must have happened to Xiaoxi. Luoxing was taken aback. She hasn't returned yet? Xue Jin's expression darkened as he recounted the news he received that afternoon and the efforts he had made. I will seek my master. He will surely be of assistance. Luoxing's face paled. However, Xue Jin hesitated. Senior brother Jiang has already gone. Would it be inappropriate to involve your master as well? It is said that one should not trouble 2 masters over a single matter. Luoxing slapped him on the head. Are you out of your mind? My 4th senior brother is merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. If he ventures into the frenzied valley, it would be tantamount to courting death. I must quickly contact my master. Doesn't he possess numerous magical artifacts? Surely he can return unscathed? That is the hope. Luoxing pulled out a communication talisman, his expression grim. He is my master's adopted son, which makes him different from us other disciples. If something truly were to happen, he chose not to finish the thought. Hello, 4th senior brother? Are you safe right now? How are you doing? Please respond. I will seek my master to rescue you. With that, he hastily retrieved another communication talisman to contact Lord Baichao. Observing Luoxing's frantic demeanor, Xue Jin began to grasp the gravity of the situation, sweat beading on his forehead. He murmured, at that moment, I truly could not find anyone. What could I do? I was merely concerned for Xiaoxi. She has countless friends, and Wei Xiaoxi truly aligns with his preferences. Moreover, while cultivating at Baichao Peak, she still thought of him. Even if her intention was to benefit from his 1,000 paper cranes, with such an opportunity, why would she not seek anyone else? Yet, she chose me, Xue Jin. She regards me as one of her own. The plight of a good friend weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with both pain and anxiety. Luoxing understood his feelings. Initially, Wei Xiaoxi had sought to benefit from the spiritual energy of Baichao Peak, which led her to introduce Baizong to him. However, this was predicated on her awareness of his needs. During lunch that day, he had merely mentioned it in passing, yet she had taken note. For that alone, he felt elated. In truth, Luoxing cherished his friendship with Wei Xiaoxi for another reason. Having entered the sect for a year, many were hesitant to approach him due to his status as a direct disciple. The generational gap with the senior brothers and sisters on the peak left him feeling isolated, unable to connect with them. After much effort, a bold individual dares to approach, adding a touch of excitement to his otherwise monotonous existence. Although this person may occasionally be a bit cheeky, a tad unscrupulous, somewhat shameless, and overly self-assured, he still cherishes this friendship deeply. Luo Xing remarked quietly. I do not intend to chastise you. I too wish for no harm to befall Wei Xiaoxi. However, the deceased have departed, and I do not want you to face reproach because of this. If anything were to happen to the fourth senior brother, I would certainly plead your case before our master. Having been in the sect for a year, he had naturally heard of the notorious reputation of the Violent Valley. Indeed, in his eyes, Wei Xiaoxi was already gone. Thank you. Xuejin stepped forward to embrace him. Thank you. With that, both fell into a contemplative silence, silently reminiscing about their mutual companion. Xingge, do you think Xiaoxi? Xuejin's voice trembled. Luo Xing could not see his expression but sensed the quivering of his body. His eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Just as he was about to say something, the communication talisman in his hand stirred. It was from Jiang Qianshu. Luo Xing's spirits lifted slightly as he patted Xuejin's shoulder. Brother, there is no need for concern. Just wait a moment. Saying this, he pushed Xuejin aside and crushed the talisman. Jiang Qianshu's gentle voice resonated. Do not worry. I am fine. And Wei Xiaoxi is also well. Please inform Xuejin that I will bring her back to meet you shortly. As the talisman burned away, the warm yellow glow gradually extinguished, and the eyes of the two young men widened in astonishment. Chapter 78. Could you draw a person for me? They exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the other's disbelief and uncontainable joy. I just heard the senior brother say that Xiaoxi is safe, right? I heard it too. Their eyes met in astonishment before erupting into raucous laughter. It was unbelievable, hard to fathom, utterly astonishing. Amidst tears of joy, Luo Xing recalled Baichao Daojun and hurriedly retrieved another talisman to send a message. Such is the life of the affluent. A communication talisman worth 10 low-grade spirit stones can be casually burned. Xuejin observed silently, filled with envy, when suddenly his expression darkened. Has Xiaoxi not received my talisman? Why has she not replied? He was genuinely upset. Luo Xing gazed at the waning talisman and remarked softly. Perhaps she hesitates to part with a talisman valued at 10 low-grade spirit stones. After all, you know her disposition. She is one who tends to be frugal. Xuejin fell silent. Indeed, in the eyes of that miser, his concerns hardly warranted the worth of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Grinding his molars in frustration, Xuejin stormed into the courtyard to fetch 2 small stools. A quarter of an hour later, a small flying vessel approached from afar, landing on the flat ground 10 zhong away. After we finish catching up, come over to my place. I have something to discuss with you, Jiang Qianshu declared, striding towards his courtyard. Wei Xiaoxi blinked at his retreating figure, uncertain of what he sought from her. There is a pressing matter at hand. Why did the two remain in solitude for so long, without uttering a word? As the figure drifted away, Wei Xiaoxi hastened to greet the 2 companions approaching her. The youthful duo still bore traces of tears in their eyes, a detail that did not escape Wei Xiaoxi's notice and warmed her heart. Since her arrival in this narrative, she had lived under the overshadowing presence of Li Xiangming, ensnared in the web of the storyline. Everywhere she turned, there were pitfalls laid by Li Xiangming and orchestrated individuals. The journey had indeed been arduous. Unexpectedly, she had garnered 2 sincere friends along the way. Clasping their hands, she trembled with excitement for a moment before retrieving 2 chicken legs from her storage pouch, placing one into each of their hands. I shan't utter any sentimental words. These 2 chicken legs symbolize my gratitude and heartfelt intentions. The 2 stood in stunned silence. Wei Xiaoxi, how could you possibly have the audacity? Do you always resort to offering us complimentary meals as a form of dismissal? Xuejin's forehead pulsed with veins, suddenly feeling a pang of sorrow. All his concerns from the afternoon felt as though they had been fed to a dog. No, rather, to a spirit beast. Luo Xing nudged Xuejin, eyeing Wei Xiaoxi with a mix of suspicion and astonishment, as if she were a creature of the fantastical. In the spirit dining hall, a chicken leg was priced at 5 low-grade spirit stones. The fact that Wei Xiaoxi would splurge so unexpectedly was both astonishing and delightful. Xuejin was taken aback, stuffing the chicken leg into his mouth and widening his eyes. It truly is. Tears streamed down his face as he grasped Wei Xiaoxi's hand. Seizing the moment to wipe his tears, Xiaoxi, you are so frugal, yet willing to spend spirit stones on me. I am profoundly touched and now understand my significance in your heart. How significant? 5 low-grade spirit stones, perhaps? Silly, chubby fellow, so easily satisfied. She silently scoffed, yet began to question herself. Hadn't she, in her daily demeanor, exhibited any traits of being stingy? Their expressions were indeed infuriating, in light of their concern for her. Wei Xiaoxi smiled and said, what are you talking about? We are good friends. It is only right. Given that, I took the liberty of making a decision on your behalf. You wouldn't mind, would you? You won't trouble me over this, right? Xuejin withdrew his hand, his gaze flickering uneasily. Wei Xiaoxi sensed a foreboding air and warily inquired, pray tell, what is this matter? Ahem, it pertains to that painting of yours, doesn't it? Wei Xiaoxi's eyelids twitched, What have you done with my painting? Well, I took the liberty of delivering it to senior brother Jiang. You intended to present it to him. Did you not? I took care of it. No need for thanks. I truly did not mean to. Xiaoxi, please remain calm. I acted to save you. Less senior brother Jiang. Oh no, I was wrong. I was wrong. May I treat you to a return meal of spirit beast chicken legs tomorrow? Oh dear. A young lady ought to be more composed. You truly are. Wei Xiaoxi chased after Xuejin for several laps before finally halting, exclaiming, and crashing down onto the grass. The painting is not yet complete. How could it be sent? Moreover, if it were to be sent, it should be done by my own hand, accompanied by a note indicating it is a token of gratitude from Yuanfeng Grass. Only then can I settle the lingering debt of gratitude from last time. Now, being inexplicably sent away by Xuejin in such a manner not only fails to fulfill the purpose of reciprocity, but also gives the impression that she is a peculiar individual harboring an inappropriate interest in older men. Ahem, and in her charming senior. It is essential to remember that she is merely a naive and innocent 6-year-old child. Oh dear, how embarrassing. The moonlight is as cool as water. In front of the courtyard, a slender youth stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the peak of the sect. Beneath the hazy moonlight, his features are as poetic and picturesque as a painting. He remains motionless, resembling a white birch tree standing amidst the heavens and the earth, serene, elegant, and upright. Truly, he is a gentleman unparalleled in the world. Wei Xiaoxi's gaze shifts to the scroll behind him, her expression contorted. How can one elegantly and politely clarify the situation? Brother Jiang, I am not a peculiar collector who covets your beauty. I merely wish to offer you a token of gratitude. No matter how it sounds, it carries an air of awkwardness. It is all Xuejin's fault, that mischievous child. Brother Jiang, Jiang Qianshu returns to his senses and directly unfurls the scroll, cutting to the chase. Did you paint this? Under the night sky. His brown eyes reveal a depth that makes one hesitant to meet his gaze. The glimmer of inquiry within them leaves one feeling exposed. Wei Xiaoxi's expression stiffens. Taking a quiet breath, she musters the courage to nod. Yes, I was wondering. If I were to ask you to paint someone, how closely could you capture their likeness? Her explanation is abruptly interrupted, and she stumbles slightly, about 70 to 80%, I suppose. Sigh. Brother Jiang truly is as clear-minded as a bright day, with no peculiar thoughts clouding his judgment. As Luo Xing said, all he sees are serious matters. Jiang Qianshu nods, intending to suggest she help him paint someone, but hesitates. Within the secret realm of the Zhongzhen lineage, only Qianyu from their family has seen that heir. Qianyu is currently on the first continent, while Wei Xiaoxi is on the Three Realms Isle. To paint, they must meet, yet the vast ocean separates them, teeming with sea monsters. The journey is fraught with danger and must occur at specific times each year. Quite troublesome indeed. If he were to take Wei Xiaoxi to the first continent, her keen intellect would undoubtedly lead her to suspect his true identity. Conversely, if he were to summon Qianyu, the vigilance at the main peak would be a concern. Last time he returned, he nearly exposed himself, which would be detrimental to his plans. Brother Jiang, what sort of person do you want me to help you paint? Not understanding why he abruptly stopped speaking, Wei Xiaoxi inquires curiously. Jiang Qianshu lowers his gaze upon her and suddenly asks, if someone wished to persuade you to leave the Wandao Sect, what would you say? Wei Xiaoxi's heart stirs with caution. Chapter 79. You are a dragon. Behave yourself. The text states that this fellow is merely Li Xiangming's white moonlight. What does he mean by asking this? Could it truly be that Li Xiangming's associates conspired to undermine her, relegating her to a second-rate sect? Surely not. As her thoughts raced, Wei Xiaoxi feigned urgency. No, I refuse to leave. I would rather perish than depart. The Wandao Sect is a premier sect. Whoever dares to force me out shall face my wrath. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to the immense opportunity she had forfeited, as well as the fortuitous escape from a looming crisis. Despite Wei Xiaoxi's adamant stance, Jiang Qianshu yearned to enlighten her about the superior sects on the first continent. Yet, he held his tongue, for the identity he had meticulously crafted over the past decade was too precarious to risk jeopardy. Moreover, time was of the essence for the Qian family. Brother, what you wish to depict has no relevance to my departure from the sect. Wei Xiaoxi seemed to regain her composure, her expression a mixture of gravity and curiosity. Jiang Qianshu's lips parted, and he finally uttered, it is of no immediate concern. When the time arises, I shall seek your assistance, and I hope you will not decline. Wei Xiaoxi, uncertain of his intentions, forced a smile and replied, very well. While others may hesitate, I shall not refuse such a generous offer from you, Brother Jiang. As their conversation drew to a close, Wei Xiaoxi expressed her intent to take her leave. Wait, Jiang Qianshu interjected, retrieving a golden jade token from his storage pouch and presenting it to her. This is a life-preserving charm, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator and 5 from a foundation establishment cultivator. Take it, cherish your life. And do not perish. Wei Xiaoxi, bemused, responded, do you mean to curse me? Her face beamed with delight as she accepted the token. Thank you, brother. You are truly a remarkable person. The jade token felt warm to the touch, imbued with spiritual energy that surpassed even that of her robe. What an exquisite item. Wei Xiaoxi mused, pondering whether it was meant to acknowledge her artistic talent. Jiang Qianshu was indeed a pragmatist, exhibiting a rather audacious demeanor. His intentions had seemed ambiguous, previously hinting at an ulterior motive. If he were an enemy, would such a gift require reciprocation? Certainly not. Jiang Qianshu remained oblivious to the multitude of suspicions swirling in the mind of the petite figure before him. Perhaps he sensed something amiss but chose to remain indifferent. Any individual or circumstance that did not obstruct his ambitions was of no concern to him. He turned and stepped into the courtyard, activating the defensive barrier. You may leave now. Wei Xiaoxi's smile gradually faded, her expression turning solemn as she walked towards Luo Xing's courtyard. The night had deepened, and Luo Xing had arranged accommodations for both her and Xuejin. Upon entering the guest room of Luo Xing's residence, Wei Xiaoxi did not retire for the night immediately. Instead, she emptied her storage pouch, beginning to assess her gains. The expedition to the Violent Valley had proven extraordinarily fruitful. 5 inferior-grade spirit stones and 23 medium-grade spirit stones. She sensed the flow of her consciousness stabilizing before opening the 4 jade boxes. Within the storage, she did not recognize the spiritual herbs, but she could consult some materials another day or inquire about them. Although the possessions of a chi refinement stage cultivator may not be of high quality, the spiritual herbs within the jade box had retained their vitality remarkably well over the years, regardless of the intrinsic value of the herbs. The jade box itself was worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. Additionally, there was a collection of worn-out magical tools. The grades of these weapons and armors were uncertain, but it was likely that, like the spiritual herbs, they were not particularly precious, most likely of low rank, now rendered ineffective. They could only be sold as materials for chi refinement, with hopes of fetching a decent sum of spirit stones to procure a basic or low-grade broadsword. Though the Qingmu sword was sturdy and effective against low-level demonic beasts and for harvesting spiritual herbs, it would be inadequate against a stronger adversary. She was determined to eliminate Xiao Mo and acquire the muscle-cleansing grass to ascend to the pinnacle of her life. As she hastily stuffed the assorted items into her storage bag, her fingers brushed against a paper crane. This was something she had just purchased from the sect for 10 contribution points. Now, traversing the 100 Herbs Peak would no longer require her to accommodate Xuejin's schedule, which was a relief. In the future, when undertaking missions beyond the sect, she could save time on her journey. After securing the paper crane, she found her disciple token. It was with this token that she had just accrued contribution points at the treasure pavilion. Currently, she had 277 contribution points remaining, equivalent to 2,770 low-grade spirit stones. While her wealth might not rival that of Luo Xing or even Xuejin, it was likely sufficient to surpass the majority of chi refinement stage cultivators in their early to mid stages. She murmured to herself as she continued to organize her belongings. Xuejin occasionally leveraged his connections to trade small items, and he had indeed amassed a modest fortune. The thought of these two young friends brought a slight smile to Wei Xiaoxi's lips. They were quite decent companions. Her hand then grazed a smooth jade token, causing her to look down with curiosity. It was a life-saving talisman given to her by Jiang Qianshu. She caressed the golden jade token, her brow furrowing slightly. Jiang Qianshu had an eccentric air about him. Although he had given her a life-saving talisman, he did not seem to harbor any ill intentions. Even when he had inquired if she wished to leave the Wandao Sect, there was no malice in his demeanor. Perhaps he was not entangled with Li Xiangming, but was simply dealing with his own circumstances. As for the need to paint a person so accurately, who could possibly require such precision? Wei Xiaoxi felt a sense of foreboding. Could he be a wanted criminal? Or perhaps someone sought after on a bounty list? For instance, the heir of Zhongzhen? Furthermore, he mentioned painting while insinuating that someone was urging her to leave the sect. Was that his desire? Where would she go to paint? If it were within the Three Realms Island, she could simply utilize the teleportation array, and there would be no need to formally inquire whether she wished to leave the Wandao Sect unless it was to a distant place, one from which she might not return. The first continent? The disciples of Qianyu sect? Painting? Wei Xiaoxi felt a wave of unease wash over her, causing her to abruptly toss aside the jade token. The moonlight was hazy, and the jade token lay quietly on the bedding, radiating a golden aura. She was filled with uncertainty. It couldn't possibly be true, could it? Jiang Qianshu is an orphan, discovered by the master of the 100 Herbs. How could he possibly know someone from the first continent? Or is there anyone among the inhabitants of the Three Realms Island who could access the secrets of Zhongzhen? Jiang Qianshu just happens to have connections and can introduce her to a painter? Wei Xiaoxi's mind was a tumultuous storm, filled with the dread of being dissected at any moment. No, she must not indulge in such wild thoughts. For over a year, No one from the first continent of the Three Realms Island has managed to unearth her, indicating their utter helplessness. Moreover, if Jiang Qianshu truly introduces her to someone from the secret realm who recognizes her, she possesses the flowing light, which could at least provide a temporary reprieve from her plight. At that juncture, she could flee again, departing from the Three Realms Island to other lands. Adopting a new appearance, she could become a fine candidate for cultivation. After a decade or so, who would still recognize her? Calm down, calm down. Perhaps Jiang Qianshu is merely a youthful admirer, wishing to paint a portrait of the maiden he cherishes, simply desiring to collect it. What need has he for her company? To watch from the shadows? Wei Xiaoxi lay back in a daze. The current situation remained uncertain. The boat shall naturally align when it reaches the bridge. There will always be a way to cope. The most pressing matter now is to diligently cultivate. Once her strength burgeons, no matter how grand a family or powerful a lineage, they shall yield to her like a dragon in submission. Chapter 80. Do not stray from the path. The days of cultivation are often rather mundane. However, when a novel event occurs, news spreads through the sect like wildfire. The following noon, Zhou Feng organized his belongings, preparing to leave the sect for a mission. While en route, he overheard discussions among the crowd regarding Wei Xiaoxi's safe return to the sect, having earned nearly 300 contribution points. His expression contorted in dismay. That wretched girl has such a tenacious life. He was foolishly elated for nothing. Last time, he, Wei Xiaoxi, and Zhao Qian were unable to eliminate her. He had assumed her merely possessed a profound depth of character. Who would have thought her luck would be so fortuitous? Infuriating. Zhou Feng simmered in frustration as he felt a disturbance in his storage bag. Upon inspection, his complexion turned ashen. Taking a deep breath, he crushed it. Brother Zhou, have you heard the news of Wei Xiaoxi's return? The voice of Li Xiangming was youthful, her tone relatively gentle, yet the undertone of accusation was glaringly evident. In the cultivation world, there exists an unwritten rule. Low-tier cultivators in the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages are considered peers and addressed according to their level of cultivation. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one adopts a Taoist title. Those in foundation establishment and qi refinement are either referred to by their titles or as Shishu, Uncle Master. Yes, I just heard, Zhou Feng replied with a stoic face. Brother Zhou, you once held the position of captain in the law enforcement hall. I have always regarded you as a composed individual. You would verify the authenticity of any news before disseminating it, would you not? Yes, this time I was negligent. Let us leave it at that. By the way, if there is nothing pressing, do your best to avoid Sword 9 Peak. Understood. The message talisman burned to ashes. Zhou Feng's calm demeanor suddenly contorted into a grimace. Li Xiangming, that impudent girl, at such a tender age, dares to admonish her elder. It is no exaggeration to say that he could easily be her grandfather, yet she speaks to him in such a tone. Utterly oblivious to the principles of respect and propriety. Moreover, were it not for him, what position would she hold today? To endure such nonsense. She even dreams of severing ties with him? How naive. I possess leverage over you, and I shall not suffer any losses lightly. After standing still for a considerable time, he finally took a step and departed from the sect. At the peak of Sword 9, Li Xiangming sat at the round table in the hall, delicately savoring the exquisite dishes laid before her. 8 dishes and a soup, all meticulously prepared from the meat of spiritual beasts and the essence of spiritual vegetables. Each dish was small yet refined. The chicken drumsticks that Wei Xiaoxi had brought for Xuejin and her the previous night were specially chopped into petite pieces, stir-fried with evenly textured, spirit-rich white mushrooms. Just standing nearby, one could inhale the enticing aroma wafting from the meal, drawing in the spiritual essence that instantly filled her with comfort. The servants, standing by to serve, felt as though they had become lighter from the fragrant scent of the dishes. Yet, Li Xiangming felt little appetite. Yesterday, she had heard Wei Xiaoxi's stern admonishment, leaving her in a complex mood. It was hard to say just how pleased she was. Overall, however, she felt a semblance of joy. Today, upon learning that Wei Xiaoxi had returned safely from the Violent Valley and had earned 300 contribution points for the sect, Li Xiangming found herself quite displeased. Jealousy loomed larger within her. Now, Wei Xiaoxi had not entered Sword 9 Peak-like in her past life, garnering the affection of everyone. Yet, her fortune remained as extraordinary as before. She had ventured into peril and emerged not only alive, but also laden with rewards. Who wouldn't he feel envious? Li Xiangming had spent an entire year longer in the sect, yet her contribution points had never exceeded 200. Such fury, such jealousy. The more she pondered, the more melancholy engulfed her, and with a resounding thud, she slammed her chopsticks on the table. The nearby servant trembled in fear, too afraid to breathe. The mistress was known for her unpredictable temper. Though she refrained from physical violence, her words could be painfully harsh. The pressure she exuded was something a mere mortal could hardly withstand. Li Xiangming did not concern herself with the servant's feelings, brooding in silence for quite some time. Suddenly, She expelled a breath of frustration. External forces could not suppress Wei Xiaoxi. The issue must be resolved fundamentally. Are you fortunate? What if I were to seize your opportunities? Much like the ice spirit root now resting within my dantian. A sly smile crept upon her lips, only to fade into contemplation. How might she seize Wei Xiaoxi's fortune? Perhaps by undertaking missions alongside her? Yes, that shall be the plan. In the classroom, if Wei Xiaoxi were to learn of Li Xiangming's intention to usurp her opportunities, she would undoubtedly burst into laughter. After all, she had already pilfered Li Xiangming's chances twice. First, the identity of the inheritor of Zhongzhen, and second, the small spirit. Even the cleansing herb that rightfully belonged to Li Xiangming had been unwittingly gifted to Luo Xing due to Wei Xiaoxi's meddling. Wei Xiaoxi was unaware. She did not smile. On the contrary, her countenance bore a hint of gravity. This morning, as she departed from Baichao Peak, she discerned a notable change in Luo Xing. There exists a phenomenon within the realm of cultivation. As one's cultivation level ascends, their appearance becomes increasingly refined, their physique more agile, and every aspect of their being more beautiful, superior, and healthy. The Luo Xing she encountered this morning, while still shy when he smiled, exhibited brighter eyes, smoother skin, and a cherry-red mouth that appeared both luscious and healthy, standing tall in stature. More importantly, he resembled a practitioner at the fourth level of qi refinement. This was the allure of the Shijin grass. Furthermore, according to him, his dual elemental roots of fire and wood had also increased in purity. Previously at 92 and 94, both had now risen by 3 points. The purification effects from the elevation in realm would not yield such enhancement to the spiritual roots. The finest wood root within Wei Xiaoxi's body was merely at 62. Indeed, despite the abundant spiritual energy of the sect and the nutritious meal she consumed, alongside her efforts to enhance the quality of her spiritual roots through sculptures, a month had passed with little progress. Within the inheritance of Zhongzhen, refining the Shijin grass could elevate purity by 14 to 16 points, which was truly remarkable. However, it remained unclear whether Luo Xing's modest increase of 3 points was due to the inherent difficulty of augmenting already high purity levels or the lack of the Zhongzhen inheritance's support, thus limiting him to a mere 3-point rise. Lost in thought, Wei Xiaoxi was jolted back to reality as Xue Jin approached, patting her shoulder. What are you pondering so deeply? Hurry up, the delectable dishes at the spirit meal hall will be all gone. All right. The two walked side by side out of the classroom. What were you just thinking about? Xue Jin inquired again. I was reflecting on how much Luo Xing has changed. Although he remains at the third level of qi refinement, his strength has surely improved by at least 30%. Hasn't he it? I'm not sure. But he is definitely formidable, someone we can only envy. Huh. What do you mean by that contemplative expression? You're not actually considering aiming for first place in our new student competition to obtain the Shijin grass, are you? Wei Xiaoxi shot him a sidelong glance. Too indolent to respond. In any case, even if she spoke, he would merely laugh at her fanciful notions. Xiaoxi, it's not that I'm criticizing you. But if we set aside other prodigies, just focusing on Xiao Mo, you may not truly grasp the nature of his existence. What new information has he gleaned now? Wei Xiaoxi's brows twitched slightly. Oh, do enlighten me about what kind of being Xiao Mo is, she asked earnestly. There was a subtle hint of an obsessive inclination towards an unrealistic dream, causing Xue Jin to grow somewhat concerned. No, I have few true friends, and I cannot allow her to develop a heart demon and stray down a misguided path. He resolved to dispel her delusions. Xiaoxi, we often attend classes with Xiao Mo. You must have noticed his temperament. Calm and composed, neither arrogant nor impetuous, and exceedingly diligent, right? He also possesses a family legacy. Wei Xiaoxi nodded again. The rise of the Xiao family surely stemmed from their unique secret techniques. Xiao Mo also practiced swordsmanship. Logically, with such talent, he would undoubtedly have chosen Sword 9 Peak, for the Sword 9 Dao Lord is the foremost sword cultivator of the Three Realms Island. Yet, Xiao Mo did not. He became a disciple under the Tianshui Peak, under the tutelage of Dao Lord Yunzi. The Dao Lord, originally named Xiaoming, is in the mid-stage of the transformation realm and hails from the Xiao family of Yuyang City. She possesses a Tianshui spiritual root. The water spiritual root lacks the high offensive capabilities of the metal and fire roots, and it does not possess the vitality for alchemy and healing that the wood roots do, nor the substantial defensive qualities of the earth roots. In truth, it is somewhat of a liability. However, this lady has created a unique set of cloud and mist illusion techniques. When perfected, she can truly transform into the clouds and mist of the wind, elusive and unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult for her enemies to capture her. She could appear anywhere amidst the swirling fog, reminiscent of the 9 Netherfire's ability to switch freely between its true form and its avatar. Relying on this technique, Xiaoming has carved out her own niche in the world. When encountering such an adept opponent, Even two cultivators of the same realm find themselves at a loss against her. Over the years, the cloud and mist illusion technique has been refined under Dao Lord Yunzi, rising to the level of a high-tier method. In the Three Realms Island, such high-tier methods are treasures revered by sections. Unfortunately, the conditions for practicing this method are quite stringent. One must possess a pure Tianshui spiritual root. If the purity of the spiritual root is insufficient, or if one has mixed spiritual roots, the efficacy of the technique is significantly diminished. Moreover, during the transformation into an illusion, the consumption of spiritual energy is immense and may even inflict harm upon oneself. The Xiao family has flourished alongside Xiaoming's ascent, becoming a top-tier family in Yuyang City within the last century. By lineage, Xiaomo should refer to Xiaoming as great aunt. Yet, Xiaoming is still under 400 years old, quite youthful. With her guidance, the Xiao family can expect to thrive for several more decades. However, for many generations, no promising Tianshui spiritual root talents have emerged, which has left her rather disheartened. Now, with the emergence of Xiao Mo to inherit her legacy, she is naturally inclined to nurture him with great care. Initially, the Xiao family exerted considerable effort to procure rare treasures of heaven and earth to enhance his spiritual root value, thus achieving the water spiritual body, all facilitated by Dao Lord Yunzi. Her regard for Xiao Mo is evident. With masterful guidance and abundant resources, coupled with Xiao Mo's composed demeanor and unique cloud and mist illusion technique, Wei Xiaoxi clearly understands that she faces an imposing mountain that is difficult to surmount. Especially in public settings, she cannot employ her little ghost or utilize array techniques. Yet, should one not attempt to ascend a daunting peak simply because it seems insurmountable? Liu Bei, in comparison to the second-generation officials Cao Cao and Sun Quan, also began his journey under dire circumstances, did he not? Success is in human endeavor. One must always aspire towards higher goals. Setting a target of 120 points, even if unattainable, makes it far easier to reach a score of 100. Does it not? You may be unaware, but during your time away on missions, Xiao Mo has also been out on his own assignments. Shui Jin patted her shoulder, stating that he is unlike her, who arranges time at will. Every plan and step he devises is executed with strict adherence, without unforeseen circumstances. He will not falter or err. Thus, Xiao Mo not only possesses a composed demeanor, but also exhibits an extraordinary level of self-discipline, rendering him a formidable adversary. The thought of having to traverse such a daunting mountain to obtain the cleansing grass made Wei Xiaoxi's head ache. She waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Enough? I do not wish to hear any more." Finally realizing the folly of her fanciful thoughts, she felt relieved. Surely, she would not succumb to inner demons now. Shui Jin let out a sigh of relief and urged, "Hurry, if we dawdle any longer, the exquisite dishes will truly be gone." Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Wei Xiaoxi had been within the sect for 3 months. During the initial 3 months, new disciples primarily attended lectures. By this juncture, most new disciples had successfully drawn energy into their bodies. Subsequently, they would attend classes bi-monthly, with the remaining time allocated for self-directed cultivation and study. Each time after her classes, Wei Xiaoxi would venture out for 10 days or so. Ostensibly, she was tasked with assignments on the back mountain, but in truth, she was honing her skills in the Violent Valley. The concentration of spiritual energy there, purified by her formations, surpassed that of the peaks within the sect by several folds. As a practitioner of 6 spiritual roots, she needed to absorb a greater amount of spiritual energy to achieve results comparable to those of single-rooted cultivators. At the conclusion of her 4th month, Xiao Mo advanced to the 2nd level of qi refinement. In contrast, Wei Xiaoxi, still at the 1st level, had only managed to accumulate half of her energy limit. Even the rich spiritual energy of the Violent Valley, several times denser than that of the peaks, could not bridge the gap in aptitude and resources between the two. Wei Xiaoxi recognized that if she continued to cultivate at this pace, she would never surpass Xiao Mo. Nearly 2 months later, she too reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. This speed was considered rapid among ordinary disciples. Few, like Li Xiangming, could achieve the 3rd level within a year. Out of nearly 1,000 new disciples each cohort, having 30 reach that level was commendable. Xiao Mo was likely capable of such feats. Meanwhile, those like Wei Xiaoxi, who attained the 2nd level within 6 months, numbered around 300 annually. Although Wei Xiaoxi excelled compared to most cultivators, aspiring to place in the top 50 in the competition, enter the sect's secret realms for resources, and contend for the cleansing grass seemed daunting. Alas, if I continue to cultivate at this rhythm, how will I ever achieve my goals? She pondered silently, gathering the remaining half of her fire materials from the ground as she prepared to depart the Violent Valley. The prospect of pursuing someone and following in their footsteps, yet never surpassing them, felt utterly impossible, much like how a certain paid novel platform, being a leader in the realm of subscription literature, could hardly be surpassed once it chose to charge for access. Thus, It pivoted to a model of free reading to navigate the competition. Perhaps I should truly venture out for some practical experience. Who knows what opportunities may await me? Wei Xiaoxi mused to herself. Nevertheless, she realized it was prudent to first gather some insights about her rival, Xiaomo. With this thought in mind, she produced a paper crane, infused it with her spiritual energy, and sent it soaring back to the sect. Upon her return, Wei Xiaoxi headed straight for Baichao Peak, knowing that it was still afternoon and Xue Jin would likely be cultivating there. As she approached the mountainside, Bai Cong and Xue Jin were each engrossed in their cultivation, while Luo Xing seemed to be immersed in alchemy within his cave dwelling. This fellow, upon entering the sect's secret realm, had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity that greatly aided his alchemical pursuits. Months had passed, and he remained deeply absorbed in his craft. Upon noticing Wei Xiaoxi's ascension to the second level of qi refinement, both Bai Cong and Xue Jin widened their eyes in disbelief. Aren't you a 5-element root? What kind of extraordinary fortune did you encounter during your recent outing to achieve such a breakthrough? Xue Jin remarked with a hint of envy. Just because you reached the second level of qi refinement, why should I not? Wei Xiaoxi retorted, somewhat speechless. Young Master Xue is different, Bai Cong interjected. He possesses both fire and earth roots, with his fire root being at 80, far superior to your innate talent. Yet, he has only recently attained the second level of qi refinement. Indeed, if you had not encountered some extraordinary fortune, how could you, with a 5-element root, have progressed at a pace so akin to mine? Xue Jin, embodying the essence of sour grapes, lamented. It was not merely Xue Jin. Even Bai Cong and other ordinary cultivators felt a pang of envy witnessing her rapid advancement. Wei Xiaoxi playfully patted Xue Jin on the shoulder multiple times, teasing. Jealousy makes you ugly. Chapter 82 Junior Sisterly, over here. Xue Jin interjected, eliciting laughter from Bai Cong. Enough of this idle chatter. I have a question for you. Wei Xiaoxi, adopting a serious demeanor, inquired. What has Xiaomo been up to these past few months? Xue Jin's brows twitched, his features contorting with concern. He hasn't given up, has he? Surely he hasn't succumbed to demonic thoughts? After much contemplation, realizing that further persuasion was futile, he simply stated. He typically cultivates at Tianshui Peak during the first half of the month, attending classes on schedule, and in the latter half, he ventures out on missions to hone his practical experience. Wei Xiaoxi nodded in acknowledgement. Having Xue Jin, the repository of knowledge, was indeed advantageous. She could glean a wealth of information without incurring any costs. It seemed this young man had become quite the informant. Do you know what mission he is undertaking this time? She asked. Tomorrow, after class, he will embark on a mission in the latter half of the month, she mused, eager to observe and understand Xiaomo closely. As the ancients said, to know one's opponent is to conquer them. Xue Jin shook his head. I cannot say. I lack the energy to monitor him for 12 full hours. Yet Bai Cong chimed in, I know. Wei Xiaoxi and Xue Jin turned simultaneously to Bai Cong. The 13-year-old boy, slender as a bamboo shoot and grinning innocently, scratched his head. Unfortunately, he is in my group. We depart the day after tomorrow for a small village 500 miles away to investigate some matters. Sect missions could be solitary or collective. Collective missions required prior registration to assemble enough participants, and everyone would set off together when the time came. Wei Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is your team still in need of members? Well, this mission pertains to ghostly practitioners, and many are reluctant to get involved, so we have yet to gather enough participants. If we don't meet the required number, it may need to be postponed. I shall join. Count me in. Without further ado, Wei Xiaoxi, fearing a full gathering, hastily retrieved her origami crane and made her way to the task hall. Upon exiting the hall, she gazed into the distance with her head held high. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun shone brightly. The weather was indeed splendid. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, the disciple who had just attended to her in the task hall took out a communication talisman and retreated to a secluded corner. Hello, Fairy Xiangming. Wei Xiaoxi has accepted a task. This time, it is not on the back mountain, but rather hundreds of miles away, in a team of several, with one spot remaining. All right, I will register you. Jian Jiufeng. As Li Xiangming watched the talisman burn to ashes in her hand, she let out a long sigh. Her spirit had healed in nearly 2 months, allowing her to descend the mountain and leave the sect. She had been keeping an eye on Wei Xiaoxi, seeking an excuse to accompany her, hoping to seize an opportunity to claim her fortune. That stubborn girl had repeatedly declined. Even when she ventured to the back mountain, she completely avoided the task hall to accept missions, occasionally bringing back a few beasts to sell to the sect. She left quietly, and several times she received news that Wei Xiaoxi had vanished, making it impossible to vie for any opportunities. Fortunately, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the break of dawn, Wei Xiaoxi arrived at the entrance of the task hall to assemble. From a distance, she spotted Bai Cong, Xiaomo, and 3 others waiting there. She quickly halted her origami crane, leaped to the ground, and with an apologetic expression, said, I'm sorry for being late. A bit embarrassed. She noted that despite agreeing to meet at dawn, everyone had arrived much earlier. Thankfully, with 7 individuals undertaking the task, she was not the last to arrive. The 5 at the entrance nodded in acknowledgement, and Bai Tsung took the initiative to introduce. This is Senior Brother Kong Lin, at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Possessing a formidable thunder element spiritual root capable of countering malevolent entities. He will be leading us this time. Wei Xiaoxi promptly nodded in greeting. Hello, Senior Brother Kong. The 18-year-old, clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple, appeared relatively composed. This is Senior Sister Ruan Pearl, also a thunder element spiritual root. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, and an apprentice-level formation master. Greetings, Senior Sister Ruan. It is truly impressive that you are already an apprentice-level formation master at such a young age. Which peak do you teach disciples at? If I wish to learn about formations, may I consult you? She offered polite words while discreetly assessing the young woman. Appearing to be around 16 or 17. Her clothing resembled that of an outer sect disciple, but differed in color, featuring a white base with golden trim at the cuffs and collar. This was a typical uniform for registered disciples of various peaks. Within the Wandao Sect, although all sect robes were of the apprentice-level style, they were categorized into several types, with basic designs remaining similar while colors and embellishments varied. Outer sect disciple robes were grayish-white, devoid of any embellishments, save for the sect emblem on the left chest. Ordinary inner sect disciples who advanced to the foundation establishment stage wore robes that were purely white, with cuffs and collars embroidered with various golden borders, signifying the uniforms of disciples from individual peaks. True monarchs and Dao monarchs had 2 types of disciples. Firstly, there are the direct disciples, such as Luo Xing and Jiang Qianshu, who are bestowed with white robes adorned with intricate purple-gold patterns at the cuffs and collar, designs that have been established by various peaks and have been passed down through the ages. Additionally, there are the recorded disciples, the named students of the true monarchs and Dao lords, akin to auxiliary members of the peaks. Wei Xiaoxi aspires to become a recorded disciple of the Baichao peak. The attire of these disciples closely resembles that of the direct disciples, with the only distinction being that their cuffs and collars are embroidered with ordinary gold trim rather than purple gold. The outfit currently worn by Ruan Jinju is that of a recorded disciple. Direct disciples are typically not lacking in resources for cultivation, nor do they require a full set of robes, as their status is evident without the need to don the garments of inner sect disciples. They often wear robes of their choosing, of a higher quality. In contrast, recorded disciples usually transition from outer sect disciples. They either become apprentice-level formation masters or alchemists before the age of 15, like Wei Xiaoxi, whose current proficiency in formations is sufficient for her to qualify as a recorded disciple. Alternatively, they might be selected during the annual 4 arts competition held by the sect before turning 15, where they catch the eye of a powerful figure and are taken on as recorded disciples. It can be said that wearing the garb of a recorded disciple is a testament to their status, superior to that of outer sect disciples and more distinguished than that of ordinary inner sect disciples. Observing the poised and serene Ruan Jinju before her, Wei Xiaoxi felt a pang of bitterness. Realizing her thoughts, she suddenly wished to chastise herself. Ruan Jinju was at least a bona fide recorded disciple, entitled to preferential resources from the sect. Meanwhile, despite being qualified, she dared not openly seek resources from the sect and could only rely on her own, somewhat furtive, development. What right did she have to mock others? At Jiuxiang Peak, Ruan Jinju, with her cool demeanor and minimal expression, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, suggesting that if Wei Shimi were interested, she could come to Jiuxiang Peak to learn formations. Wei Xiaoxi smiled and engaged in a bit of small talk. She was aware that this peak was associated with a certain Yuan Ing true monarch. Each year, the sect holds a competition for the 4 arts of cultivation, allowing each peak to select relatively outstanding disciples to assist in the inner sect. Each peak has only a handful of direct disciples. Taking Baichao Peak as an example, while the few direct disciples possess strong skills in alchemy, it is impossible for them to cater to the needs of so many within the sect, thus necessitating the assistance of cultivators capable of producing basic elixirs. The recorded disciples chosen through the competition are intended to help each peak fulfill a significant volume of fundamental, repetitive tasks that require little technical expertise. Recorded disciples also assist in mentoring newly initiated disciples, thereby cultivating technical talent for the sect. Should Wei Xiaoxi choose the path of formations, after attending extensive classes on foundational knowledge, she would be assigned to work alongside individuals like Ruan Jinju to assist and learn. This is Wang Yao, a fellow disciple, with dual spiritual roots of fire and earth, currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The fire spiritual root can also serve to suppress malevolent forces, albeit not as effectively as the thunder element. Wei Xiaoxi politely greeted him once more. Greetings, Brother Wang. The individual in question is a lad of around 11 or 12 years, his visage still exuding a youthful innocence, yet his eyes are remarkably astute. He flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, and greeted Wei Xiaoxi with warmth. Greetings, junior sister Wei. I look forward to your guidance along the way. His demeanor is notably more cordial than that of the other two senior brothers and sisters. Just as she was about to respond with some trivial compliment about his spirited nature, his eyes suddenly brightened as he glanced over her head into the distance. Junior sister Li, over here. Chapter 83. Come, ride my white lotus. Junior sister Li? Wei Xiaoxi, with her back, turned to the so-called junior sister Li. Did not immediately notice the person behind her. Kong Lin and the others also turned their heads, smiling broadly. Their demeanor even more amiable than when they first laid eyes on her. The final individual certainly commands a significant presence. Curiosity piqued, Wei Xiaoxi instinctively turned around, only to catch a glimpse of Baizong, whose eyes widened in surprise as he cast a meaningful glance in her direction. Having often trained alongside Baizong, she was aware that he knew quite a bit about her. This fleeting glance made Wei Xiaoxi's eyelids twitch, prompting her to swiftly turn back. A little girl clad in a green fairy dress, adorned with flowers, was gliding towards her atop a flawless white lotus. Who else could it be but our fragrant protagonist? Wei Xiaoxi felt her temples throb, a torrent of frustration surging within her. For reasons unknown, she recalled how Li Xiangming had persistently sought her companionship over a month ago, expressing a desire to venture out together. She had firmly declined at the time and had not heard from her since. Little did she anticipate that this character, the protagonist, would always be surrounded by individuals who would serve as mere cannon fodder, shielding her from danger. A foreboding sense washed over Wei Xiaoxi. She sensed this mission might prove to be quite challenging. After all, without some twists and turns, what would the readers find engaging? Contemplating the potential troubles ahead, she contemplated making her exit. However, within the confines of the Wandao Sect, once a mission is accepted, one is not permitted to withdraw without just cause, lest they incur a deduction in contribution points. Solo missions are somewhat lenient, resulting in a simple twofold deduction of contribution points. In the case of group missions, the penalty is contingent upon various factors such as the mission's rank, the cultivation levels of the participants, and their numbers. Each mission requires careful allocation of resources, time, and manpower to match the disciples of the sect, and withdrawing without cause would squander others' time and resources. The sect is loath to witness such waste, hence the penalties for withdrawal can range from threefold to tenfold deductions. Wei Xiaoxi took a deep breath, suppressing her discontent as she reassured herself. Do not despair. The primary purpose of this outing is to observe Xiaomo. Now, she had succeeded in that endeavor. Furthermore, she could surmise the protagonist's intentions as well. It was evident that she was eager to approach, likely motivated by the rapid advancement in cultivation that Wei Xiaoxi exhibited, suspecting that she possessed some fortuitous opportunity worth seizing. Such scenarios are not uncommon in literature. However, in the original storyline, Li Xiangming's desire to usurp the protagonist's opportunity would transpire many years later. Now, due to her transmigration, the narrative had been disrupted, prompting Li Xiangming to entertain such nefarious thoughts prematurely. After careful contemplation, Wei Xiaoxi felt a sense of relief. The path of cultivation is inherently a pursuit of the heaven's creations, a rebellion against fate. What does it matter if one is merely the heroine? Wherever the heroine treads, there are bound to be numerous challenges, yet often these trials are accompanied by fortuitous opportunities, are they not? Who can truly seize whose fortune remains uncertain? My apologies for my tardiness, said Li Xiangming, mirroring the same sentiment of regret as Wei Xiaoxi. Wang Yao waved his hands dismissively. No worries, we have just arrived as well. The remaining five, represented by an unspoken consensus, chimed in. Junior sister Li, allow me to introduce you to senior brother Kong Lin. Wang Yao repeated the introductions he had just made for Wei Xiaoxi, but this time, both his demeanor as a mediator and the attitudes of Kong and Ruan were markedly more amiable towards Li Xiangming than they had been with Wei Xiaoxi. After all, she was a direct disciple. Fostering good relations yields manifold benefits. Wei Xiaoxi engaged in similar gestures, as she had done previously with Luo Xing, and now with Xiaomo. Having not yet greeted Xiaomo, she was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Li Xiangming, who was now engaged in cordial exchanges with a group nearby. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoxi stood beside Xiaomo, engaging in casual conversation. Xiaomo, typically immersed in his cultivation, was diligent and disciplined, seldom concerned with others or external matters. He was not intimately acquainted with many of his classmates, and though he had heard the name Li Xiangming, he had yet to meet her in person. However, he was aware of Wei Xiaoxi, having first heard of her due to the public trial, which piqued his curiosity. After all, to possess such cunning at the tender age of 6, successfully orchestrating the downfall of formidable individuals who had sought to suppress her, was truly remarkable. Being part of the same cohort, he had taken special notice of her. Subsequently, he heard tales of her ventures to Baichao Peak and her safe return from the Wild Valley, leading him to ponder her ability to create opportunities. Today, he noted her remarkable achievement of reaching the second level of qi refinement within just 6 months as a 5-element root cultivator. And he felt a genuine admiration for his fellow disciple. As Wei Xiaoxi approached to greet him, he responded with a smile. Xiao Mo speculated that had Wei Xiaoxi been granted the same innate talent and family background as himself, her intelligence would surely render her superior to his current self. Simultaneously, Wei Xiaoxi studied Xiao Mo with keen interest, observing this genius up close for the first time. Dressed in a dark blue robe, with porcelain-like skin and enchanting peach blossom eyes, his countenance was striking. More remarkably, his demeanor was indeed reflective of his spiritual roots, fluid, like a gentle stream, unpretentious and calming, exuding a sense of tranquility. Throughout her time here, regardless of the commotion around him, he remained composed, standing tall with an air of dignity. At merely 6 years of age, one could hardly fathom how such poise and character were cultivated. It was evident that he posed a formidable challenge. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xiangming approached with a gentle smile, linking her arm with Wei Xiaoxi's. Xiaoxi, your level is still low, and you can only command paper cranes. To keep up with our pace must be quite exhausting. Why not utilize mine instead? The paper crane is the most economical of all flying artifacts, as it cannot be embedded with spirit stones, thus its range is entirely dependent on the user's spiritual energy reserves. Furthermore, its speed leaves much to be desired. Li Xiangming's White Lotus is a low-grade flying device that can accommodate spirit stones as a power source, allowing the user to navigate with minimal spiritual energy. While she appeared to show concern for Wei Xiaoxi, her true intention was to flaunt her own superiority. Among those present, apart from Xiao Mo, the others hailed from ordinary backgrounds, possessing at most apprentice-grade flying devices. The envious gazes of the onlookers gravitated toward the White Lotus, clearly indicating that Li Xiangming was reveling in their admiration. Her chin was slightly raised, reminiscent of a victorious rooster. Xiao Mo cast a peculiar glance at Li Xiangming, his brows slightly arching. Wei Xiaoxi, however, wore a subtle smile. Having lived a lifetime, one would expect her to exhibit more maturity. Such behavior seemed reliant on the author's favor for her to triumph against gods and Buddhas alike. She reflected on this, graciously accepting, "Thank you, senior sisterly." When someone eagerly offers to take on the burden of driving, why not relish the role of a comfortable passenger? Li Xiangming appeared somewhat taken aback, contemplating how to provoke a reaction from Wei Xiaoxi. To her surprise, the latter continued, "Senior sisterly, I notice your White Lotus has ample space. Since it can carry one person or two, might we also include senior brother Baizong? When there is an opportunity for shared benefits, one should certainly include their companions." Senior brother Baizong has already reached the 6th level of qi refinement, with abundant spiritual energy. I am merely at the 4th level. I may slow everyone down. Wang Yao interjected, positioning himself between Wei Xiaoxi and Baikong. Li Xiangming's smile faltered. With an additional passenger, the consumption of spirit stones would undoubtedly increase. Although she possessed ample spirit stones, the White Lotus was designed for a single occupant. Accommodating two would be a tight squeeze for three. In truth, she had no desire to include Wei Xiaoxi. Her earlier intention had merely been to irk her, but now she felt rather provoked in return, leading to her irritation. Xiao Mo observed the intertwined arms of the two young women, listening to their exchange with contemplative interest. For reasons unknown, he discerned a hint of rivalry beneath their banter. Chapter 84. Xiao Mo, well done. Li Xiangming maintained a stiff smile, pondering how to decline gracefully without offending Wang Yao or Bai Kong. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo came back to his senses, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He looked up at the sky and said coolly, "Hurry up, everyone. Come aboard my flying vessel, it's swifter." With a grand gesture, a finely crafted small flying boat appeared, soaring into the breeze. In a moment, a compact vessel capable of accommodating around 10 people settled steadily on a nearby patch of open ground, similar in design to Jiang Qianshu's. Wei Xiaoxi exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, senior brother Xiao is quite extravagant. This must be a mid-grade flying vessel, far more impressive than the low-grade ones, and I can only imagine its swiftness." Li Xiangming's expression twisted momentarily. Xiao Mo caught this fleeting glimpse, his eyes reflecting a knowing light. With a gentle smile, he invited, "Sister Wei, you shall experience it shortly." I would be remiss to decline," she replied, brushing aside Li Xiangming's hand and cheerfully boarding the flying boat. The others, noticing this, hastened to follow suit. Li Xiangming suppressed her rigid smile, relinquishing her last vestige of stubbornness, and joined the group aboard the vessel, realizing that if she continued to act like a delicate flower, she would only be a burden. Glancing at the heroine's dark, brooding eyes, Wei Xiaoxi nearly burst into laughter, always priding herself on her status as a direct disciple. Encountering the even more ostentatious Xiao Mo must surely have left her feeling utterly vexed. With this thought, Wei Xiaoxi cast a look of appreciation at Xiao Mo, exclaiming, "Xiao Mo, splendid work. He responded with a subtle smile, as if to say, no need for thanks. Their destination was a quaint village known as Lianjia Village. The settlement was modest, comprising about 200 households and a population exceeding 1,000. This area fell under the jurisdiction of the Wandao Sect, situated over 500 kilometers away, requiring several hours of flight. While aboard the flying vessel, the group began discussing the village. Li Xiangming inquired, "It's merely a small village. What has occurred that necessitates the presence of 7 cultivators to resolve it?" Wang Yao, seated beside her, chuckled as he provided an explanation. "The task is not particularly difficult. The opponent is merely a ghost cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement. Previously, 2 rogue cultivators attempted to eliminate it together. However, the one at the 3rd level was killed on the spot, while the 4th level cultivator sustained severe injuries and fled to report to our Wandao Sect's local temple." He continued, "It was then discovered that the ghost cultivator could command 5 ghostly minions." Understanding dawned on Li Xiangming. Wei Xiaoxi, intrigued, queried Bai Zong, "If that is the case, wouldn't a few of your mid-stage qi refinement cultivators be sufficient to handle it? A 5th level cultivator can only control those of lower cultivation, making it seem unnecessary for her, Xiao or myself to be involved." Bai Zong explained softly, "The sect has a mentorship incentive system. Due to the higher casualty rates among new disciples on missions, having experienced members along can impart knowledge and reduce the risk of loss. If this mission proceeds smoothly, the mid-stage qi refinement cultivators will earn slightly more contribution points than you, Xiao or Li Xiangming." Wei Xiaoxi realized, so we 3 truly are burdens. She had been zealously absorbing the volatile spiritual energy of the Fury Valley in the back mountains to enhance her cultivation, neglecting these nuances. Remaining silent, she turned her ear to Wang Yao as he elaborated on the circumstances of Lianjia Village. Having joined the task later and only attended class yesterday, she was only aware of the basic information, specifically that the target was a ghost cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement. Half a month ago, Bai Zong had ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement. Could she truly fear someone at the 5th level? Thus, she did not harbor much concern for this task. Wang Yao, evidently more informed, remarked, "Even cultivators at the 3rd level of qi refinement, lacking the ability to cast spells, have been pierced through the heart by ghostly cultivators. Their powers are formidable and their methods unpredictable. They are not foes that you early-stage qi refiners can contend with. Consider this an opportunity to gain experience. And do not be reckless. Simply stay behind your senior brothers." "Thank you, senior brother, but as a sword cultivator, I must forge ahead. It is only fitting that I uphold the title of sword cultivator and honor my master's name." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoxi felt a twitch in her eyelids. They had yet to encounter any challenges, yet the female protagonist was already scheming mischief. No, she must keep her distance from the female lead. Alas, junior sister Li truly radiated a refreshing brightness. I am genuinely in awe. Wang Yao's flattery was rather unseemly, causing Wei Xiaoxi's lips to quiver. Realizing that no further useful information was forthcoming, she turned her gaze to the scenery below. The mountains stretched endlessly, with the occasional small town and various villages dotting the landscape. When the sun was high in the sky, their flying vessel finally descended outside Lianjia Village. The group walked along a country path towards the village. On both sides, wild weeds flourished, and in this March weather, there were no signs of new grass sprouting. Instead, the grass appeared withered and desolate, lacking vitality. They lay bent at the roadside, as if burdened by some unseen weight. The locust trees at the village entrance bore not a single leaf, their trunks resembling dried wood, parched from years without moisture. The well's edge beneath the tree was riddled with cracks, resembling a pile of dark stones that seemed poised to shatter at any moment. As a fierce wind swept by, a stone tumbled from the edge, plunging into the well with a dull thud. An unpleasant odor wafted through the air, lingering at their nostrils. The houses in view appeared as if they had been abandoned for decades, and a gust of wind might easily bring them crashing down. Wei Xiaoxi furrowed her brow. The peculiar happenings in Lianjia village had begun over a month ago, when it was still inhabited by ordinary folk. How could it have deteriorated so drastically in less than 2 months? There were no roosters crowing, no children's laughter, no adults engaging in idle chatter, just a terrifying silence. Only the chilling wind howled through the air, resembling the mournful cries of a ghostly woman lamenting her grievances. The wind stirred the dust from the earthen walls, raising clouds of sand that stung the faces of the group. Wei Xiaoxi felt a sharp chill, as if she could hear the weeping. The pace of their footsteps slowed, each member sensing an unsettling discomfort. As they stepped into the village entrance, the cold air struck them as if it were a tangible force, sending shivers across their skin. Goosebumps prickled their arms, and their hairs stood on end. My heavens, it's so cold. Why does it feel like the sky has darkened? Wang Yao exclaimed. The sun was still shining brightly, at its warmest peak, yet at this moment, it appeared shrouded in a cold, gray filter, transforming warmth into an eerie chill. The The sunlight no longer held any warmth. Baizong and the others remained silent, their expressions far from pleasant. Clearly, discomfort was felt by many. Wei Xiaoxi appeared to be the most at ease among them. She had made a pact with the little spirit from the netherworld, which mitigated her susceptibility to the surrounding malevolent energy. However, she dared not display any signs of difference. Instead, she imitated Wang Yao's actions, rubbing her arms several times. Noticing this, Li Xiangming perked up, puffed out her small chest, leaned closer to Wei Xiaoxi, and expressed her concern. Xiaoxi, you are only at the second level of qi refinement. Surely you cannot withstand the surrounding yin energy? Would you like me to lend you a robe? It is of a lower grade, but far superior in defensive capabilities compared to the apprentice robes from our sect. Last time in the Frenzied Valley, she had ruined 2 outer disciple robes. Jiang Qianshu had gifted her a set of lower-grade robes, which she had been wearing ever since. Upon returning to the sect, she purchased another set of outer disciple attire at cost price, wearing it on the outermost layer to avoid damage to the lower-grade robe from frequent minor attacks, which would be quite a pity. Xiao Mo, at the second level of qi refinement, slightly turned his head to glance at the corners of Li Xiangming's lips, which bore a faint smile, before silently averting his gaze. Wei Xiaoxi retracted her peripheral vision and smiled at Li Xiangming. No need to lend me anything. Just give it to me. You still owe me a sum of spirit stones from last time. So how about we settle that debt with your low-grade robe? Chapter 85. Non-cooperation. Wasn't he just an attempt to irritate someone? Who couldn't he do that? Wei Xiaoxi was well aware that it was impossible to truly obtain those spirit stones. She merely intended to vex her as a form of retaliation. Recalling the spirit stones she had unwittingly promised due to the music box, Li Xiangming's expression stiffened. She forced a smile. These garments are gifts from my master and senior brothers. They said I must wear them to show them in the future. I cannot part with them, or they would be upset. Oh, then when will you repay me the spirit stones? Wei Xiaoxi inquired, her face radiating trust. Believing that senior sister Li, with her honorable character, would not renege on her word nor covet such a trifling amount of spirit stones. Xiao Mo turned his head slightly again, his gaze landing on the barely perceptible smile on Wei Xiaoxi's lips, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. Xiaoxi, you may not realize that we sword cultivators are heavily reliant on resources. I truly do not have any surplus spirit stones. Let us not dwell on this for now. The situation here is peculiar, and we must remain vigilant. With that, Li Xiangming quickened her pace, catching up with Wang Yao and the others. The latter cast a strange glance at Wei Xiaoxi, marked by a hint of reproach. He had heard how Li Xiangming had been tricked out of her spirit stones by Wei Xiaoxi. Previously, he had not grasped the situation intuitively, but now it was evident. Wei Xiaoxi was not only cunning but also quite audacious, a veritable ingrate. Li Xiangming had shown her such concern, yet she retaliated in this manner. Did she truly perceive the kind-hearted Li Xiangming as a fool? Such individuals should not be offended but rather approached with caution. With this thought, he hastily suppressed his reproach and turned away. Kong Lin, Wan Jinju, and others were too preoccupied to pay heed to the antics of these young ones, their expressions grave as they surveyed the tightly shut doors surrounding them. Wei Xiaoxi also refrained from pursuing the matter further. Upon reaching their destination, based on her extensive experience with novels, she believed that the further they distanced themselves from the female protagonist, the less misfortune they would encounter. Master, the atmosphere here is heavily laden with malevolence, Xiao Yu suddenly remarked. Wei Xiaoxi responded with exasperation. Is that even necessary to mention? The village had a main road, surrounded by countless narrow paths both within and outside. At that moment, the road lay deserted, with every door and window tightly shut. Wei Xiaoxi caught sight of a household where a window was slightly ajar, revealing a solitary eye that silently scrutinized their group. The gaze was complex, somber, and filled with anxiety. As she focused intently, the eye appeared startled and hastily shut the window, the fearful expression vanishing from sight. With a slight furrow in her brow, Wei Xiaoxi leaned closer to Baizong and inquired, Senior Brother Bai, we have come to assist them in resolving their issues. Yet why do they react to our presence as if they have seen a ghost? It seems they are not welcoming us at all. Baizong also found the situation peculiar. I am unsure. In the past, when I undertook missions, the local villagers were generally warm and welcoming, not shutting their doors or displaying such aversion towards us. According to the escaped rogue cultivator, the village had initially experienced a few households plagued by nightmares of deceased villagers or even direct encounters with ghosts. Those individuals swiftly descended into madness, and panic spread throughout the village. Subsequently, genuine apparitions began to manifest at night, knocking on their doors. When the rogue cultivators arrived, the villagers were still relatively welcoming, and they aided in establishing basic defensive formations to ward off the spirits. However, after nightfall, one rogue cultivator was killed while the other was injured, leading to a drastic shift in the villagers' demeanor within just a few days. Despite being trapped in a quagmire and in dire need of assistance, they refrained from engaging with the cultivators. Something must have transpired after the departure of the rogue cultivators. The group wore expressions of deep concern. Kong Lin halted and proposed. Continuing to roam aimlessly is not a viable strategy. Our quest to gather information is hindered by the eerie circumstances surrounding us. Let us refrain from straying too far apart and instead divide into two teams. The others had no objections. Bai Tsong, junior sister Wan, you shall lead, he added, casting his gaze over the 3 early-stage qi refinement cultivators and the one at the 4th level. Wei Xiaoxi quickly grasped Xiaoming's sleeve. Senior brother Kong, while your strength is commendable, it may prove burdensome to include us, the two with the lowest cultivation. Perhaps it would be wiser for Xiaoming and I to join senior brother Bai's team. Xiaoming silently stood beside Wei Xiaoxi, showing no dissent. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangming became anxious. She had accompanied them with the intent of remaining close to Wei Xiaoxi, eager to seize opportunities. I believe Wei's senior sister's suggestion holds merit. This distribution of strength seems the most balanced. Wang Yao, wearing a delighted expression, added that it was indeed the safest arrangement. Throughout their journey, Li Xiangming frequently tended to those around her, being a favored disciple of the Sword Nine Dao Lord, which surely meant she possessed numerous valuable items. Being in her group would require no effort to safeguard, and they might even survive thanks to her protective treasures. Moreover, among the entire team, it was Brother Kong whose abilities shone the brightest. Wang Yao believed that this allocation was most advantageous for himself. Kong Lin nodded in agreement. Let it be. At this point, Li Xiangming, wishing to follow Wei Xiaoxi, found it inappropriate to voice her thoughts any further. She secretly stamped her foot, resolving to keep a close watch on Wei Xiaoxi. Otherwise, if she missed the opportunity, her efforts would be in vain. I truly hope you can maintain this joyful demeanor until the end. Watching with delight as Wang Yao flitted around Li Xiangming, Wei Xiaoxi silently wished. The two teams parted ways, with Wei Xiaoxi following Bai Tsong and others to knock on doors. Tap, tap, tap. Bai Tsong casually selected a household and knocked. It seemed that someone had been observing from behind the door, for as soon as they knocked, the occupants swiftly raised a table to block the door. Almost instantly, the sound of hurried footsteps retreated from the entrance, as if they were avoiding them like venomous snakes. The group exchanged bewildered glances. After knocking on several more doors, they encountered similar situations. Bai Tsong furrowed his brow and turned to Wan Jinzhu and the others, asking, what should we do? Stalemating like this is not a solution. Shall we force our way in? Wan Jinzhu remained silent, staring intently at the door, her brows slightly knitted in concern. This approach may frighten the villagers, inciting their resistance and preventing us from obtaining any useful information, Xiaoming analyzed. Wei Xiaoxi glanced at him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but simply stated, I will give it a try. With that, she approached the door they had just knocked on once more. The person behind the door, perhaps having caught sight of her through the crack, hastily retreated further away. Wei Xiaoxi, with her ears alert, refrained from knocking again and instead called out loudly, we have come to resolve issues. If you require no assistance, we shall take our leave. Silence ensued. She continued, we have only been in this village for half a day, yet we have already sensed a significant increase in negative energy. At this rate, within half a month, you will be drained of your vitality and perish within your homes. As cultivators and outsiders, we face no loss in leaving, but you stand to lose your very lives. Would it not be prudent to come forth and clarify the situation, joining forces to address the problem? The choice is yours. Bai Tsong and the others craned their necks, watching intently for a while, still met with silence from inside, hesitating over whether to force entry. Wei Xiaoxi, however, remained composed, patiently awaiting a response. After a brief moment, a sound indeed emerged from within, the shuffling of the table. Yet, the door remained closed. A middle-aged woman's voice, weary and drained, called out, if you walk a little further, you will find an empty house, a brick structure, belonging to the village chief. You may stay there for the night and learn of the situation. Auntie, what initially caused the strange occurrences in your village? To address the issues with the spirits, it is crucial to trace back to the source and identify the root cause, allowing us to either exorcise or eliminate the malevolent entity. The only response was the sound of distant footsteps retreating. Were they no longer willing to engage in conversation? Wei Xiaoxi waited for quite some time, yet nothing transpired. She replicated her efforts by visiting several households, but not a single soul engaged with her. It seemed as if conversing with them would be akin to contracting a plague. With the villagers so uncooperative, how could they trace the origins? Chapter 86. The predicament. After several rounds of searching yielded no results, they arrived at the agreed meeting point. The expressions of Kong Lin and his companions were grim. Kong, have you made any discoveries? Bai Tsong inquired first. The latter shook his head. None. What about you? If they had found nothing, they would have no choice but to resort to forceful entry. However, this would tarnish the reputation of the Wandao Sect, and Kong Lin was reluctant to take such measures unless absolutely necessary. Bai Tsong glanced at Wei Xiaoxi and said to Kong Lin, "There is one household that suggested we stay at the village chief's house for the night. We might observe what transpires. Is that so?" Kong Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. "Then let us observe for the night." The others had no objections. In the entire village, there were few brick and tile houses. Only one was open. It was a dwelling surrounded by a courtyard. The courtyard gate was missing, and beneath the trees lay a toppled rocking chair, with wild grass creeping into the corners. Numerous dried bloodstains marred the gate, doorframe, and ground. Inside the main room, household items were strewn about. It was not difficult to imagine the horrific death chase that had once unfolded here. Kong Lin and the others paused in their steps, suddenly disinclined to enter. Wang Yao's expression was the most dismal. He exclaimed in frustration, "What sort of cursed place is this? Who could possibly stay here? We came to help them solve their problems, yet they refused to cooperate or even accept our stay, instead directing us to this ominous location. Do they think we are eager to cater to them? Be careful, we might just turn around and leave. Then they will understand what regret truly means." Wei Xiaoxi regarded him with surprise. Was he not here to earn contribution points for the sect? What benevolence was this, if not driven by self-interest? Moreover, spreading negativity within the group was quite disheartening. Kong Lin, displeased, retorted, "Wang, you should have known when you accepted this task that it was inherently grim. Complaining is futile. We cannot leave. The filth here can be remedied with a simple cleaning spell. It is not worth this fuss." Wang Yao's face shifted between shades of green and white. He seemed at a loss for words, yet dared not voice his thoughts. No one paid him any further heed as they began to tidy the house. "Sister Wan, why have you been standing outside the courtyard?" Wang Yao sought to occupy himself, diverting his focus. By now, everyone had cast their cleaning spells, and the courtyard appeared significantly neater. Hearing the question, Wan Jinju turned to look outside. Her expression was grave. "Come out for a moment. I have made a troubling discovery." A sense of unease gripped the group as they hurried to Wan Jinju's side. "Look here, there are traces of a formation." Wan Jinju pointed to some markings along the wall and in the corners of the courtyard, then produced a paper crane, which slowly ascended into the air. She pointed towards several other trees and specific houses in certain directions, even extending her gesture to the deer outside the village and the rice fields. Moments earlier, I had observed that those locations bore traces of formations. The group promptly produced their flying artifacts, following closely beside her as they examined the areas indicated by Wan Jinju. As we traversed to another side of the village, I too discovered similar traces. Wang Yao, who also practiced formation techniques, wasn't particularly adept and without much thought. He suddenly realized and inquired, "It seems the formation has spread throughout the entire village? What kind of formation is this?" Li Xiangming, visibly anxious, asked. "I heard that a wandering cultivator had previously come here and set up a defensive formation for the villagers. It must have been him, right? Sister Wan, why do you look so serious?" Although Wei Xiaoxi's expertise in formation was on par with Wan Jinju's, she lacked experience, especially with large-scale formations spanning several kilometers. Upon her reminder, she carefully observed and was taken aback. As an apprentice-level formation master, she could discern that the villagers' defensive formations surrounding their homes were independent, miniature setups designed to thwart external intrusions. In contrast, the one connecting the entire village was a confinement formation. They were trapped within the village. Wei Xiaoxi's expression turned grim. Indeed, Wan Jinju's subsequent remarks confirmed her fears. Kong Lin, Bai Tsong, and the others turned pale upon hearing this. Li Xiangming hastily retrieved a communication talisman, exclaiming, "There is actually a grand formation here, a situation beyond our capacity to resolve. I shall notify my master immediately." As she invoked the talisman, Wan Jinju's countenance revealed no trace of joy. She fixed her gaze upon the burnt-out talisman paper in Li Xiangming's hand and said with little hope, "If I am not mistaken, the message cannot be transmitted. Typically, a confinement formation does not obstruct communication talismans. However, since their entry into this place, particularly after entering the village, they felt an overwhelming presence of Yin energy. This energy, being a form of power, has evidently been deliberately concentrated here. In other words, the energy field had been altered, and any messages sent out might be redirected back to the village." Upon hearing her explanation, the group was engulfed in panic. Damn it! What kind of means could orchestrate this? This is beyond what we, as Qi refinement cultivators, can handle. Are we to be trapped here indefinitely? Kong Lin and the others fell silent, their expressions dark, their mood at an all-time low. Xiao Mo suddenly raised a doubt. "Sister Wan, I believe you are mistaken. The last time, that fourth-tier wandering cultivator managed to escape." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangming's eyes lit up. "That's right, Sister Wan. Could it be that you are wrong? Is there a possibility that?" Wei Xiaoxi suggested, "Setting up such a grand formation requires time, and perhaps the wandering cultivator had not completed it fully? Or, could it be that the previous wandering cultivator's formation inspired the ghosts here?" Alternatively, did the ghosts intentionally allow the wandering cultivator to escape to lure in new cultivators? What purpose could that serve? It was self-evident. The atmosphere descended into a profound silence. Indeed, Wang Jinju spoke with a heavy tone, not dismissing the aforementioned possibilities. A sense of oppression pervaded the air. Xiaomo took a deep breath and said, "These are merely conjectures. We should verify, Senior Sister Li. Has your master responded to you? And what of the others? Have there been any messages?" Moments ago, it was rumored that communication might be impossible, and nearly everyone promptly retrieved their communication talismans to reach out to the outside world. Li Xiangming wore a sorrowful expression, responding, "None." The other storage bags remained silent as well. "Let us venture outside the village," Xiao Mo suggested, producing a flying vessel. Wang Jinju nodded with a taut expression. "Indeed, let us try. Perhaps I have misjudged." Wei Xiaoxi remained silent, acutely aware that Wang Jinju's judgment was not erroneous. This was indeed a confounding predicament, an inwardly spiraled formation. One must integrate the local terrain, maximizing the utilization of the natural resources at hand to form an intricate array. The craftsmanship of the array's architect was truly remarkable. To escape, it was imperative to locate the array's core. However, the exquisite arrangement of the great formation concealed its focal point well, necessitating a meticulous examination of the array's lines and pathways. This was a delicate endeavor, and with Wei Xiaoxi's current abilities, achieving this within a day or two was utterly impossible. With less than an hour until dusk, time was decidedly insufficient. While a brute force approach to dismantle the array was an option, employing Liuguang would suffice. However, the array was vast, spanning several miles. To discreetly dismantle the entire formation would require an immense amount of spiritual energy, potentially more than a complete high-grade spirit stone could provide. If one were to breach a small section to escape, Liuguang would not demand as much energy. Yet, doing so would inevitably reveal her identity as the inheritor of Zhongzhen. The situation was not yet at its direst, and so, Wei Xiaoxi silently followed the main group toward the village's outskirts. Indeed, they could not escape. The faces of the crowd were ashen. "It's over," Wang Yao spoke with an anxious and despairing tone. "What should we do? Are we truly going to die here?" Chapter 87. There is only one outcome. Kong Lin refrained from chastising Wang Yao this time, simply stating, "Junior Sister Ruan, the situation is dire. Once we return to the village chief's abode, please set up a defensive array." Wang Jinju nodded without a word. Their group, whether soaring into the air to demonstrate the extraordinary prowess of cultivators or making their way outside the village, found that the villagers did not emerge. The entire village resembled a forsaken ghost town, abandoned for decades. The frigid sun dipped below the western mountains. Tonight, there was neither moon nor stars. As dark clouds obscured all sources of light, the darkness loomed, devouring the village and providing camouflage for all that lay hidden in the shadows. The surrounding air grew increasingly cold. Even with Wei Xiaoxi's companion, Xiao Yu, she felt discomfort. Kong Lin and the others were visibly shivering. The robes they wore primarily shielded against physical and magical assaults. Yet this chill, emanating from the depths of the soul, was truly insufferable. Wei Xiaoxi also noticed that as they spent more time in this place, their faces grew increasingly pale. It was uncertain whether their bodies were deteriorating, thereby affecting their combat capabilities. As she pondered this, strange sounds emanated from outside. A series of sharp, clicking noises. Was it a hard object sliding and scraping against the ground? The harsh friction of two cold, unyielding entities produced a disconcerting sound that sent shivers down one's spine, particularly in the suffocating silence of the night. The sound of footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. When combined with the previous noises, it resembled the sound of bones moving. Was something leaping as it walked? A myriad of film scenes from her past life flashed through Wei Xiaoxi's mind, causing her to shudder. It felt as though a breeze brushed past her back. Suddenly, she turned around. It was pitch black, utterly devoid of light. All that lay within her sight were scattered, neglected objects lying lifelessly on the ground, evoking a sense of desolation and decay. There was nothing else. Xiao Mo sat beside Wei Xiaoxi, preparing to join Kong Lin and the others to investigate the situation. He tugged at her sleeve, urging her, "Let us go. Stop scaring yourself." Startled and rigid with uncertainty, Wei Xiaoxi jumped when he unexpectedly touched her. Xiao Mo paused for a moment, then grasped her wrist firmly, leading her outside with urgency. "Brother Kong and the others have gone out. We should follow." His hand was small, and unlike her clammy palm, his was dry, with slender fingers that glided smoothly. Much like his demeanor, warm and comforting in the chilling darkness of the night. It seemed he must have some protective charm about him, for his surface temperature was remarkably normal, in stark contrast to the shivering others. Truly a wealthy individual, she mused. She quickened her pace to match his and whispered, "Thank you." Xiao Mo acknowledged with a soft hum, increasing his speed. The courtyard gate was unbarred, wide open, allowing 4 or 5 people to crowd together with no room to spare. Wei Xiaoxi and Xiao Mo, being diminutive, utilized their height advantage to squeeze between the adults, peering out through the gaps, through the narrow openings. Wei Xiaoxi indeed spotted 5 figures moving outside. Skeletons, zombies, and decaying corpses were all present. The nearest to the gate was a child-sized corpse, similar in stature to Wei Xiaoxi, adorned with 2 adorable pigtails. Alas, her hair resembled withered grass, rendering her a comical sight. The child wore a floral garment, so tattered that its original color was nearly indiscernible, frayed at the edges like a rag discarded in a refuse pile for years. 3 claw marks marred her left cheek, with decaying flesh spreading outward from the wounds. Dimly, Wei Xiaoxi could even discern several white maggots writhing within the rotting flesh of her face. The stench wafted toward her from a mere 10 feet away, overwhelming her senses. Wei Xiaoxi could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth as she silently retched. In her peripheral vision, she noticed Xiao Mo beside her, his complexion pale as he tightly clenched his own hand, evidently shaken by the scene. However, he maintained a far greater composure than she did, his palm still warm. In contrast, Li Xiangming gasped in shock, covering her mouth and taking 2 hurried steps back. Kong Lin softly admonished, "Silence." But it was already too late. The child's decaying corpse twisted its stiff neck to gaze at them, its toes shifting direction toward the village head's courtyard. A low hum resonated as the child was halted by the formation. Ripples emanated from the barrier, layer upon layer, emitting a faint glow. It appeared she had discovered something amusing, tilting her head at an odd angle. Her dark brown lips stretching into a grin that revealed her jagged white teeth, her pus-filled eyes blinking slowly. Several brittle lashes fell away. The innocent expression typically found on a child was replaced by a terrifyingly eerie visage. Wei Xiaoxi struggled to catch her breath, the sounds of inhalation rising and falling around her. The child's decaying corpse raised its stiff hand, its long black nails repeatedly poking at the barrier. As if playing with a toy, the glow flickered, her ghastly face similarly shimmering. Indeed, the ghostly figures wandering outside were all at the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refining, while the child's corpse was merely at the 1st layer. The cultivators could easily slay it with a single strike. However, they needed to discern the intentions of these entities before acting. They were reluctant to engage at such a close range with such a horrific scene, turning their heads away instead. In her peripheral vision, the child's corpse seemed intent on continuing its play indefinitely. Behind her, an adult skeleton approached and kicked her, sending her stumbling through the air in a small arc before crashing to the ground, landing in a heap. For some inexplicable reason, Wei Xiaoxi felt a flicker of amusement. Whether human or ghost, children always seem to attract misfortune. The child's piercing wail shattered the night sky, akin to a sharp blade scraping against porcelain, nearly piercing through the eardrums. Wei Xiaoxi's smile froze as she covered her ears, and the others followed suit. 2 zombies leapt past without pausing. Moments later, the ghost child's cries abruptly ceased, and she rose stiffly to follow the main group. Wei Xiaoxi and her companions exhaled in relief, at last. Yet, this moment of respite was fleeting, as Wei Xiaoxi soon found herself holding her breath again. She observed that the 5 ghostly figures had not departed, but were heading directly toward a nearby household, the very one that had spoken to her earlier that day. Perhaps in an effort to conserve energy or due to some time constraint, the residents had not obstructed Wei Xiaoxi's defensive formation during the day, which was now activated. The 5 ghostly entities gathered at the front gate of that household, ripples of light continuously igniting from various directions. They did not launch a fierce assault, yet they managed to deplete the barrier's energy in this manner. Wei Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, sensing that they were seemingly intent on intimidating that household. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and a moment of enlightenment struck her. They had not ventured elsewhere, but were heading directly towards the family with whom they had conversed during the day, employing such a tormenting tactic. These inhuman specters had a clear objective and exhibited a well-organized and strategic approach to instilling fear. There must be an intelligent entity orchestrating their actions. The specters were merely pawns in this game, perhaps also testing the cultivators' reactions. No wonder the villagers shunned them like venomous serpents. If her conjecture was correct, the villagers were thoroughly terrified and would not provide them with any clues. With no progress in sight and the malevolent force lurking in the shadows, they found themselves trapped in the village, with only one fate awaiting them, death.